Chapter 97. Hooking a Shark, Tensions Rise. Upon entering the room, Lin Chuan sprawled onto the bed and began replenishing the energy of his doppelganger. Fortunately, he had previously gathered a substantial amount of energy otherwise. In mere moments, his doppelganger would have vanished. The doppelganger still served a vital purpose. Thus he had to rely on the energy fruit to sustain it. Lin Chuan never anticipated that he would catch such a formidable fish, indeed a creature of shark-like caliber. If things went awry, he could find himself in peril. Wu Dahu, without a doubt, was a diamond-level powerhouse, capable of extinguishing him with a mere breath. Should he manage to slip away, Lin Chuan would be left to cower under Qin Yan's protection indefinitely. Meanwhile, on the side of the black-clad individual, Lin Chuan followed his perspective and located the storeroom. It was evident that heavy security was in place. After acquiring the Yao Shundan, the black-clad man hastily returned to his quarters and summoned his beasts. A leopard enveloped in swirling black smoke, a three-eyed crow, and a slender snake of black and white hues comprised his entire menagerie, marking him as a golden-level beast. Master. All three beasts glared at the black-clad man with their crimson eyes, exuding an unsettling aura, as if ready to devour their master at any moment. However, as the black-clad man produced the Yao Shendan, their eyes glimmered with a profound yearning. Ultimately, the vial of Yao Shendan was divided among the three beasts, restoring their demeanor to that of a normal beast. Damn, this stuff is toxic, it must not be touched, Lin Chuan mused. He surmised that if he did not acquiesce, even without forming a contract, he would be coerced into allowing the beasts to consume the Yao Shendan, thereby falling under their control. Refusing such an arrangement would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. No wonder they dared to challenge the Beastmaster Association. They truly possessed considerable prowess. At the very least, under the influence of the Yao Shandan, the Yao Shan sect appeared to maintain a cohesive structure. Within this stronghold, the black-clad man was undoubtedly a significant figure, second only to Wu Dahu. Lin Chuan refrained from acting hastily, issuing a psychological suggestion to the gray serpent every few minutes to steal the Yao Shandan from the storeroom before leaving it. In Lin Chuan's chamber, he stretched languidly, feeling somewhat listless. Multitasking had proven exceedingly draining. After taking several hearty swigs of spirit wine, he began to feel rejuvenated. He then retrieved a spare antique phone and sent a message to Qin Yan. Minutes later, Qin Yan's call returned. Lin Chuan, what is it? Why the caution? Qin Yan's tone was serious, as Lin Chuan had explicitly requested assurance that their conversation would not be overheard or scrutinized, even ensuring the phone was secure from eavesdropping. Are you aware of the Yaoshan sect? Lin Chuan inquired out of course. Those vermin, have you encountered them? Qin Yan responded, suddenly realizing something. Wait, the Yaoshan sect has been quite active in the Central District in recent years, while the 81st District has remained dormant for many years. Moreover, they certainly won't let you go easily. Damn, you haven't been drugged, have you? Qin Yan instantly panicked, clearly familiar with the Yaoshan sect's tactics. Calm down, Qin Lao. It's merely the Yao Shendan. I am not under any influence. I know the Yaoshan sect's stronghold in the 81st District. Can you ensure their complete annihilation? Lin Chuan stated directly, wishing to avoid any ambiguity. What? This time, it was Qin Yan who was taken aback. If they could be found so easily, they would not be referred to as vermin. I speak the truth. There is an elder, a diamond level, and at least one golden level within, along with several ordinary members on the periphery. Hearing Lin Chuan's detailed description, Qin Yan was compelled to believe him, though he remained skeptical. You haven't joined them and now regret it. Wanted a defect, have you? Lin Chuan. No. Time is of the essence. You decide how to proceed. Damn, give me the address. You must hold your ground. Do not let the beast consume that cursed Yao Shendan. The address is Jinlin Mountain Villa, where many of the inhabitants are suspicious. Their lair lies underground, accessible through a hidden entrance in the third villa at the front. As Qin Yan listened to Lin Chuan's account, his alarm grew. This was clearer than describing his own address. The only possibility was that Lin Chuan had indeed been captured. Damn, what are those people below doing? Qin Yan was unable to contain his fury. The priority was to eliminate the Yao Shan sect stronghold and rescue Lin Chuan. Although Lin Chuan was uncertain how many were surveilling him, he had his doppelganger, which had already led those watching him far and wide. At that moment, Brother Chun and his underlings were still puzzled as to why Lin Chuan had entered a red light district 2 days prior without emerging. A day later, within the underground palace, High Priest, Ordinary followers greeted the black-clad man as he passed. His crimson eyes remained indifferent to their salutation. Others were perplexed. The usually elusive high priest was now wandering aimlessly. The black-clad man was typically of a reclusive nature, either meditating or executing tasks, rarely idling about. Yet, after an entire day, he found himself unable to concentrate on his cultivation. Voices incessantly echoed in his mind, insisting that only the Yao Shun Dan held significance, rendering arduous training unnecessary. Despite the abundance of Yao Shun Dan within the sect, he was only occasionally granted a meager portion, far from sufficient. Possessing royal-level potential, yet constrained by the Yao Shun Dan, was maddening. If only he had enough Yao Shun Dan. What were elders and bishops to him? These thoughts played on a loop, unsettling his mind. This was, of course, the handiwork of the Gray Serpent, but not entirely. Anyone under the influence of a Yao Shun Dan would inherently develop such notions. The Gray Serpent merely amplified the effect. With Wu Dahu stationed below, the black-clad man could not stir any significant turmoil, leaving him to wander aimlessly outside. Meanwhile, Wu Dahu sat in his study, equally perturbed, sensing that something ominous was afoot. In these past few days, the only variable had been Lin Chuan. Logically, when Lin Chuan was captured, he had nothing on him but his clothes, making external communication impossible. There had been no significant activity from the Beastmaster Association either. Yet Wu Dahu felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. This one too, I can't wait any longer. Lin Chuan must be transferred to headquarters tonight. Suppressing his unease, Wu Dahu made his decision. The eye in the skies. The giant rock Eagle King circled within the clouds. On its back stood two figures. Besides Qin Yin, there was Jin Mo Chu, a temporary ally summoned by Qin Yin, primarily to ensure the target's complete annihilation. Although the 81st District had numerous diamond-level individuals, Qin Yin did not fully trust them. Even those with a decent rapport with Lin Chuan might hesitate to openly confront the Yao Shen sect. Only Jin Mo Chu had the necessary background and shared a mutual interest in Lin Chuan's situation. Despite previous minor conflicts, their collaboration remained unaffected. The actions of the Yao Shun sect had long since landed them on the Ministry of Education's blacklist. Capturing them would indeed be a significant achievement. Old Qin, is your information reliable? Don't be deceived. I find that Lin Chuan lad quite clever. He would not be so easily caught. Jin Mo Chu jested. Do not underestimate the situation. This battle must strike decisively, leaving no time for them to react. I understand Lin Chuan, he would never jest about this. Qin Yin replied earnestly. Understood. Witnessing Qin Yan's seriousness, Jin Mo Chu also subdued his playful demeanor, his gaze deepening with a sense of danger. Chapter 98, The Great Battle. Below lies Jinlin Shanzhuang. From a higher vantage point, it appears unremarkable, akin to an ordinary residential area. Let the battle commence. Not a single one shall escape. Indeed, Jin Mo Chu nodded in affirmation, and in an instant, the summoning array illuminated. Two beams of golden light flashed. One soared into the distance, while the other merged into Jin Mo Chu's being, radiating brilliance as if he were a celestial being. My golden devouring bees are monitoring the periphery, ensuring no one slips away. The underground location has been detected. After Qin Yan's declaration, he commanded the Eagle King to dive down, and simultaneously, two summoning arrays glowed to life. One summoned the previously invoked ice crystal magic python, its 30-meter-long form plunging like a missile into the ground, instantly reducing the entire villa to ruins, its half-submerged body thrashing violently underground, reaching the subterranean palace. The other summoned a giant bear, standing over 10 meters tall, its body shimmering with a metallic sheen. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Curse it, this brute. As the Eagle King dove, Jin Mo Chu was flung from his perch, only to be caught mid-air by a pung bird adorned with fiery golden feathers, thus avoiding an embarrassing fall to the ground. Since Qin Yan opted for a frontal assault, Jin Mo Chu did not hold back. Wielding an alloy staff, the golden hound descended and began to sweep through the surrounding structures. Thus, the combat prowess of these two diamond-tier powerhouses surged to its zenith. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the subterranean palace, debris cascaded, sending many into disarray. Wu Dahai reacted instantly, opting not to confront but to rush towards Lin Chuan's chamber. Even if he had to eliminate him, he could not allow Lin Chuan to be rescued. Although the source of the problem eluded him, it did not hinder his swift decision-making. However, at this moment, Lin Chuan's room was already deserted. What the hell? Where is everyone? The guard stationed by Lin Chuan finally steadied himself, his expression perplexed. He could assure that no one had left, not even the door had been opened. Wu Dahai, uninterested in explanations, swiftly dispatched him with a single strike. The sudden eruption of a sovereign-level aura outside sent shivers down his spine. If things went awry, he might meet his end today. Nevertheless, he would not surrender easily. 4 summoning arrays materialized: a magic wolf, a bat, a skeleton, and a blood-dripping bone dagger, which bore several eyes on its hilt. The skeleton, of an unknown creature, radiated a crimson glow from its eye sockets, and upon its emergence, it fused with Wu Dahai, forming a bone warrior. Subsequently, numerous tendrils extended from the bone dagger's hilt, enveloping Wu Dahai's right hand, the eyes upon the dagger quivering, as if on the verge of opening. Charge! Roar! The magic wolf, originally a few meters in size, instantly expanded to over 20 meters, emanating demonic flames, upheaving the ground as it engaged the ice crystal magic python in combat. Wu Dahai, perched atop the bat, soared skyward to confront the giant rock eagle king and the scarlet flame golden pong. Qinyan. Wu Dahai's gaze hardened, filled with simmering hatred. Knowing me, yet daring to provoke? The corrupt, devouring blade spirit is indeed an elder of the demon god cult. Qinyan's fury was equally palpable. The rat from the demon god cult had the audacity to attempt to seize his opportunity. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly bring laughter to the other branches. The 81st district lacked talent, and even the rats would shake their heads in disbelief. After much difficulty, Lin Xuan had emerged, only to be targeted. Lin Xuan has already been relocated. If you wish for him to live, we shall cease hostilities, and I will release him. Wu Dahai sought to buy time while searching for an escape route. Facing 2 diamond-tier opponents who matched his strength, engaging in combat was futile. Heh! A mysterious smile crept onto Qinyan's face as he retrieved his phone and amplified the volume. Old Qin, I'm fine. Take out that old bai dang. The voice on the other end was Lin Xuan's. What? Wu Dahai's heart jolted. At that moment, Qinyan commanded all his beasts to unleash their strongest attacks simultaneously. The tail of the giant python, the swinging staff of the golden hound, and the iron fists of the bear all converged upon the magic wolf, delivering a full-force strike. In the air, wind blades and golden flames continuously shot towards Wu Dahai. In an instant, the magic wolf was severely injured and on the brink of death. Damn it! I'll fight to the end. Realizing that there was no way to resolve this peacefully, Wu Dahai prepared to go all out. Within the underground palace, upon hearing the first deafening crash, Lin Xuan activated the Void Sword, teleporting to another room. His doppelganger, a fusion of Lin Xuan and his sword-clad armor, could likewise utilize skills. At this moment, the entire palace was in chaos, with many cultists being crushed and crying out in agony. Lin Xuan refrained from rash actions, instead sensing the presence of the gray serpent. The black-robed high priest, at this moment, was not contemplating escape, but was instead filled with unbridled joy. His opportunity had arrived. Utilizing his ability to traverse shadows, with Wu Dahai preoccupied by the 2 diamond-tier foes, escaping should pose no problem. Currently, the storeroom should be unguarded. In this moment, his inner greed surged to its peak. Following the black-robed priest's perspective, Lin Xuan grasped his intentions. Damn it, attempting to steal from me? Lin Xuan seethed with anger. He had long since earmarked the items in the storeroom. The black-robed priest had delayed his actions, and now sought to take advantage of the chaos. This was akin to a death sentence for him. In the storeroom, a few others remained anxiously waiting. Their duty was to guard the storeroom, and should it fall, they too would not escape unscathed. Suddenly, a figure seemingly collided with something, being ejected from the shadows. It was none other than the black-robed high priest. What a nuisance. He had initially believed that the recent tremors would be sufficient to disrupt the minor array within the storeroom, yet it remained operational. With no other option, he had to resort to force. High priest. Upon seeing the black-robed figure, the others regarded him as their anchor. The elder has tasked me with guarding the storeroom. Open the door and allow me entry. Do you possess the elderess token? The elder is currently engaged in battle. There is no time to prepare a token. That is true, but high priest, we cannot violate the regulations of the cult. For now, please endure outside. It is the same. With the array active, ordinary individuals can only enter through the main door. Lin Xuan had previously attempted this stealthily, but had reached an impasse. This minor array was specifically designed to guard against spatial traversal skills. The diamond-tier black-robed high priest was helpless against it, let alone Lin Xuan. What a predicament. Must you truly force my hand? After speaking, 3 beasts were summoned, launching a vigorous assault. Given the storeroom's defenses, it would be breached within a minute. Under normal circumstances, a minute would suffice for Wu Dahai to obliterate the high priest several times over. However, Wu Dahai was currently preoccupied, presenting the high priest with the best opportunity. If he could successfully navigate this wave, the resources within the storeroom would be sufficient for his ascension to diamond tier. At that point, with Wu Dahai dead, he could even ascend to the status of an elder. With this thought, The flames of ambition blazed fiercely in the high priest's eyes. Boom, boom. The ground shook with the thunderous clash of diamond tier combatants. The commotion had drawn the attention of the entire 81st district, as well as the surrounding 80th and 79th districts. Numerous figures soared into the sky, merely observing from a distance, unwilling to intervene. Even though the demon god cult had stirred turmoil in Xuanwu City for years, openly inciting public outcry, individuals or small clans lacking significant power dared not engage openly. This was primarily why Qin Yin had invited only Jin Imochu. Meanwhile, Wu Dahai's Nightwing demon, that massive bat, had sustained considerable injuries. Yet, he dared not retract it. Should it touch the ground, he would lose any remaining chance. On the other side, although Qin Yin and Jin Imochu were engaged in a 2-against-1 struggle, their principal combat strength remained grounded. Jin Imochu is the main force, accompanied by a possessing-type spirit beast, Jin Ling, a blazing red golden rock, and a gold-devouring bee as support, capable of engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Wu Dahai. Additionally, with Qin Yan's Eagle King assisting in stealthy assaults, despite Wu Dahai's formidable prowess, he could only exert a fraction of his strength. The crux of the matter lies in Qin Yan, who stealthily lurks at a distance, utilizing invisible wind blades to ambush Wu Dahai's Nightwing demon. Once it descends, it will face its doom. On the ground, 3 ferocious spirit beasts, akin to 3 burly men, glare menacingly. Chapter 99, Bone-Devouring Ant Queen, A Bountiful Harvest. Madness. It's now or never. Sensing the dwindling stamina of the Nightwing demon, prolonging the confrontation means certain death. The shadow accelerates Nightwing's stealth. The Nightwing demon's speed reaches its apex, its form nearly vanishing, as it charges directly at Jin Imochu. With a swift slash of the bone blade, this time, he does not directly strike Jin Imochu, but instead targets the blazing red golden rock. Jin Imochu, with a spirit beast attached, proves resilient against a single blow. However, the rock suffers gravely, unable to evade, receiving a devastating wound half a meter deep, blood spraying into the air. Jin Imochu reluctantly recalls it, leaping onto the back of the Eagle King. Are you all right? Qin Yin inquires with concern. I won't perish, but I will likely need several months of recuperation. This has cost me dearly. Jin Imochu responds with a wry smile, yet he bears no regrets. It's no loss, as long as we can eliminate him. Qin Yin declares fiercely. Eliminate me? The mountains are high, and the roads are long. We shall meet again. With that, Wu Dahai takes advantage of the remaining duration of the Nightwing demon's skill and makes his escape. Currently, Jin Imochu's flying spirit beast is severely injured, leaving only Qin Yin's Eagle King. In terms of aerial combat, they lack the synergy that Wu Dahai possesses. However, now that the Nightwing demon has unleashed its explosive skill, it will be weakened for a time. As long as they endure, Wu Dahai will be safe. As for a counterattack, such thoughts are futile. Even if he opts out of aerial combat, there are still numerous forces on the ground. Can he truly escape? The Nightwing demon, now vulnerable during its defensive period, presents the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, the abdomen of the Nightwing demon splits open, a large gash forming in its chest. Flesh and blood vanishing in an instant. A howl erupts from the Nightwing demon as it plummets straight down, crashing violently onto a building. Wu Dahai does not recall it, for there is no need. The Nightwing demon has perished. Meanwhile, he endures the backlash of his own soul. Qin Yin's final spirit beast, which had been splitting and regrouping, had yet to make an appearance. During the skirmish, numerous small insects had latched onto the Nightwing demon's fur, unnoticed by all. When it finally strikes, it will deliver a fatal blow. Bone-Devouring Ant Queen. Earlier, outside the city, Qin Yin had designated it as Lin Chuan's bodyguard. After Qin Yin rose to prominence, this spirit beast had rarely made public appearances, primarily due to its excessively ruthless tactics. Once unleashed, it guarantees a kill. Old Qin, you're incredible. Jin Imochu gasps in surprise. Having known each other for many years, he had little inkling of the true power of Qin Yan's spirit beast. Just average. The conditions for a successful ambush are exceedingly stringent. It's merely a matter of strategy, Qin Yan humbly replies, yet his eyes betray a sense of pride. Jin Imochu's admiration is genuine. He had secretly thought that old Qin was merely toiling without effort, dragging him along as muscle, unaware of the hidden schemes prepared in advance. Fortunately, old Qin is an ally, not an adversary. Otherwise, he would be oblivious to his own demise. All right, let us resolve this swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. With that, several spirit beasts below rush toward the site of the Nightwing demon's fall, searching for Wu Dahai's whereabouts. Boom. Crash. The storeroom, assaulted by the 3 commanding level spirit beasts, is on the verge of collapse within a minute. Despite being reinforced with special materials, This is still due to the fact that the three spirit beasts of the High Priest are not strength-based. Otherwise, it might have taken mere seconds. High Priest, what are you doing? The individuals inside inquire, their bravado thinly veiling their fear. The elder is about to sacrifice himself for the sect. I must take the supplies and minimize losses, the black-clad High Priest proclaims grandiosely. The others cease their chatter, silently summoning their spirit beasts. Today, regardless of circumstances, survival seems impossible. Whether they cooperate or not, the black-clad High Priest will not spare them. The few of them are merely at the silver level, akin to grasshoppers before the three commanding level beasts of the High Priest. Is it not better to resign oneself to fate? After all, we are all members of the Yaoshan sect. Do the resources not belong to me as well? Ha! As the High Priest's words conclude, the storeroom is breached, leading to a massacre. You think you can gloat? Lin Chuan, having observed this grand spectacle, was merely awaiting this moment. The black-clad High Priest suddenly screeches, akin to a chicken in disarray. A piercing pain, penetrating to the core, nearly brings him to his knees. Elder? The High Priest panics, fearing Wu Dahai is punishing him with some technique, paralyzing him momentarily. Void Sword. Lin Chuan maintains his distance, a rift in space appearing before him, leading directly into the storeroom. This time, success is achieved. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan dashes inside. The storeroom is modest, merely the size of a basketball court, filled with various supplies. Some basic materials, such as equipment, ore, and medicinal herbs. Lin Chuan barely glances at and swiftly skips over, as he cannot carry them. His storage ring is with his main body. His sole target is the spirit stones and monster cores. As for monster flesh, it is likely absent due to the lack of refrigeration. Time is of the essence. Lin Chuan rapidly searches, sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy concentration. These supplies were intended for immediate use, lacking any special concealment, and were even categorized for convenience. Soon, Lin Chuan finds what he seeks on a shelf against the wall. First, the cores, he absorbs them directly. A dozen commanding level cores and 2 monarch level cores transform into 2 tier fruits, corresponding to commanding and monarch levels. The several hundred elite level cores in the box are completely converted into over 1,000 red skill fruits. As for the spirit stones, there are several large boxes, conservatively estimated to contain over 10,000 pieces, all absorbed. In the sea of consciousness, Lao Hei and Xiao Ling are on the verge of madness. The best green fruits have suddenly multiplied by tens of thousands, especially Xiao Ling, who previously endured the meager 10 pieces daily from his master, found it utterly insufficient. Though he had promised his master, seeing the bountiful fruits before him, Xiao Ling could no longer resist and started feasting. With so many, consuming a few hundred should pose no problem, right? Oh, and the big turtle, it deserves a few good fruits too, or it might spill the beans. In less than 20 seconds, Lin Chuan barely has time to register how many fruits he has absorbed. As long as he can absorb it, he leaves nothing behind. Only what he absorbs becomes his. Everything else does not count. Much of the supplies from the Yaoshan sect will likely be confiscated. Is it too much to ask for a little reward after taking such a significant risk? And the Yaoshan pills. Although Lin Chuan does not consume them, it should be safe to attempt absorption. The Yaoshan pills are placed on a shelf closer to the entrance, considered a common resource. Lin Chuan treads lightly, striving not to make a sound. A bottle of Yaoshan pills contains 10 black pills, each the size of a mung bean, exuding a fragrant aroma, specifically designed for spirit beasts. Had Lao Hei and Xiao Ling not been confined in the sea of consciousness, they would undoubtedly be drooling. Absorb. The 10 pills vanish in an instant, transforming into dozens of energy fruits. Moreover, what captures Lin Chuan's attention is a faint gray aura that is absorbed, forming a budding gray fruit at the end of a gray branch. A gray fruit. Lin Chuan senses it and suddenly comprehends. Absorbs high-quality soul energy, which can accelerate maturation. Consuming it can elevate one's rank. High-quality soul energy? Lin Chuan was perplexed. It must be a special ingredient in the Yaoshan Dan. Regardless, he decided to absorb it first. Chapter 100. The Tactics of the Yaoshan Sect. The battle outside the storeroom had long concluded, with 3 leader-level beings effortlessly slaughtering all the guards. The High Priest, having endured a soul spike, roared for over half a minute before gradually calming down. After a brief wait, with no sign of Wu Dui seeking retribution, he felt somewhat relieved. He pushed open the inner door and stepped into the storeroom, only to be greeted by a familiar face smiling at him. The High Priest in black. What is happening? Am I seeing things? How did this brat end up in the storeroom, and what is he holding? Damn, my Yaoshan Dan. Hello. Die. Without further ado, the 3 leader-level beings charged directly at Lin Chuan. How rude. The phantom clone didn't even have time to teleport before being obliterated. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of evading. At the moment his clone was annihilated, He withdrew the gray serpent into his consciousness space. Lin Chuan was uncertain if the shadow evasion technique of this high priest would allow him to escape. If he did, Lin Chuan would have to pursue him to retrieve the gray serpent. If he didn't escape, there was no telling whether the gray serpent would be discovered. And Lin Chuan would at least have to come here personally, which was too troublesome. His objective for this trip had already been exceeded, and what followed was no longer his concern. He merely needed to fabricate a plausible excuse. Time was of the essence. Lin Chuan simply did not have the luxury to absorb all of the Yaoshan Dan, leaving a small portion for the high priest. Primarily because it was packed in small bottles, too scattered and miserly. The high priest had no time to ponder how Lin Chuan managed to enter or why he was attacked to oblivion. In fact, he was somewhat bewildered as to how he suddenly became so bold as to directly betray the Yaoshan sect. His mind was in utter chaos. In any case, with matters having escalated to this point, he had no choice. Sensing the approaching vibrations from outside, he quickly stored the remaining Yaoshan Dan in his storage ring and hastily gathered some random resources before preparing to escape. He vanished into the shadows, instantly distancing himself from the diamond-level battlefield. Qin Yin in the air felt something. A little mouse would be intercepted by the golden-eating bee. He would deal with the larger threats first. Unexpectedly, despite losing 2 beasts, he was still able to fend off 4. Strictly speaking, the beasts were 2 against 4. The remaining 2 beasts of Wu Dahui, Bloodbone, and Corroding Blade Spirit, combined with Wu Dahui's own body, surprisingly exhibited an effect greater than 3. The Ice Crystal Python, Furious Iron Bear, and Golden Hound, alongside the Eagle King flanking the formation, were surprisingly unable to gain the upper hand for a while. Of course, this was also due to Wu Dahui's awareness of his dire circumstances, fighting desperately with his life on the line, causing both sides to exercise caution. As long as he could stall until his stamina waned, there would be no major waves. The Yaoshan sect had developed some tactics over time, albeit of a nefarious nature. What is right and wrong, what is righteous and demonic? Ultimately, the strong prevail, and I refuse to be disheartened. Wu Dahui, despite his injuries, forced back the 3 beasts and roared defiantly. Stop deceiving yourself. The Yaoshan sect is undoubtedly on a path to ruin. Though not as openly subservient to demon beasts as the Wan Yao Hall, it is hardly distinguishable. Everyone must be eradicated. After declaring this, Qin Yan's furious iron bear let out a tremendous roar, condensing a sphere of light in its fists, charging forward to strike Wu Dahui's chest, even at the cost of injury. With a thud, Wu Dahui's chest caved in, a large bulge forming on his back. He spewed forth blood in torrents. As if it were of no consequence, it was evident that he would not survive. The Yaoshan exists eternally, the sect shall endure. Upon uttering these words, Wu Dahui's entire body instantly shriveled, resembling a desiccated corpse. The bone knife in his hand fell away, its 5 eyeballs having fully opened 4, with the last one trembling yet remaining shut. Before Qin Yin and Jin Mo Chu could react, the bone knife transformed into a beam of spiritual light, fleeing with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. Damn, Qin Yin cursed, feeling helpless. Jin Mo Chu remained unfazed, as though he had anticipated this outcome. This is the tactic of the Yaoshan sect. Soon, a new elder will ascend. Forget it. As long as they dare to extend their claws in Zone 81, I shall not hesitate to eradicate them. Indeed, the remaining matters can be left to the authorities in the inner city. Jin Mo Chu chuckled lightly. I will summon people to clean up the battlefield. If you need anything, I will set it aside for you. Qin Yin generously offered. Then I shall not be polite. If there are rare metal ores, do save some for me. As for the rest, you decide. All right, I will set aside anything I find for you. What about that little mouse? Did it escape? He sacrificed 2 beasts and slipped away using shadow techniques. It won't create any significant trouble. By the way, what about Lin Chuan? Shouldn't we hurry to find him? Jin Mo Chu noticed Qin Yin was unfazed, contrasting sharply with his earlier urgency. That brat is at home. Qin Yin recalled the message Lin Chuan had sent him, casually remarking. What? Jin Mo Chu was taken aback. They had rushed in a panic to rescue him, only to discover that this kid had returned home at some unknown point. Although they had dismantled a stronghold of the Yaoshan sect, a commendable feat, and collected numerous spoils, there was an unsettling feeling lingering. Qin Yin shared the same sentiment. It felt as if something vital was missing. Why are we still lingering here? Let us hurry and ask him what is going on. Jin Mo Chu was even more eager to uncover the truth than Qin Yin. Fine. After confirming that the villa complex below had been reduced to rubble, Qin Yin summoned the Eagle King to take flight towards Lin Chuan. It was no wonder Qin Yin was cautious. Lin Chuan was akin to a walking disaster. Anyone who opposed him would inevitably suffer misfortune. Why couldn't the college entrance examination come sooner? If only they could send this kid to university, he would finally be free. In that moment, Qin Yin understood the plight of countless parents, especially those with unruly children. Lin Chuan, aware that Qin Yin would undoubtedly come at the first opportunity, refrained from engaging in any peculiar activities. Instead, he waited at home, even ordering a few dishes for delivery. Once again, Qin Yin entered through the balcony. Lin Chuan glanced at Jin Mo Chu, finding him somewhat familiar but uncertain if they had met before. You prepared quite well. Knowing I hadn't eaten because I rushed to save you, Qin Yin chuckled. This is the Minister of Education for Zone 81. You are under his jurisdiction, haha. Minister Jin, greetings, Lin Chuan quickly greeted him. The latter had evidently come to rescue him as well. Lin Chuan, my student, hello. Now, tell me how you were captured and then managed to return on your own? Unless you truly caught a big fish, I would think you were playing with me. Qin Yin jested. Speak while you eat. Let us enjoy our meal. Lin Chuan invited both to the table, pouring them each a glass of spirit wine. Chapter 101. Fishing can be addictive. All of this began on the night the district-wide competition concluded. Lin Chuan took a sip of wine and began to recount his tale. To make a long story short, as Lin Chuan detailed how he tormented Monkey Brother and extracted information about his employer, Qin Yin could no longer contain himself. If I were to write this all down, it would easily fill 3 chapters. Both Qin Yin and Jin Mo Chu had already consumed 3 large cups of wine. Yet Lin Chuan had yet to get to the main point. It must be said, Lin Chuan's wine was truly exceptional. The wine Qin Yin filtered at home lacked this flavor. I followed Monkey Brother and was then captured by a black-clad individual who could use shadow evasion. Lin Chuan quickened his pace, skipping over the part about his ability to clone himself. Then, Wu Dahai invited me to join the Yaoxing Jiao, and I replied that I would consider it for 2 days. Well, continue. At this point, everything unfolded as Qin Yin had anticipated. So how did you return? Moreover, how could you still contact me? By the way, do you know Kong Lao Tu? Lin Chuan suddenly inquired without any preamble. What Kong Lao Tu? The old man of truth? Qin Yin casually remarked. Just as he was about to elaborate, he was hastily interrupted by Jin Mo Chu. Ahem. Lin Chuan, have you encountered Kong Lao? Jin Mo Chu asked gently. Yes, I met an elderly man with white hair in the secret realm. He introduced himself as Kong Lao Tu, drinking alone on a mountaintop. He invited me to join him. So, I took out my own liquor to drink with him. And then, Qin Yin had already come to his senses and, no longer daring to speak disrespectfully, eagerly awaited Lin Chuan's continuation. I only remember getting quite drunk and almost swearing brotherhood with him. Hiss. Both Qin Yin and Jin Mo Chu gasped in surprise, the temperature in the living room noticeably rising. I slept soundly until the next afternoon. No wonder you were silent for so long. I guess you were just sleeping. Qin Yin realized. Lin Chuan, Jin Mo Chu, you could guess that? When I woke up, Kong Lao had already left, leaving me a message and some parting gifts. After that, Lin Chuan chose not to elaborate further, allowing the two to speculate. Did you return using the items left by Kong Lao? Lin Chuan did not respond, implying agreement. When I sent you a message earlier, I was at home. Otherwise, how could I have called? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I worried for nothing. You didn't ask either. Damn. Upon hearing Lin Chuan mention the Yaoxing Jiao, Qin Yin naturally assumed Lin Chuan had been captured. Of course, this was true, but he never expected Lin Chuan to return on his own. Alas, what a waste. Qin Yin lamented. With Kong Lao's abilities, the items left for Lin Chuan were undoubtedly life-saving artifacts, now squandered. Who is Kong Lao, really? Lin Chuan casually asked, as if he held considerable respect. Kong Lao is a pinnacle-level spatial beast. His master was one of the sages who initially founded Xuanwu City, Kong Wang. However, after Kong Wang passed away, he reverted to his beastly form. Nevertheless, he remains aligned with the human race and is respected by them. Today, most of the secret realms controlled by Xuanwu City have benefited from his assistance. Can a beast survive after its master perishes? Lin Chuan questioned, seemingly at odds with his memories. These matters are best discussed when you reach the king level. Until then, pondering them is futile. Haha, Qin Yin chuckled. Alright. Lin Chuan understood, akin to how elementary and university textbooks present different perspectives on the same topic. Different viewpoints yield different outcomes. Engaging too early holds little significance. With his curiosity resolved, they resumed their normal drinking and dining. Simple dishes brought joy to both host and guest. Finally, Qin Yin gifted Lin Chuan a monarch-level crystal core before taking his leave with Jin Mo Chu. This, naturally, was obtained from the Yi Emo. Lin Chuan happily accepted it and began to tidy up the table. Wait, something seems to be missing. Where's my liquor? There was clearly still half a barrel left. Yet it had mysteriously vanished. Lin Chuan shrugged it off. The first batch of spirit liquor was nearly finished, and he needed to make time to procure more. With about 10 stone mortars remaining, producing 40 barrels of 5-liter liquor should pose no problem. After a brief cleanup, he began to examine his spoils. Within his consciousness space, Xiao Ling and Lao He were sound asleep, their bellies round from overeating, evidently having indulged too much. He wondered if they might level up. The soul fruit had already reached a 45 maturity level, but Lin Chuan was uncertain what high-quality soul energy entailed. Perhaps raiding a branch warehouse of the Yaoxing Jiao would suffice? He also had two-tier fruit. One was light gold, exempting from the suppression of the 25th tier of the commander level. The other displayed a hint of color, exempting from the suppression of the 3rd tier of the monarch level. Without hesitation, he consumed both fruits at once. Lin Chuan felt a rush of clarity, as if a newfound confidence arose from deep within him, a confidence capable of contending against higher tiers. He recognized this as the sensation of breaking free from constraints. The rules of this world were gradually being dismantled. Unlike before, when Lin Chuan had relied on absolute strength to crush his way through elite challenges, he was now lowering the gap between elite and commander levels, even monarch levels, on a conceptual level. Delightful. The fruits were truly delectable. No wonder his beasts adored them. It wasn't merely about flavor. It was the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger. With 3 monarch-level beast crystal cores remaining, Lin Chuan decided against absorbing them for the time being. Facing a monarch level, the difference between 3 and 13 exemptions was negligible. Even without tier suppression, a monarch could easily annihilate him. Lin Chuan wished to see if there were any more vital resources that would require monarch-level crystal cores in the future, particularly the 2 gifted to him by Kong Lao. His intuition suggested these were distinctively different from ordinary monarch-level cores and likely held greater value. His first fishing expedition had yielded bountiful rewards. Lao He had sufficiently advanced to the 9th star with the energy fruit, which was a substantial gain. This made Lin Chuan somewhat addicted to the sensation, controlling his avatar to wander about daily, hoping for another big catch. Indeed, fishing can be quite addictive. Even when nothing is caught, the act itself is enjoyable. While Lin Chuan was reveling in his thoughts, Qin Yin could no longer contain himself. Damn, what are you doing running all over the place every day? The guards I assigned to you are exhausted. Qin Yin exclaimed furiously. The subordinates refused to accept any further tasks. Qin Lao, I can't just stay home all day. How dull that would be. Lin Chuan's words were absurd. He was currently enjoying his time at home, relishing the air conditioning and watermelon, blissfully unaware of the fatigue of those monitoring him. His avatar's antics had worn out various factions that secretly surveilled him, wondering where this boy found such boundless energy, akin to a hyperactive husky. Qin Yin was rendered speechless. How about taking me for a stroll outside the city? Lin Chuan suggested. Roll. Chapter 102, The Frugal Living Package, 24. Ultimately, Lin Chuan could not persuade Qin Yin to take him outside the city. Instead, he was brought back to school by Qin Yin. Either attend classes normally or stay obediently in the villa. The security measures here were significantly stronger. Diamond-level beings posed little threat. As for diamond-level, it wasn't necessary for them to come and engage Lin Chuan unless he provoked them. Although Lin Chuan was reluctant, upon receiving 3,000 spirit stones from Lan Lan, his demeanor changed instantly. He began to extol the virtues of school. Among them, 2,000 were a reward for winning first place in the district competition, while the other 1,000 was a bounty from Lei Dian. Although Lin Chuan had not challenged or defeated Lei Dian, securing first place in the district competition sufficed. Lan Lan was not overly particular about details. Naturally, Lin Chuan accepted the reward with pleasure, as it opened up many new possibilities for him. Currently, energy fruit was abundantly available. Lao He and Xiao Ling could each consume over 100 fruits daily, enough to sustain them for 3 months. The increase in star levels was temporarily insignificant for Lin Chuan. He was in no rush to elevate to the 9th star all at once. After the college entrance examination, he would focus on preparing advancement fruits. This time, the golden tree bore 2 budding advancement fruits, a purplish hue tinged with silver. Though they appeared similar, Lin Chuan could distinguish that one corresponded to Lao He and the other to Xiao Ling. If he were to share this, it would likely astonish everyone. While others prepared to advance from black iron to silver upon entering university, Lin Chuan was readying himself for a leap to gold. Inside the villa, Lin Chuan retrieved the business card previously given to him by Qian Feng and dialed the number inscribed on it. Hello, who is this? Qian Feng's tone was nonchalant. Qian Hui, it is I, Lin Chuan. Do you remember me? Indeed, I do remember, Lin Chuan. What brings you here? Qian Feng's tone shifted immediately. Compared to a diamond-level powerhouse, he resembled a consummate merchant. I wish to purchase some commander-level crystal cores. I wonder if you have any in stock. We do have a batch available, but I am curious about your requirements regarding the attributes, species, and star levels of the crystal cores. As for attributes and species, I have no specific demands. Is there a significant price disparity among the various attributes and star levels? Lin Chuan had not previously delved into this matter, primarily due to his financial constraints. Having absorbed several commander-level beast corpses in their entirety, he now felt a tinge of regret. The rarer the attribute, the higher the price. Typically, a 1-star commander-level beast crystal core ranges between 200 and 400 spirit stones. Each additional star increases the price by 50 to 300 stones, especially after the 7-star mark, where the price can multiply several times. Lin Chuan pondered. With only 6,000 spirit stones at his disposal, he could afford merely a handful of 1 or 2-star cores before exhausting his budget. Expensive, truly exorbitant. Yet, Lin Chuan realized he had no choice but to buy. His objective was to further diminish the commander-level suppression he faced, aiming to reduce it to 25, akin to the relationship between elite and extraordinary levels, thus enabling him to confront them directly. Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan stated, "My budget is 5,000 spirit stones, and I wish to purchase ordinary attribute beast crystal cores without high-star levels. Can you arrange the most cost-effective plan, President Qian?" Qian Feng replied, "Most individuals either seek high-star crystal cores for advancement materials or those with suitable attributes for skill comprehension. This is the first time I have encountered someone purchasing beast crystal cores in such a manner. Are you engaging in wholesale? However, it is the customer's prerogative. And given that the client is Lin Chuan, I shall not be negligent. Moreover, 5,000 spirit stones is no trifling amount. It warrants my utmost attention. Lin Chuan, I believe I understand your needs. Please grant me 10 minutes to check the inventory and coordinate with other branches. I assure you, you will be satisfied," Qian Feng promised, patting his chest. "Thank you, President Qian. Having connections opens numerous pathways. This is the benefit of networking." The other party was likely also extending a favor on behalf of Qin Yan. If Lin Chuan were to handle it himself, he would not achieve such efficiency. "No need for pleasantries. I shall hang up now and call you back shortly." Very well. This was Lin Chuan's first proactive visit, and Qian Feng certainly regarded it with importance. Even without profit, he needed to ensure everything was in order. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, an optimal crystal core package was laid before Qian Feng. It included 10 1-star cores totaling 2,300, 4 2-star cores totaling 1,300, 2 3-star cores valued at 900, and 1 4-star core priced at 500. This precisely totaled 5,000, although the 4-star core was somewhat of a loss, practically sold as a 3-star. Nonetheless, since he aimed to offer a favor, Qian Feng naturally made it appear more appealing. Ultimately, it was a fair deal overall. Upon hearing the proposal, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Since the other party had extended a favor, Lin Chuan would not be difficult. After confirming the delivery time, he ended the call. A week later, Lin Chuan finally received the goods. Moreover, the courier was a diamond-level individual. The fact that a diamond-level powerhouse was serving as a courier indicated the considerable strength of the North Gate Chamber of Commerce. The various chambers of commerce across districts maintained a cooperative alliance, sharing resources and supporting one another. After completing the inspection, the courier departed. Lin Chuan entered his room, eagerly absorbing the cores. Instantly, several crystal cores of varying colors, shapes, and sizes were absorbed, transforming into a tiered fruit. Lin Chuan checked the effect, which was 27. Quite satisfactory, aligning closely with his expectations. This indicated that his frugal package was indeed effective. Without hesitation, he consumed it in one gulp. The familiar taste and sensation washed over him, sharpening his senses and clearing his mind. Now, Lin Chuan was able to bypass 52 of the commander level suppression. Originally, the suppression from commander level to elite was at 50. Now, having surpassed half, only 24 remained. Lin Chuan had exceeded his goal. Given Lao Hei's current strength, he should have no trouble confronting 1 or 2-star commanders directly. Even if he could not defeat them, he likely would not suffer significant losses. Moving forward, he still needed to enhance the skill level of the Extreme series, as that was the foundation of Lao Hei's strength. Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan felt a pang of regret. During the district-wide competition in the small secret realm, there were at least 1,000 elite and extraordinary level beasts. Yet Lin Chuan had focused solely on pursuing those students, completely lacking a hunting mindset. It was only after Qin Yan repeatedly refused to let him leave the city that Lin Chuan realized how rare such opportunities were, regretting his missed chance. There was nothing to be done but hope that the upcoming college entrance examination secret realm would bring surprises. Lin Chuan vowed that next time, he would not miss out on a substantial gain. If you cannot reap the rewards, it is a significant loss, was Lin Chuan's eternal motto. Chapter 103, College Entrance Examination Rules. 2 months swiftly passed. The highly anticipated Beastmaster College entrance examination was on the horizon. This year's examination attracted considerable attention, not only due to the exam itself, but also because of its format, a super large secret realm. It was the least frequent assessment method, occurring roughly every decade. Furthermore, it was rumored that this super large secret realm had only recently been initially controlled, with most areas yet to be developed. The internet was rife with various rumors, both good and bad, in abundance. Some even speculated that the higher-ups anticipated an impending beast siege, hence using the large secret realm for simulations. Most people dismissed such conjectures. Would they really need this group of young recruits if beasts were to attack? Absurd. Inside the villa, Lin Xuan. Most of the key universities in Xuanwu City are willing to offer you early admission. Do you have any preferences? Qin Yin inquired, glancing at the pile of correspondence carelessly strewn across the coffee table. Their offers were too low. I will discuss it post-examination. Lin Xuan scoffed, disdainful. They think they can entice me with mere words? Indeed, I shall wish you success in your examination. By the way, which university did you attend, Qin Lao? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Naturally, I attended Xuanwu University, Qin Yin replied proudly, adding, your principal Lan also did. And, he paused. Principal Li Changqing. You have met Lan, I presume? Unfortunately, he passed away prematurely. Otherwise, the third high school would not be in its current state. Lin Xuan fell silent. By the way, do you have any spare spirit wine? Please give me more. It would be greatly beneficial for Lan. Qin Yin suddenly recalled something. What use is wine? You don't intend to drink it yourself, do you? Lin Xuan asked suspiciously. Nonsense. Lan's beast suffered a loss earlier, which damaged her soul foundation, preventing her progress for 20 years. Your wine is beneficial for her. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Lin Xuan ceased his jest. He had not realized this underlying reason, having never heard the principal mention it before. I understand. I will brew some more later, Lin Xuan replied earnestly. Very well, let that be settled. Qin Yan was satisfied. By the way, why don't you also apply to Xuanwu University? I will personally ensure you have a grand entrance. Qin Yan suggested, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light, hinting at ulterior motives. Well, I will consider it. You, of all people, are being picky about Xuanwu City's finest university. Qin Yan chided playfully and then dropped the subject. I came here this time merely to check in and remind you that the super-large secret realm differs from the small one. The rules are less controlled, and it is not entirely safe. Be cautious when the time comes. I understand. All right, I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, I will head to school. So do not forget. 2 months have passed, and I cannot fathom how you manage to stay indoors. Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He indeed wished to venture outside the city, but wasn't it you, Qin Yan, who forbade him? Lin Xuan, without family ties, primarily engaged in occasional gaming sessions with Liu Xiaomo and Su Daiji, lacking any substantial social interactions. Especially after learning that the Golden Tier priest in black was still alive, Lin Xuan deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile for a while. He held no qualms about himself, but he did not wish to implicate others. Su Daiji had already attained 9 stars, although his talents were mediocre, with adequate performance. He might still have a chance to enter a prestigious university, albeit only a slim one. However, he was assured a place in an ordinary university. On the day he reached 9 stars, he rushed to Lin Xuan's home, weeping profusely, leading Lin Xuan to believe something dreadful had occurred. But, alas, it was merely this. As for Liu Xiaomo, her ambitions did not lie within the realm of universities. She had long abandoned the path of the college entrance examination. Currently, her primary role was as the internship publicity head and prospective tutor at Sanzhong, while her side pursuits included being a gaming streamer, video producer, and Lin Xuan's dedicated camera operator for competitions. The distinction between her main and secondary occupations was indeed subjective. The following day, Lin Xuan returned to school after a considerable absence. As he walked, he distinctly sensed a change in the atmosphere compared to the past. There was an unmistakable air of solemnity permeating the environment. Upon entering the campus, Lin Xuan was struck by the sight of numerous soldiers clad in standard military uniforms, overseeing the school's security with relentless patrols. Many of the patrollers were even silver-tier beast-tamers, not to mention the presence of golden and even diamond-tier individuals lurking in the shadows. This was the significance placed on the college entrance examination. The assembly point was located on the playground, where, at its center, a makeshift encampment was being established, with equipment being continuously transported and adjusted. Lingu, over here. Su Daiji waved his arms toward Lin Xuan. On the platform sat a middle-aged man who, upon noticing Lin Xuan, could not help but steal a few more glances. Is this the legendary student from Area 81 this year? Quite impressive. He's already a silver 5-star. The admissions office staff were utterly incompetent. How could they neglect to send someone to engage with such a prodigy? The man felt an inner rage, yet was powerless to act. Just 2 months prior, Lin Xuan had only recently achieved silver status, and based on past experiences, an early acceptance letter would suffice. Now, seeing Lin Xuan at 5 stars, without even exerting full effort to upgrade, was astonishing. Soon, all preparations were complete. The man stood up and addressed the students below. I will now announce the examination rules and important notes. Please listen carefully, for this directly impacts your scores and even your safety. First, this secret realm is an ultra-large one, devoid of day and night, with the flow of time being 5 times that of the outside world. The exam lasts for 5 days, which means your subjective experience of time within will be 25 days. Second, the highest level of beasts within the realm is that of the commander tier. In the event of a life-threatening situation, you will not be automatically ejected. You must consciously choose to exit with but a thought. This point is crucial. Each of you must mentally repeat it 3 times. After a brief pause, the man continued. Third, regarding your examination scores, it will be based on a point ranking system. Slaying beasts and collecting resources will yield corresponding points, and should you challenge and defeat others, you will automatically acquire half of their points. Team battles must have a fully activated holographic livestream, especially for support roles. Fourth, each participant will receive a holographic wristband, which must not be removed until the exam concludes, or your scores will be nullified. The wristband will be used to exit the secret realm, record points, store resources, initiate challenges, and activate the holographic livestream. You may choose to turn the livestream on or off, but there will be mandatory activation periods daily, accompanied by a vibration alert. Fifth, spatial storage items are prohibited. Only daily necessities are allowed, excluding food. These are the rules. Is there anything unclear? I will selectively answer your questions. The man looked down at the students, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 104. If fortune smiles upon you, assistance may come. After a moment of silence, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. The revelation that the secret realm would not guarantee absolute safety left many feeling uneasy. Teacher, what if we cannot exit in time? One student timidly raised a hand to inquire. Rest assured, we will send someone to find you. Upon hearing this, many sighed in relief. The man then added, if luck is on your side, we may even be able to collect your remains. Conversely, the notion of luck hinged upon the hunger levels of the beasts. The student who had asked the question turned pale and retreated. However, the majority remained unperturbed, as exiting within mere seconds was feasible. If one could not accomplish that, then their fate would indeed be dire. Subsequently, several others posed basic questions, to which the man responded before stating, the functionality of the holographic wristband is quite simple. You will figure it out through trial and error. Do not inquire further. Teacher, who owns the resources stored in the holographic wristband? At this point, Lin Chuan finally voiced his question. You already possess points, and you still desire resources? The man looked at Lin Chuan with a bemused smile. Understood, Lin Chuan replied calmly. Yet internally he cursed. Damn it, do they expect me to work for free? This so-called college entrance examination secret realm is merely a ploy to exploit the examinees. After the examination concludes, your points can be exchanged for resources, including rare and high-level ones, the man added, as if anticipating Lin Chuan's thoughts. At precisely 10 o'clock, the man declared, all right, let us begin. I wish you all great success and prosperous fortunes. With that, an entrance to the secret realm gradually opened. Following suit, the students of Sanzhong donned their wristbands and entered in succession. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across hundreds of high school campuses within Xianwu City. The curtain of the college entrance examination was drawn back gradually. Meanwhile, in a dense forest outside the city, under the watch of a dozen men in black, a diminutive figure was fiddling with a collection of instruments. How much longer? An aged voice questioned. Approximately 3 to 4 days, the small man replied, wiping his sweat with a look of dread. You have only 3 days. Otherwise, your entire family will perish. Upon hearing this, the man nearly collapsed but forced himself to stand and continue adjusting the devices. As the equipment developer for this year's college entrance examination, he immediately recognized their purpose. These devices were nearly identical to those employed in the various schools within the city, yet they were merely previous prototypes that had not been destroyed but had instead surfaced. However, these alone were insufficient. The most crucial element was the key to the secret realm's coordinates. These devices could at best create a locked door. Without the key, the secret realm remained inaccessible. The man dared not dwell on the implications, for he was compelled to comply under the threat to his family's lives. Lin Chuan's new location was markedly more ordinary. Before him lay a patch of unremarkable rocky terrain, overgrown with weeds. The sky was dreary, devoid of sunlight, and visibility extended only a few kilometers. Surrounding Lin Chuan, there was not a soul in sight. It was said that a typical ultra-large secret realm encompassed an area of 1 million square kilometers, comparable to that of a medium-sized nation in his previous life. This cohort of examinees was at most 20 to 30,000, spread across a secret realm with a radius of several kilometers, utterly invisible. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt his wristband vibrate, prompting him to check it. It was in the process of testing the holographic livestream function, which was ready to be disabled at any moment. After some contemplation, Lin Chuan decided to leave it disabled by default and would wait for it to activate forcibly. Fortunately, this affair is not a live broadcast around the clock. Otherwise, one would have absolutely no privacy, which would be exceedingly awkward. Lao He, come forth. Summoning Lao He, Lin Chuan promptly mounted its back, commanding it to soar into the heavens. Seizing the opportunity during the temporary cessation of the broadcast, he aimed to survey the general topography of this secret realm before determining his subsequent objectives. After a considerable duration, Lin Chuan halted atop the principal peak of a grand mountain range. Upon discovering the mountain, he used it as a reference point and flew directly towards it. Having a primary reference point was far more advantageous than aimlessly wandering, and the resources within the mountains were notably abundant. However, this time, the peak was devoid of the old man, containing only several large caverns. They appeared to have once housed a colossal beast, but now they were entirely vacant. Were it not for the knowledge that this secret realm only reached the commander level, Lin Chuan would not have acted so recklessly. He speculated that perhaps a monarch-level creature had once thrived here, but had since been eradicated, leaving behind a hollow nest yet to be claimed. Standing atop the mountain, gazing towards the direction he had come from, he observed a vast expanse of flat wasteland, followed by a forest, and then the towering peaks. Beyond the mountains lay an endless body of water. Lin Chuan was uncertain whether land existed on the other side, as it was impossible to see beyond. Overall, the geographical location was quite favorable, save for the occasional roars of beasts. Based on Lin Chuan's experience surviving outside the city for over a month, it was likely a commander-level creature, and perhaps more than one. It seemed that the lingering presence of previous beasts deterred the commander-level creatures from occupying this lair. Though that might not last indefinitely, Lin Chuan found himself conflicted about whether to fully seize this location. Ding ding. At that moment, the mandatory live broadcast initiated. It was on. The long-awaited Secret Realm broadcast had begun. Only a few had chosen to actively commence their broadcasts, which were rather unremarkable. The group of prodigies had mostly opted not to start theirs. The holographic broadcast had commenced, enhancing popularity with additional points as a bonus. At that moment, a notification sounded from his wristband. This is possible. The rules did not mention this, Lin Chuan muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. Perhaps they deemed it unnecessary to state, as notifications would suffice. Isn't this just an encouragement for me to stir up trouble? Lin Chuan instantly comprehended. Although collecting resources could also yield points, the school would undoubtedly discourage continuous mining. Only combat could adequately assess a student's overall capabilities. Damn, this suits me perfectly. Just don't scare yourselves to death. With that thought, he momentarily set aside the holographic broadcast, intending to procure something to eat first. Come forth, Qi Yan. As the broadcast commenced, Long Chenhao's popularity skyrocketed. On screen, Long Chenhao was astride a colossal red dragon, unleashing torrents of flames upon a horde of elite avian beasts. None could withstand even 3 seconds. Only after the last beast was incinerated did Long Chenhao descend slowly, his expression unperturbed, utilizing his wristband to collect the carcasses, ultimately leaving only one for sustenance. The leaderboard updated every hour, and it was evident that Long Chenhao would temporarily hold the top position. Remarkable. He slaughtered elite beasts with the ease of crushing ants. Truly, he was the foremost prodigy of Xuanwu City. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. In such a secret realm, Long Chenhao felt no pressure. His purpose for participating was neither to secure a high score in the entrance exam nor to acquire resources from the secret realm, but purely for points. Presently, only points redeemable for scarce high-level resources held any allure for him. Naturally, should he encounter that attention-seeking individual, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Chapter 105. How did he ascend to the summit? No longer low-key. Meanwhile, many in District 81 were closely monitoring Lin Chuan's broadcast. Damn, how did he reach the mountaintop? Qin Yan cursed. It is well known that the higher one climbs, the sooner one meets their demise. This is not a joke, but a fact. The higher-level beasts naturally occupy the highest geographical locations, allowing no room for other beasts to intrude. Lin Chuan's actions were akin to defecating atop a multitude of commander-level beings. No, if Lin Chuan's performance is poor, I will undoubtedly seek out those responsible, Qin Yan declared fiercely. In his opinion, Lin Chuan had undoubtedly been deceived. Transported to the mountaintop upon entering the secret realm. Who, after all, would have the audacity to venture to the summit without reason? He seemed to forget that Lin Chuan had previously pulled off a similar feat in a smaller secret realm. Now, Qin Yan merely hoped Lin Chuan could earn some points before being confronted by a commander-level beast, and then retreat safely. After all, safety is paramount. He had plenty of schools to choose from. In the inner city, within a massive base. Damn, what is up with this kid? How did he ascend to the mountaintop? A multitude of proctors and old professors were questioning. On the screen, Lin Chuan's broadcast flashed a red alarm, indicating imminent danger. No idea. The technical staff below looked equally bewildered. After the holographic broadcast was disabled, they could no longer track Lin Chuan's precise movements. Moreover, during the entrance exam, no active interference was permitted. Everything hinged on Lin Chuan's own decisions. They could only hope he would manage to exit in time, lest he be frightened to death by a commander-level creature. I recognize this kid. I saw a video of him before, quite impressive. He didn't climb up there himself. Did he? Haha. Finally, those who spoke could not help but chuckle awkwardly. Climb? The mountains are filled with beasts. Let us see you try. Monitor his movements closely. At this point, there was no other course of action. Lin Chuan was oblivious to the immense attention his casual ascent had garnered. What an overreaction. Presently, the most exposed abilities he showcased were Lao Hei's defenses, explosive charges, retaliatory strikes, and immense size. His free flight had been minimally exposed, while other capabilities such as self-healing, control immunity, and taunting remained largely undisclosed. As for Hui Shi and Xiao Ling, they had not been revealed at all. Lin Chuan pondered his exposure strategy, deciding to primarily rely on Lao Hei. After all, who wouldn't he be captivated by a colossal beast? Commander level? Let us see how they fare. While Lao Hei may not be able to single-handedly contend, Lin Chuan still had Xiao Ling and Hui Shi, both of whom were exceptional tools for ambush. Thus, he resolved to abandon his low profile. Lao Hei multiply by 10. Presently, Lao Hei's growth had naturally slowed, reaching only 12 meters as an elite 5-star creature. For offensive or reconnaissance types, a height of 1 or 2 meters might suffice. However, for a defensive beast, this was truly inadequate, lacking advantages in speed and altitude. Yet, who could argue with limitless multiplication? A colossal beast with a diameter of 120 meters and over 20 meters in height materialized instantaneously. Boom. With each step Lao Hei took, the entire mountain trembled. Charge. Lin Chuan positioned himself at the junction of Lao Hei's neck and carapace, gripping tightly onto the protruding bone spikes to avoid being thrown off. Approaching the speed of sound, he charged directly into a nearby cluster of elite beasts, a preordained feast. The beasts were immediately struck down, their startled cries echoing. This group resembled horned mountain goats, their primary weapons being the horns atop their heads. Yet, for Lao Hei, they barely registered as a nuisance. Not even a single one shall escape. Just moments ago, a mature death fruit had begun to sprout anew beside it. Limitless taunt. In an instant, the 20 or so fleeing beasts turned around as if drawn by a magnet, rushing towards Lao Hei. Boom, crack, crack. Lao Hei need not lift a claw. They all met their demise upon his armored feet. A bountiful harvest. Lin Chuan did not hasten to absorb all the corpses of the demon beasts. Instead, he leisurely prepared to start roasting meat. With prior experience, he was now far more adept. In summary, this time was considerably better than his previous beginnings outside the city, as he no longer needed to slather himself in bodily fluids like a wild man. Inside the base, silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly silence. I'm mused whether he truly intended to enjoy a fine meal before withdrawing. Nonsense. I believed he was aiming for something at the commander level. Hiss. This student, I would claim for Baijian University, his combat style is utterly to my taste. An elderly man abruptly slammed his hands on the table, bellowing with vigor. Calm down, X. Interjected a nearby proctor quietly. We have extended him a special admission offer, but he has yet to respond. Not agreed. What conditions did you present him? A grade or an elite treatment? Just the ordinary. The proctor's words were cut short by X's outburst. Damn, you truly have the mind of a pig, he roared. At that moment, a few proctors in the room instinctively touched their noses, their expressions awkward. You've driven me to the brink. Forget it, the college entrance examination is over. I shall personally pay him a visit. With that, X lost interest in remaining there and strode out of the monitoring room. At this juncture, Lin Chuan's livestream popularity had surged into the top 10. Although the battle lasted but a moment, it attracted a vast audience. Additionally, the thrilling scenes of Lin Chuan's combat were captured and broadcasted across various platforms. Who is this? So impressive, completely rivaling Long Chenhao. Upstairs, I concede his prowess. But compared to Long Xiao, isn't that a bit excessive? What if he's even more formidable than Long Chenhao? So what? The current livestream popularity increased, granting 10 points of reward. The wristband chimed with a notification, a meager consolation. Slaying an elite-level beast yielded 20-40 points. Lin Chuan had already amassed over 1,000 points from the previous encounter. Although the battle had concluded, the livestream's popularity continued to soar. The reason was simple. The visuals were breathtaking. Beneath the gray sky, trees lay felled, 100-meter giant beasts sprawled among them, surrounded by the scattered corpses of dozens of elite demon beasts. In the center, a bonfire blazed. A young man quietly roasted a leg of lamb, occasionally tearing off a piece to savor the flavor. Were it not for the demon beast corpses on display, one might mistake this for a food livestream. Hundreds of thousands of viewers remained captivated, unwilling to miss a single moment. The scene depicted not merely an examination hall, but the territory of commander-level demon beasts. Everyone understood the significance of Lin Chuan's actions, and thus they awaited. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Chuan absorbed all the demon beast corpses. To outsiders, it merely appeared that he collected them with his wristband. This wristband was not a spatial item, merely a signal transmitter. Lin Chuan surmised that the resources were likely being concentrated and transported outside the secret realm. Attempting to exploit Lin Chuan was utterly futile. He acquired over 100 each of Enhanced Fruit and Skill Fruit, sufficient for leveling up to the first tier of the Extreme series. However, there was no rush. He would decide later which to upgrade. For now, he needed to confront the ruler of this forest. In the distance, trees lay broken, and silence enveloped the beasts. Lin Chuan leaped onto the back of Lao He and observed quietly. A massive wolf, silver-gray in hue, approached slowly. Though only a few meters in size, it was undeniably a genuine commander-level beast. The wolf's eyes flickered with a hint of human-like confusion. It had assumed that the one challenging it was another commander-level beast, only to find an elite-level one instead. Were elite-level beasts now this formidable? What had they been feeding on? Upon noticing Lin Chuan atop Lao He, it instantly comprehended that the challenger was human. In the world of demon beasts, once a beast signed a contract with a human to become a tamer, it was essentially exiled from the beast kin and marked for death. Was it not a commander level? Why was it not fleeing? What was it waiting for? This echoed the sentiments of all who watched the livestream, their hearts collectively racing for Lin Chuan. Armored sword. Xiaoling appeared instantaneously. A layer of transparent armor enveloping Lao He. Subsequently, Lin Chuan withdrew it into his consciousness space. What creature is this? Many viewers witnessed it, yet none recognized it. Still, could two elite-level beasts truly contend with a commander-level one? Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of the giant wolf, Lao He's aura was not inferior to its own. This was truly bizarre. Was there no existence of tier suppression? The giant wolf sensed some pressure from Lao He, but it was far from sufficient. In a real battle, the outcome remained uncertain. In this forest, it had more than one opponent. Any injury it sustained could invite further attacks. Why not have a little fun? Lin Chuan chuckled, addressing the giant wolf loudly, fully aware that it could understand him. The wolf fell silent. The million viewers in the livestream also fell into silence. With a low growl, the giant wolf's bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Lin Chuan. Come and fight, Lin Chuan shouted, startling everyone, including the giant wolf. Yet, the wolf did not act rashly. Instead, it slowly retreated. Hiss. A million breaths were collectively held, and the global temperature seemed to rise. A high school student single-handedly dissuading a commander-level beast. How terrifying. Even the most popular comic in Xuanwu City would hesitate to depict such a storyline for fear of backlash. Yet now, it was unfolding live before their eyes. I see now, this is an empty city strategy, finally spoke a bright intellect among the crowd. Empty my foot. City my foot. Strategy my foot. 99999. In that moment, Lin Chuan shattered everyone's perceptions, overturning all expectations. Even if he were to withdraw now, no one would harbor doubts any longer. Lin Chuan was a prodigy of the same caliber as Long Chunhao and Xia Sai. At that moment, all eyes in Area 81 were fixed upon him, as were those from Sanzhong. TCH. Lin Chuan scoffed disdainfully. His declaration to engage the giant wolf was not a jest. He sought to test his own strength. More importantly, the giant wolf did not exude any pressure on him, suggesting it was unlikely to exceed 4 stars. In a direct confrontation, Lao He would not be at a disadvantage. Who would have thought I was this strong? Lin Chuan mused to himself, feeling a swell of pride. Carrying the remaining lamb meat, Lin Chuan returned to his temporary dwelling atop the mountain, determined to claim this place as his own. Unwilling to comply? Then let us have at it. Just moments ago, he discovered that Lao He's evolution fruit had reached a maturity of 5. This was evidently not provided by the group of elite beasts, but rather by the giant wolf. The competition of willpower could yield such substantial maturity. This revelation gave Lin Chuan a fresh understanding of evolution fruit. It was possible he could farm it here. After tidying up the cave, Lin Chuan shut down the livestream. Within the secret realm, there was no distinction between day and night. Yet Lin Chuan felt the need for rest. Beyond survival challenges and the threat of demon beasts, maintaining a regular schedule was paramount. Otherwise, one's bodily functions could become disordered, potentially leading to mental issues. In the dim room, a pair of crimson eyes glowered malevolently at Lin Chuan on the screen. I knew he was still alive. He stole my demon god pill. My tamed beasts are dead. It's all over. I want him dead. The cloaked figure reeked of foulness, with disheveled hair and dark crimson blood occasionally oozing from its 7 orifices. The simultaneous deaths of 2 tamed beasts had nearly torn its soul apart. Though he escaped with his last breath, he was no different from a waste. Now, he had completely lost his mind. Even if he had not gone insane, his future was bleak. He wished for his demise. The high priest incessantly muttered, then merged into the shadows. He intended to return to headquarters. If he still possessed a shred of sanity, he would never go back. The consequences of returning to headquarters would be far more dreadful than killing him outright. However, he was no longer sane. All that remained was a thirst for blood. If he could drag Lin Chuan down to hell as well, he would care little for the cost. While Lin Chuan rested, the external leaderboard had already been updated. First place, Lin Chuan 1245. Second place, Long Chenhao 852. Third place, Xia Sinai 548. Long Xiao was unexpectedly outperformed. This leaderboard shattered the defenses of countless supporters of Long Chenhao. Although they firmly believed that Long Chenhao would eventually recover, it was undeniably a celebration for the naysayers. Just moments ago, where were Long Chenhao's sycophants? How could they find anything to praise? No matter how impressive he was, could he truly carry them to greatness? Such was the colorful yet chaotic nature of the online world. Fortunately, within the secret realm, this leaderboard would not be disclosed. Otherwise, even more would suffer a breakdown. Most scores were in the double digits, barely scraping the surface of the top ranks. Lin Chuan had little ambition regarding scores and rankings. His primary goal was to exploit the resources of this secret realm and augment his fruit reserves. Rankings were ephemeral. Only the fruits were tangible. And this was his pragmatic approach. As long as he remained steadfast in this developmental path, he would not stray. As usual, the old black beast was in charge of guarding the entrance. Enlarging himself just enough to block the passage ensured Lin Chuan could sleep soundly. Additionally, the absence of light helped create a semblance of night. The next morning, upon waking, Lin Chuan's first action was to check the number of enhanced fruits. Indeed, one more had appeared. This indicated that the flow of time within the secret realm truly affected the golden tree. It meant Lin Chuan had established a reliable method for calculating the passage of days. When humanity loses its perception of time for an extended period, madness may ensue. Lin Chuan was not concerned about losing his sanity. Rather, he needed to ascertain the timeline for this upcoming examination and manage his time wisely. At this stage, his focus was primarily on hunting elite-level beast packs. The enhanced fruits had remained in double digits, necessitating a replenishment. Furthermore, he had a second, death fruit, that required ripening. Of course, if a leader-level beast dared to confront him, he would not shy away from a challenge. The intensity would depend on the opponent's star rating. If the rating was excessively high, Lin Chuan would have to introduce them to the taste of death. Ideally, he aimed for a monarch-level encounter. The resources within this mountain range exceeded Lin Chuan's expectations, essentially untouched by exploitation. Barely taking a few steps, he encountered various spiritual herbs and unknown spiritual fruits. However, Lin Chuan had no time to waste on foraging. He would gather a handful if convenient, and move on if not. He even stumbled upon an exposed metallic or vein. Pure and high-quality purple gold lay bare before him. Truly, the secret realm was a treasure trove. Such abundant resources were non-existent in the outside world. Unfortunately, if it were a spirit stone vein, Lin Chuan would have dug deep to extract every last bit he could absorb. Having seen it, Lin Chuan did not wish to squander the opportunity. He instructed the old black beast to consume the exposed purple gold. He recalled that the old black had a skill called iron eating, which he had seldom utilized. Now, after consuming energy fruits daily, it was time for a change in diet. After swallowing a few or pieces, Lin Chuan noticed no immediate effects, but he was indifferent. It was merely a side task. Next, it was time to focus on the main objective. Ahead lay a low-lying area, devoid of tall trees, filled instead with shrubs. From a distance, Lin Chuan detected a pungent odor. Upon closer inspection, he saw countless red and black striped venomous snakes entangled together, as if it were a seasonal occurrence. From extraordinary to elite levels, there were conservatively hundreds of them. Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Such a scene was not one to be forgotten by family members. The live stream commenced. What on earth is this? I was eating and nearly vomited. I was in the restroom and almost retreated. For many viewers tuning into Lin Chuan's live broadcast, they were in for a treat. Large-scale snake carnage, in high definition. Lin Chuan did not approach any closer, but summoned the old black beast to his side. It was time for action. Without needing Lin Chuan's guidance, the old black knew precisely what to do. In an instant, he leapt into the air, soaring hundreds of meters high, then enlarged himself, executing a downward strike with seamless precision. Boom! The ground trembled, and flesh flew everywhere. The viewers who had been able to hold back their nausea could no longer contain themselves and erupted in a wave of vomit. Blood rained down in the forest, turning the mist crimson. What a beautiful color! Lin Chuan mused that it was far more appealing than the dreary gray. The old black, over 100 meters in size, had flattened hundreds of snakes into a thin pancake, with many still gasping for breath nearby. Lin Chuan refrained from rushing in, instead calling the old black back. Such a large group likely concealed a leader-level beast. At that moment, a strange cry echoed from afar, approaching rapidly. Lin Chuan hurriedly leaped onto the back of the old black. Before him loomed a gigantic snake, measuring 17 or 18 meters long, its cold, piercing gaze fixed on Lin Chuan. Sensing the malevolence emanating from the giant serpent, Lin Chuan felt the temperature drop slightly. The snake bore red and black stripes, with a prominent crest atop its head, making it quite conspicuous. In the live stream, countless viewers held their breath for Lin Chuan. Yesterday had been thrilling enough. Today was even more intense. Many viewers exclaimed their inability to handle it. Who was this formidable individual, targeting leader-level beasts? Wasn't Area 81 supposed to be the most backward? So close to the city walls, could it be that he was trained outside the city? It is no exaggeration to say that some beast tamers have never left the city in their lives and are unaware of what true combat entails. Let us see how it goes. Although this snake appeared more formidable than the giant wolf from the previous day, Lin Chuan felt no fear. Old Black, charge. What of the leader level? He took the initiative to attack. Like an arrow, the Old Black darted forward, while Lin Chuan perched atop a tree. The giant snake's eyes flashed with a hint of human-like disdain as it allowed the Old Black to collide with it. Suddenly, a scarlet poisonous mist erupted from the giant snake's mouth, enveloping the Old Black's head. As the giant snake attempted to evade the impact, it was mocked by the Old Black, who extended its venomous fangs toward the tortoise shell and struck fiercely with its tail against the Old Black's legs. Crack! The fangs shattered. The giant snake was sent flying. What bravery! Those watching the live stream were rendered speechless. The poisonous mist still lingered on the Old Black's head, and for reasons unknown, cracks had appeared in the scales on its legs, which were slowly healing. The giant snake appeared to be in a dire state. After its fangs broke, it would take time to regrow them, and blood trickled from the corners of its mouth. Its tail was bloodied and torn. Despite launching a fierce attack, it ended up sustaining greater injuries. Beast, Hei Qi Wang Shi, Leader, 5 stars. Skills, Qi Lian Poison Mist 9, active. Expels a cloud of poison, causing severe and continuous poisoning effects. Venomous Bite 9. Venomous Eruption 9. Toxic Affinity 6. Toxic Resistance 3. Potential, Leader, 8 stars. An extraordinarily potent poisonous beast, easily overwhelmed by the Old Black. The most formidable skill is the continuous poison effect. Old Hei is completely immune, leaving no room for doubt. The subsequent scene is unsuitable for children, prompting Lin Chuan to shut down the live stream. A chorus of expletives erupts from the multitude. Within the base, someone inquires whether to enforce a live broadcast, only to be met with vehement reprimands. Can they not discern the obvious? The opponent evidently possesses methods that should not be exposed or has ulterior motives. Rather than fixating on streaming, they ought to return home and broadcast with their spouses. If it were merely an ordinary student, it would be excusable, but this is a highly sought-after individual coveted by all schools. How many lives do they have to spare to offend such a person? After a brief moment, with no forced live stream initiated, Lin Chuan felt reassured. The advantages of a live broadcast are apparent. It garners publicity and builds momentum. As in previous years, one-on-one duels would also be broadcasted online. Naturally, a talented student attracts greater attention. However, there are downsides. Each individual has their secret techniques, which are not convenient to reveal entirely. Fortunately, the authorities are relatively humane. Thus, Lin Chuan felt liberated. Moreover, as long as there is no evidence indicating he had slain a commander-level beast, no one would pursue the whereabouts of the corpse. Shaoling, Jian Kai Wu Zhuang, Huan Jian Shu. In an instant, another Old Hei appeared beside the original. Chapter 108, Slaying the Commander Level. The function of the illusionary doppelganger is not to engage in battle, but to serve as a vessel for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan cannot operate Old Hei's illusion in the same manner as he directs Old Hei himself. Diverting Old Hei's attention to control the illusion would simply be counterproductive. Fortunately, Lin Chuan commanded the illusion to ascend, shrinking to about 10 meters, forming an aerial mobile fortress. Such a clever maneuver could only be conceived by Lin Chuan. Subsequently, Old Hei could unleash his offensive. The viper, deprived of its fangs and rendered immune to its venom, was left as nothing more than a mere punching bag. Under Old Hei's relentless taunts and pressure, the giant serpent finally sought to flee. When had such a commanding creature ever endured such humiliation? There was simply no recourse, as it was purely countered. Its only advantage lay in its superior physical condition, allowing it to withstand several of Old Hei's powerful moves. Whether this can truly be considered an advantage is debatable. The longer it lived, the more it suffered. With Lin Chuan providing aerial support, where could the giant serpent possibly escape? Ultimately, after enduring one last taunt, it collided with itself, leading to its demise. Lin Xuan contemplated that the effect of the taunts might not have been as significant. The serpent simply wished to end its torment. If this continued, it would transform into yet another tormented soul, a gray serpent. Old Hay bore the giant serpent's corpse like a necklace, returning to the serpent pit, while Lin Xuan gradually descended. This tactical maneuver was a resounding success, albeit at the cost of considerable flesh and blood. From several hundred serpents, fewer than 300 strengthening fruits were obtained, yet an impressive 800 red skill fruits were secured. After all, the crystal cores remained intact. The giant serpent's corpse was battered and broken, its fangs shattered. Retaining it was futile, and thus it was absorbed. The few strengthening fruits were negligible. Crucially, one rank fruit with an effect of 4 was acquired. Lin Xuan consumed it immediately, elevating his commander-level immunity to 56. For commander-level beasts, every slight advancement on Lin Xuan's part spells disaster for them. Old Hay's advancement fruit surged to 20, while Xiao Ling's remained insignificant. The second death fruit matured to 32. Nearing maturity, Lin Xuan's lunch consisted of an elite-level avian beast. Its lair contained several beast eggs, albeit of low potential, limited to elite status. This reminded Lin Xuan of the little yellow bird outside the city. He wondered how it was faring. Regrettably, none of these beast eggs were close to hatching. So Lin Xuan instructed his wristband to collect them. Each egg was worth 20 points, making it a modest contribution to Xuanwu City. In the afternoon, the live stream resumed. Betting had commenced on whether Lin Xuan had indeed slain a commander-level beast. However, no financial stakes were involved, only virtual points. 90% of the audience leaned toward the notion that he had not, which was reasonable, while it was plausible for Lin Xuan to withstand a commander-level attack. A counterattack was another matter entirely. Not to mention, his attack power was substantially lacking. Would a commander-level beast not flee? Most viewers in the live chat believed Lin Xuan felt incapable of securing a kill, hence his decision to shut down the stream to avoid the embarrassment of futile attempts. Lin Xuan's audience began to comprehend that he was a harbinger of death, either slaying beasts or seeking them out. One beast was insufficient, dozens were not too many. He dared to challenge even the commander level, until whispers circulated that Lin Xuan's parents had perished in the chaos caused by the beasts. The audience began to grasp the depth of his hatred for them, realizing that slaying beasts had become his singular focus. Even when surrounded by precious herbs and ores, he paid them no heed, fixated solely on exterminating beasts. Lin Xuan's plight elicited tears from female fans who could not help but express their sympathy. They pondered how he had endured all these years. The atmosphere in the live stream took on an oddly surreal tone. If Lin Xuan were aware, he would undoubtedly spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I am merely killing beasts. Why must they concoct such narratives? Is there no justice? Thus, 2.5 days passed in the outside world, while more than 10 days elapsed within the secret realm. Lin Xuan had ceased hunting beasts 2 days prior. The surrounding creatures had nearly all been slain, and venturing further would require a new base of operations. This place was quite satisfactory. Lin Xuan was reluctant to relocate. Additionally, his second death fruit had matured long ago, with over 3,000 strengthening fruits awaiting his indulgence. After a lifetime of battle, it was time to relish the fruits of his labor. Piled beside him were an abundance of spirit fruits, acquired from raiding a troop of monkeys. Though he lamented the absence of monkey wine, moreover, the audience had grown weary of the spectacle. Some seasoned hunters had never slain so many beasts in their lifetimes. It was evident that Lin Xuan bore a grudge against the beasts. Even those of little value were not spared from death. Presently, it was quite pleasant. Even if Lin Xuan lay idle, his fans remained captivated. Lin Xuan had become a rising star in Xuanwu City, his points consistently eclipsing those of Long Chunhao since the very first day. Although Long Chunhao also sought to hunt beasts, he did not exhibit the same unrestrained fervor as Lin Xuan. The commander-level beasts still posed a certain threat to Long Chunhao. Even if 2 of his summoned beasts could conquer some lower-tier commanders, the cost would be substantial, possibly resulting in injury, rendering it unnecessary. As long as he remained cautious and refrained from provoking commander-level beasts, he could steadily accumulate points, and Long Chunhao doubted anyone could surpass him. Initially, the outside world shared this sentiment, but alas. Current point rankings. First, Lin Xuan 43, 674 second. Long Chunhao 15, 893 third. Xiaxi 10, 763. This was achieved despite Lin Xuan scarcely submitting his spoils. Otherwise, the gap would have widened even further. Fortunately, Lin Xuan, the harbinger of death, had grown weary, allowing Long Xiao a chance. Long Chunhao's fans silently prayed, not daring to voice such sentiments for fear of ridicule. Lin Xuan's focus had long since shifted to his consciousness space. In a flash of thought, all of his strengthening fruits transformed into limit fruits, totaling 34. There was no need for further discussion. All commonly used skills were maxed out. Except for Limit Will, the rest were sufficiently developed. Beastmaster, Xianming Turtle, Elite 5 stars. Skills, Extreme Advance, Level 9, Passive, increases maximum movement speed to 100 meters per second, allowing for free movement in the air. Active, increases maximum movement speed to 1000 meters per second for 3 seconds, with a 50 increase in stamina consumption for continuous use within 10 seconds. Extreme Amplification, Level 9, Active, can freely enlarge or reduce body size, with a maximum limit of 50 times. Extreme Taunt, Level 9, Active, taunts multiple targets within a radius of 300 meters, compelling them to attack oneself with full force. Lasts for 20 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Extreme Defense, Level 9, Passive, reduces all damage by 90, and after enduring 3 attacks, gains 1 instance of absolute immunity to damage. Extreme Reflection, Level 9, Passive, reflects 90 of all incoming attacks as energy attacks. After 10 seconds, this increases to 180. Extreme Healing, Level 9, Passive, healing speed is increased by 9 times and 18 times while in a dormant state. Active, instantly restores all injuries with a cooldown of 12 hours. Extreme Will, Level 1, Passive, reduces all control durations by 50, immune to poisoning, burning, and other abnormal states. Longevity with the Heavens, unique passive, activates the bloodline of the Xuanwu race, increasing lifespan by 10 days daily. Loyal Protector, race passive, when the master is attacked, the attack is redirected to oneself, equivalent to a direct attack on the master's beast. Potential, unknown. Strength assessment. Is it abnormal? Just slightly so. At least it possesses the divine beast bloodline of Xuanwu, yet its maximum size is only 600 meters. Compared to the thousands of meters of the divine beast Kuanping, it is utterly insignificant. Chapter 109. How amiable and kind Lin Xuan is. After a 2-day break, with half of the college entrance examination time already elapsed, Lin Xuan finally felt the urge to move. Unfortunately, the demon beasts in this mountain were nearly extinct. Even the leader-level ones had been driven away by Lin Xuan. It was not that Lin Xuan did not wish to eliminate them, but those 2 leaders were exceptionally cunning, either extremely fast or possessing stealth capabilities, leaving Lin Xuan unable to capture them. The king summoned me to patrol the mountain. Lin Xuan hummed a tune as he leisurely descended the mountain, not even summoning Lao He. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers fell into collective silence. Is this truly the college entrance examination? Those students who had been defeated by elite-level demon beasts and exited the secret realm also felt utterly defeated. I painstakingly gathered herbs and mined, remaining ever vigilant against surprise attacks from demon beasts, only to end up eliminated. And Lin Xuan, just a few meters down the path, herbs and ores abound, and he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. In a mountain forest teeming with demon beasts, it was like a picnic for him. Truly, one can't help but feel envious. Damn, this guy is so fortunate to be transported to such a resource-rich area without any demon beasts. Could he possibly be the illegitimate child of a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education? Some students who had just been eliminated and were starting to watch the live stream grumbled. Fool, I suggest you watch the replay. In the dense forest, a young man and woman cautiously advanced, accompanied by 2 elite beasts. Occasionally, shadows flickered, and their forms melded with the surrounding environment. Even when demon beasts passed nearby, they remained undetected. Tu Yun, isn't this a bit too risky? The resources at the foot of the mountain are already adequate, the girl whispered softly. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao, as long as we cooperate, we will remain in a state of concealment nearly the entire time, and even leader-level beasts won't detect us. Wasn't it like this before? The boy replied confidently, recalling how a leader-level giant wolf had passed by them without a glance, heading straight to another mountain. The girl felt slightly reassured. They were classmates who had fortuitously met a few days prior and decided to venture into the forest. With their concealment skills, they managed to reach the summit safely. Xiao Xiao, look. There are herbs everywhere. It's as if they have never been harvested. We've hit the jackpot. The girl exclaimed with a flushed face, visibly excited. Next, the 2 of them busily collected medicinal herbs like diligent little bees, gradually ignoring their surroundings. Ahem, Lin Xuan, seeing how engrossed they were, couldn't bear to interrupt. He waited until they finished harvesting before making his presence known. Damn, someone. Who? The 2 sprang up like startled mice. Upon seeing that it was just Lin Xuan, they calmed down slightly. Bro, do you walk without making a sound? Have you been following us for long? Tu Yun looked at Lin Xuan with a wary expression, evidently suspecting him of ambushing them or at least seeking to hitch a ride for resources. In the meantime, their beasts had already assumed combat stances. Lin Xuan scratched his nose. Although he found these herbs unimpressive, this territory was his domain. Why did it feel like mice had invaded his backyard? Which district are you from? Lin Chuan curiously inquired, as these two seemed to possess considerable strength and likely hailed from a distinguished area. District 2, First High School. The boy replied, but suddenly launched an attack. Two beasts charged at Lin Chuan. One, a deep blue armored warrior, and the other, a mist-like creature, clinging to the warrior. Seeing the boy attack, the girl didn't hesitate either. A green-winged beast resembling a fairy aimed an arrow at Lin Chuan, while a vine hidden underground slithered toward him. Tu Yun and Xiao Xiao challenge you. Lin Chuan. It seems they are not satisfied with merely plotting against him, but also covet his points, which is a bit excessive. This was the first time he encountered such reckless individuals in a live stream, filled with a lively atmosphere. Indeed, how amiable and kind Lin Chuan is. They dared to ambush him. How outrageous. Kind. Up above, it was simply ludicrous. To deal with these two, Lin Chuan couldn't be bothered to summon Lao He, opting instead to don his sword armor and take matters into his own hands. Is it also a possession type? Perfect, I can control him. The fairy's arrows struck Lin Chuan, and the warrior's blade slashed at him. Then, nothing more followed. Two energy reflections incapacitated their main forces. Lin Chuan dispatched the vine and the mist effortlessly. After discerning their skills, Lin Chuan finally understood how they had managed to ascend the mountain. One possessed stealth skills, while the other had a connection to the forest, reducing their presence. No wonder they dared to venture upward. After the battle concluded, Lin Chuan earned 641 points and 868 points, slightly boosting his total score. However, for the two before him, it was akin to a disaster. The points they had painstakingly gathered were halved in an instant. Their faces turned pale, tears welling in their eyes. Speaking civilly wasn't to their liking. They preferred to resort to violence. The only thing that irked Lin Chuan was that he only received half the points, leaving the other half for them. It felt like he hadn't fully reaped the rewards, akin to losing money. The two fell silent, gazing at Lin Chuan as if he were a humanoid demon beast. Fortunately, Lin Chuan didn't pursue further. Otherwise, they would have had no choice but to teleport away. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao recalled something and exclaimed, I remember now. You are Lin Chuan. You know me? I watched your latest video, where you fought against 3,000 foes. Xiao Xiao said dejectedly, realizing that had she known he was so formidable, she wouldn't have provoked him. I never expected that a genius from District 2 would recognize my name, huh? The live stream fell silent. Not only District 2, but now the entire Xuanwu City community of Beast Masters knows of Lin Chuan. We admit our defeat at your hands. We are willing to apologize. What conditions would allow you to spare us? Our points are running low, and further challenges would be futile. Otherwise, we would have to exit. Xiao Xiao admitted defeat, clearly reluctant to exit the secret realm so easily. Lin Chuan contemplated for a moment before responding. Releasing you is certainly an option, especially since I have already cleared the beasts from this mountain. However, I have little interest in herb gathering. As Lin Chuan spoke, the eyes of Xiao Xiao and Tu Yun sparkled with excitement. This treasure-laden mountain could yield thousands of points even if they only gathered for a single day. Lin Chuan, what are your terms? Xiao Xiao inquired. That depends on your sincerity. My time is limited, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. By the way, all conditions can be converted into spirit stones. Just provide them to me after we exit. Lin Chuan was unfazed by the prospect of them reneging, especially since he was live streaming. The two fell silent. I am willing to offer 2,000 spirit stones, Xiao Xiao stated after a moment of contemplation. 2,000 each. What about you? Lin Chuan turned to Tu Yun. I agree as well, Tu Yun responded, having wrestled with her inner conflict. All right then. This will all be live streamed for everyone to witness. Lin Chuan was uncertain how many were watching, but it should be a considerable number, all bearing witness to the event. I understand, the two nodded in agreement. Do not feel shortchanged. Allowing you to continue your examination is worth the spirit stones. Not to mention the resources of an entire mountain, Lin Chuan reassured them with a smile. This was indeed the case. If word of such an opportunity spread, countless individuals would clamor for it, with some even deeming the price too low. Lin Chuan was indifferent. To him, it was all profit. Also, you cannot challenge us again until after the examination concludes, Xiao Xiao added. Of course, Lin Chuan affirmed. He was not so devoid of principles. Moreover, by the time the examination ended, he would be elsewhere, rendering a return unnecessary. However, if they lost points to others, they could not hold anyone else accountable. Understood. Chapter 110. Let us just grant him first place. Having finalized the terms, Lin Chuan resumed his descent down the mountain. His primary objective for the remaining time was to conquer the leader-level beasts. Currently, Lao Hei's evolution fruit had barely reached level 25, and there was still much work to be done. As for Xiaoling, Lin Chuan had no clear direction. Merely participating in battles as a host seemed to offer little assistance. When Lin Chuan inquired about a path to self-evolution, it was evident that Xiao Ling was oblivious, preoccupied only with the fruits hanging from the trees. Lin Xuan found himself in a difficult position. For the time being, he had no particularly effective strategies and could only focus on elevating Lao He. As for the two leader-level beasts that had fled, Lin Xuan decided against pursuing them. They were too terrified to provide any combat experience, and they were remarkably swift. Thus, Lin Xuan descended the mountain with the intention of sweeping through the entire forest. Indeed, it was a sweeping action. At the mountain's base, Lao He, let us start with a 20-fold test. Instantly, a colossal fortress over 40 meters tall and more than 200 meters in diameter rose from the ground. Lin Xuan stood atop its back, nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely. To accommodate this, the holographic live stream had activated a wide-angle and close-up split-screen mode. How considerate. 100 meters or 200 meters. What difference does it make, right? Haha. Somewhere on the verge of madness. Whenever people thought Lin Xuan had reached the limits of absurdity, he always managed to surpass their expectations. Let us set off along the mountain's edge. The dense woods were like mere weeds to Lao He, who charged through them with overwhelming force. In an instant, the ground trembled and the forest was carved into a 200-meter trench, as if someone had roughly drawn a line on paper. What exhilaration! Racing through the boundless wilderness, countless beasts beneath his feet scattered like ants, compelled to flee before him. The sheer thrill was indescribable. Lin Xuan had longed to do this. Previously, outside the city, emboldened by the presence of a monarch-level bodyguard, he had indulged himself. However, he was soon forced back to reality by a leader-level unicorn eagle. Had it not been for the bone-eating queen ant, he would have met his demise. Now, he truly felt liberated. No matter if they were snakes, insects, rodents, or beasts, he commanded them all to move. Those who lagged behind were crushed into pulp. Even the leader-level beasts dared not confront this tide of beasts head-on and were swept along in the chaos. Within the command center, there was an eerie silence. Should we terminate his examination early and just declare him the winner? Someone suggested. Although everyone agreed with this proposal, it was evidently impossible. The examination could not be treated so lightly. However, for Lin Xuan, the distinction between seriousness and frivolity was irrelevant. No one anticipated that this year's examination would unfold in such a manner. In some senses, it was remarkably successful. Only within the vast secret realm could a unique individual like Lin Xuan exist in a physically meaningful way. Were it a competition, countless students would suffer psychological scars. Has there been any news regarding the missing key to the secret realm? An elder inquired. Elder Foam, not yet. Perhaps we are just being overly cautious. Do not let your guard down. They will not miss any opportunity to cause trouble, especially since this year presents the best chance. Indeed, perhaps extracting that young man early would not be a bad idea. If anyone intends to stir up trouble, he would be the primary target. If he can grow, he may even reach royal level. That Long Chenhao, I do not know him. At the foot of a mountain, two individuals stood in confrontation. One among them was indeed Long Chenhao, currently mounted upon a blazing red dragon, accompanied by another ice-blue dragon exhaling frost. The two imposing dragons, each over 10 meters long, exuded an air of authority. His live stream was flooded with viewers, the popularity soaring. The other individual, clad in dark attire, moved with an ethereal grace. Although his body remained still, his shadow occasionally shifted, performing strange movements. This individual was none other than Xia Siyi, equally renowned as Long Chenhao. However, Xia Siyi refrained from live streaming. When forced to do so, he would cease all action and simply stand still. Gradually, the officials ceased to compel him. Xia Siyi, you do not intend to engage in a life-and-death battle with me here, do you? Long Chenhao chuckled. Neither party rashly initiated a challenge. Once begun, a victor must emerge. Neither wished to lose half of their points, leading to a mutually detrimental outcome. This mountain is mine. You should choose another. Xia Siyi replied impassively. Then there is nothing to discuss. For hundreds of miles around, only this mountain was slightly smaller, with only one leader-level beast, while others boasted at least two. They had spent over 10 days exploring and finally decided to challenge a leader-level beast. As for the main peak, they had not considered it. Knowing it harbored at least 3 or 4 beasts, there was no need to court death. Are we about to clash? The live stream was filled with anticipation. Such a sight was rare. The strongest two prodigies of Xuanwu City are about to face off. Hey, did you just connect to the internet today? Exactly, without Lin Gu, who dares claim to be the strongest. No, just compare the backgrounds of the two live streams. Aren't they remarkably similar? Indeed, I can see the clouds of dust rising. When Lin Gu passes through, the idol will retreat. In an instant, Long Chenhao's live stream was inundated with messages. Lin Xuan lay leisurely on Lao Hei's back, entirely unaware of the commotion, simply enjoying the exhilarating run. He even temporarily set aside his objective of hunting leader-level beasts. Within the herd, There were no fewer than 4 leader-level beasts, panting heavily, wishing they had wings to escape. The earth trembled, and in the distance, a cloud of dust billowed forth, sweeping in like a sandstorm. Long Chenhao and his companion, even if dull-witted, reacted promptly. The dragons took flight. Upon witnessing the scene in the distance, Long Chenhao was left dumbstruck. He then turned around, startled. How did you get up here? Xia Si stood quietly behind him, his gaze fixed on the horizon, revealing a turbulent mind. Long Chenhao leaped onto the frost dragon's back, increasing the distance between himself and Xia Si, but he did not withdraw the red flame dragon for fear of Xia Si's approach. He was genuinely startled just moments ago. Had Xia harbored any murderous intent towards him, he would have either met his demise or sustained severe injuries. Xia rose to prominence almost concurrently with himself, having demonstrated exceptional innate talent, yet he had never been witnessed unleashing his prowess in public. His methods shrouded in enigma. The mere hint of his capabilities had revealed an astonishing aptitude for assassination, undoubtedly indicative of a born assassin. How absurd. As a fragile being, he had nearly found himself in close quarters with an assassin. Contemplating this, Enhancement couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Were it not for the cacophony in the distance, he might have succumbed to the urge to flee. This was a precarious situation. Both of his dragons specialized in magical output. Losing the initiative and being cornered by an assassin would leave him with no choice but to surrender. Chapter 111. How much are you worth in spirit stones? The two gazed at the distant clouds of dust, involuntarily gasping in awe. The two colossal dragons, without requiring Enhanced's command, ascended further into the sky. It was a tide of magical beasts. They had come to realize that this was indeed a genuine wave of magical creatures. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of low-tier beasts surged forward, sweeping along all creatures in their path. Those who lagged behind, or foolishly attempted to slip away from the sides, were trampled underfoot, reduced to mere fragments. The orchestrator of this chaos followed leisurely behind. LOHI only needed to give a slight push at the beginning. The rest would hardly concern him. What was this? Both of them caught sight of LOHI. Could it be a sovereign-level magical beast? A sovereign-level creature wouldn't be this large. In terms of size, it was barely the equivalent of one of its legs. Should they make a swift exit? Feeling the unease emanating from the two dragons, Enhanced's heart raced. He immediately closed the live stream, preparing to bolt at any moment. Hold on, there are others above. Xia, possessing keener eyesight, spotted the reclining N. Was he alive or dead? One person surely would not suffice. Alive. For N had already risen to his feet. Observing the two majestic dragons in the sky, he felt a tinge of annoyance. What is this? Do I have to look up to speak? Come down here. Ultimate provocation. 300 meters was more than sufficient. The two dragons, uncontrolled, began to unleash their skills. Fiery breath, frost storm, sequential fireballs, Arctic freeze. How outrageous. This was more than a mere ambush. Enhanced, that scoundrel. Witnessing the barrage of skills inundating LOHI and N, the livestream chat erupted with excitement. As Enhanced had closed his stream, his fans flocked en masse to N's channel. This created a miraculous surge, with over 90 of the viewership tuned into N's broadcast. Current livestream popularity soared, granting an additional 500 points. Current livestream popularity soared, granting an additional 1,000 points. N was oblivious to the exact number of viewers. All he knew was that his points kept increasing. N's devoted fans fell silent. There was no redemption for this situation. Although it was an examination, and despite the pursuit of points, initiating an attack without so much as a greeting was simply excessive. Enhanced was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. The two dragons exhibited uncontrollable ferocity, disregarding commands and charging forward with relentless aggression. Xia quietly leapt from the back of the Cynling, vanishing into the shadows, intending to ascertain the true nature of the situation. Suddenly, waves of formless energy surged towards the two dragons, resembling the futile retaliation of a great tortoise. Quick evade, roared the dragons, yet they paid no heed, their taunting still unresolved. Their skills fell into cooldown, compelling them to charge at LOHI, intent on attacking with claws, fangs, and every means at their disposal. Boom, boom, boom. However, they had no opportunity to succeed, as they were struck mid-air by energy retaliations, crashing to the ground. The ferocity with which they unleashed their skills was matched by the severity of the counterattack. Nevertheless, due to the inherent strength of the dragons and the enhancement from Enhanced's exceptional talent, their injuries were not severe, and they retained some combat capability. Ling dared not delay. He promptly recalled the Chynl, leaving the H and Shuing Jling to safeguard itself, vigilantly observing Lohi. As the attacking energy dissipated, Lohi reappeared before everyone. Unscathed. What on earth? I must be mistaken. Was that Ling attacking just now? He was not only unharmed, but had even been taken down in an instant. This is the famed dragon young master? Of no consequence. And he can even take another bath. The juxtaposition of ice and fire was truly formidable. A student? Lin had previously failed to notice the presence of anyone atop the dragons, assuming they were simply two wild magical beasts. What kind of family could a student possess to command two dragons? Lin felt a pang of envy. He issued a challenge. Lin was direct, sparing no hesitation. I challenge you. I have been challenged. Lin was taken aback. He had never considered the possibility of being challenged in his lifetime. The name Lin sounded familiar. Isn't he the one who had been making waves earlier? In the video, he was only 20 meters tall. Now, he is clearly over 200 meters. What was he dazed about? You initiated the attack, so it is reasonable for me to challenge you. Lin asserted his logical stance. This is a misunderstanding. Lingcho, steeling himself, stated, he had never experienced the sensation of bowing his head. Let us set aside this discussion. The challenge must be completed. If you do not strike, I will. Lin was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. I concede. Lingcho had no choice. Should he engage once more, he could forfeit his chance at the examination. The battle concluded, yielding 542 points. How astonishing, a true windfall. Lin was somewhat taken aback. This was equivalent to his previous total of over 20,000 points. Whereas Shio and her companion had merely accumulated a little over 1,000, a staggering 20-fold difference. I've granted you the points. May I depart now? Lingcho's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Wait, first tell me who you are. TSK, two dragons. How ostentatious. District 1. Lingcho. Lingcho had intended to maintain an air of arrogance, yet he lacked the confidence to do so. You are Lingcho? Lin's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Lingcho believed the other party wished to befriend him, considering his esteemed lineage. And how much do you think you are worth in spirit stones? Lin inquired directly. Ga? Spirit stones? What spirit stones? He was left befuddled. Lin, seeing the other party's lack of understanding, continued to elucidate. I mean, how many spirit stones are you willing to spend to secure your qualification to continue the examination? Otherwise, your path in this examination will come to an abrupt halt. A blatant threat, stark and unadorned. Lingcho found this experience novel. He had never been threatened in his life. Today, he was experiencing multiple firsts. Momentarily, he was left speechless. You know who I am, right? Lingcho could not resist asking. Of course, didn't you just say? District 1. The foremost genius, Lingcho. At that moment, Sy, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself. Even with his usual stoic demeanor, he burst into laughter. One more. Lin had sensed something observing him earlier and finally discerned its source. Wait, don't challenge just yet. I'll offer 5,000 spirit stones. Sy interjected directly. 5,000 spirit stones would secure his points and the right to continue in the examination. Even Lin couldn't help but cast a few more glances at him. Very well, and you are? District 2, Sy. Oh, I have heard of you as well. Another genius among geniuses. Lin spoke sincerely, albeit he was slightly inferior in comparison. I am from District 81. Lin introduced himself to avoid rudeness. I understand. I shall take my leave. Sy seemed merely to be offering spirit stones. Had he not spoken, Lin would not have noticed him. Moreover, should he wish to depart, Lin could not detain him. Lin had no time to ponder these matters and instead focused on Lingcho. I'll offer 6,000 spirit stones. Lingcho gritted his teeth. He was not truly pained by the loss of the spirit stones. Rather, he was irked by the extortion. Even when coerced, he sought to keep Xia Sinai under his thumb. Lin Chuan cast a surprised glance at Long Chunhao and readily acquiesced, declaring, very well, it is settled. I can commence the live broadcast now. Initially, he anticipated a maximum of 5,000, and 4,000 would have sufficed, but to his astonishment, this young man had the audacity to drive a hard bargain. One could only say, what a prodigious spender. Chapter 112, A Welcoming Gift for Lin Chuan. Upon hearing Lin Chuan announce the commencement of the live broadcast, Long Chunhao's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, ultimately resigning himself to acceptance. Climbing onto the back of the frost dragon, he took flight, determined to distance himself from Lin Xuan as much as possible. With half the time remaining, he needed to seize the opportunity to accumulate points. He had been confident of securing first place, but an unexpected contender had emerged in Lin Xuan. Although he did not place great importance on rankings, falling behind would be quite embarrassing, at the very least. He could not afford to drop out of the top 2 and be overshadowed by Xia Senai. As for Lin Xuan, he would have to wait until they exited to address him. What background did he possess that allowed him to disregard the Long family so brazenly? In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers fell into a profound silence. By the end of the day, Lin Xuan had amassed a staggering 15,000 spirit stones, surpassing even the most audacious of merchant rates. Of course, only true geniuses would be willing to part with such sums, or perhaps, as before, invest in the resources of an entire mountain. However, therein lay the terror. Geniuses were often formidable in strength and prideful in spirit, who would willingly submit to being trampled. Yet, Lin Xuan had succeeded, having successfully robbed the 2 foremost talents of Xuanwu City. Just the thought was spine-chilling. Selling the rights to harvest from a mountain sounded utterly ludicrous. It would require the extermination or expulsion of 2 commanding-level beasts, along with thousands of elite-level demon beasts. At least, prior to the commencement of the college entrance examination. No one had anticipated such bizarre occurrences, nor had anything of the sort happened in centuries. In District 81, the division of the Beastmaster Association. Damn, this kid has some serious guts, Qin Yan exclaimed, unable to conceal his amusement. Within the office were 2 others, Jin Machu, the Minister of Education for District 81, and Xia Yuan, a teacher from Xuanwu University's Yu Ming Academy. Indeed, the more I observe, the more I appreciate his flair. He is practically born for our Yu Ming Academy, Xia Yuan remarked, his face lighting up with joy, his dark complexion taking on a hint of crimson. That Xia Senai is your nephew, is he not? Aren't you incensed? Qin Yan chuckled. What is there to be angry about? That was merely a welcoming gift I bestowed upon Lin Xuan, Xia Yuan replied nonchalantly. What? Both Qin Yan and Jin Machu were taken aback. 5,000 spirit stones. Given away without a second thought? From his tone, it seemed he had arranged this prior to entering the examination's secret realm. It was utterly unexpected that beneath Xia Yuan's seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed such cunning. Senior brother, did I not mention that Lin Xuan must join our Yu Ming Academy, even if his points are 0? Xia Yuan stated earnestly. He hailed from Xuanwu University, while Qin Yan was 2 decades his senior. Hence he should refer to him as senior brother. After conducting some inquiries, he discovered that Lin Xuan's background was remarkably uncomplicated. The only noteworthy aspect was his close association with Qin Yan, leading to suspicions that he was being secretly nurtured by him, lying low and biding his time. Judging by Lin Xuan's adept wilderness survival skills and methods of hunting demon beasts, it was evident he had honed his abilities outside the city for quite some time. Thus, Xia Yuan decided to come in person. By persuading Qin Yan, he could undoubtedly secure Lin Xuan's allegiance. As for Jin Machu, he was purely astonished by Lin Xuan's performance and needed someone to share in his shock, lest he falter when higher authorities arrived. This year, the performance of District 81 had exceeded all expectations and had become a source of dread. However, judging by Xia Yuan's demeanor, it was likely that Lin Xuan had found a place for himself. With the Xia family and Xuanwu University backing him, what could a mere district education minister do? As for Lin Xuan's ultimate destination, that was a decision beyond Qin Yan's power to make. You should have seen the mountain of acceptance letters piling up at his home. Fortunately, I have yet to see one from Xuanwu University. Otherwise, I would have lost face entirely. Such direct issuance of letters was undoubtedly an attempt to gain something for nothing. Then, Qin Yan shifted the conversation, saying, Nevertheless, your reasoning is sound. Lin Xuan has told me that he will go wherever the conditions are most favorable. I did not expect you to have the foresight to anticipate this. Haha. With senior brother's words, I am at ease, Xia Yuan rejoiced. However, you must provide Lin Xuan with all information regarding the Yu Ming Academy in advance, allowing him to make his own choice. Should there be any concealment, I will not permit him to attend. Qin Yan warned sternly. Rest assured, I, Xia Yuan, have always conducted my affairs with utmost transparency. Sighing, Qin Yan reminisced. Back then, I wished to join but was not selected. That fellow was chosen, only to abandon it and return to become a mere principal. Reflecting on the past, Qin Yan could not help but lament. I have heard of senior brother Chongqing's noble intentions. Alas, had he entered the Yu Ming Academy, he would have undoubtedly been a formidable force. Recalling old acquaintances, one could only sigh. Subsequently, the conversation ceased, and they continued to observe Lin Xuan's live broadcast. After concluding his plundering, the beast horde had gradually dispersed. This area was nearing the edge of the secret realm. A body of water lay before him, resembling a white cloth, separating the land from the chaotic fringes of the secret realm. Before him stood several small mountains. Most of the beast horde had trampled through here, leaving the entire mount bald. Having indulged to his heart's content, Lin Chuan finally remembered that it was time to attend to serious matters. Where are my demon beasts? Originally, there had been 4 or 5 commanding level beasts among the horde, but now they had seemingly vanished. Forget it, I shall rest for now. He instructed Lao He to ascend the mountain, where there should be a suitable resting place. Indeed, there had once been a commanding level demon beast on this mountain, but it had been swept away by the tide of beasts and had not yet returned. The beast's lair was remarkably clean, devoid of any foul odors, and the sleeping area was even lined with feathers from birds. It seemed to be a rather indulgent demon beast. Additionally, Lin Chuan discovered numerous treasures, primarily spirit stones and vibrant gemstones, along with several spirit fruits. Lin Chuan directly absorbed the spirit stones. As for the gemstones, he kept a few of the most exquisite and beautiful ones, while the rest were stored in his bracelet, earning him over 1,000 points. After casually consuming a few spirit fruits, Lin Chuan instructed Lao He to stand guard and then proceeded to rest. Meow. Halfway through his slumber, Lin Chuan was abruptly awakened by a piercing cry. Lao He. He sprang up instantly, vigilance sharpening as he scanned his surroundings. Through the faint light, he discerned a pair of glowing eyes fixed intently on him from where he had just been sleeping. What the hell? Clearly, Lao He had been dutifully guarding the entrance. How had this creature managed to intrude? Summoning Lao He to his side, the cave was instantly illuminated. Only then did Lin Chuan realize it was a cat. Its fur was a blend of blue and white, and its eyes sparkled like gemstones, one eye deep as the starry sky, the other radiant as a blazing sun. It was roughly the size of a typical ragdoll cat, and rather charming. Was this creature the original owner of this place? A commanding level demon beast? Lin Chuan momentarily found himself at a loss. The crucial point was that it had not attempted to ambush him while he slept, so Lin Chuan refrained from making a move. Thus, they exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 113. The Mischievous Demon Spirit. Thief. Suddenly, a young girl's voice echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Without a doubt, it was the current demon beast speaking. Lin Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. In a sense, it was not entirely inaccurate. However, could it be considered theft when a beastmaster took something from a demon beast? The creature was capable of communication and appeared quite endearing. Lin Chuan decided against striking until he had a clearer understanding of the situation. Indeed, beauty is justice. Moreover, this was the first demon beast, aside from his own, that could communicate directly with Lin Chuan. Kong Lao is no ordinary being. He is a king-level entity capable of transformation, indistinguishable from a human. The other demonic beasts merely howl in chaos. Return it to me, exclaimed the little girl with an irate tone. All right, this is all I have left. With that, Lin Chuan handed over his 2 hidden gems. In an instant, the feline demonic beast appeared before him, swiftly clawing away the gemstones. Only 2 left, woo-woo. Tears welled in the cat's eyes, its sorrow palpable. Lin Chuan, however, was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Demonic beast, Xingye Yaoling, 3-star leader, skills, lucky art, active, enhances the luck of the target. Curse mark, active, diminishes the target's luck and can be tracked. Spatial traversal, active, allows the self or target to bypass any spatial constraints. Luck and misfortune body, passive, race-specific. Randomly attracts fortune or calamity based on its emotions. Malice directed towards it results in doubled misfortune. Substitute life technique, active, unique, race-specific. Allows the user to sacrifice their own life to save the target, restoring all conditions. Reincarnation, passive, unique, god-level bloodline exclusive, allows rebirth after death. With a chance to enhance potential, monarch 9 stars. By the heavens, Lin Chuan marveled. He had thought his own beast was already extraordinarily powerful. Yet here was one even more formidable. The ability to substitute life and reincarnate seems akin to immortality. Yet, such a beast is destined never to be contracted by humans. No wonder it refrained from attacking him. It lacked the capability, he thought gleefully. Could it be that it wishes to bite me? Suddenly, a dark light shot forth from the cat's left eye, merging directly with Lin Chuan's body. What is this? Lin Chuan inspected himself, finding no injuries or discomfort. But a black crescent moon mark had appeared on the back of his hand. Curse mark? Lin Chuan instantly understood. Before he could react, the entire mountain began to tremble violently. Rocks rained down from the cave as it threatened to collapse. An earthquake had struck. With no time to hesitate, Lin Chuan dashed towards the cave entrance with Lao He. Meanwhile, the cat silently wept, its gaze fiercely fixed on Lin Chuan's retreating form. Exiting the cave, Lin Chuan was astonished to see the mountain cleave open, revealing a massive pit that seemed intent on swallowing the entire peak. Not daring to linger, He leapt onto Lao Hei's back and soared away. Reflecting on the events, he contemplated the terror of the luck and misfortune body, which had shattered the mountain. This was no mere ability. It was akin to a calamity descending upon the world. Lin Chuan mused that it would be best to distance himself as far as possible. A sense of foreboding gripped him. The curse mark on his hand was no trifling matter. Luck is indeed a fickle force. The skills of the Xingye Yaoling offered scant clues, as none displayed levels of proficiency. Their effectiveness was entirely dictated by fortune. Should his misfortunes manifest as natural disasters, Lin Chuan thought it prudent to prepare an early banquet for himself. Yet, the Xingye Yaoling's luck had been notably unfortunate. First, it faced a tide of beasts, and now it had lost its home to him. Would it not cast 100 lucky arts daily for itself? Lin Chuan could not help but ridicule the so-called lucky art, unaware that at that very moment, the Xingye Yaoling was harboring similar thoughts of indignation. Despite being enveloped in a radiant aura of fortune, it had suffered blow after blow. This was intolerable. It must retaliate. Outside the city, amidst the dense forest, a diminutive man wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved as he completed his adjustments. In a few hours, 3 days would have passed. And then his family, he had no doubts about the capabilities of the old man in black. Soon, the elderly figure approached, flanked by 2 others. Excellent. Are you certain there are no issues? You have but one chance. The device was merely a prototype, lacking the comprehensive functionality of those used in tests. And what else? It does not possess the ability for mental escape. Once inside, you can only exit through the main entrance. Where's the main entrance? With the king-level beast master. Thus, entering equated to being unable to leave. Hee, I understand your meaning. Activate the device. Once we are inside, you may depart. Really? The man was elated, not expecting to be granted his freedom. I will not go back on my word. Hurry. Hearing of the hope for survival, the man worked fervently, checking every aspect once more before activating the device. A secret realm entrance slowly opened, but it would only last for 1 minute. Quick. Once inside, proceed as planned. Yes. With that, over 10 figures clad in black entered in single file. The old man and his 2 companions shared a glance before following suit. The elder entered last, advising the man, there are no others here. You may leave. With a mysterious smile, he vanished into the secret realm. Finally, salvation. The man sighed in relief, feeling as though years had passed in those few days. Each of the black-clad figures exuded a presence that was at least gold level. The elder and his companions were so powerful that they left him breathless. Diamond level? Yet he was merely an ordinary silver level, primarily a logistics personnel focused on research. Now that I can leave, how do I return? A taxi? A phone call? Or? It was only then that he realized the dilemma. He was outside the city and had never ventured beyond its walls. He had assumed it was akin to the suburbs where he could simply hail a cab to return home. As the roars of beasts echoed closer, despair engulfed him. Curses. At that moment, he grasped the true meaning of the elder's words, understanding the source of his smile. Yes, he had been set free, yet he would have preferred to remain imprisoned. Originally, this area was inhabited by a large colony of king-level beasts, but it had been forcibly occupied by the black-clad individuals. Now, the beasts would reclaim their territory, erasing all traces of humanity. Within the base, the monitoring personnel, who had been closely observing the data, suddenly dozed off inexplicably, missing a brief anomaly in the data. Chapter 114. How can a villain like you allow the protagonist to survive? Days later, Lin Chuan gazed at the black mark on his hand, tears welling in his heart. At this moment, the once black crescent moon mark had waned over the past half-month, leaving only a sliver behind. Only he knew the torment he had endured during this time. Everything seemed misaligned, to the extent that even drinking cool water felt like a chore, let alone encountering a leader-level beast. He had barely crossed paths with a few elite-level ones. All the demonic beasts fled at a distance of several thousand meters from him. Even while walking normally, he often stumbled upon deep pits waiting to ensnare him. Viewers of his live stream were amused, declaring that Lin Chuan had evidently committed too many misdeeds and was finally facing retribution. Lin Chuan promptly shut down the stream. With such bad luck, why would I continue broadcasting? The terror of the Xingye Yaoling was indeed formidable. Fortunately, the end was finally in sight, with merely half a day remaining. Lin Chuan resolved to remain where he was, avoiding any ventures until this final stretch was over. Surrounded by flat terrain, devoid of cover or peaks, he was assured that no venomous snakes would suddenly strike, nor would any stones roll down to inflict harm upon him. Such indignities were intolerable. Unless a leader-level monster were to crash in, it would be manageable, and that would be even better, haha. Lin Chuan was deep in thought when suddenly a flicker of light appeared ahead, causing Lin Chuan to gasp in alarm. The newcomer was none other than the ominous spirit of misfortune. It lingers, Lin Chuan grumbled. This spirit could pinpoint Lin Chuan's location and possess spatial abilities. leaving him with no means of escape. As if hearing Lin Chuan's thoughts, a flash of anger crossed the spirit's eyes, preparing to impose more misfortune upon him. Wait, hold on, Lin Chuan shouted, hastily trying to intervene. Can't I just compensate you? He truly felt a sense of dread. Just bring it. I don't have it on me right now, but I will definitely give it to you once I get out. You're lying. I promise I'm not deceiving you. It's just some gemstones, and I have plenty, Lin Chuan quickly reassured. In truth, these gemstones held little value, being merely raw stones without any refinement. After leaving, he could easily purchase a pile for the spirit, which was far better than being cursed by this calamity. Here, take this fruit as a preliminary compensation for your spirit fruit. Noticing the spirit's hesitation, Lin Chuan took out a handful of green energy fruits. The spirit cautiously picked one up and put it in its mouth. Instantly, its eyes narrowed with delight, and a smile crept across its face. Delicious. It then proceeded to take all the fruits. Don't you have spatial storage? Why keep the gemstones at home? Are you just a con artist? Lin Chuan refrained from showing his skepticism. Anything to rid himself of this harbinger of disaster was worth it. Delicious. The spirit munched away joyfully. A gentle breeze swept by, rustling the weeds beside Lin Chuan and revealing a large spirit stone hidden beneath. Lin Chuan was astonished. The body of misfortune randomly brings either good or ill fortune to those nearby, depending on its mood. It was terrifying. After sitting here for so long, he had failed to notice the treasure around him. Quietly picking up the large spirit stone, he absorbed it, gaining several more energy fruits, a fortunate turn of events. With the spirit temporarily appeased, Lin Chuan finally felt a sense of relief. Now, he merely needed to wait for the mark to vanish. With half the time remaining for the exam, he hoped to hunt a few more leader-level beasts to be satisfied. Just as Lin Chuan was lost in thought, a ripple appeared ahead, and a figure cloaked in black materialized directly before him. Lin Chuan was taken aback. The figure spoke, sealed. Before Lin Chuan could comprehend the situation, the black-clad figure pressed a switch on a device. A beam of dark light flashed, seemingly restricting Lin Chuan's hand ring. Curse it! Lin Chuan realized the hostility of his visitor. However, he was still uncertain whether this foe was of golden or diamond rank. He attempted to exit but found no response after several seconds. Damn it! How could this be so frustrating? Don't waste your efforts. Your hand ring is useless now. You can't escape. The voice was ancient and belonged to the leader of the black-clad figures. Lin Chuan fell silent. To his surprise, the old man felt fortunate. He had encountered the biggest catch of his 3 primary targets right upon entry, laughing in triumph. Lin Chuan thought to himself, your luck may be good, but mine is just abysmally poor. Who are you? How did you get in here? What do you want? Lin Chuan fired off a barrage of questions. I have no interest in wasting words with you. Prepare to die. With that, the old man summoned all his combat power. 1, 2, 3, 4 beasts. All at the monarch level. It was evident that this elder was a seasoned diamond-level powerhouse. His summoned beasts were all grotesque, oversized insects, a mantis, a venomous bee, a moth, and a massive flesh worm measuring over 20 or 30 meters in length. However, these beasts appeared jarringly mismatched, with limbs, wings, and mandibles seemingly cobbled together from different creatures, presenting a horrific sight. Must you be like this? How can a protagonist survive against such a villain? Lin Chuan lamented, feeling that today might be his last. Nevertheless, he was not one to surrender easily. 2 black fruits were already secretly gripped in his hands. If his opponent had no qualms about breaking the rules of combat, neither would Lin Chuan show any courtesy. Who was afraid of whom? Die. The venomous bee launched its stingers, the moth scattered toxic powder, and the mantis swung its colossal scythe, almost instantly reaching Lin Chuan. The ground heaved as the flesh worm prepared to feast. There was no need to evade. Escape was impossible. And he couldn't even summon the void sword in time. Then let us perish together. 1 death fruit was hurled at the mantis, while the other was tossed into the gaping maw of the flesh worm. Lin Chuan felt no concern about missing. This type of fruit held an irresistible allure for all beasts. As the mantis's scythe struck Lin Chuan, it hesitated for a split second before consuming the fruit, then proceeded to slice down. As for the flesh worm, it had already devoured its treat. The elder, seeing his 2 monarch-level beasts perish without a sound, was unprepared for such a loss. They died in utter silence, devoid of value, invoking a chilling dread. What kind of technique was this? He recalled the 2 small items Lin Chuan had thrown earlier. I must not let him escape. The elder's gaze turned crimson as he fixed his eyes on Lin Chuan. Gray Serpent. Lin Chuan seized the opportunity, commanding the Gray Serpent to possess the elder. If this were a typical diamond-level expert, Lin Chuan would never dare to act so boldly, nor would it be of any use. However, with the elder's soul severely wounded and Lin Chuan's life hanging by a thread, he had to employ all means necessary. Soul Spike. Ah, you little beast. The elder roared in fury as he watched gray mist invade his mind, followed by piercing pain. He never expected that a mere silver level would possess such capabilities. Could you teleport me a bit farther? The further, the better, Lin Chuan quickly communicated with the spirit of misfortune. Okay, but I want fruits. 1 fruit for every 100 meters. Deal. The voice of the little girl exuded an unmistakable excitement. Shortly thereafter, the Meow Meow special vehicle sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan had traveled over 100 kilometers. Where are the people? The old man, having finally quelled his headache, discovered to his astonishment that Lin Chuan had vanished. It was undoubtedly the doing of that cat. The old man finally realized that this mere commanding level monster dared to oppose him. What a rascal! Meow? The unfortunate spirit sensed the deep malice from the old man and marked him with a curse. Subsequently, it disappeared from sight. Blast! The old man instantaneously lost his composure. A splendid situation had been ruined by a mysteriously troublesome cat. He had also lost 2 of his beasts. The only consolation was that it seemed Lin Chuan had exhausted his means. Otherwise, he would not have only utilized 2. Such a person could not be allowed to live. Lin Chuan must be eliminated. With 2 remaining monarch-level beasts, both adept at flying and tracking, the scent of toxic powder on Lin Chuan would ensure he could not flee far. After all, the old man had no intention of leaving this secret realm alive. The demise of his beasts was inconsequential. As long as he could kill Lin Chuan, it would not be in vain. Recalling the fallen beasts, the old man suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. Where are the corpses of my beasts? The curse had doubled in its intensity, leading to the loss of his belongings. The corpses of the 2 monarch-level beasts had naturally been taken by the enraged cat. On a hillside, Lin Chuan sensed the distance to the gray serpent was too far to detect. However, this was a good sign, indicating that Lin Chuan was temporarily safe. At that moment, the fortunate spirit also teleported to Lin Chuan's side. Looking at the cat once more, Lin Chuan found it increasingly pleasing to the eye. In a fit of excitement, he lifted its face and planted a kiss on it, treating it like a beloved pet. Haha, you rascal. Meow. The blue and white fur of the cat seemed to subtly take on a hint of pink. Then, Lin Chuan snapped back to reality, exclaiming in shock. He had let his guard down. This being was a deity, one to be reckoned with. He could very well be cursed for a lifetime. Did he not see that the residual effects of the curse had led a diamond-level expert to pursue him? This secret realm was vast, and the old man had teleported directly to Lin Chuan's location. To claim it was not the influence of misfortune would be utterly implausible. 1,000 fruits. The cat appeared to be in a good mood, beginning to tally the fare with Lin Chuan. Haha, no problem, take it. With a grand gesture, Lin Chuan summoned a small mountain of 1,000 energy fruits. Meow. The fortunate spirit emitted a series of joyous sounds. Here, this is for you. As he spoke, the 2 enormous beast corpses landed beside Lin Chuan. Even in death, the monarch-level beasts radiated an aura of authority. This is unexpected. Lin Chuan had not anticipated that the fortunate spirit possessed such abilities. The old man had not even collected the corpses of his own beasts. What a delightful surprise. The pleasure was doubled. Without further ado, he began to absorb them. The 2 monarch-level beasts yielded over 300 reinforcement fruits, and a monarch-level, tier fruit, with an efficacy of 10. It seemed that this old man was at least a diamond 5-star, or perhaps even higher. After gifting the fortunate spirit several hundred energy fruits, Lin Chuan once again entered the sea of consciousness to check on the condition of Old Hay. Old Hay remained in slumber, even with a 10-fold healing rate. Progress appeared slow. The primary reason was the terrifying might of the monarch-level attacks, which had brought him to the brink of death. Fortunately, he had temporarily evaded danger. Xiao Ling sat atop Old Hay, her gaze filled with worry, even losing her appetite for fruits. It's fine, don't worry. Lin Chuan felt a sense of comfort as Old Hay's ascension fruit, maturity, surged from 20 to 50. With an elite-level physique, he had withstood monarch-level attacks. In fact, it was not just one. The toxins had been neutralized. Though dying, he would not retreat. I am the Xuanwu. Additionally, 2 new fruits had sprouted from the spots of the previous 2 death fruits, one of which had matured to over 40. From the second death fruit onward, the required death aura increased significantly. Clearly, utilizing death fruits on monarch-level monsters was a substantial loss. Yet Lin Chuan felt no regret. When one is on the verge of death, what is the point of holding on to trump cards? Others are left with a single card, while you still cling to a royal flush and fortunes. Exiting the sea of consciousness, Lin Chuan checked his holographic wristband, intending to start a live stream. However, it showed no response. The function to exit the secret realm was evidently rendered useless. The ability to record points remained, yet it could not upload in real time, akin to a temporary loss of connection. Blast! Lin Chuan cursed silently, wondering if the designer of this device had considered equipment malfunctions. In truth, one could hardly blame others. Miscalculations and internal leaks were inevitable. It could only be said that he had been targeted. Lin Chuan sought to find another student to relay the situation. Yet after wandering for quite some time, he encountered no one. With the examination time having passed significantly, many students had already been eliminated. Without Old Hay to transport him, Lin Chuan's own speed was woefully inadequate. Setting aside the distance he could run on 2 legs, merely the clusters of monsters along the way were not something he could easily contend with. Chapter 116. By you? By the way, do you have a name? How about I give you one? Xiao Bai, Xiao Miao, Xiao Mi. As Lin Chuan walked, he engaged in casual conversation with the fortunate spirit. Watching her flit gracefully through the trees, he felt a twinge of envy. The Void Sword could also teleport a few hundred meters, but such freedom of movement was not possible. Xiaoling's energy consumption was too great. No way. I'm called Baiyu Miao. Baiyu? Lin Chuan silently mused. It was almost fitting to be called Heiyu. Although the black mark on his hand had completely vanished, he still felt a lingering trepidation. Who named you? Generally speaking, wild monsters typically do not possess names. I don't know, it's just called that. Perhaps due to Baiyu's good mood. Lin Chuan encountered few formidable monsters during their journey, which, in a sense, was a stroke of luck. Lin Chuan, the opponent is flying toward us, Baiyu kindly warned, likely hoping to invite Lin Chuan onto her Meow Meow special vehicle. Lin Chuan had already sensed the approach of the gray serpent. Although it was expending its spirit spikes without restraint, the gap in their ranks was simply too vast. Initially, it could force the opponent to pause for a moment, but the effectiveness waned significantly thereafter. This was not a sustainable solution. Baiyu, can you teleport me out of the secret realm? As the distance closed in, Lin Chuan proposed. Sure. However, I cannot guarantee you'll be in one piece, Meow. Lin Chuan. Fine, let us pretend I didn't say anything. Through the perspective of the gray serpent, he saw the old man standing on the back of a large moth, rapidly advancing. He would likely reach Lin Chuan's current location in under 20 minutes. Recalling how that moth had scattered powder all over him, Lin Chuan understood the opponent's tracking methods all too well. Baiyu, teleport me to the place you previously stayed, by the lake, if you can. Sure. 3,000 fruits. Can you consume that many? Lin Chuan had only a little over 10,000 energy fruits left at this rate. If he could not shake off the pursuit soon, his fruits would be completely depleted. 15 minutes later, Lin Chuan could vaguely see the gigantic moth in the sky. He raised his middle finger to the sky and then requested Baiyu to teleport him once more. Blast! The old man could no longer maintain his composure. After pursuing for so long, he was finally close, only to be informed by the moth that now the target was 300 kilometers away, and even at full speed, it would take over an hour to catch up. He had never imagined that a mere silver-level opponent could be so troublesome. Even against opponents of the same diamond caliber, he had not failed to triumph before. Today, however, he has suffered a grievous defeat at the hands of a mere silver-tier adversary, a humiliation of the highest order. More critically, the organization expended substantial resources and covert operations for this mission. If no results are achieved, the consequences could be dire. Upon this realization, the elder felt a twinge of regret. Had he sought out the other 2 individuals directly, perhaps they would have succeeded. The deployment of 3 diamond-level operatives was intended to ensure success, yet here they were, facing defeat. Given the current situation, he could only press onward. Lin Chuan's potential far exceeded the organization's expectations and could not be allowed to persist. Moreover, the remaining time did not permit a change of target. It would not be long before the circumstances within the secret realm became known to the outside world. In fact, outside of the 3 diamond-tier individuals, 10 golden-tier beast-tamers had also entered the secret realm. Their mission was to have their beasts disguise themselves as the magical creatures within the realm, launching indiscriminate attacks on any student or beast they encountered. Even more so, the priority was to eliminate the beasts over the students. For the death of a beast would render even the most talented student effectively incapacitated. Furthermore, the ramifications of a beast's demise would attract less immediate attention. 40 commanding-tier magical creatures had split into groups, hunting down a multitude of students, most of whom were at most silver tier. Within a mere few hours, hundreds of students fell victim to surprise assaults. Initially, the internal base was somewhat indifferent, considering casualties to be a normal occurrence. However, as the number of eliminated students continued to rise, the situation began to raise alarms. In the latter half of the examination, with many of the remaining participants being prodigies, why were the casualties so severe? Whether it was the beasts or the students, death loomed over them. A thorough investigation was mandated, leaving no stone unturned. The data analysis quickly revealed inconsistencies. Members from the monitoring, equipment, and research teams were summoned for questioning. Gradually, a comprehensive web targeting this examination began to take shape. There were even whispers of royal-level involvement. Although this remained a suspicion, it was enough to send chills down the spines of those conducting the investigation. Even more alarming was the news of diamond-level forces rampaging within the secret realm. This information was relayed by Long Chenhao, who had been confronted by a diamond-level individual himself. Fortunately, he possessed a family heirloom that ensured his survival. He endured a grievous injury but managed to force a teleportation out of the situation, although he was left severely wounded. As for Xia S, he was nowhere to be found. An urgent notification was dispatched to end the examination prematurely, instructing all participants to teleport out immediately. In an instant, only Lin Chuan remained alive within the secret realm. The others had either been teleported away or would remain trapped forever, their bodies perhaps one day discovered if fortunate enough. After being teleported by Bai Yu to the lakeside, Lin Chuan initially contemplated diving into the water for a bath. However, after some thought, he stripped off his clothing and plunged into the lake, using the mud to scrub every inch of his body. He even hastily cut a significant portion of his hair to ensure complete anonymity. He then instructed Xiao Ling to equip him with the sword armor and illusion sword technique. Lin Chuan first applied some plant sap onto himself, rendering the sword armor an opaque full-body suit. Subsequently, he directed his clone to don the clothes he had previously discarded. Bai Yu then teleported him to a location far from the lakeshore. Lin Chuan shouted into the air, "All right, meow, half price." Bai Yu immediately appeared, her face alight with joy. Her business had flourished remarkably, even though her sole customer was Lin Chuan, a typical case of opening to feast for half a year. Bai Yu curiously observed Lin Chuan and his clone before preparing to teleport once more. "Wait a moment," Lin Chuan called out, pausing to consider. "No, it cannot be on land." He then used his sword to sever a section of tree trunk for his clone to hold. "Throw him into the center of the lake." Lin Chuan pointed toward the vast expanse of water opposite him. "It will be eaten by the big ones," Bai Yu cautioned. Lin Chuan was unsure what she meant by the big ones, perhaps the fish in the water. After pondering, he replied, "It's fine, let's not teleport just yet. When that old man is nearly here, let him see you teleport me into the lake, all right?" "Sure, that sounds fun," Bai Yu replied eagerly. Seemingly lost in thoughts of amusement, Lin Chuan disposed of the remaining items into the lake, securing them with a stone, and made his way to the site where the collapse had previously occurred. There had been an earthquake, causing the entire mountain to split open, revealing a gigantic pit. For the time being, Lin Chuan intended to adopt a strategy of concealment. He doubted the outside world could remain unaware of such a significant incident. Once that old Bai was dealt with, should the old He recover, Lin Chuan even contemplated taking further action. Alas, without a couple of death fruits in hand, he felt an unsettling sense of unease. Chapter 117, Royal Betrayal, Annihilation of the Entire Clan. Outside, the world was already in an uproar. The highly anticipated examination had been deliberately orchestrated into a means of hunting down prodigies. Only after the deaths of hundreds of students was this discovered. Given it was the latter half of the examination, many of the remaining participants possessed exceptional talents, some even at the pinnacle of aptitude. These students, within 4 years, would have likely secured their place at the golden tier, with prospects of reaching diamond in the future. Yet now, they lay at the threshold of university life, extinguished. However, this was not the gravest concern. Many were acutely aware that Lin Chuan had yet to be teleported out, his fate uncertain. The most gifted student of the year was on the brink of demise, prompting collective lamentations. In a whirlwind of rumors, negative sentiments began to circulate. Many sensed that this was merely the prelude to a storm, with the true tempest still brewing, its arrival uncertain. Within a luxurious villa, what once buzzed with life now lay shrouded in silence. The sound of dripping water resonated from the balcony. "Grandfather," a young boy groaned in agony, his throat slashed. Blood collected in a wine glass. Once the glass was filled, the boy was unceremoniously discarded onto the floor. The perpetrator was none other than the boy's own grandfather. Not only the boy but the entire family, numbering over a dozen, met a gruesome fate. The man raised his glass, savoring the taste, his eyes narrowing into slits. "After all my efforts, is this all I have achieved? Truly pathetic. Yet, at least I have successfully hunted one." He gazed at the long silent live stream of Lin Chuan, lamenting, "What a pity, if only I could enter as a royal, I would relish your blood." Subsequently, he cast aside his phone and stepped onto the balcony, announcing, "Serpent King, emerge." His voice shattered all doors and windows. "Xingzun, it is good to see you well." The newcomer was a burly man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with fiery red hair, seated atop a colossal bird engulfed in flames. However, those in the know recognized that this man had exceeded a century in age. He was one of the pillars of humanity, one of the 9 respects, Xing Yan. It seems no further questions are necessary. Upon witnessing the scene within the villa, Xing Yan erupted in fury. "You have doomed your entire clan. You have shamed humanity. To have a traitor among us, living within the city, serves only to inflict suffering upon them. It is better to grant them release sooner," the man replied indifferently. "When did you succumb to demonization?" Xing Yan inquired, aware that the other had shed all remnants of humanity, and thus sought to question him further. Demonization? No, rather. I was a demon from the start. Why do you think you never discovered me? Ha ha. The man laughed maniacally. Let me remind you, there are many like me. Perhaps, even among your so-called 9 respects. Silence. Today marks your demise. Xing Yin roared, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the villa. In an instant, the entire structure was reduced to rubble, engulfed in relentless fire. If you wish to wage war within the city, I shall gladly accompany you, the man taunted. As a colossal serpent shadow soared into the sky, his voice gradually fading into the distance. Xing Yin ceased his pursuit, casting a glance at the burning villa before departing. Initially, he had come to investigate fueled by mere suspicion, but he was taken aback by the other's blatant disregard. Should a royal-level conflict ensue, the demise of his opponent would be assured. However, the repercussions would be catastrophic, a fact that his adversary had clearly counted on. For the time being, it was imperative to address internal affairs. The inner city had enjoyed prolonged peace, with many years devoid of the terror wrought by demonic beasts, for decades. The outer districts had borne the brunt of all threats. Now, with so many departments thoroughly corrupted, the loss of vigilance against demonic beasts rendered them no different from traitors to humanity. Xing Yin felt an intense fire smoldering within his chest, necessitating an outlet. This matter demanded a sacrificial offering. How infuriating! These incompetent fools deserved nothing less than death. Bang! This was undoubtedly the nth table that Qin Yin had smashed. Enough! Lao Qin, calm down. Does it not indicate that Lin Chuan is still alive? Perhaps he is merely under control, and there remains hope. Xia Yuan has already entered the secret realm for a rescue. Trust him, Jin Mo, Chu reassured. If anything were to happen to Lin Chuan, Qin Yin would undoubtedly turn to violence. For reasons unknown, the secret realm was unable to accommodate any more diamond-level individuals. Otherwise, Qin Yin would not be left waiting in vain. Xia Yuan's entry was already at the limit. Adding another would surely provoke unforeseen consequences. Within the secret realm, Xia Yuan was as blind as a bat. Searching for a single person across millions of square kilometers was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Hang in there, kid. Shadow clone. A shadow as dark as ink erupted like drops of water hitting the ground, with dozens of silhouettes darting in all directions. Hope still lingered. Beneath the pit, Lin Chuan found a crevice in the rocks and buried himself within. Remaining motionless, the perspective shifted to the gray serpent. The elder realized he was being spied upon, but felt utterly powerless. Under normal circumstances, he would have had plenty of means to deal with the gray serpent, but now, time was his most precious commodity. With no other students left in the secret realm, he understood that the situation had been exposed, and soon, diamond-level individuals would come to investigate. Fortunately, their numbers were substantial. At the very least, they could buy some time. From the feedback of the moth, it appeared that the enemy had lingered in that location for quite some time, likely waiting for the cooldown of the teleportation. The elder could not fathom how a mere silver-level Lin Chuan could have a leader-level demonic beast assisting him. Had he contracted it himself? It was evident that was not the case. The level of a beast tamer must exceed that of the beasts themselves. Even if a royal-level beast were willing to contract with a silver-level tamer, it would automatically downgrade to elite level, akin to starting over. A wild demonic beast? That seemed far-fetched. The elder had watched Lin Chuan's live stream. That kid bore an intense hatred for demonic beasts, a veritable harbinger of death. How could a wild beast assist him? Unless there was money involved? Confounded, he chose to abandon thought and resolve matters through violence first. The moth flew at full speed for 1 to 2 hours. Even a monarch-level creature would exhaust considerable stamina. Finally, the elder arrived above Lin Chuan's clone. Below lay an expansive lake, indicating that the youth had indeed displayed some cleverness by identifying the problem. Unfortunately, it was too late. Why aren't you running? The elder suddenly felt inclined to speak. Oh, very well. With that, a flash of light enveloped Lin Chuan, who found himself instantly transported to the center of the lake, clutching a tree trunk, bobbing up and down. The elder in black exclaimed, "Damn it! Pursue him. I will flay him alive." In the elder's eyes, Lin Chuan's voluntary plunge into the water was tantamount to self-destruction. However, every time he neared, that peculiar cat would appear just in time, tossing Lin Chuan further away. It was evident that the cat's abilities were nearing their limit. Merely consuming wild fruits could hardly sustain it. Finally, after drifting 100 miles from the shore, the cat ceased its interventions. "Now, let's see where you run to," cackled the elder. Chapter 118. So, it is a lackey of the demonic beasts. Are you also from the Yaoshenjiao? Lin Chuan's clone asked, clutching the tree trunk in confusion. At this point, he had indeed decided against fleeing, being forced down to the depths of the water or consumed by a large fish, resulting in his complete demise, would allow him to escape unscathed. "It seems you've offended quite a few individuals," the elder said with a sinister tone. However, He refrained from attacking immediately, instead responding, "The Yao Xinjiao is merely a group of rats scurrying about. They do not have the audacity to openly confront the entirety of Xuanwu City. Then what power do you represent to mobilize such a force?" Lin Chuan questioned, sensing that diamond level was merely the threshold of the secret realm, not the limits of these factions. Should a royal-level individual be permitted entry? It was entirely possible that one might appear. Lin Chuan felt utterly exasperated. He had done nothing to warrant such enmity, yet here he was, besieged by increasingly formidable foes. The Wanyao Jian, I presume you've never heard of it. Nonetheless, it matters not. Soon, the name of Wanyao Jian will echo across the continent. The elder boasted. Is it dedicated to hunting down human geniuses on behalf of the demonic race? Recalling Qin Yan's earlier mention, Lin Chuan understood. So, it is a lackey of the demonic beasts. Rather than being a decent individual, you choose to become a dog, and even then, you'd be better off being a demonic beast, haha. Lin Chuan mocked, laughing heartily at the sky. At least the Yao Xinjiao offers some benefits for joining. This one Yao Jian merely calls for slaughter, utterly rude. You little brat, seeking death. The elder no longer hesitated, commanding the moth to unleash 2 powerful gusts directed at Lin Chuan on the water's surface. I would rather drown than perish at the hands of you, old dog. Lin Chuan declared, releasing his grip on the tree trunk and plunging into the water, desperately sinking to the depths. At this point, the clone's mission was accomplished. The clone did not require breath. It merely needed to remain still until time elapsed, allowing for its disappearance. Damn! The elder raged on the water's surface, ordering the wasps and moths to indiscriminately unleash their skills upon the water's surface, reducing that segment of the tree trunk to splinters before relenting. Through the perspective of the gray serpent, Lin Chuan witnessed the chaotic scene above the water and exclaimed in disbelief. Who could withstand this? Even 100 of me would be reduced to nothing. Suddenly, Lin Chuan sensed the disappearance of his clone. Wasn't there still over 10 minutes left? He had been so focused on the elder that he failed to notice the commotion beneath the water. Perhaps it was something Lin Chuan deemed inconsequential. As Baiyu had mentioned, after venting his fury for an extended time, the elder finally noticed that Lin Chuan had not resurfaced and that there were no spatial fluctuations indicating teleportation, allowing him to relax, believing Lin Chuan had finally perished. Just as he prepared to leave, the water's surface stirred. A tremendous surge of waves swirled violently, forming a massive vortex. Subsequently, a colossal black figure leapt from the depths. What the hell? Both the elder and Lin Chuan exclaimed in unison. The creature Baiyu referred to as a big fellow had indeed emerged. It was a fish, and a rather large one at that, though its size was utterly absurd. Before its tail even breached the surface, its entire body resembled a mountain, towering into the clouds. Conservatively estimated at over 1,000 meters long, akin to the legendary Kuan. Soon, the fish's body descended towards the elder, as if the heavens were collapsing. Phew! The giant fish let out a cry, its emotions indiscernible. The elder's 2 demonic beasts appeared as insignificant as flies before the immense fish. Flee! The elder made an instant decision, directing the moth to hastily escape. The terror was overwhelming. How could such a fearsome creature exist within this secret realm? Could it possibly be a royal-level beast? No, that was impossible, but it could very well be a royal-level creature undergoing ascension. Pondering this was futile. Survival was the priority. Although the elder did not intend to leave alive, he did not wish to meet the same fate as Lin Chuan, devoured by a fish. The giant fish took notice of the airborne beings, its gaze reflecting a glimmer of amusement. Soon, an immense wave surged toward the elder. I did not provoke you. The venomous wasps and moths were all overturned by the colossal waves into the water. Block it. The venomous wasp summoned an overwhelming swarm, launching a suicidal attack towards the great fish's eyes. The old man swiftly mounted the moth, continuing his flight towards the shore. The disturbance from the swarm of insects irked the great fish. A silent ripple emanated from its abdomen, and all the venomous wasps perished in an instant, falling into the water like rain. This included the monarch-class wasp, whose fate remained uncertain. The ripple did not cease, sweeping across dozens of kilometers. The old man ahead seemed struck by lightning, plunging into the water along with the moth. The old man sought his own demise, and thus he met his end. The great fish had no intention of killing. It merely toyed with the insects. However, if the insects sought to bite, they could only be crushed. Through the feedback from the gray serpent, the old man's head was turned to pulp, dead beyond revival. At this point, Lin Chuan also lost the gray serpent's vision, unless it could embody another beast. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan advised it not to act rashly. Other beasts, particularly that great fish, best to avoid it. Baiyu, is that the behemoth you mentioned? Lin Chuan swallowed hard and inquired. Indeed, you see it, don't you? It is indeed vast. Baiyu appeared quite stuffed. lounging on the ground alongside Xiao Ling, motionless. These two seemed to have hit it off, enjoying each other's company. Both are gluttons. Lin Chuan felt speechless upon hearing Bai Yu's words. Was it indeed large? It was unimaginably colossal. On his first day, he contemplated whether to cross the waters to explore the other side. Fortunately, he had exercised caution, or he might have met an untimely end. Lin Chuan did not anticipate that the diamond-level powerhouse pursuing him for so long would die so quietly. However, before dying, he must have thought he was already dead, which could be considered some consolation. If Lin Chuan were to appear before his corpse now, he wondered if it would infuriate him back to life. The only thing causing Lin Chuan anxiety was that the gray serpent had yet to return. At the moment of the old man's death, the maturity of the soul fruit surged by 10, reaching 55. It turned out that high-quality soul energy referred to the souls of beast masters. Furthermore, they must be of a high tier. By this calculation, Lin Chuan only needed to absorb the souls of 5 more diamond-level beast masters for the gray serpent to advance. Bai Yu, can you teleport that person's corpse back? After contemplating, Lin Chuan arrived at this solitary solution. Should he let it seek the great fish on its own? It would be more merciful to be killed by the old man. I dare not snatch the prey of such a behemoth. Bai Yu shook her head, indicating refusal. Lin Chuan felt disheartened. Must he wait until his strength was sufficient to search again? By then, the opportunity would have passed. Moreover, the gray serpent was one of his most formidable aides, and Lin Chuan could not simply relinquish it. Then, Bai Yu shifted the topic, saying, however, I can help you exchange for it. All that is needed is fruits, right? Lin Chuan sighed. Ever since he encountered this creature, he had been consumed incessantly. Nevertheless, he had to admit that without Bai Yu, he would have died countless times. Whether it was misfortune or fortune, it was truly difficult to say. Destiny is indeed elusive. Chapter 119, The Burdens of the Great. I will give you 1,000 green ones and another 1,000 red ones. Will that suffice? Lin Chuan was uncertain which type of fruit would be effective, so he offered a variety. From Bai Yu's reaction, they all seemed quite delectable. Yes. Yes, Bai Yu's feline face broke into a blissful smile. Not merely enough, but overwhelmingly so. Lin Chuan, you are a true tycoon. I shall give the great fish 10. And the rest are all mine, meow. At that moment, she finally realized how fortunate she was to have encountered Lin Chuan. I'll be off now, wait for me. Then, Bai Yu vanished in an instant. Moments later, she returned, not only bringing back the old man's corpse, but also the bodies of 2 monarch-class beasts. The great fish said it does not like eating insects, so I brought them for you. Bai Yu nonchalantly stated. For me? It knows of my existence. Lin Chuan questioned, puzzled. Of course, you silly. You were blatantly spying on it. Did you think it was blind? Lin Chuan realized his naivety and immediately reflected. At this level, beasts possessed intelligence akin to humans. It was hardly Lin Chuan's fault, who encounters diamond and king-level beasts daily. Without a big heart, one could hardly bear it. Please thank it for me. With that, Lin Chuan absorbed both beast corpses. The 2 monarch-class beasts provided a tier fruit, with an effect of 9 and over 300 enhancement fruits. All in all, Lin Chuan absorbed the 4 monarch-class beasts belonging to the old man. Indeed, none who opposed Lin Chuan met a favorable end. Consequently, Lin Chuan's exemption against monarch-class beasts reached 22. Although it was also a quick kill, at least it was steadily improving. To truly see results, it seemed Lin Chuan would have to wait until reaching the golden level. Then, the gray serpent finally returned. Additionally, the old man possessed a small device emitting a red light, which was used to seal Lin Chuan's bracelet. As long as it was destroyed, Lin Chuan could teleport out immediately. However, Lin Chuan was not in a hurry to exit. He needed to wait until Old Hay had fully recovered. In a few hours, Old Hay's ultimate healing would be ready for use. By the way, the great fish wants to meet you. Meet me? Lin Chuan asked, puzzled. To be honest, he felt somewhat intimidated. He was not yet worthy of the great fish. Yes, rest assured, the great fish will not eat you. I will protect you. Bai Yu patted her chest with her paw. Very well, I shall go in a few hours. Even if Bai Yu was unreliable, Lin Chuan should have enough time to teleport out. To be honest, he was also curious about the identity of such a colossal beast. In another corner of the secret realm, Xia Yuan was engulfed in demonic flames, wielding the shadow blade, slaughtering the 2 monarch-class beasts used for cover. The dark green blood corroded the land within a kilometer radius, leaving no vegetation behind. Although victorious without effort, Xia Yuan's expression remained exceptionally grim. The diamond-level invaders were clearly not just one. The absence of them in this direction indicated that Lin Chuan must be in another direction. The crucial matter was that the longer they delayed, the less time they would have. Moreover, his side would surely be harassed and entangled. If he could not teleport all the students out, he would not be able to inquire about Lin Chuan's whereabouts, and at the very least, he could stall these individuals. At this moment, Xia Yuan's demonic flames surged even more intensely, only to be suppressed again. Humph. Then let me eliminate you first. After saying this, Xia Yuan quickened his pace, pursuing the direction in which the foes had fled. After retrieving his backpack from the lake and putting on his clothes, Lin Chuan took a brief nap. 8 or 9 hours later. I'm hungry. Lin Chuan was awakened by Old Hay. Damn, I knew you would want to eat. Lin Chuan chuckled as he scolded. Once ultimate healing cooled down, Old Hay used it on himself. He fed Old Hay several hundred energy fruits, all at once, ensuring he was satiated. Immediately, Lin Chuan felt a surge of strength coursing through his limbs. Upon sensing, he had reached silver 6 stars. He then tossed it aside. It was merely a star upgrade, not worth dwelling upon. Old Hay had consumed thousands of fruits and had yet to level up. That would indeed be strange. Old Hay, let us go meet your elder brother. Whether he is truly an elder brother or not, he is quite large. This time, Lin Chuan opted not to ask Bai Yu to teleport, but instead sat on Old Hay's back as they flew towards the center of the waters. Not far into their journey, Lin Chuan heard the great fish's call. Through the gray serpent, it was not particularly concerning, but in person, it was nothing short of astonishing. Just a single sound was enough to send tremors through the air. Suppressing the tension in his heart, Lin Chuan awaited the emergence of the great fish. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth from the water's surface. Following this, the back of a fish, resembling a small island, gradually surfaced, lifting Lao He up. You have arrived. A deep, resonant male voice echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Everyone, Bai Yu leapt from Lao He's back and, in a few swift movements, landed upon the head of the giant fish. Senior, Lin Chuan greeted, feeling somewhat reserved. After all, the other party was a demon beast, and their intentions, whether friend or foe, remained unclear. Big brother. Lao He also extended a greeting. Although it could not vocalize, Lin Chuan understood its thoughts. Lao He, you are indeed a true tiger. Haha. Fortunately, the other party seemed unperturbed. The great fish appeared to have a purpose, carrying Lao He and Lin Chuan directly towards the center of the water. Naturally, Lin Chuan had no choice but to accompany it. Having come this far, he was eager to discover their intent. The Elder's speculation proved accurate. This creature was not merely of the Wang level, but was indeed in the process of advancing. Demon Beast, Long Ming, Wang level, in the process of advancement. Skills, Tsunami Technique 9, active. Rain Summoning Technique 9, active. Storm Technique 9, active. Sky Manipulation Technique 9, active. Dragon Bloodline, passive, exclusive to the bloodline. Bathing in the true blood of dragons enhances potential. Kuanpeng Body 1, passive, racial exclusive. Each advancement results in a tenfold increase in size. Potential, Wang level 9 stars. A standard divine beast template, which Lin Chuan could only envy. If he were truly to bathe in the blood of a true dragon, could his potential possibly ascend to the divine level? What intrigued Lin Chuan was why its Kuanpeng body remained at level 1 when logically, reaching its maximum should be effortless. If it were to reach level 9, its size would likely exceed 10,000 meters. Moreover, once this creature attained the Wang level, its size would increase tenfold again. Hiss, could this body of water sustain such a colossal beast? Initially, Lin Chuan thought Lao He, at a few hundred meters, was something to be proud of, but in comparison, it truly seemed like a younger sibling. With this realization, Lin Chuan finally understood why it had not upgraded its Kunpeng body. Sometimes, being excessively large can indeed be a burden, beyond one's capacity to bear. Navigating the waves for over 100 miles, they finally reached their destination. Before them lay a small island, covered in medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits, untouched by human feet. Bai Yu let out a meow and dashed into the forest. You all go ahead to the island. I need to prepare. After setting Lin Chuan down, Long Ming dove again, disappearing from sight. Chapter 120. Long Ming's request. Lin Chuan had no objections. Although Long Ming had not disclosed his intentions, he could surmise much. What could a mere silver-level beast master like himself offer that warranted the attention of such a being? It was nothing more than his fruits, after all. He certainly did not believe that a mere shake of his tiger body would make the demon kings rush to him. When a newly acquainted individual unexpectedly treats you well, it is wise to recognize your value to them. Otherwise, you might just be the value they seek. Lin Chuan observed that the higher the demon beast level, the more pronounced the effect of the fruits on them. At lower ranks, the fruits served merely as potions. After advancing, however, they often yielded effects that could pierce through the superficial to strike at the heart of the matter, unmatched by any potion. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Chuan would not reveal them. Currently, among high-ranking demon beasts, only Qin Yan's ice crystal demon python, Bai Yu, and Long Ming had tasted them. As for Kong Lao, he likely only found the wine enjoyable, without any profound effects. Lin Chuan casually picked a few fruits from the trees. barely satisfying his hunger after not eating anything for over 10 hours. Before long, the water's surface stirred again. A massive wave surged towards the island, followed by a multitude of fish being flung onto the shore. Lin Chuan gazed in disbelief at the fish rain falling before him. Please, do not hesitate. Long Ming's deep voice resonated. Thank you for the hospitality. What more could Lin Chuan say? After greeting Lao He, he began to end the lives of these elite and commander-level fish. To ensure freshness, Long Ming merely rendered them unconscious. Even the commander-level fish posed no resistance upon reaching the shore. With so many fish, it was evident Lin Chuan could not consume them all. After absorbing the commander-level demon beasts, he kindled a bonfire and began grilling fish. Senior, may I inquire what you seek from me? Lao He addressed Long Ming as Big Brother, while Lin Chuan felt it was somewhat peculiar. If you do not mind, you may call me Big Brother as well. In the memories of my lineage, the Long Ming clan holds no grudge against humanity. Very well, Big Brother. Lin Chuan had no objections. After all, who would refuse the support of a Wong-level individual? Haha, Big Brother has little to offer. Consider this a greeting gift. Long Ming laughed heartily. Subsequently, 2 monarch-level crystal cores were spat from Long Ming's mouth, landing in Lin Chuan's hand. Thank you, Big Brother. Lin Chuan naturally would not refuse. He appreciated such generous figures who offered gifts without hesitation. I have indeed come to seek your assistance. My Long Ming clan enjoys a long lifespan, but correspondingly, our advancement period is lengthy. The fruits we trade can shorten my advancement time without jeopardizing my foundation. A great upheaval is imminent. My kin in the eastern seas are calling for me, and time is of the essence. Thus, I hope you can trade more with me. The eastern seas? Is that near Qinglong City? What upheaval is imminent? Lin Chuan felt somewhat perplexed. However, recalling the recent attacks and the stirrings of demon beasts outside the city, it indeed seemed as if a storm was brewing. Big Brother, is this what you mean? Saying this, Lin Chuan produced 1 green and 1 red fruit. Indeed, if I consume 10 of each, I can shorten my time by a month. 10. Lin Chuan turned to glance at Baiyu. In a flash, Baiyu vanished without a trace. TSK. Truly deserving of the title Black Moon, how remarkably shrewd. Lin Chuan had given Baiyu 1,000 of each, fearing it would not suffice. Yet, she only provided the other party 10. The disparity in profit was staggering. Even the most ruthless capitalists would shed tears. In that moment, Lin Chuan felt certain that he had forged a solid bond with this Big Brother. Big Brother, may I ask how much longer you will require to complete your advancement? Lin Chuan inquired curiously. At most, 100 years, Long Ming replied, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. Perhaps for the Long Ming clan. That was not a lengthy period. However, within a secret realm, 100 years equated to 2 decades outside. By then, the flowers would have wilted, which explained his urgency. Lin Chuan silently calculated. If it were 100 years, that meant he would need 12,000 of each fruit. The green fruits were sufficient, but the red ones only numbered just over 3,000, far from enough. Is this matter causing you any distress? Long Ming inquired. It is not so much distressing, but the quantity I currently possess is indeed insufficient. Refining requires a substantial amount of demon beast crystal cores. Do you only require demon beast crystal cores? With that, Long Ming opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of crystal cores around Lin Chuan. Soon, various crystal cores piled up into a small mountain. Lin Chuan was left speechless and stunned. If this is not sufficient, I can go hunt some commander-level beasts. Regrettably, there are too few monarch-level ones. As I have consumed them all. Without waiting for Lin Chuan's response, Long Ming dove again to catch more fish. This was not merely enough, it was overwhelmingly sufficient. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of crystal cores vanished. The number of red fruits surged to over 50,000. In addition, several commander-level ones were absorbed, transforming into commander-level, tier fruits. Coupled with the previously absorbed commander-level fish, Lin Chuan's exemption from the tier suppression against commander-level creatures soared from 56 to an astonishing 80. He could nearly disregard it altogether. If he were to encounter a sovereign-level adversary again, Lao He would be able to unleash nearly all of his skills, plunging them into despair. The 2 monarch-level fruits bestowed by Long Ming were transformed into level 8 monarch-level fruit of rank, granting a monarch-level immunity of 30. Lin Chuan never anticipated that Long Ming would be gone for 2.5 days. He could not lift the restrictions of the bracelet. Otherwise, he would be teleported away, which would spell disaster. Finally, a familiar voice echoed from the edge of the island. Long Ming returned, casually tossing Lin Chuan a monarch-level crystal core along with more than 10 sovereign-level ones. Brother, that's more than enough. This was exceedingly generous, and Lin Chuan felt embarrassed to accept any more. He thought he should learn from Yu to exploit opportunities without flinching. Very well, if this is insufficient, I shall hunt in a more distant location. Lin Chuan said, Brother, when shall we commence? I am ready whenever you are. No problem, Long Ming replied. Lin Chuan contemplated the need to feign preparation, at least to ensure that Long Ming felt his investment was worthwhile. If this succeeds, you shall be the closest ally and brother of the Long Ming clan. I vow by the heavenly way that I shall not divulge your secrets nor become your foe. Long Ming declared resolutely. In the distance, the sky flickered with the sound of thunder and dragon roars. Rest assured, brother, Lin Chuan said, turning towards the island's center. In the final moments, he needed to check for any useful resources, as Long Ming's advancement might trigger certain changes. His original plan to hunt monsters might fall through. However, it mattered little. Unexpectedly, meeting Long Ming turned out to be the greatest boon of this high-stakes examination. The sovereign-level immunity finally reached 100, while the monarch level stood at 35. It must be said that keeping Bai Yu happy proved effective. Unbeknownst to him, fortune was smiling upon him. Unlike that elder from the Myriad Beasts Hall, who had inexplicably met his demise. Chapter 121. Crossing Tribulations. This does not align with the setting, does it? Another day passed within the secret realm. Lin Chuan had nearly exhausted the collection of spiritual herbs and ores on the island. He even stumbled upon a small exposed vein of spirit stones. Without hesitation, he absorbed them, replenishing himself with 4,000 to 5,000 energy fruits, which, when calculated, were only worth a little over 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Chuan was too lazy to excavate the deeply buried ones. Naturally, he could not carry the collected resources away. He had to ask Bai Yu to act as a courier once more. He trusted she would find him. According to her own account, she had not initially resided in this secret realm, she had merely wandered in. After resolving these matters, Lin Chuan arrived at the island's edge. Brother, I am ready. He called out to the surface of the water. Moments later, Long Ming emerged, emitting an invigorating cry. Let us begin. Lao He, lift me up. Lao He soared to the surface, hovering several meters above Long Ming's head. Brother, I am about to throw, Lin Chuan announced. Very well. Subsequently, Lin Chuan's hands flowed like two conduits, one pouring forth red water and the other green, continuously conjuring fruits that coalesced into a line and were entirely consumed by Long Ming. This process lasted a full 5 minutes. Concerned it might not suffice, he added an extra 3,000 of each type. A staggering 15,000 energy fruits and skill fruits were devoured by Long Ming in one go, a truly terrifying feat. These merely served to accelerate the process. The decisive factor in Long Ming's advancement lay in his own innate potential. After consuming the fruits, Long Ming sank beneath the water, remaining still for half a day. Yet, Lin Chuan understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Dark clouds began to gather ominously above the small island, further dimming the already lackluster environment. Brother, there may be considerable commotion shortly. I shall keep my distance. You remain on the island. Without waiting for Lin Chuan's response, Long Ming leapt into the sky. Truly, the body of the Kuanping is magnificent, soaring to such heights, Lin Chuan remarked. Lao He, your brother is indeed a paragon. The clouds overhead shifted with Long Ming's ascent. Despite being several kilometers away, Lin Chuan could still witness the spectacle. A massive fish, over 1,000 meters long, danced amidst the thunderclouds. The booming thunder and incessant lightning illuminated the surrounding sky with startling clarity. Could it be that a tribulation is to come? This does not align with the setting. Just then, Lin Chuan perceived a tearing sound, but upon closer inspection, he could not locate its source. Not only Lin Chuan, but the remaining individuals within the secret realm also heard it. At this moment, apart from Lin Chuan, only 2 others remained in the secret realm. One was Xia Yuan, who had gone on a rampage, having slain a diamond-level opponent and spared not even the remaining gold-level ones. He had scoured the entire land using shadow clones for several days, but found no trace of Lin Chuan, leading him to conclude one thing. Lin Chuan had truly perished. If that is the case, then let us die together. Xia Yuan was in a frenzied state. The other was the last of the 3 diamond-level beings, possessing no remarkable traits save for his speed. He was the one who had found Long Chenhao, but regrettably, his attack had fallen short, failing to slay Long Chenhao directly. All 4 of his beasts were speed-oriented, and even his talent enhanced acceleration. Xia Yuan had pursued him for days without success. The sudden cracking sound startled both individuals. Haha. Xia Yuan, this space is about to shatter. Are you ready to perish with me? The man in black laughed maniacally. At that moment, Xia Yuan regained some clarity. Realizing it was time to leave. Myriad Beasts Hall, I shall make you regret this. Xia Yuan's murderous intent was palpable, causing the man in black to avert his gaze. With a soft sigh, Xia Yuan exited the secret realm. At this very moment, the outside world had nearly concluded Lin Chuan had met his end. The bracelet was merely a disguise used by someone else. Countless individuals lamented his fate. Qin Yan, after exhausting all means within the Beast-Tamer Association, finally succumbed to despair. Lin Chuan's few friends, the chubby Su Daji, Lu Xiaomao, and Yi Yao, were already in tears. Even former adversaries were left in silence. Numerous people left condolences beneath Lin Chuan's previous videos, akin to a large-scale online funeral. The latest news indicated a disturbance within the secret realm, suggesting it was on the verge of collapse. Thus, Lin Chuan was ultimately confirmed to have fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely unaware of the impending destruction of the space. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago instead of lingering here for trifles. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, leisurely observing the cataclysmic scene. Haha, such a sight is unlikely to be encountered even once in a lifetime. Lin Chuan thought to himself with satisfaction. To not host a live broadcast of this spectacle would be a shame. After so many days without streaming, he wondered how his popularity had fared. Now, with such a scene, it would undoubtedly astonish his viewers. It would indeed be shocking, though Lin Chuan had no way of knowing this. He had been declared dead. Yet he could still continue streaming. Wouldn't that startle everyone? Resolute, he destroyed the interference device, instantly connecting to the network. The first to sense something amiss were not the viewers, but the teachers tallying the scores. The leaderboard, previously frozen at first place, Lin Chuan 57923. Second place, Long Chenhao 32512. Third place, Xia Cuf 30234. In the blink of an eye, the first place score transformed to first place, Lin Chuan 158651. An increase of over 100,000 points at once. This was due to Lin Chuan having slain 2 monarch-level beings. The monarch level does not have a specific score. It simply became 50,000 due to the necessity of establishing a maximum value. The remaining fractional points were merely accrued later by Lin Chuan, who eliminated several elite-level beings. The teacher was utterly taken aback, both by Lin Chuan's score fluctuations and the sheer abnormality of such figures. He had not even considered the possibility that Lin Chuan had survived. He assumed it was an exit, and that no repairs were needed. Lin Chuan's fate seemed inconsequential, until shrieks and cheers began emanating from the adjacent office. Lin Chuan is alive. This is unbelievable. Mother, come and witness this miracle. Word spread like wildfire, and nearly everyone in Xuanwu City set aside their tasks to witness this extraordinary event. Chapter 122, the most explosive live stream in history. The scene depicted Lin Chuan seated upon the back of a colossal turtle, gazing into the distance. As the camera pulled back, it revealed a small island, besieged by towering waves threatening to engulf it. Thunder roared in the sky, and fierce winds howled. It was undoubtedly Lin Chuan, but what was he observing? Why wasn't he emerging? Did he not realize that this secret realm was on the brink of obliteration? Within the base, the urgency escalated. Hurry and teleport him out. What are we waiting for? Quickly, Commander Feng shouted, his face flushed with excitement. Commander Feng, the forced teleportation seems to have failed and was rejected. Moreover, we cannot establish communication, a subordinate said, sounding perplexed. Damn it, the secret realm is about to collapse, and he is still inside. Commander Feng cursed. Both reports from Shiyuan and external detection data indicated that the secret realm was expanding, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Should an explosion occur, everything within would be reduced to mere dust, scattered into the void. Everyone was apprehensive. Lin Chuan had narrowly escaped death, yet he remained inside. Qin Yin and Shiyuan desperately sought to re-enter the secret realm to rescue Lin Chuan, especially Shiyuan, who felt immense regret for not considering the aquatic domain after scouring the land. Ultimately, the two were halted. If they entered now, the realm could erupt at any moment. They could only leave it to fate. This child is deeply blessed. Surely, he will turn calamity into fortune, whispered a king-level being. At that moment, Lin Chuan had no intention of being teleported away. Before him, a true king-level monster was undergoing evolution. Such a spectacle was not to be missed. Most people might never witness a king-level beast in their lifetime, let alone a king-level monster. While tame beasts are generally safe, a king-level monster could cause untold devastation with a mere breath. Furthermore, this was a monster in the midst of its evolution. As the king of monsters ascends, countless creatures retreat in fear. Boom. Another thunderstorm erupted in the distance, shaking the camera. Subsequently, the lens automatically focused on Lin Chuan's line of sight. A beast, stretching thousands of meters in length, stirred the clouds. All storms, waves, and wild winds were toyed with as if they were mere playthings. As the evolution progressed, Long Ming's form rapidly increased, growing from over 1,000 meters to 6,000 or 7,000, with still more room to expand. What is this? A monster? Or a deity? Could it be a divine-level monster? I can't take it anymore. My hands tremble, and my legs weaken. Who can save me from the restroom? Countless eyes widened in horror, squinting as they dared not look directly at the screen. In the inner city, king-level beings were equally astonished. Initially, they were merely concerned for Lin Chuan's survival. However, Lin Chuan had presented them with an overwhelming reality. Such a powerful monster could pose a challenge even to king-level beings. They had utilized such a secret realm as an examination venue. Now, they were relieved to have evacuated the majority of the students beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The key issue was that everything associated with Lin Chuan seemed increasingly outrageous. His name had left an indelible mark on the minds of the prominent figures in Xuanwu City. Only those with the strongest hearts could withstand the turmoil he caused. Within the secret realm, the last cloaked figure, aware of his slim chances of survival, made his way toward the distant storm, seeking to uncover the truth of the unfolding events, perhaps in search of great fortune. Suddenly, radiant light erupted from Long Ming. The originally dark azure skin fractured like glass and then shed away. Subsequently, new skin emerged, and Long Ming's body expanded by over 1,000 meters. Moments later, the newly formed skin repeated the process, cracking, shedding, and renewing. What once required a century to complete was compressed into mere moments. Finally, after repeating this cycle 9 times, it came to a conclusion. Long Ming had undergone a remarkable transformation, now measuring over 10,000, nearly 20,000 meters in length. Lin Chuan had indeed underestimated him. His entire body was adorned with dark purple scales, and a pair of fins, resembling wings, extended several thousand meters, casting a shadow over the land. His head turned toward Lin Chuan, as if it could swallow the entire island whole. His eyes, resembling abyssal depths, fixed upon Lin Chuan, making it impossible to gaze directly at him. In the live stream, billions of viewers were rendered speechless by fear. If such a monster were to appear in Xuanwu City, could it withstand the onslaught? What kind of creature is this? It must be a hoax. Countless individuals murmured in disbelief. To battle such a beast, I would rather end my own life. Many lamented, their spirits shattered. Lin Chuan, surely this time, there is no hope. Finally, someone voiced the grim reality that countless others dared not contemplate. This time, there is truly no escape. Even a king-level intervention would be futile, regardless of the outcome. This live stream undoubtedly stands as the most explosive in history. The visuals of the king-level monster's evolution, coupled with the spectacle of a 20,000-meter giant, herald the impending fall of humanity's greatest prodigy. The amalgamation of these elements is unprecedented and unparalleled. In the footage, Lin Chuan stood resolutely, his expression betraying no fear as he confronted the colossal beast above. There was a subtle undertone of defiance in his demeanor. Were it not for the knowledge of his silver rank, his bravery alone could lead many to believe him a king. Should Lin Chuan survive, he will undoubtedly ascend to king level. An official account of a recognized king-level beastmaster commented, Lin Chuan will not perish. He must ascend to king level. This sentiment quickly became a mantra, flooding the screen with repeated affirmations. Among those following Lin Chuan were not only his allies, but also his adversaries. In a subterranean chamber, a cloaked high priest lay prostrate beneath an elevated seat, resembling a defeated creature. The division in Area 81 had been obliterated. What purpose do you serve by still being alive? A man in a crimson robe spoke coldly from his throne. I will kill him. I demand Lin Chuan's death. The high priest, barely coherent, clung to a singular obsession. Lin Chuan. Do you truly believe he can still live? The man in red seemed to find amusement in the absurdity, his mood lifting slightly. I want him dead. The high priest had become deranged. What a pitiful soul. Unaware of how a mere silver-ranked individual could bring a gold-ranked being to such a state. Nevertheless, you shall serve as the finest prey for the blade spirit. Thus, his usefulness shall not be wasted. With that, he ordered for the priest to be taken away. Chapter 123, Elder Brother? In the sky, Long Ming continued to gaze at Lin Chuan, frozen in a tableau. Millions could only squint at the screen, unable to bear the sight of what was to follow. On the surface, the monstrous being appeared poised to devour its prey, yet in reality, brother, I am about to transform into a human. I have never encountered other members of the human race. Could you allow me to reference your appearance? Long Ming's tone was unexpectedly shy. Lin Chuan thought to himself, after all this time, this fellow has been up in the sky and is now trying to mold a face. Lin Chuan had no objections, but emphasized that it should not resemble him too closely, as that would be rather peculiar. Moments later, a flash of light illuminated the surroundings. The colossal beast vanished, and a young man clad in a dark purple robe appeared in the air. The youth possessed starry brows and piercing eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside Lin Chuan. Indeed, he had reached the pinnacle of the royal level. Was this the end? The live stream was filled with wails of despair. Lin Chuan observed the youth before him, noting only a minor resemblance to himself, which eased his mind. Moreover, he appeared slightly more handsome. However, given that he was the elder brother, Lin Chuan, at merely 18, still had room to enhance his looks. The transformation into human form made the elder brother even more agreeable. Thus, Lin Chuan smiled and said, Brother, congratulations. Haha, thank you. Good brother, Long Ming replied, pulling Lin Chuan into a bear hug. The live stream fell silent, as a billion viewers collectively gasped. Did I just hear that right? Brother? Did I mishear? Someone slapped me. I'll pay for it. I'm flying over there right now. The utterance of brother shattered countless jaws. What kind of miraculous turn of events is this? Even the most skilled storytellers of Xuanwu City would not dare to script such a tale. Originally drowning their sorrows in drink, Qin Yin and his companions sprayed each other with wine, completely bewildered. Damn, this brat made me worry for nothing. I haven't cried in over 20 years. When he returns, I'll show him, Qin Yin said, wiping his eyes. You still dare to hit him? Look at his elder brother. Haha, Xia Yuan laughed heartily, shaking off the previous gloom. Humph, this lad was crying and pleading to inherit my legacy. What is wrong with giving him a beating? I might as well hand everything over to him, he jested. You think it's that easy? Mo Chu Chu chimed in, laughing. The trio erupted in joyous laughter, drinking heartily. Brother, this secret realm is on the verge of collapse. You should leave quickly. What? Lin Chuan was only now made aware of this situation. No need to worry. As soon as I exit the secret realm, everything will return to normal. With this revelation, Lin Chuan understood. Originally a monarch-level secret realm, it was now on the brink of bursting due to the influx of a supreme ruler. Bai Yu had vanished, and Lin Chuan intended to inform her one last time. Just as Lin Chuan prepared to teleport out, he suddenly spotted a bizarre bird approaching from the distance. As the strange bird drew nearer, he noticed a figure clad in black seated atop it. Lin Chuan, I didn't expect you to hide here. It seems you are trapped and unable to escape. Ha ha ha, the figure in black cackled, disregarding Lin Chuan's companions entirely. Lin Chuan remained silent. A billion viewers fell into silence. The Yao Xinjiao was silent. Numerous royal figures, both overt and covert, from the Wan Yao Dian also fell silent. Do you know him? Long Ming finally inquired. I do not recognize him. He must have entered to hunt me down, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Hee. Long Ming chuckled softly, then waved his hand. An invisible whirlwind instantly enveloped the figure in black and the bizarre bird, annihilating them. In less than a second, only a cloud of blood mist remained in the air, leaving no time even for a scream. Go ahead, I will seek you out, Long Ming said. All right, Lin Chuan nodded, then teleported away. Thus, the live stream finally concluded. Long Ming, aware of the live stream's existence, was entirely unconcerned. He cast a final glance at the waters he had inhabited for centuries before vanishing in a blink. When Lin Chuan emerged, he found himself directly on the playground of Sanzhong. Although only 4 days had passed in the outside world, he had experienced a full 20 days within. The events were thrilling and indescribable. Stepping once more onto the soil of Sanzhong evoked a feeling as if he had returned from another era. The area was densely packed with onlookers, including soldiers, examination proctors, students from Sanzhong, and Lan. Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, noticing their gazes as if they were observing a rare species. Unable to endure the scrutiny, he greeted Lan and withdrew. With Lin Chuan's exit from the secret realm, this year's college entrance examination finally drew to a close. Initially, it seemed to be an ordinary examination, as they occur every year. However, the ensuing chaos surprised everyone, leading to both joy and sorrow. Particularly for those talented individuals who had fallen, it was heartbreaking. In the inner city, the 9 sovereigns were enraged. Within days, Xingyan executed hundreds of individuals implicated in the incident, along with those who had merely occupied positions. There was no trial. They were publicly burned to ashes. Even minor offenses resulted in being cast into the abyss, never to be used again. This group seemed to have forgotten the reasons they could enjoy peaceful days. The typically rivalrous 9 sovereign families began to unite, launching a sweeping purge across Xuanwu City, especially the Long and Xiao families. Long Chenhao was severely injured, and the Long family declared a vendetta against the Wan Yao Dian. As for the Xiao family, although Xia Sai remained unscathed, their hatred for the Wan Yao Dian was even stronger, particularly Xia Yuan, who personally led the extermination of several Wan Yao Dian strongholds. Other prominent families, while not reacting as strongly as the Long and Xia families, also cooperated on the surface. Tension filled the air. The Wan Yao Dian, in alliance with demon beasts, had their main base outside the city. The inner city only harbored infiltrating branches. However, organizations like the Yao Xinjiao, with roots in the city, faced dire circumstances. Typically, people might turn a blind eye out of fear of retaliation, but now was the time for a thorough cleansing. It was an opportune moment for those wishing to strike while the iron was hot. Thus, under the leadership of the Beast-Tamer Association in various regions, many other lawful factions joined in the effort to combat the dark forces. This extensive crackdown would surely grant the Yao Xinjiao and Wan Yao Dian a period of respite. Following the cleansing, the security in Xuanwu City improved significantly. at least preventing brazen kidnappings and assaults. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained tense, especially in the outer city, where defensive forces were gradually bolstered. On the city walls, the energy cannons, typically regarded as mere decorations, were now polished to a brilliant shine. In the past few days, Lin Xuan had largely remained indoors. The primary reason was that Lin Xuan's fame was skyrocketing. Wherever he went, he was recognized and surrounded by onlookers. The burdens of fame became evident to him. Even in gaming, he found little enjoyment. He no longer dared to log into his account, as the screen was flooded with messages proclaiming, "Lin Xuan, I was defeated by you." Even beneath previous gaming videos, the tone had shifted. Every victim proudly announced their encounters with Lin Xuan. Damn, what a bunch of weirdos. He preferred the defiant demeanor of those he had previously defeated. As for the earlier series of challenges, it was even more needless to say. Those once defeated by Lin Xuan had transformed into subjects of envy. Screenshots featuring Lin Xuan alongside the royal beasts were framed and hung on walls. I, Lin Xuan, am royal level. Therefore, I am royal level. He thought contentedly. On the first day, Qin Yin stopped by to check on Lin Xuan, ensuring he was unharmed before feeling relieved. After arranging to discuss matters in detail 3 days later, he left, seemingly to eliminate some minor threats. With nothing to do, Lin Xuan invited Su Daji, Lu Xiaomao, and Yi Yao over to assist him in filtering spiritual wine. Yi Yao was unaware of the exact day she returned, nonetheless. By the time Lin Xuan arrived home, she was already settled in the villa across the street. This time, Su Daji had enjoyed a fair bit of luck during the college entrance examination, encountering minimal danger while collecting a substantial amount of resources and hunting several extraordinary grade monsters, amassing several hundred points. Indeed, extraordinary grade monsters and hundreds of points were the norm for a typical high school beastmaster. In contrast, individuals like Lin Xuan, who boasted tens of thousands of points, were exceedingly rare. Most high school students scoring above 90 hovered around the several hundred points mark. Su Daji felt content, aiming for a stable admission into an ordinary university, with hopes that fortune might favor him with a spot at a prestigious institution. Yi Yao had already reached the rank of silver 5 stars, yet she still had not found her second oceanic beast. However, judging by her tone, it seemed her teacher might have a solution, which was certainly commendable. In the end, the 4 of them ordered a lavish spread of dishes, accompanied by Lin Xuan's spiritual wine, and enjoyed a delightful graduation feast. With the influence of alcohol, Yi Yao, who initially felt somewhat reserved around the others, gradually began to relax. After consuming a bit too much, she decided to take Lu Xiaomao back to her home for the night. Lu Xiaomao, in a half-dazed state, said, "Yao Yao, you must seize the moment." "What do you mean?" Yi Yao replied, her cheeks flushing at the bluntness of her friend. "You should hold on tight to Lin Xuan. At the very least, don't let him be snatched away by girls from other districts." Caught off guard by Lu Xiaomao's straightforwardness, Yi Yao felt her face heat up. "Let us cheer each other on," Lu Xiaomao exclaimed before drifting into unconsciousness. Yi Yao exclaimed, "Can someone explain what you mean by cheering each other on?" 3 days swiftly passed. Qin Yin arrived punctually, accompanied by a robust, dark-skinned man. "Lin Xuan, I have come," Qin Yin announced. This time, he did not land directly on the balcony, but instead landed respectfully in the yard. "Qin Lao, please come inside." Lin Xuan quickly ushered them into the house. Upon entering, Qin Yin noticed several barrels of spiritual wine displayed in the living room. "Kid, are you showing off your wealth?" he teased, swiftly taking 2 barrels without awaiting Lin Xuan's response. "Huh, I ended up with too much. My ring can't hold it all." Lin Xuan still had over 20 barrels in his ring and gifted one to each of his 3 classmates. In truth, the spiritual wine was merely ordinary. But the key was that Lin Xuan had infused each barrel with 20 to 30 red fruits, increasing its potency to 4 or 5 times that of the original. Currently, Lin Xuan was lacking in nothing except red fruits, of which he still had over 40,000. With his growing strength, his palate had also become more refined. He could no longer tolerate the lighter flavors. "Watch your words. Don't you fear getting beaten up?" Qin Yin laughed, then added, "This is a teacher from Xuanwu University and my junior, Xia Yuan. You can call him Uncle Xia. When you went missing, he searched for you in the secret realm for several days, leaving just before it was on the verge of collapse." "Thank you, Uncle Xia," Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. "Hello, Lin Xuan," Xia Yuan greeted with a smile, and then presented a spiritual stone savings card. "This is the spiritual stone you won in the secret realm. I happened to be passing by and brought it for you." Lin Xuan accepted the card, which contained a total of 15,000 spiritual stones, a significant boost to his resources. "Thank you, Uncle Xia." In the past few days, Lin Xuan had not given much thought to this matter. It was merely a matter of time. With these resources, he could elevate the ranking of Lao He and prepare for the golden rank. "Don't mention it." It was nothing more than a convenient gesture. Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. After all, these resources were rightfully Lin Chuan's, and Xia Yuan was merely using them to foster goodwill. Please take a seat. I will substitute tea with wine, and we can chat while drinking. Oh, what a delightful substitution. Qin Yin chuckled as he took a seat, filling glasses for the three of them. Xia Yuan, this is a fine product, akin to the soul-nourishing pills produced by your Yumming Academy. Oh, Xia Yuan couldn't resist downing a glass and savoring the taste. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. This single glass is equivalent to the effect of a soul-nourishing pill, and it has no side effects, instantly nourishing the soul. Soul-nourishing pills bear a resemblance to soul energy potions, but the pills produced by Yumming Academy are superior to silver-grade potions in both efficacy and reduced side effects. Lin Chuan's glass of spiritual wine, astonishingly, surpassed the effects of the soul-nourishing pills. With 5 liters in a barrel, he could pour over 20 glasses. And with over 30 barrels, it amounted to 600 or 700 pills without side effects. Wow, Xia Yuan gasped, realizing that the initial offer he had prepared might have been somewhat modest. Typically, a regular university student could receive only 30 silver-grade resources per month, and even fewer soul-nourishing pills. If Xia Yuan knew Lin Chuan had over 40,000, he might even entertain thoughts of robbing him. Lin Chuan, however, held little interest in soul-nourishing pills. If it were a demon god pill, that would be different. Lin Chuan, I believe you can guess the purpose of my visit. Xia Yuan stated earnestly. I am here to formally invite you to join the Yumming Academy of Xuanwu University. Yumming Academy? Lin Chuan had not heard of it. The universities he was most familiar with were categorized by elemental systems, botanical systems, flight systems, possession systems, and equipment systems, among others. Indeed, Yumming, Xia Yuan elaborated. It literally means to resist the underworld, the spirits of the dead, and the like. It is precisely what you envision. What do you mean by that? Lin Chuan inquired. I can handle slaying monsters, but why suddenly would I need to capture ghosts? Isn't that the work of Taoist priests? After pondering, Lin Chuan continued. Is the underworld and the spirits you speak of akin to what I understand? Ghosts, phantoms, skeletons? Not entirely. Some of what you describe also falls under the category of extraordinary beasts, specifically those that can form contracts in the soul or undead system. As for the underworld, it is entirely different. In reality, for every being that dies, a spirit will be born in the underworld, which may take the form of a beast or a human. Yet they have no relation to normal beings and are the arch enemies of all living creatures. Thankfully, the spirits tend to devour one another. Otherwise, they would have long since escaped the underworld and infested the world. Is it related to soul energy? Lin Chuan mused. Perhaps. There is no definitive conclusion, Xia Yuan admitted, surprised that Lin Chuan had dabbled in the realm of souls and grasped the concept so readily. Fortunately, they have physical forms, unlike ghosts, so you can treat them as ordinary extraordinary beasts to defeat. However, at this point, Xia Yuan paused, and Lin Chuan sensed that the crux of the matter was approaching. However, the attributes of the spirits are more extreme than those of extraordinary beasts. You are aware of the concept of tier suppression, right? When facing spirits, even at the same tier, there is a similar suppression effect, though not comprehensive. For instance, when facing an elite-level spirit beast, your silver-level status would see its attacks yield a 200 effect, and similarly, against a defensive-type spirit beast, the defensive effects would also double. Lin Chuan understood. This was merely at the elite level. What about the commander and sovereign levels? The thought alone was daunting. I see. So what are the conditions and requirements for joining the Yumming Academy? Lin Chuan bypassed any unnecessary small talk and got straight to the point. To be honest, I had prepared a considerable resource list beforehand, including spiritual stones, soul-nourishing pills, and extraordinary beast crystal cores. However, after arriving here, I feel it may not be sufficient. Xia Yuan admitted awkwardly. Thus, I would like to ask what you require, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. However, I can assure you that my prior offer is certainly more than double what other schools would provide. In other words, he could make any request he desired. What obligations would I have to fulfill? Lin Chuan inquired, aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if there are opportunities, Lin Chuan finds it difficult to eat with peace of mind. The condition is to join the Yuming army and serve for 3 years after graduation. If war arises, one must return at the call of duty. As expected, this aligns closely with Lin Chuan's speculations. With benefits come substantial responsibilities. While Lin Chuan pondered over this, Qin Yin spoke up. Xia Yuan, it would be best if you clarified everything at once without any hint of concealment. Senior brother, isn't it natural for me to wait for Lin Chuan to ask? Xia Yuan replied helplessly. He continued, Lin Chuan, I want to hide it from you. This will eventually come to light. Each graduating class from Yumming Academy has a graduation rate of less than 50. Either the beast tamers or their beasts perish, or they suffer mental breakdowns. Such a high casualty rate is truly reflective of the realm of the dead. Surely, not all members of the Yuming army are graduates of the academy. Such a heavy responsibility cannot solely rest on one institution. That is indeed the case. The Yuming army has the authority to mobilize forces against the realm of the dead at any time. Upon graduating from the academy, you may directly serve as a company officer. One last question. Is there any reward for slaying the undead beasts? There must be something akin to the cores of demonic beasts, right? There is indeed. We refer to them as soul pearls. With that, Xia Yuan produced a grayish-black pearl and handed it to Lin Xuan. The moment Lin Xuan took the soul pearl, the gray serpent in his mind seemed to stir slightly. This is merely a commander-level soul pearl. Even for me, slaying a monarch-level undead beast is no easy feat with a fourfold enhancement. One either finds it impossible to strike, or a single blow could prove fatal. Xia Yuan admitted, a hint of trepidation creeping into his voice. I'll give you this soul pearl. It's not particularly valuable, mainly used for crafting soul-nurturing pills. I am willing to join, but I have conditions. Lin Xuan mused for a moment before speaking. Speak, Xia Yuan urged eagerly. I cannot accept mandatory service for 3 years. However, I can guarantee that the number of undead beasts I slay will not be less than 10 times that of my peers. If war becomes urgent, I will participate. In essence, Lin Xuan simply wished to avoid constraints. Even as an officer, he had no interest in being bound by obligations. As long as there were benefits to reap, he would find ways to strike even if it required stealth. Xia Yuan was somewhat taken aback. To be honest, Lin Xuan's terms were hardly conditions at all. They were akin to imposing additional tasks upon himself. He began to worry that Lin Xuan might be underestimating the strength of the undead beasts. Nevertheless, having already articulated his terms, he felt that hesitation would only make him appear overly sensitive. Thus, Xia Yuan nodded and said, "All right. I can represent Yuming Academy in agreeing to your terms. Additionally, feel free to express any requests regarding resources." As the agreement was nearing completion, Xia Yuan could hardly contain his joy. Ordinary resources are of little use to me. Instead, please assist me in procuring monarch-level cores. Very well. I will do my utmost to secure more. Even Xia Yuan felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Lin Xuan's demand for monarch-level materials. After all, Lin Xuan was only at the silver rank. Yet, he would still strive to fulfill Lin Xuan's request. According to black market prices, a 1-star monarch core costs around 10,000 spirit stones. The Academy has allocated 100,000 spirit stones worth of resources, and he would additionally provide 2 cores himself, striving to gather 10 in total. Xia Yuan calculated, feeling a twinge of regret. He had never acquired such a large quantity of monarch-level resources since his debut. Although he had slain numerous diamond-rank powerhouses, in most cases, the opponents had not afforded him the opportunity to claim the remains of their beasts. Typically, before a beast could perish, it would be recalled. If the beast tamer died, they would be buried alongside their beast's spatial realm. The last time in the secret realm, he had only managed to obtain 2 cores. Once the negotiations concluded, they exchanged contact information, and Xia Yuan prepared to take his leave, as the Academy had numerous matters awaiting his attention, including gathering monarch-level cores and dealing with the unreliable Dean. Lin Xuan, you must think this through. After Xia Yuan departed, Qin Yan finally spoke. Out of concern for both sides, he could not show favoritism and could only urge Lin Xuan to deliberate carefully. Rest assured, Elder Qin, I have given it ample thought. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. He then produced 2 barrels of spirit wine and said to Qin Yan, "This is a medicinal wine I specially concocted for Principal Lon Lon, 5 times more potent than what we just consumed. Please pass it on to her." Lin Xuan winked, suggesting unspoken understanding. "Haha, you are considerate," Qin Yan chuckled, his face reddening with delight as he accepted the gift. After bidding farewell to Qin Yan, Lin Xuan once again retrieved the soul pearl. The gray serpent darted forward, consuming the pearl. It only provided a modest increase, but it was acceptable. Lin Xuan checked and indeed found a slight change in the soul fruit. Currently, the maturity of the soul fruit was still lacking by a small margin. He would either have to raid another branch warehouse of the demon god cult, or slay 5 diamond-ranked beast tamers, or 50 gold-ranked beast tamers. Each option sounded rather absurd. Should he exchange for the demon god pills? Logically, Xia Yuan should have the means to acquire them, but Lin Xuan was reluctant to engage in such conspicuous dealings. The mere demon god pills were hardly worth the trouble. The external world was already rife with unfavorable rumors regarding the matters of Long Ming, suggesting collusion with demonic beasts. Although these would be swiftly quashed, since Lin Xuan dared to speak openly, he had nothing to fear. Should anyone dare to question him, they were welcome to come forth. Despite the external clamor, both Qin Yan and Xia Yuan had tacitly chosen not to inquire about Long Ming. The matter concerning a king-level demonic beast warranted utmost caution. Moreover, The attacks targeting the college entrance examination were unrelated, which sufficed. With Lin Chuan's connections, it was possible to draw them into the human camp. Much like Old Kong had done. Currently, the Gray Serpent, still at the elite tier, was becoming less helpful to Lin Chuan, serving merely as a monitor. Elevating the Gray Serpent's rank had become an urgent matter. From Xia Yuan's words, it seemed that undead beasts were rampant and species were invading. What was that, a crayfish? However, Lin Chuan was not solely focused on the soul fruit. He also sought the advanced fruit. Currently, only beasts ranked commander at 7 stars or above could exert some pressure on the Old Black. If the demonic beasts fought fiercely, there was a chance of slaying them. This posed a dilemma for Lin Chuan, as finding numerous high-tier demonic beasts seemed arduous. If the combat intensity in the realm of the dead was sufficient, perhaps the Old Black's path to advancement could be realized there. Vaguely, Lin Chuan sensed the connection between the realm of the dead and the name of the Old Black's Xian Ming turtle, even the Xuanwu. The realm of the dead was indeed a place he must venture into. A week later, Lin Chuan returned to Sanzhong, which should be the last time. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his purpose was to finalize his university application matters and to deal with the numerous admissions representatives from prestigious universities. Lacking Qin Yan's connections, he could only go through the school. Although Lin Chuan had made it clear to Lan Lan that he had already committed to Xuanwu University, some schools remained persistent, seeking a final opportunity to sway him. Thus, they had all been arranged for today. In a large conference room, the space was filled with people. Lan Lan was diligently engaging with the various school representatives, many of whom were her fellow alumni who had graduated to other institutions. She had never anticipated that Sanzhong would host such a scene, attracting the attention of the entire Xuanwu city despite being ranked at the bottom of District 81. Not only had the threat of closure dissipated, but investments were also set to increase, matching those of the first high school. In a few years, a remarkable transformation awaited. Perhaps buoyed by joyous circumstances, Lan Lan appeared much more vibrant. "Principal, I have arrived," Lin Chuan said with a smile. "You seem to have rejuvenated quite a bit." "You cheeky one, it is thanks to you," Lan Lan replied with a smile. Upon entering the room, Lin Chuan gazed at the assembly of teachers, feeling somewhat helpless. "Esteemed teachers, I have already committed to Xuanwu University. It would be best not to waste time on me." "Lin Chuan, may I inquire as to which college you will be attending?" Although Xuanwu University boasts the top comprehensive ranking, every institution has its own areas of expertise, and one must consider the specific colleges and majors. For instance, we at Shengtang University excel in the field of defense, making it undoubtedly your prime choice. Nonsense. Lin Chuan is clearly offensive in nature and should attend Baijian University, where he can slay monstrous beasts to his heart's content, killing as he pleases, an elder interjected. It appeared that he held a higher status, as the previous instructor refrained from engaging in too much debate with him. Lin Chuan responded with confusion. "Are you under some misapprehension about me? My strength is extraordinary, but I am not truly monstrous." Although Lin Chuan was not currently an elementalist, his first summoned beast possessed remarkable elemental defense with room for improvement. At our Element University, we would wholeheartedly assist him in achieving 100% elemental resistance. Surely, everyone understands what this entails. A middle-aged teacher from Element University remarked, "Absolute elemental defense, an achievement that no one has ever attained. Rumored to touch the realm of the divine. Such flowery words, anyone can paint a grand picture." The elder was unwilling to engage in further argument. To be honest, Lin Chuan was somewhat tempted, though not by Element University, but by the prospect of attaining this 100% elemental resistance. Perhaps, attending Element University could indeed make this a reality. However, is it necessary to enroll? Engaging in discussions could also be beneficial. Subsequently, numerous teachers continued to advocate for their respective universities, regardless of outcomes, ensuring that their efforts were not in vain. In truth, many recognized that the genuine contenders were merely 2 or 3 institutions. Finally, one attractive female instructor had yet to speak. "Lin Chuan, I represent Baiwa University, where over 90% of our students are female," she said with a smile, winking playfully. Lin Chuan nearly choked at this revelation. It seemed that this university was indeed the one attended by Yi Yao, focusing primarily on plant type, support type, and ornamental type summoned beasts. Indeed, ornamental types also hold considerable financial promise. Lin Chuan discerned her intentions. She was clearly teasing him. Although he possessed a steadfast character, even he was wary of the adage that a relentless effort can yield a needle from an iron pestle. "Esteemed instructors, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill. I, Lin Chuan, will certainly visit and engage in exchanges with you all in the future. My intended institution is Yuming Academy." As Lin Chuan's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. "What? Yuming? Goodness, such a prodigy as Lin Chuan, and they dare to pursue him? Never mind. It is best not to contend with those madmen. What a pity." All present were educators and surely familiar with the illustrious reputation of Yumming Academy. The gazes directed at Lin Chuan were imbued with complexity. Some expressed regret, others admiration, and some deemed him foolish. Ultimately, the desire to continue vying for Lin Chuan's attention dissipated. Had Lin Chuan not committed, there might have been further opportunities. However, now that he had made a choice, any attempts to sway him could provoke Xia Yuan's wrath. Thus, most instructors began to take their leave. Lin Chuan, are you truly set on attending Yumming Academy? Lan Lan's expression was intricate, filled with concern. Indeed, Principal, rest assured, I have considered it thoroughly and believe it suits me. Lin Chuan recognized Lan Lan's genuine care and softly reassured her. Does old Qin know? I mentioned it to Qin Lao, and he advised me to contemplate it carefully. Lin Chuan dared not disclose that Qin Yan had sent Xia Yuan to seek him out. Otherwise, old Qin would surely be in a precarious position. Very well. Lan Lan ceased further inquiries, respecting Lin Chuan's decision. At this moment, the last remaining man, slightly plump, approached Lin Chuan with a smile. Lin Chuan, I am here on behalf of the Ministry of Education to verify your examination scores. If there are no issues, you can directly exchange for resources. Chapter 127, A Grand Exchange. Exchange of scores for resources? Lin Chuan had almost forgotten about this matter, primarily because he had not deliberately accumulated points. Gathering herbs and ores was not something he would waste time on. Metals, spirit ores, and spirit fruits. He consumed nearly all that he could absorb. One must resolutely avoid being exploited. Thus, he had scarcely paid attention to how many points he possessed. Since resources could be exchanged, he certainly would not miss the opportunity. Certainly, please proceed with the verification, Lin Chuan nodded. This examination season, Lin Chuan's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, as everyone could attest. The man began with a flurry of compliments before continuing. Over 50,000 of the points were from pre-broadcast data. However, the subsequent surge of 100,000 points occurred after you reconnected. After thorough verification, we found discrepancies in the data, hence our desire to clarify the situation with you. This, Lin Chuan reflected momentarily before stating. My wristband was disabled by a diamond-level individual. You should be aware of that? It was indeed our oversight, the man acknowledged awkwardly. It was unfortunate that during that time, the monitoring personnel had dozed off, causing them to miss the optimal rescue window. I was pursued by a diamond-level adversary for a time, and then, aided by other forces, I managed to retaliate against 2 monarch-level summoned beasts. After my wristband lost connection, I hardly engaged in hunting. If there were any unusual circumstances, it would only be this. Lin Chuan slightly embellished the truth before continuing. 2 monarch-level beasts? No wonder. The man realized. Strictly speaking, monarch-level beasts would not typically yield 50,000 points, yet no one had anticipated that someone could achieve such a feat. As for the other forces, Lin Chuan refrained from elaborating. Everyone understood. The final scene from the previous broadcast displayed a king-level beast exhaling a breath, leading to the immediate demise of a monarch-level beast. Although Lin Chuan's words contained numerous gaps and concealed information, the man clearly was not there to nitpick. As long as Lin Chuan provided a justification, they would accept it. Even if Lin Chuan claimed that the 2 monarch-level beasts had battled to mutual destruction, allowing him to profit, they would acknowledge it. Lin Chuan awaited further inquiries, but the man promptly produced a tablet, stating, I have no further questions. Here is the resource exchange list for this examination. Additionally, due to the recent events, causing considerable disruption, all item exchanges will be offered at a 20% discount. Thank you. I will take a look, Lin Chuan replied, accepting the tablet and beginning to peruse its contents. Spirit stones, 50 points, no limit. Soul power potion, silver 100 points per bottle, limited to 50 bottles. Spirit energy potion, silver 100 points per bottle, limited to 50 bottles. Monster beast crystal core, commander level 1000 points per star level. Monster beast crystal core, monarch level 20,000 points per star level. It became evident that higher tier resources were relatively more affordable. For example, the price of monarch level crystal cores was essentially half compared to the black market. This was a substantial benefit extended to true geniuses. After all, in the entirety of Xuanwu City, there were only a handful of individuals with points exceeding 20,000, and most would not seek to exchange for monarch-level resources. Only Lin Chuan, an extraordinary anomaly, outpaced the second place by a factor of 5. Lin Chuan glanced over the options and swiftly made his decision. I shall exchange all my points for monarch-level crystal cores. The other resources hold little utility for me. The man expressed mild surprise, but quickly regained composure. Very well, you have nearly 160,000 points, at an 8% discount. You can exchange for monarch-level crystal cores summing to a star level of 10. However, this means that attributes cannot be selected, and most will be 1-star monarch-level cores. Is that acceptable? The man kindly advised. While monarch-level crystal cores are indeed precious, they become useless if the attributes do not align. That is fine. Let us proceed with that arrangement. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Chuan nodded. The agreement stipulated delivery within 3 to 4 days at the earliest, or up to a week at most, before the man took his leave. Only Lin Chuan received such treatment. Other students would have to manage the process online themselves. Time passed, and a week later, after Xia Yuan delivered the monarch-level crystal cores, Lin Chuan finally received all the resources garnered from this examination season. Among them, the exchange for a 1-star monarch comprises 8 pieces, while a 2-star requires only 1. Xia Yuan, however, presented 7 1-star monarch pieces, 1 2-star, and 2 3-star ones. Notably, the 2 3-star pieces were privately sponsored by him, and their combined worth exceeds 100,000 spirit stones. After all, the higher the star level, the greater the value, which does not simply increase in multiples. To put it lightly, Xia Yuan has never been this generous towards his nephew, Xia Sai. Additionally, Lin Chuan originally possessed 3 pieces. One contributed by Elder Wu Dahai of the Yaoshan sect, while the other 2 were gifted by Kong Lao. The 2 pieces from Kong Lao were evidently of a higher star level, but he could not think of any immediate use for them, so he decided to go big. He resolved to absorb more than 20 monarch-level crystal cores at once. It is no exaggeration to say that these resources are sufficient for a beast to ascend from transcendent to 9-star monarch. Absorb. Within the sea of consciousness. A monarch-level, rank fruit, radiated colorful light. Effect 45. The 2 pieces provided by Kong Lao contributed a total of 15, at least both being 8-star monarchs. Incredible. Although the effect of absorbing all at once is the same as absorbing them separately, the experience is simply exhilarating. In the secret realm, Lin Chuan had already raised his monarch-level rank exemption to 35. This time, it surged directly to 80. Terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed it all at once. Instantly, it felt like a pure spring rushing into his soul, washing away countless shackles and restraints, leaving him feeling remarkably light. Delightful. Lin Chuan could find no other word to encapsulate the experience. Xia Yuan's visit was not solely for the purpose of delivering gifts. After tomorrow, Lin Chuan would accompany him to the Yu Ming Academy for enrollment. Initially, when Qin Yin suggested that Lin Chuan apply to Xuanwu University, he had offered to escort him. However, Lin Chuan did apply, but ended up in the exceptionally unique Yu Ming Academy. That place is inaccessible to Qin Yin. Qin Yin had intended to boast before Lin Chuan, as he once held prominence at Xuanwu University. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he chose to forego that idea. Compared to Lin Chuan, he was nothing. Since Lin Chuan had little to occupy him in Area 81, he agreed to go along. Speaking of which, why Haven Tea by Yu Miao and Long Ming come looking for me after all this time? Long Ming is somewhat understandable. He likely had pressing matters and headed to the eastern seas first. But what about Baiyu? I still have some resources with her, though they aren't worth much. They are the fruits of my labor. Could that courier have absconded with my belongings? The crucial issue is that I have no means to seek her out. Chapter 128. Survival Guidelines for the Underworld. Xia Yuan took Lin Chuan out of Area 81 in a very unadorned manner, by train. It resembled a high-speed rail, but was powered by spirit stones, traveling faster and crossing multiple regions in a single day. As for airplanes, the sky does not wholly belong to humanity. The transitional zone between the inner city and the central city is a circular area that does not fall under any single district, known as the University Zone. Dozens of universities are scattered throughout, making communication quite simple. Lin Chuan had barely begun to appreciate the scenery of Xuanwu University before Xia Yuan hurriedly brought him to the principal's office. This scene felt remarkably familiar. Old Wang, I brought a student for enrollment, Xia Yuan announced as he pushed the door open. Xia Yuan, as a teacher, you ought to set a good example in front of your students, an elderly man in the office sighed helplessly. Although it was said, it did little good. He then turned to Lin Chuan, smiling. Lin Chuan, hello, I am Wang Xuani. Hello, principal, Lin Chuan greeted promptly. The elderly figure before him could only be described as unfathomable. I am uncertain how Xia Yuan conveyed things to you, but since you have joined Xuanwu University, I hope you prioritize your own safety above all else. We old bones are still around. It is not yet time for students to risk their lives. Principal, I understand. The enrollment procedures will be handled by my staff. You can take Lin Chuan to explore the academy first. Who knows, he might change his mind. I, for one, am open to him switching majors, Wang Xuani hinted. Damn. Xia Yuan was furious, nearly flipping the table. He grabbed Lin Chuan and turned to leave. After passing through several checkpoints, Lin Chuan was brought to a teleportation portal leading to a secret realm. Yu Ming Academy is established within a secret realm. Once your procedures are completed, you won't need me to guide you in and out, Xia Yuan explained, noting Lin Chuan's bewildered expression. Lin Chuan was speechless. His astonishment stemmed not from the logistics, but from the feeling of being under tight surveillance, making it feel less like a school and more like a prison. Upon entering the secret realm, everything became clear. The internal teleportation portal was situated on the playground, surrounded by towering buildings that resembled an ordinary school. However, military camps were arrayed around the school, lending a rather grim atmosphere. The dormitories are double occupancy. This year, you and Xiao Yi will be the only early arrivals, so you will share a room. By the way, Xiao Yi is my nephew, the one you've met. Xiao Sai? Yes, his talent is average. Please take good care of him. Lin Chuan thought, average talent? Really? By the way, will Long Chenhao be coming in? Speaking of talent, Lin Chuan naturally thought of Long Chenhao. No, the Long family will not allow him to take risks, and his talent is not extreme enough. In the underworld, he holds no advantage. Extreme? Indeed, whether in defense, offense, speed, or cultivation speed, the more extreme, the better. A well-rounded development makes survival here quite difficult. Xia Yuan explained as they walked. Surviving with well-rounded development is difficult? Lin Chuan instinctively touched his nose. His own positioning seemed to lean towards defense. An extreme form of it. Well, at least I am defense-oriented. I can survive, yay? The dormitory was a two-bedroom apartment, fully equipped with various facilities. After bringing Lin Chuan to his room, Xia Yuan departed. The official start of the semester was still a month away. During this time, Lin Chuan could practice, read, adapt to the environment, or even explore the areas outside the academy to witness what the underworld truly entails. In summary, it was quite liberating. Xia Yuan was aware that for true geniuses, time is the most precious resource. As long as the right environment is provided, they will naturally grow. There was no need to worry about time management. Lin Chuan lounged on the sofa in the living room, casually flipping through a book titled Survival Guidelines for the Underworld. This manual was boldly placed on the coffee table. Were they not concerned about scaring off students? Rule 1. Do not challenge beyond your rank. Rule 2. It is best to team up when going out. Team members must remain within each other's line of sight. Rule 3. When alone in the underworld, do not trust anyone. Rule 99. In a dire situation, you may abandon your teammates. Lin Chuan glanced at it and tossed it aside. These guidelines might be crucial for ordinary individuals, but some seemed utterly ridiculous to Lin Chuan. They even included a rule against public urination. Did they expect students to carry a toilet? What, do you think they're useless? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Lin Chuan. You approached silently. Lin Chuan jumped in surprise, having genuinely not noticed anyone behind him. My apologies, it's a habit, Xia Sai, clad in black athletic gear, replied. It was unclear whether he had just come from his room or returned from outside. Regardless, Lin Chuan had felt no disturbance. Xia Sai sat opposite Lin Chuan, producing an identical copy of Survival Guidelines for the Underworld, which he too tossed aside. Generally speaking, it is best for dorm mates to keep in sync. Since you deem it useless, so be it. You trust me that much? Lin Chuan asked, somewhat astonished. There is no choice. Here, people genuinely die, Xia Sai sighed. Then why do you still come? Defending the territory and ensuring the safety of the people is the duty of the Xia clan, declared Xia Senai with a serious tone. Lin Chuan reminisced about the time before the arrival of the demon beast secret realm in this world. The mightiest nation on this land was seemingly named Daxia. I shall do my utmost to preserve your life, Lin Chuan thought as he regarded Xia Senai, finding him to be quite amiable, especially since he had gifted him 5,000 spiritual stones. I am grateful for that. Indeed, the rules of the underworld seem to hold little sway over you, he chuckled. Rule 99. One may abandon their teammates. With that, Xia Senai extended a hand. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Xia Senai of the Yumming Army. Lin Chuan. The two exchanged a brief handshake, marking their official acquaintance. After agreeing to explore the underworld outside the academy together the following day, Xia Senai returned to his chamber. It was evident that Xia Senai had arrived much earlier than Lin Chuan, perhaps having trained here frequently since his high school years. Lin Chuan was fortunate to have someone to guide him in familiarizing himself with the surroundings. A commendable companion indeed. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, reminiscing about the information he had just uncovered. Beast, Yiying Mo Ling, Elite 6 stars. Skills, Fatal Strike 9, Passive, with a 50 chance to inflict quintuple damage upon attack. Shadow Assault 9, Active, teleports behind an enemy within 300 meters to launch an attack, guaranteeing double damage, which can stack with Fatal Strike. Shadow Stealth 1, Active, cloaks into the shadows, revealing oneself upon receiving an attack, reducing damage taken by 20 for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 1 minute. Ethereal Possession 1, Active, merges with the Master, sharing all attributes and simultaneously increasing them by 10. Night Affinity 1, Passive, increases all attributes by 50 in a nocturnal environment. Death Harvest, Passive, race-specific, permanently enhances attack strength after defeating a target of equal or greater power. Potential: King level 1 star. With an exceptional assassin attribute, should he ascend to King level, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all fragile demon beasts and their tamers. Lin Xuan surmised that even a gold-level beast tamer would likely fall to a single strike, caught completely off guard. Chapter 129: Initial Exploration of the Underworld. The following day, under the guidance of Xia Siyi, Lin Xuan registered and created his identity badge, thus officially joining the Yu Ming army. However, he was still in the student phase, not yet in active service, and was exempt from adhering to strict military regulations or receiving military benefits. Everything else remained the same. The badge even possessed the functionality of a military merit book. The number of demon beasts slain would convert into merit points, which could be exchanged for items or promotions. Upon exiting the school gates, he would also have to pass through the military camp's entrance. If he returned without the badge, he would face stringent scrutiny to gain entry. Any attempt to force his way in would result in immediate execution. This suggests that the spirits of the underworld sometimes take on familiar forms, even to the point of deception. As Lin Xuan listened to Xia Siyi's introduction, he reflected upon the matter at hand. Whether it be the codes of conduct or the military regulations, all conveyed a singular truth. The Ming Ling have the capacity to disguise and deceive. Indeed, the Ming beasts are relatively manageable. One can either confront them and flee if overpowered or escape if unable to contend. However, once the human-shaped Ming Ling attain consciousness, they pose a far greater danger than their beastly counterparts of the same level. In the early days, individuals endeavored to communicate with them, believing them to be no different from ordinary souls, mere specters of the deceased. In truth, they possess intellects akin to that of normal humans. Yet their singular purpose for existence is the annihilation of all living beings. Regardless of their efforts to conceal and disguise their intentions, their ultimate objective remains unchanged. The sole consolation lies in the fact that once the Ming Ling depart from the realm of the Ming Tu, they cannot survive for extended periods, as they are gradually eroded and invaded by the very soil from which they emerged. Xia Siyi, evidently well-versed in these matters, attributed this knowledge to the legacy of his family. Yet, is there the possibility of one who could feign their identity for a lifetime, remaining undisclosed until death? Is he truly a human or a specter? Lin Xuan's eyes twinkled as he posed a philosophical inquiry. Xia Siyi? This question may be posed to the professor later, as they would likely be more than willing to provide an answer. Upon leaving the military camp, Lin Xuan summoned Lao He, assuming a normal physique, and then sprinted towards the distant gray mist at a speed of 60 yards. Through the eyes of Xia Siyi, he began to comprehend that this secret realm functioned as both a transit station and a buffer zone. One entrance connected to the tangible world, while another led to the realm of the dead. However, the entrance to the realm of the dead appeared rather expansive. The thick gray mist nearly spanned the entirety of the secret realm. On the other side of the mist lay the underworld, which could no longer merely be described as an entrance. It seemed as though the realm of the dead was consuming this secret space. The area had been largely corroded, bearing little distinction from the underworld itself. Once completely engulfed, it would swiftly spread to the outside world. At that point, not only would Xuanwu City be at risk, but the realm of demonic beasts would also meet its demise. The sole method of combating the encroachment of the underworld was to continuously slay the underworld beasts. If enough were vanquished, it might even cause the gray mist to recede. The demonic beasts maintained a certain restraint towards humanity, making it difficult to assert that they had no ulterior motive in having humans guard the entrance to the realm of the dead. Perhaps they feared that humanity, in a desperate bid, would completely relinquish the confines of the underworld. This was but one of the entrances. Only a select few knew the true number of entrances to Xuanwu City. Moreover, the demon race likely possessed their own entrances to the realm of the dead. The closer one drew to the gray mist, the denser the figures became, predominantly regular troops, along with a handful of students. Those emerging from the mist bore wounds, with some lamenting while others wept. I have forsaken my comrades, let me perish as well. Subsequently, designated personnel would conduct examinations and treatment. Should there be no issues, they would be permitted to exit the secret realm and recuperate for a time. No one would scorn them, nor would anyone pursue inquiries. Enter. Lin Xuan instructed after observing for a while, beckoning Xia Siyi as they ventured inside. As they traversed the gray mist, they officially stepped into the realm of the dead. The world of the underworld was even more luminous than within the secret realm, albeit in a pallid manner. The sky seemed to harbor a sun, yet it appeared obscured by thick clouds. In any case, daytime bore a uniform hue without variation in brightness. The night, however, was utterly devoid of light, enveloped in complete darkness. The transition from day to night was akin to a colossal beast closing its eyes, merely a fleeting moment. Where, then, were the underworld beasts? Not a single one was in sight. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed when Lin Chuan found himself restless. Xia Si remarked, "Is today not simply a day to observe the periphery? On the very first day of enrollment, one already yearns to slay the Ming beast? This is quite formidable. The known forms of Ming show number in the hundreds, each corresponding to distinct characteristics, advantages, and weaknesses. These insights are the culmination of years of experience and lessons learned. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in attending university? In addition to the fundamental characteristics of the Ming show, the survival techniques of the Ming too, along with specialized combat strategies, may require even more than 4 years to master. Well, this is the periphery. There should be no underworld beasts within a 20-kilometer radius. Unless there is a significant invasion from the underworld." Xia S awkwardly explained. "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten." As he spoke, Lin Chuan took the lead, urging Lao He to charge forward. Goodness, what a fierce beast. Xia Sai, rarely one to curse, couldn't help but let a profanity slip in sheer exasperation. However, having chosen to believe, he naturally would not waver. In a few fleeting moments, he landed directly on Lao He's back, advancing into the depths of the underworld alongside Lin Chuan. Truly, it is a magnificent tiger. After Lin Chuan and the others departed, a grayish, translucent figure of an elderly man gradually materialized. It seemed as though he had been trailing Lin Chuan all along, merely concealed from sight. The old man cast a glance at Lin Chuan before turning his gaze back towards the entrance of the secret realm, then swiftly darted towards it. Lao He proceeded at his maximum speed for 3 to 4 minutes before encountering the first of the underworld beasts, prompting both of them to leap off the back of the turtle. 100 meters per second. Is this truly the speed of a turtle? Shi felt a bit nauseous from the motion of the vehicle, while he marveled at the speed of Lohi. L in Chu In had already taken action. L in Chu In, this is Ming Ling, an aggressive type, generally with weaknesses in its charge. Bang! Lao He, like a cannonball, rolled over the frail body of the Ming Lang, leaving even the soul orb's whereabouts unknown. What did you say? Nothing. I merely remarked that this Ming beast is utterly worthless, unworthy of your effort. Indeed, it is a mere trifle, hardly distinguishable from an ordinary demon beast. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. This type of Ming beast only doubled its attack power, while its defense was no different from that of an ordinary elite-level demon beast. But doubling the attack power? Haha, they will truly understand what despair means when they strike, Xia Sai mused. With that, the two continued their journey. Xia Sai mentioned that within a radius of several hundred kilometers, elite-level creatures predominated. Lin Chuan had completely abandoned any sense of humanity. Lao He, let's test the waters at tenfold. Thus, a colossal creature, 100 meters in size, emerged in the realm of Ming. Tuesday. Lin Chuan reclined upon Lao He's back, allowing it to trample forward. It was reminiscent of the time during the college entrance examination in the secret realm. However, back then, it was thousands of demon beasts fleeing in panic, whereas in Ming 2, an endless tide of Ming beasts was drawn toward them, oblivious to death and fear. Lin Chuan decided to let Lao He remain stationary, permitting the Ming beasts to attack. He even enlarged its size to 200 meters to endure more of their feeble attempts at scratching. Chapter 130. Finding a skilled technician for sufficient force. Hiss. Xia Sai stood at the edge of Lao He's shell, gazing at the wave of Ming beasts below, inhaling sharply several times to steady his nerves. Such a tidal wave of Ming beasts necessitated caution, even from golden-level beast tamers. For a silver-level beast tamer, encountering such a scenario would likely result in total annihilation. Yet, for Lin Chuan, it felt like child's play. Recalling Uncle Xia Yuan's words about extreme defense, was it truly that terrifying? As Lin Chuan's companion, Xia Sai felt utterly useless. Contemplating this, Xia Sai could no longer remain still. Lin Chuan, I can slay the Ming beasts to enhance my strength. Can you withstand it? Remove the can. Damn. Xia Sai instantly vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind a severely injured Ming beast 100 meters away, delivering a fatal blow. The Ming beasts truly lived up to their nature. Lao He's retaliation had already reached 180, and after several attacks from some Ming beasts, they only sustained minor injuries. Perhaps they were of a defensive type? Lin Chuan was indifferent. Since they were reluctant to exert themselves, he would increase the intensity. Lao He, let them put in some effort. You seem almost asleep. Ultimate taunt. Shaoling, equip Lao He with armor. Sword armor. Virtual reality sword 9, passive. 50 chance to ignore all enemy defenses when dealing damage. Retaliation naturally counted as dealing damage. Thus, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Initially, when a Ming beast attacked Lao He, it might have been inconsequential, but suddenly, they would obliterate themselves. Even the defensive types were no exception. Almost all the Ming beasts, upon contact with Lao He, would vanish in an instant, transforming into a cloud of gray mist, leaving behind an elite-level soul orb. Xiaosai, who had been happily reaping heads, intended to collect another batch once his skills cooled down. However, upon witnessing the gray mist rising around Lao He, he was momentarily stunned. What the hell is this? In that instant, he felt a hint of concern, worried there wouldn't be enough Ming beasts to slay. Lin Chuan, reclining on Lao He's back, missed this scene. However, he did notice the increasingly dense mist, which was a relatively pure form of energy, continuously absorbed by Xiao Ling's nurturing sword technique. Lao He, you certainly know how to indulge, not only a massage, but a sauna as well. The force is insufficient. Lao He's thoughts brimmed with disdain. Damn. Let us dispose of this bothersome lot first. Then I will find a technician capable of sufficient force. Agreed, Lin Chuan replied. Lao He had indeed suffered in the college entrance examination secret realm, nearly being eliminated by a monarch-level creature. It was time for it to enjoy itself. Hopefully, they could attract dozens of leader-level beasts at once for Lao He to have a proper massage. 5 minutes later, the mist gradually dispersed. Not a single Ming beast remained, leaving a circle of soul orbs behind. Damn, how long will it take to collect all this? Lin Chuan complained. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Xiaosai replied. Subsequently, a dozen shadow clones swiftly swept across the soul orbs. In less than a minute, all were gathered. Lin Chuan took a bag of soul orbs, patting Xiaosai on the shoulder, sincerely stating, well done, quite impressive. Xiaosai was momentarily at a loss, unsure if Lin Chuan was being sarcastic. Here, everyone gets a share, you should take some. Saying this, Lin Chuan opened the bag towards Xiaosai, acknowledging their teamwork. Hee, these are of no use to me. And besides, I've already benefited from your contributions. If you wish to exchange for anything later, feel free to let me know, Xiaosai chuckled. What he said was true. They were now considered a team, and the Ming beasts that perished around them counted as their shared kills. Alright, I will keep them for now. You can find me if you need them. Lin Chuan realized that possessing so many elite-level soul orbs was of little immediate use. The gray serpent could not absorb these low-level items to enhance this soul fruit's maturity. At best, they could replenish some soul energy consumption, hardly worthwhile. Let us continue onward. Lin Chuan waved his hand, and Lao He resumed its advance. The expanse of Ming Tu was vast, and with few ordinary people around. They were unlikely to encounter anyone. Otherwise, those unfamiliar with Lin Chuan would likely be terrified by Lao He. Lin Chuan, you aren't planning to venture into the territory of leader-level beasts, are you? Observing Lao He's straight trajectory, Xiaosai could no longer contain his curiosity. You noticed that, did you? Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. You intend to challenge leader-level Ming beasts? It's not as simple as dealing with demon beasts. A stronger one might unleash tenfold attacks. Xiaosai warned, recognizing the tiered suppression that existed. To Lin Chuan, however, there was little difference between leader-level and elite-level creatures. The absolute value of leader-level strength might be higher, but with the threefold amplification of leader-level Ming beasts, it was essentially the same. Lao He's defenses and retaliation attributes had long exceeded normal limits. It was merely a matter of who would perish first. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can retreat. You've seen Lao He's speed, Lin Chuan said with a smile, careful not to sound overly confident lest he frighten his companion. It was merely the first day, they had to take it slow. Fine, but if it doesn't work, you must not be reckless. Lives are at stake. Xiaosai's breathing grew slightly irregular. The first rule, do not challenge creatures beyond your level. The two of them had already violated this crucial guideline on their first day. It was indeed perilous. Indeed, just as you can enhance your strength by slaying Ming beasts, I can only elevate my power through intense battles, if you catch my drift. With nothing else to do, Lin Chuan elaborated to avoid alarming Xiaosai if he inadvertently reached golden-level strength. I understand, Xiaosai nodded in comprehension. In the path of martial arts, one grows stronger by confronting strength. He certainly grasped that concept. Lin Chuan was uncertain if he truly understood, but he could only leave it at that. As Lin Chuan progressed, Xiaosai grew increasingly numb. The 10th rule, do not cook over an open fire. While roasting a leg of lamb, Lin Chuan asked, what did you say? Come, taste this first. The 20th rule, do not relieve oneself indiscriminately. The 44th rule, avoid spending the night in Ming Tu. If absolutely necessary, do not create any light sources. Thus, they ambled along until dusk, finally arriving at the territory frequented by leader-level beasts. Xiaosai had never imagined he would spend the night in Ming Tu, especially at his elite level. When Uncle Xia Yuan had brought him to train his courage, they had merely circled the periphery of the leader-level territory before returning. It became evident to him that Lin Chuan was genuinely unperturbed, treating the leader-level creatures with utter disregard. I vaguely recall when Lin Chuan learned that the realm of the dead could also access the internet. He merely uttered 3 words. Fantastic. The 5th rule states, upon entering the realm of the dead, mobile devices must be silenced. Refrain from using your phone, especially at night. Chapter 131. The primary technician is now in position. They carved out a cave, and each took out their sleeping bags to endure the night. Old hay still blocked the cave entrance, and apart from the occasional sounds of impact from outside, the slumber was relatively undisturbed. As soon as he opened and closed his eyes, dawn broke. After addressing personal hygiene, they continued their advance. This time, Lin Chuan adopted a more subdued approach, refraining from recklessly delving deeper. He was bold, but not foolish. The territory of a commander level could potentially harbor a monarch-level entity. A reckless man is not to be feared. It is the reckless man with intellect who poses a true threat. I'll scout the surroundings, said Xiaosai, and without further ado, he vanished into the darkness, followed by a dozen shadows scattering in various directions. Lin Chuan instructed Old Hay to maintain a distance of 20 to 30 meters as they proceeded leisurely. Within the realm of the dead, there was an absence of vegetation, with gray and white as the sole color palette. There were mountains and lakes, yet no traces of green could be found. The landscape was strewn with jagged rocks. After walking for a brief while, not a single commander-level spirit beast was sighted. However, Lin Chuan remained unperturbed. Old Hay was currently akin to a walking meat bun, untroubled by the lack of bites on the hook. At that moment, a figure emerged ahead. It was Xiaosai. I'm back, he said, hastening towards Lin Chuan. When he was less than 10 meters from Old Hay, Lin Chuan called out to him. Hold on, we need the code. Rule 2. Team members must not stray from the line of sight of their companions. You say it, replied Xiaosai, composed. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The pagoda suppresses the River Demon. Xiaosai responded with a light chuckle. Brilliant, come here. Just as Xiaosai was within a meter of Old Hay, Lin Chuan spoke. Old Hay, the primary technician is ready. What are we waiting for? Mockery. Xiaosai's expression shifted drastically, physically manifesting the change. His previously normal complexion turned ashen, his disguise peeling away to reveal scales resembling chunks of rock, as his fingers transformed into blades. The blade struck down upon Old Hay's head. Bang! The scales on Old Hay's head instantly cracked, creating a small wound that bled briefly before healing. As for this impostor, the two blades shattered upon impact. Subsequently, it unleashed a furious punch, causing its arms to disintegrate, dissipating into wisps of gray mist. Old Hay, how's that? Just a scratch. Damn. A scratch level is already quite commendable. At least it broke the skin. 20 seconds passed before this spirit finally ceased its self-harm. The gaze directed at Lin Chuan was now filled with not only boundless malice, but also a hint of dread. Yet, instinct compelled them not to retreat. Die! The spirit leaped into the air, charging toward Lin Chuan. Its arms reformed, albeit appearing somewhat diminished. The blade lunged directly at Lin Chuan. Be careful! The real Xiaosai, witnessing this scene, turned pale, exclaiming in alarm. Regrettably, Lin Chuan seemed paralyzed by fear, utterly motionless. In that fleeting moment, Xiaosai pondered many things. If Lin Chuan were to perish, could he contend with this spirit? Could he escape alone? Even more concerning, what if the spirit morphed into his likeness, catching Lin Chuan off guard? All of this transpired in an instant. Heh! Lin Chuan chuckled softly, fixating on the blade as it descended toward him. I've withstood blades from monarch-level beasts. Why would I fear a mere commander level? Old Hay! Wasn't it me who was struck? Bang! In this decisive strike, the spirit committed itself to the attack. Thus, it met its demise. The blade struck Lin Chuan's forehead. Yet it felt as though it had collided with an invisible membrane, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Subsequently, the spirit disintegrated into a cloud of gray mist, which was absorbed by Xiaoling. The soul pearl landed in Lin Chuan's hand. Such a considerate spirit, Lin Chuan mused. Bring on another batch. Damn. Xiaosai lamented his lack of education, struggling to articulate his thoughts. That last strike was undeniably the strongest assault from a commander-level spirit. Although this particular spirit seemed to possess only 3 or 4 stars of strength, its attack intensity was comparable to that of a 7 or 8-star commander-level beast. Was that it? He had already recognized Old Hay's impressive counterattacks yesterday, but he never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Was this scientifically sound? Was it reasonable? More importantly, while Old Hay was formidable, why was Lin Chuan, as a beast master, equally capable? Although shared skills among beast masters are common, most are of the possession type. Old Hay was clearly not that. Being of such considerable size, how could it possibly possess? This only indicated that Lin Chuan had other hidden cards. Xiaosai finally comprehended why Lin Chuan dared to be so audacious, completely disregarding the attacks of commander-level entities, allowing him to roam freely in this realm. You've returned? What did you just say? Lin Chuan finally noticed Xiaosai, lost in thought not far away. Nothing much. I scanned the area, and it seems there are about 3 or 4 commander-level entities within a 10-kilometer radius. This density is several times greater than that of commander-level beasts outside the city. As he spoke, Xiaosai swiftly leaped onto Old Hei's back. Now this felt right. Over the past few days, Lin Chuan had not seen him walk normally. He had mostly floated around. As for the so-called code, Lin Chuan had discovered some unique abilities of the spirits. They seemed capable of sensing the intense thoughts within a human's heart. When you posed a question, an answer would naturally surface in your mind a moment later, an involuntary response that could be detected. No wonder the rules stipulated so many requirements for teamwork. Compared to the mutual distrust among teammates, it might be better to act alone, as one could simply eliminate all threats. By the way, how did you realize something was amiss? Xiaosai inquired. I didn't. Didn't the rules say not to trust anyone when alone? Xiaosai retorted. Do you still have the audacity to mention the rules? Unbeknownst to them, even Xiaosai had cast aside the rules, parting ways with Lin Chuan to investigate the situation. This was indeed a significant taboo. However, Lin Chuan was even more monstrous. Aren't you afraid I might be a fake too? Xiaosai asked again. No. You're too weak. Although the spirits lack intelligence, they possess strength. Lin Chuan replied candidly. Damn. Feeding the commander-level soul pearl to the gray snake elevated the progress of the soul fruit by a notch, reaching 56. 2 were required for an increase of 1, meaning Lin Chuan still needed to eliminate around 80 to 90 commander-level entities. As for Old Hei's advancement fruit, it increased by about 1, which wasn't much. Nevertheless, hope was finally in sight, which was a good thing. By the time the soul fruit matured, Old Hei might also ascend to gold level. The 15,000 spirit stones gifted by Xia Yuan had long since been fully converted. 10,000 were used to absorb and transform into 30,000 energy fruits, with the remaining 5,000 kept in reserve. This was sufficient for Lin Chuan to elevate Old Hei to 9 stars, while still retaining a considerable amount for daily sustenance. Let us go. You scout the area within 10 kilometers using shadows, and we'll hunt commander-level beasts. As long as there are no monarch-level entities, Lin Chuan is invincible. All right. Xiaosai nodded in agreement, somewhat dazed. He hadn't even dealt with a commander-level beast yet, and he was already embarking on the hunt for commander-level spirits. This was exceedingly exhilarating. Chapter 132, Hunting Commander-Level Spirits. With Xiaosai's reconnaissance and guidance, Lin Chuan found it much more convenient. There was no need to create excessive noise. Yet they could accurately locate the positions of commander-level spirits. Once the two reunited, no more humanoid spirits appeared. Generally speaking, humanoid spirits possess significantly higher intelligence than typical spirit beasts, adept at employing cunning tactics. The offensive methods of the MSHU are remarkably simplistic, either relying on melee physical attacks or distant, attribute-less energy assaults. It is an absolute battle of life and death. A direct confrontation devoid of the ornate skills typically exhibited by YOSHU. Yet, the casualties inflicted are significantly greater than those caused by comparable YOSHU. While YOSHU may exhibit fear and retreat, MSHU do not. Upon encounter, they engage in a brutal exchange of injuries, seemingly inexhaustible. Once an area has been eradicated, new MSHU will automatically regenerate after a time, predominantly of lower levels. However, the supernatural and elite levels continuously refresh, and through relentless consumption of one another, they can ascend to higher tiers. Ahead lay MSHU in the form of a fierce bull, its reference level noted as at least a commander of 7 stars. Shi swallowed hard and quietly informed L and Chuan. It was the sight of this MSHU that had prompted him to retract and caution L and Chuan to take a detour. Yet now they found themselves intent on confronting it. Reflecting on the previous encounter, Shi ultimately refrained from asking, "Are you able?" for fear that the response would be a dismissal of his concern. Commander of 7 stars. Very well. I shall now commence my display of prowess. Upon uttering this, LOHI shimmered with silver light, his sword armor taking form. The bull-shaped MSHU stood at approximately 10 meters, cloaked in grayish black, with its horns protruding like daggers. LOHI charge. With a resounding crash, LOHI did not foolishly collide with the horns, but instead struck the bull's flank. The MSHU was instantaneously propelled backward 100 or 80 meters, tumbling in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Although it appeared quite severe, it suffered minimal damage. With a thunderous roar, the bull's horns swelled to 2 or 3 times their original size, and its form began to inflate like a balloon, expanding from its initial 10 meters to an imposing 40 or 50 meters. Subsequently, the bull charged forth with a force comparable to LOHI. The earth trembled beneath the iron hooves of the bull. In this moment, LOHI was not foolish. He withdrew his head and braced himself with his most resilient armor. This time, it was LOHI who was sent flying several hundred meters. His armor dented with deep impressions as cracks began to radiate outward. However, the bull too suffered greatly. One of its horns shattered, emitting a cloud of gray smoke as if it were deflating. LOHI, how's the force? Sufficiently strong. Nowadays, LOHI's combat hardly necessitated N-Chu-In's guidance. He could manage autonomously. This was largely due to the simplicity of the encounter, with only 2 or 3 active skills to utilize before retreating to rest. Upon witnessing the bull inflate, LOHI ceased to feign modesty. You wish to compare sizes? My head is larger than your entire form. However, LOHI did not expand to 600 meters, at just over 200. He ceased growing, casting a disdainful glance at the bull. Come at me. Even without employing a taunt skill, the bull could not endure the provocation. Restoring its horns with energy, it charged once more. LOHI had already prepared to lie down, relying on an immovable stance. Feel free to strike. If I move even a little, consider it my defeat. The bull charged twice more, its energy waning. LOHI felt a surge of frustration. I'm lying here, and you're out of strength? Have you not eaten? With a mocking taunt, the bull summoned all its might for a final charge. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective, not even dislodging the dust from LOHI's form. For every 3 attacks endured, LOHI gained a moment of absolute defense, and the bull was ultimately vanquished. Impressive, SSY remarked as he approached N-Chu-In, offering him a soul orb. He realized that aside from shouting 666 from the sidelines, he had little else to contribute, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Previously, N-Chu-In had expressed his intention to ensure SSY's survival, which had touched him. Yet today, he found that with N-Chu-In present, it felt impossible to perish. The pride of a genius would not allow him to succumb to despair, and he resolved silently. The duo swept through their surroundings. The actual combat time was relatively brief, with the majority of their hours spent traversing the landscape. Amidst their intermittent progress, they eradicated over 10 commander-level M-Ing-SHU in a single day. The maturation of the J-Ng Gu and L-Ing-H-Ing Gu steadily advanced. To N-Chu-In's delight, the maturation of Shi-O-L-Ing's J-Ng Gu also experienced a boost. After all, many commander-level YOSHU had been dispatched through the XSH-GN. However, it was regrettable that the SW-Ing Gu showed no signs of development. This was to be expected, as these M-Ing-SHU were inherently transformed from beings of death. The so-called breath of death likely constituted the key to this transformation. Thus, it could be surmised that being slain by N-Chu-In might never even have the opportunity to become M-Ing-Ling. This was a matter of relief. Otherwise, they might have to face N-Chu-In's blade once more. Given their current pace, LOHI's J-Ng Gu would mature within a week, whereas Shi-O-L-Ing still had a considerable distance to cover. Another night passed, and the following day arrived. N-Chu-In, SSY hesitated. Are you perhaps suggesting that your presence here serves no purpose? That you wish to venture alone? N-Chu-In was well aware of his thoughts. After all, if the roles were reversed, no one would endure such a situation. SSY remained silent. Given today's battle intensity, in 5 or 6 days, I shall ascend to the golden level. At that point, I can assist you in your advancement. With your reconnaissance, both safety and efficiency will be significantly enhanced. What do you think? N-Chu-In proposed. 5 or 6 days, golden level. SSY was still reeling from N-Chu-In's earlier declaration, failing to grasp the latter part of his statement. You have already reached 9 stars? He exclaimed in astonishment. This should not be. N-Chu-In's aura did not seem to warrant such strength. Oh. N-Chu-In realized he had overlooked this detail and casually fed LOHI several thousand Ing-Ling Gu as breakfast within the sea of consciousness. 9 stars. You. Calm down. Ascending levels is as simple as eating and drinking. N-Chu-In nonchalantly feigned grandeur. SSY thought to himself, how does one respond to such arrogance? In that case, I shall certainly lend my utmost support. SSY declared earnestly. Rest assured, we are teammates. I will not leave you behind. Together, we shall sweep through the M-Ing-T, counterattack the YOZ, and dominate the world. N-Chu-In's grandiose proclamations elicited a roll of the eyes from SSY. Sweep through the M-Ing-T, counterattack the YOZ. This had been the long-cherished aspiration of the Shi family for generations, yet alas, hope seemed to dwindle. A week later, in the academy dormitory, where are those 2 rascals? Shi-Yu-In muttered to himself after a fruitless search for N-Chu-In and his companion. It was currently summer vacation, and most students had returned home to relax. After all, once school resumed, they would inevitably face the M-Ing-T, a reality most could not bear. Of course, a select few students had chosen to enter the M-Ing-T for training. Taking out his phone, he dialed SSY. Where have you and N-Chu-In gone? Uncle, we are in the M-Ing-T. Oh. Lin Chu and has only just arrived at the academy and is unfamiliar with the circumstances. Make sure to guide him and explore the outskirts of the elite level. Understood, uncle. Lin Chuan is adapting quite well. That's good to hear. What is that noise on your end? Is there combat occurring? Shi Yuan's voice sharpened. Sort of. It will conclude shortly. I must hang up. Damn, that rascal. Shi Yuan chuckled, assuming they were merely encountering elite-level foes, easily resolved. It seemed Lin Chuan was adapting well, which put him at ease. Next, he had to address the enrollment arrangements for YM Academy. Each year, YM Academy certainly did not limit itself to admitting just these two individuals. Rather, they selected talents based on their innate characteristics. All the students from Chu and Su NW City are prioritized for selection here. The criteria for selection, as previously mentioned by Shi Yuan, are stringent, and teammates are assigned based on the unique characteristics of each student. After hanging up the phone, Shi Sy gazed into the distance. I had transformed into a colossal beast, forcefully smashing 3 or 4 leader-level spectral beasts into the ground, leaving them hopelessly trapped in deep craters. Finally, after several more strikes, the suffering of these creatures came to an end. With the task complete, Lin Chuan decided it was time to return for some rest. After 7 or 8 consecutive days of relentless hunting, both were feeling fatigued, particularly mentally. The monotonous scenery had rendered them somewhat visually numb. Fortunately, after Lin Chuan had LOHI face 3 leader-level spectral beasts in one go, the NJI GU-SH finally matured. The combined combat strength of the 3 leader-level spectral beasts surpassed that of ordinary low-star monarch-level demonic beasts. However, they could not coordinate their actions. If they attacked separately, LOHI could withstand them. While injuries were inevitable, his healing rate was remarkably swift. The LNGH and GU-SH also matured after absorbing several soul orbs, and now everything was in place, just awaiting the right opportunity. Is it done? Shi Sy inquired eagerly upon seeing the joy on Lin Chuan's face. Yes, we can head back, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Good. Over the past few days, Shi Sy had become somewhat of a wild man, sustained solely by sheer willpower. He wondered if Lin Chuan could truly advance to gold so swiftly. Hello, Shi. Is there a limit to your beast-taming ability in slaying spectral beasts to enhance your strength? Lin Chuan curiously asked on their way back. In theory, there isn't. But I can only accumulate power by defeating those whose strength is not weaker than mine. Is it based on strength rather than star level? Yes. If it were based on star level, I would be invincible. I can already eliminate elite 9-star demonic beasts with ease. As laughter filled the air, Shi Sy suddenly found himself sobered by the realization of Lin Chuan's extraordinary prowess. Understood. For Shi Sy, the realm of spectral beasts was also an optimal training ground. Theoretically, his attacks could reach the pinnacle of each stage, provided he was given sufficient room for growth. He could dispatch spectral beasts of the same rank with a single strike. Generally speaking, this was already the most formidable attribute within the realm of spectral beasts. Rest assured, I will assist you. I hope you won't be too merciful when the time comes, Lin Chuan chuckled. I would gladly exhaust myself, Shi Sy replied, recalling the scenes from the elite-level area with a sense of anticipation. If he could indeed grow rapidly, he might at least catch up a little. With the journey uneventful, the two returned directly to their dormitory. After feeding the 2 fruits to LOHI and GU-SH, Lin Chuan left them to it. Over these 7 days, he had already nourished LOHI to the 9-star level. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he collapsed into bed and slept soundly until the following afternoon. During his slumber, he dreamed of a towering beast traversing the starry river, consuming the cosmos. Just as the colossal creature prepared to engulf his world, Lin Chuan jolted awake. Shortly thereafter, he heard LOHI's incessant cries of hunger within his consciousness. This time, the advancement to leader level was far less tumultuous than his previous leap to elite level. Perhaps it was due to the activation of the Su NW bloodline during his elite ascension, which had resulted in a complete transformation. Now, LOHI's normal size had reached 20 meters, which was considered rather large among leader-level beasts. As for his attributes, they had now evolved to beast-taming, Su NM turtle, leader 1-star, skills, extreme series, miscellaneous skills, cerebral might, aura, support, etc. Lifespan with heaven, unique passive, Su NW race bloodline activated 40. Lifespan automatically increases by 100 days daily. Loyal guardian, racial passive, when the master is attacked, the attack is redirected to the beast, equating to a direct strike on the beast. Nether domain space, racial passive, opens a nether domain space within, storing and generating spectral spirits. The master can explore and control this space, and the spirits generated therein will obey the master's commands. Capable of conveying intentions from afar. Potential, unknown strength assessment. Lin Shu-in's intuition proved correct, indeed. I shared a subtle connection with the nether realm. The name Su-in-im-ing was not arbitrary, as he had directly established his own exclusive nether domain space. With a mere thought, Lin Shu-in felt himself entering a space shrouded in mist, reminiscent of the environment in the nether realm, albeit devoid of any nether creatures. Generate spectral spirits? How does one do that? Suddenly, Lin Shu-in recalled the numerous elite-level soul orbs he had yet to utilize, over 1,000 of them still packed in bags. Thus, he temporarily exited the space. After 3 seconds, Lin Shu-in returned and tossed a handful of elite-level soul orbs into the nether domain space. Instantly, swirling gray mist enveloped each orb. Soon, a dozen gray figures began to take shape, their forms entirely gray and white, lacking distinct features, indistinguishable from the spectral spirits above the nether realm. As for their appearance, Lin Shu-in could adjust it to his liking. Once the spectral spirits formed, they stood by, awaiting Lin Shu-in's command. Act freely. Lin Shu-in commanded with his mind. The moment the command was issued, the spectral spirits immediately engaged in a chaotic melee, tearing and fighting amongst themselves. Wow! Lin Shu-in was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, yet he did not intervene, instead observing quietly. In less than a minute, only one spectral spirit remained. It had consumed the others, its form becoming more solid. A cracking sound echoed as if something was shattering. Suddenly, the surface of this spectral spirit fractured like porcelain, and a brand new leader-level spectral spirit emerged, still gray and white, enveloped in a layer of mist, but with a smoother exterior. It could alter its appearance at will, easily disguising itself to blend in with ordinary beings. This inevitably reminded Lin Shu-in of a previous instance where a spirit had impersonated Shi-sy. But now this one was entirely under his control. In this manner, the utility of the soul orb significantly increased. If managed well, the potential was indeed vast. Instantly, Lin Shu-in envisioned countless methods of subterfuge. Chapter 134, Life Fruit, Immortality. Lin Shu-in deposited all the 1,000+ soul orbs into the nether domain space, then shifted his attention to Hu-sh. In legend, the divine beast Su-in-w symbolizes the union of turtle and snake. At this moment, Hu-sh coiled around Lohi, its head hidden, embodying the essence of the Su-in-w divine beast. Companionship, soul-twisting entity, rank, leader level, skills, soul pollution, passive, continuously pollutes the host's soul until complete assimilation and distortion. Now immune. Soul parasitism, active. Generates a soul seed, capable of parasitizing the soul of monarch-level creatures. When the soul seed matures, the target will fully obey the master's commands. After Hu-sh's advancement, the upper limit of its other skills rose to monarch level, and it gained an additional skill, soul parasitism. Given Lohi's current strength, resisting a monarch level 3-star beast should pose no significant problem. Although monarch level creatures exert a 75 suppression over leader level ones, Lohi enjoyed an 80 immunity, leaving only a 15 disadvantage. Nevertheless, Lohi still had considerable room for growth. Aside from ascending in star level, many skills awaited integration and fusion. Coupled with the support of Hu-sh and Xiao-ling, if they faced a situation akin to the previous encounter with the Cloaked Elder, they would likely fare much better. With both primary forces advancing simultaneously, Lin Shu-in felt immensely satisfied. His own enhancement seemed secondary. Ascending to gold level resulted in a substantial boost to his physical attributes, and he also gained an additional contract slot. Regrettably, Lin Chuan has become increasingly discerning in his preferences, and among the beasts he has encountered, only Bai Yu, Long Ming, and Kong Lao have caught his attention. Unfortunately, the likelihood of acquiring any of these three is exceedingly slim. Only Bai Yu holds a faint glimmer of hope of being persuaded to join him. However, the whereabouts of this cat remain unknown, having seemingly vanished. While Lin Chuan muses over Bai Yu, she finds herself languishing in the clouds, utterly bored, with an endless expanse of ocean beneath her. In the sea, a colossal fish measuring tens of thousands of meters is engaged in battle with a horde of sea serpents, most of which are at least quasi-king level, with several being full kings. Those who have yet to reach the kingly threshold are deemed unworthy to participate in such combat. Why is this battle taking so long? I still need to find Lin Chuan, she thinks to herself. On the side of the golden tree, its trunk has surged in height once more, now towering hundreds of meters. Its branches hang thickly, laden with countless fruits awaiting harvest and ripening. A thought flashes through Lin Chuan's mind as a new fruit's information manifests within his consciousness. Life fruit. Consuming this fruit will deplete a beast's lifespan by a century, granting 10 additional years to living beings and 10 years of vitality to the spirit beings. This is somewhat grotesque. While Old Hay is already quite extraordinary, He continues to expand Lin Xuan's understanding of the world. This life fruit appears to be custom-made for Old He, following the progression of Old He's skill. With heaven and longevity, it now increases lifespan by 100 days each day. Upon reaching king level, the increase would rise to 10,000 days daily. In essence, this amounts to a yearly addition of 10,000 years, equating to Lin Xuan potentially extending his life by a millennium. The Xuanwu bloodline has finally revealed its ultimate prowess. What does it matter if one is invincible at the same rank or possesses absolute defense? Compared to immortality, those concepts pale in significance. As long as one lives long enough, invincibility will inevitably follow. However, since this fruit ultimately consumes Old He's lifespan, Lin Xuan must consider Old He's sentiments. Old He, how much longer can you live? Old He responds, are you already tired of my eternal existence? 30,000 years. How does that sound? Frustrating, isn't it? Lin Xuan can instinctively sense Old He's emotions. But is this 30,000 years for real? In light of this, Lin Xuan decides to be unreserved. Generate life fruits. Let us start with 10. Instantly, 10 emerald-hued fruits mature. Old He feels nothing from the 1,000-year reduction in his lifespan, perceiving these fruits as no different from ordinary wild fruits, even preferring the energy fruit. Nevertheless, for Lin Xuan and Xiao Ling, these fruits possess an extraordinary allure, akin to witnessing an irreplaceable element of life. Even the gray serpent exhibits intense emotions. Fine, let us share and have a taste. Lin Xuan, Xiao Ling, and the gray serpent each consume one. Not much sensation, Lin Xuan remarks, feeling no increase in lifespan. After all, he is merely 18. Xiao Ling shares a similar sentiment, finding it average and losing interest in further consumption. As for the gray serpent, which initially resembled a mere wisp of gray mist, under Lin Xuan's subtle influence, begins to assume a more serpentine form, especially after consuming the life fruit, appearing increasingly lively. Upon exiting his room, he finds Xia Si Yi entering the living room with an array of food. You're awake? Let us eat together. Sure, I'm quite hungry. Have you advanced to gold? Xia Si Yi, curious about when Lin Xuan achieved this advancement, is taken aback when a powerful aura suddenly radiates from him. This is too fast. You just advanced? Who could have anticipated that this 18-year-old, who recently graduated high school, would ascend to gold before the start of university? Most peers are still dreaming of a vibrant university life, while he has already catapulted to a graduate level. I just took a nap and advanced, nothing to it. Xia Si Yi is speechless, contemplating that Lin Xuan could easily outshine even a seasoned senior. When will we visit the underworld again? Lin Xuan inquires. You're pushing yourself too hard. Xia Si Yi is astonished that Lin Xuan, having already advanced to gold, is still so driven. Well, you're still here. I promised I would help you. We're teammates after all, and I can't let you lag behind. This is one reason. And the other is undoubtedly for the soul pearls. Within the underworld space, over 1,000 elite soul pearls have transformed into more than 100 commanding level spirits. It seems that upon reaching the commanding level, they no longer engage in battle but await orders in silence. Lin Xuan could command them to continue consuming, but he is not in a rush. Unbeknownst to him, he has acquired a powerful trump card that can grow infinitely. Currently, the overall situation in Xuanwu City is not optimistic, compounded by the great upheaval that Long Ming previously alluded to. Lin Xuan has a foreboding sense that time is not on his side. Let us leave it for tomorrow. My uncle is coming to school, and I have matters to discuss with him. Would you like to join? Forget it. I'm afraid I defrighten him. Don't you worry about scaring me. With my humble talent, who knows what I've endured? Lin Xuan heads to the library, intending to research some materials. Until now, he has scarcely referenced the original development system of this world. He is not adept at cultivation, nor does he possess his own innate talent. Everything relies on the golden tree. At present, both Old He and Xiao Ling seem to have encountered minor bottlenecks, primarily regarding skills. Especially since the enrollment teacher from Elemental University had mentioned the concept of absolute defense and other skills related to size multiplication. Lin Xuan aims to find detailed references regarding beasts. The more common beasts have been thoroughly explored by Lin Xuan, leaving him to hope for some rare demon beasts or spirit beasts. Their strength is secondary, the focus lies on skills. For instance, the elasticity of slimes and the elemental force field of the ethereal jellyfish are exceptional skills for Old He. However, both beasts are notably weak in terms of strength. Lin Xuan feels a deep frustration that Old He has yet to acquire any new skills during his elite phase. Failing to reap benefits is tantamount to a significant loss. Chapter 135, Lacking Durability. After an afternoon of searching through specialized materials, Lin Xuan finally uncovers some valuable information. Outside the city, tens of thousands of kilometers away, lies a colossal mountain range known as Wanjian Peak, teeming with billions of sword spirit demon beasts. Flying swords, magic swords, bone swords, and grand swords are all present. However, danger looms as well. The master of the myriad swords must undoubtedly be a king level. Additionally, there are perilous areas such as Elemental Valley and the Forbidden Magic Forest, where monarchs abound and commanders are as common as dirt. While these locations may seem distant for now, they are essential destinations Lin Chuan must eventually explore. As for size-related skills, he has yet to find any relevant news. It is said that after reaching the monarch level, many demon beasts can manipulate their own size. Although not as exaggerated as extreme multiplication at 50 times, basic multiplications of 3 or 4 times are relatively manageable. This is not merely a skill but an embodiment of absolute power, mastery over one's physical form. If Old Hay can achieve this, his base form would increase fourfold. And with extreme multiplication, it would reach an astonishing 200 times his normal size. Quite remarkable indeed. In the library, the majority of the materials pertain to the underworld. To date, humanity has explored the underworld for centuries, penetrated only to the fringes of king-level territories, and delving deeper would spell certain doom. King-level underworld beasts typically remain hidden, surfacing only during large-scale conflicts or when the underworld beasts revolt. Through experience, a pattern has emerged after demon beasts attack a city, resulting in mass casualties. The underworld inevitably erupts in chaos. The extermination of humanity by demon beasts is not particularly challenging. It merely requires sustained offensives and a continuous onslaught of beast tides. Even the demon beasts need not enter the city. They merely need to continue their relentless demise. Within the realm of the underworld, demon creatures will continually emerge, expanding wildly and inevitably dismantling Xuanwu City from within. However, once the breach in the human realm is opened, sealing it again will not be an easy feat. Is it true that the human race is in such a precarious state? Lin Chuan mused, stroking his chin. Beneath the serene backdrop of Xuanwu City lies an array of hidden crises. No wonder there is scarcely any information regarding the underworld online. Even the Yuming Academy is known only to select schools and prominent figures. If the information about the massive ticking time bomb beneath Xuanwu City were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. 3 days passed swiftly. Lin Chuan and Xia Si Yi once again ventured into the underworld. Old Xia, this time, we must relish the hunt. Lin Chuan exclaimed with a laugh atop Old Hay's back. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's laughter, Xia Si Yi inexplicably shuddered. Lin Chuan, we agreed to remain within the elite-level territory. Xia Si Yi confirmed one last time. Of course, hunting the leader-level beasts is no longer beneficial to me. The efficiency of elite-level creatures is preferable. Besides, this time is primarily to assist you in your advancement. Thank you very much. Just make sure to collect the soul orbs for me afterward, Lin Chuan replied. He indeed had no intention of hunting leader-level demon beasts. While assisting Xia Si Yi in leveling up, he would have his shadow clone gather soul orbs. For collecting them himself would be far too slow. This spot will do. It is the central area of the elite-level demon beast territory, neither too far nor too close. Just right. The density of demon beasts was quite impressive, with one appearing every few meters, and new ones being born at any moment. Without a flying beast master, even a golden-level beast master would find it challenging to traverse alone. Old Hay, let us begin with a 500-meter test. In an instant, a colossal beast, 500 meters in diameter, crashed forward. Boom. Instantly, hundreds of elite-level demon beasts were obliterated without a trace. Wow. Xia Si Yi could not contain himself. Is this really a leader-level beast? My grandfather's royal-level beast is only a little over 100 meters long at most. While the strength of a beast isn't solely determined by its size, this is simply colossal. Old Xia, what do you think? Impressive, right? Lin Chuan teased. You keep it up. I'll set up a tent and play some games. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Damn. What? Do you have a problem? No. I meant that the soul orbs under Old Hay can't be collected. Don't worry, they want to escape. Old Hay, take a few steps. After saying this, Lin Chuan disregarded it entirely. There was no need for Xiao Ling's armor to be attached to Old Hay for now. Otherwise, Xia Si Yi would be left with nothing. Let us begin. Taunt. Instantly, all demon beasts within a 300-meter radius of Old Hay charged towards him recklessly. Here I go. Xia Si Yi wasted no time. The night shadow demon spirit possessed him, causing him to vanish from sight. In truth, Xia Si Yi could have refrained from engaging directly, but he relished the thrill of the hunt. One could say that lingering in such an environment for too long had made him somewhat unhinged. An hour later, haha, that was exhilarating. Xia Si Yi returned to Lin Chuan, his face brimming with excitement. He had never imagined such a thrilling experience of hunting. In just a brief hour, he had narrowed the gap between himself and elite 6-star demon beasts. Moving forward, he would need to slay elite 7-star or higher demon beasts to stack the passive abilities of the Night Shadow Demon Spirit. If he continued on this path, he would soon surpass even the elite pinnacle demon beasts. Furthermore, he would no longer need to deliberately suppress his star level. So, did you enjoy that rapid slaughter? Not enough endurance, huh? Lin Chuan concluded the game, teasingly. Damn, do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? Their camaraderie deepened, and their banter grew more casual. Here you go, Xia Siyi said, tossing over a large bag of soul orbs, conservatively estimated to contain over 2,000. Most were from those killed by the reflection damage, so Xia Siyi only needed to finish off the few that survived the backlash, making it quite convenient. Thanks. Lin Chuan replied, satisfied. This was the life he had always dreamed of, effortlessly receiving resources without lifting a finger. How long do you need to rest? Half an hour will suffice, but we may need to change locations. The taunt's range is 300 meters, but the perception range of demon beasts extends far beyond that. The commotion here could attract demon beasts from several kilometers away. Sigh, how troublesome. Why can't they just all come over and perish at once? Lin Chuan grumbled. Xia Siyi responded, do you hear the words of the people? All elite-level demon beasts likely numbered in the billions. Lin Chuan was doubtful whether he could handle it. He would certainly be exhausted just collecting the soul orbs. You should rest first. I have a plan. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and devised a strategy. He was already preparing to lie down, with no intention of moving. No one could stop Lin Chuan from resting. Xia Siyi took aside to recuperate while Lin Chuan produced a bottle of water and tossed in a life fruit. After shaking it, the invaluable life water was created. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of consuming it. He then took out a mosquito repellent spray, emptied its contents, and filled it with the life water. All set. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan, I'm ready. Xia Siyi, fully restored, looked at Lin Chuan with eager anticipation. This time, he intended to last at least an hour and a half. Don't stand downwind. I cannot guarantee what might occur. Lin Chuan then stood up, spraying the repellent in the direction of the wind. What is this mosquito repellent? Why did you bring this? Xia Siyi inquired, puzzled. Indeed. While there were mosquitoes in the underworld, they were the man-eating kind, rendering mosquito repellent ineffective. Let us wait and see if it works, Lin Chuan replied, unable to guarantee its efficacy. 5 minutes later, a tidal wave of demon beasts surged from the distance towards them, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Numerous hunting teams, believing that the demon beasts were launching a full-scale assault, hurried back to the Yuming military base to report the situation. Military camps swiftly went on high alert. Such occurrences were common, and they had long since become accustomed to them. When will this end? An old soldier complained. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Damn it. They said that good behavior could lead to reduced sentences. If I had known, I would have preferred to die in prison. Is there such good food and drink in prison? Live each day well. After all, I've come to accept that dying in battle is a gamble. Perhaps I'll be reborn into a better life. Many soldiers were prisoners seeking to redeem themselves. Some with considerable talent, finally shining in their last moments. Xia Siyi stared in disbelief at the approaching torrent of demon beasts, which seemed irresistibly drawn to Old Hay, as if compelled by some force to charge forward unto death. What in the world is this? It was evident that it was the effect of the mosquito repellent spray Lin Chuan had just used. Fortunately, he had not foolishly sprayed it on himself. Haha, it's mosquito repellent. Feel free to use it, Lin Chuan chuckled, tossing it to Xia Siyi. Xia Siyi quickly caught it, fearful of breaking it. If the demon beasts dwindle, spray a little on Old Hay. Just don't spray too much, or we'll attract the Lord-level ones, and that would be troublesome. Lin Chuan cautioned, knowing that summoning Lord-level beasts would necessitate an early retreat. Old Hay, don't fall asleep. Move around a bit, Lin Chuan instructed, then completely disregarded it. Xia Siyi did not inquire further about the nature of the spray. He simply handled it carefully, as if it were a bomb. From this point on, Lin Chuan could finally take a back seat. Fortunately, he could access the internet even in the underworld. Otherwise, he would have no idea how to pass the time. Xia Siyi had only been out for half an hour when he returned, exclaiming that he could no longer endure it. He handed Lin Chuan 3,000 to 4,000 soul orbs, including 1 or 2 that were of the commander level. The infernal beasts were pouring in ceaselessly. Heedless of their own lives, and during their frantic rush, they were continuously warring amongst themselves. Xiaoling, it will soon be dark. Lin Chuan instructed Xiaoling to provide the old black sword armor. With the enhancement of the Sword of Reality and Illusion, the clearing effect would be exponentially improved. Fortunately, with the automatic monster summoning hack activated, Lin Chuan and Xia Siyi headed to their respective tents to rest, deep within the netherworld. A palace constructed entirely from dark gray stones loomed. In the center stood a stone coffin, shrouded in swirling gray mist, where nether spirits were continually depositing soul orbs. If one could perceive, they would realize that all those soul orbs were of the commander level, with many even at the monarch level. Within the coffin, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes suddenly opened. The sin of life? Has a nether king fallen? However, the aura was too faint, a fleeting whisper, impossible to discern. Soon after, the eyes closed once more, returning to slumber. The next day, while Lin Chuan was still asleep, Xia Siyi burst into the tent, throwing him a large bag filled with soul orbs, 5,000 to 6,000 in total. Such diligence in undertaking tasks is commendable. However, Xia Siyi's complexion was indeed somewhat pale. Lin Chuan, the surrounding infernal beasts have been cleared. No problem, we can simply change locations. Alas, the respawn is too slow. Xia Siyi retorted, damn it. Is that what I meant? This is too dangerous, you should keep it safe. He then handed back the mosquito repellent. A few sprays could incite a riot among the infernal beasts. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that the monarch level was overly cautious. If more were sprayed, who knows what king-level infernal beasts might emerge. Lin Chuan had not anticipated such an effect. It was almost alarming. It is essential to note that this was merely a minuscule amount of life water, less than 1,000th of a fruit. If the life fruit were fully exposed, even the Lord of the Netherworld would likely be unsettled. The Nether spirits despise all living beings, yet yearn to be reborn as such. Is this not a form of mental dichotomy? Perverse. Very well, we shall spray once a day in a different location. Old Black, no time for rest. We are moving out. Lin Chuan joyfully made his decision. Take care. I am merely a humble silver. Xia Siyi was genuinely impressed. Ever since Lin Chuan entered the Netherworld, the atmosphere had shifted remarkably. The rules of the Netherworld seemed ineffective, as Lin Chuan appeared to have stepped into his own domain. Indeed, Xia Siyi was correct. The Netherworld truly was Lin Chuan's domain, or rather, Old Black's. At this moment, within Old Black's Nether domain, over 1,000 commander-level Nether spirits were poised for action, akin to a well-trained army. Such power would constitute a formidable fighting force anywhere. However, Lin Chuan remained unsatisfied. Devour each other until you ascend to monarch level. Lin Chuan commanded. Without hesitation, the over 1,000 commander-level Nether spirits launched indiscriminate attacks on their companions, each strike lethal. Employing the most ruthless techniques, Lin Chuan observed for a while before losing interest. He sought only the final outcome, not the process, hoping it would yield surprises. Presently, commander-level combat power held little significance for him. Only the monarch level was worth his attention. Half an hour later, Old Black relocated to an area with a higher concentration of infernal beasts. The subsequent events mirrored those of the previous day. Lin Chuan was too lazy to leave the tent for a glance, leaving Xia Siyi to his own devices. However, Xia Siyi was thoroughly delighted, savoring every moment of his burgeoning strength. This exquisite sensation was likely beyond Lin Chuan's grasp. He chuckled to himself. Now, Xia Siyi could merely console himself thus. Lin Chuan remarked with a smirk. Within the Nether domain, the slaughter had long concluded. 10 monarch-level Nether spirits stood silently, awaiting orders. Even if commanded to self-destruct, they would not hesitate for a moment. My lord, the monarch-level Nether spirits, clearly possessing a higher intellect, sensed Lin Chuan's intent and collectively knelt, bowing their heads in submission. In air, sure. Lin Chuan casually named them, even instructing them to manifest numbers on their chests for identification. Without such markings, their similar appearances rendered naming meaningless. Thank you for the names, my lord. With over 100 commander-level spirits yielding but a single monarch-level spirit, Lin Chuan was immensely satisfied. The ability to mass-produce monarch-level spirits would suffice for Lin Chuan to traverse the Netherworld with confidence. He even contemplated whether to persuade the captured soul orbs from the Yuming army to join his ranks. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. Soul orbs served as materials for crafting soul-nourishing pills, and their supply was scarce. Aside from fruits or potions, Lin Chuan had no other resources available for substantial exchange. Naturally, he would not consider trading low-level soul orbs for fruits or potions, as they belonged to entirely different tiers. As for higher-level soul orbs, such as those of the king level, Lin Chuan was indeed intrigued, uncertain if his military merits would suffice for exchange. In Chapter 137, strategic-grade weapons may be unnecessary but are not to be overlooked. Through inquiries with innate, Lin Chuan learned that the ascent to king level was not merely a matter of mutual devouring or slaughter. Each king-level infernal beast or spirit corresponded to a fallen king or at least possessed king-level potential. However, the demise of a king-level beast did not guarantee the direct emergence of a king-level nether spirit. It must start from the pinnacle of the monarch level and undergo a subsequent ascension to king level, a process not always guaranteed to succeed. Nevertheless, even this was preferable to lacking potential altogether. The potential of a beast during its lifetime often determined its chances of advancing to king level post-mortem. This damned theory of bloodlines categorizes even the deceased into ranks. It is challenging, yet it indicates that there remains hope. First and foremost, various battles are inevitable. Any creature grows fastest through conflict. Lin Chuan, however, is an exception. he has a cheat code. Secondly, the most crucial factor is the consumption of a king-level soul orb. By devouring a king-level soul orb, one earns the qualification to ascend to king level. The remainder relies on one's own struggles. Even within Old Black's nether domain, introducing a king-level soul orb would yield merely a monarch-level peak with king-level potential. I wonder how many military merits a king-level soul orb would require. Lin Chuan lamented. King-level infernal beasts, when pitted against equivalent U beasts, can exhibit at least 5-fold advantages, and this is not merely a simple arithmetic addition. Even 5 against 1 may not guarantee contact with the opponent. Conversely, the opponent could eliminate any one of the king-level beasts with ease, systematically dismantling them. Thus, hunting king-level beasts is no simple task. Contemplating these matters is futile. The immediate priority is to amass military merits to mass-produce more monarch-level spirits. Even in the absence of king-level spirits, at least safety would not be compromised. At this rate, 10 monarch-level nether spirits could be produced daily. Lin Chuan's goal was a minimum of 100. A week later, Lin Chuan, I have succeeded, Xia Si exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had just managed to slay a peak elite-level defensive infernal beast with a single strike, indicating that his strength had reached the pinnacle of this stage. Further kills of elite-level beasts would yield no enhancement. At Silver 6 star, he had deliberately slowed his ascension to maximize passive gains, which now seemed somewhat ludicrous. It was said that after healing, Long Chun Hao was sprinting towards the peak of 9 stars, poised to advance to gold at any moment. However, Xia Si Yi was unperturbed. Achieving full passive gains from elite-level beasts was sufficient for him, as he had originally thought this would take at least a year or two. Instead, he had accomplished it in just over a week. Lao Xia, congratulations. You are truly invincible among your peers. Lin Chuan also felt joy for this roommate. Throughout this week, Xia Si has spent his time either battling monsters to accumulate passive skills or collecting soul orbs, often dedicating even more time to the latter. Without the assistance of the shadow clone, he would likely have been utterly exhausted. Am I even qualified to claim invincibility in this tier before you? Xia Si said with a bitter smile. Of course you are. After all, I have already reached gold, while you are still silver, huh? How can I be invincible among peers? Xia Si thought to himself. In a duel between Long Chunhao and Xia Si, the latter would undoubtedly prevail. Given his current attack strength, even a peak gold beastmaster would struggle to withstand him without relying on their physical prowess. If Lin Chuan did not have Lao Hei's loyal protection, he would be equally incapable of withstanding this onslaught. Having sufficiently cleared elite-level monsters, Lin Chuan decided it was time to relocate. He instructed Lao Hei to charge towards the territory of the commanders. Over the past few days, as Lao Hei continually changed locations, they have drawn closer to the commander-level territory. Xia Si exclaimed, Are you joking? Do I seem like someone who jokes? Lin Chuan replied, Xiaoling's evolution fruit still needs a bit more time. It can only be upgraded by defeating commander-level monsters. No, I truly cannot fight commander-level monsters. Xia Si expressed helplessly. Not everyone is as monstrous as you. No worries, it will be just like before. Wait until they are severely weakened, and you can deliver the finishing blow. Lao Xia, this is a one-time opportunity. You may not have such good fortune again, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Currently, he could still assist Xia Si, but soon they would have to part ways. Lin Chuan's rank was too high for Xia Si to follow him. And given Lin Chuan's many secrets, having another person along would hinder his freedom of action. Moreover, after this excursion, Xia Si planned to focus on ascending to gold status, likely not returning to the underworld for quite some time. Then I shall risk my life to accompany you, Xia Si resolved fiercely. It was merely commander level, and though he had never killed one, he had witnessed Lin Chuan do so. If one strike did not suffice, he would simply strike again. Just a heads up. When we reach the commander level territory, do not, Xia Si began, but was interrupted by 2 hissing sounds as Lin Chuan sprayed his secret mosquito repellent. Hey, if you want me to die, you could just say so. Xia Si nearly lost his mind, already foreseeing the imminent chaos. Numerous commander-level nether beasts charged toward them like an iron tide, the smallest of which measured over 20 meters in length. However, compared to Lao Hei's 500-meter size, they were insignificant, not even comparable in scale. Dozens of nether beasts surrounded Lao Hei and launched a frenzied assault. Lao Hei stood firm as a rock, immovable, while Xiaoling had already bestowed him with the sword armor. Lin Chuan, should I scout ahead to prevent attracting any monarch-level beasts? Xia Si naturally worried about the monarchs, having previously seen commander-level beasts drawn to their location. Now, in commander-level territory, it was all too easy to lure in a monarch-level beast. No need. Just trust me to handle things. There's a commander over there that is almost dead. Hurry and deliver the finishing blow, Lin Chuan urged. With no other option, Xia Si could only pray for their safety. In reality, his fears had already materialized. 2 days prior, a monarch-level nether beast had been lured within a 20-kilometer radius, perilously close to Lao He. However, it soon faced a brutal assault from over a dozen monarch-level humanoid nether spirits, which obliterated it in less than a minute, leaving behind a monarch-level soul orb. Currently, Lin Xuan had amassed over 80 monarch-level nether spirits, divided into 10 squads, each led by a captain ranging from Ming Yi to Ming Shi. These squads were dispersed within a 20 to 50-kilometer radius to scout for enemies, primarily to prevent any monarch-level beasts from intruding. Lin Xuan aimed for each squad to have at least 10 members, allowing for free hunting primarily targeting monarch-level nether beasts. The soul orbs collected by the squads did not need to be turned in. Instead, they could be consumed on the spot, prioritizing the captains. Lin Xuan was already preparing to forge royal-level nether spirits. Once successful, his power would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Royal-level beings were considered strategic weapons. They could be forego but were indispensable. After all, as a mere gold-tier individual, he was constantly pursued by various diamond and royal-level entities. 3 days later, Xiaosai had become somewhat frenzied. From the ecstatic joy of slaying his first commander-level beast to feeling as if he were in a dream by the 10th. He found himself emboldened even when facing fully healthy commander-level foes. It appeared that some invisible shackles had been shattered, despite only needing to swoop in for the finishing blows. Maintaining intense focus was crucial to avoid being killed while at low health. After 3 days of intense battles, Xiaosai was barely holding on by the last remnants of his willpower. Lao Xia, it's time to go back. Lin Xuan called out as he noticed Xiaosai preparing to delve deeper. Return? To where? Xiaosai asked, perplexed. He felt as though he belonged there, destined to continue fighting endlessly. Are you out of your mind? We're going home, back to school. Lin Xuan shouted into Xiaosai's ear. Oh. Xiaosai finally snapped back to reality, realizing that he had indeed exhibited signs of obsession over the past few days. It's no big deal, just a minor flaw. A family trait, he thought dismissively. After dispatching the last commander-level nether beast, Lin Xuan instructed Lao He to shrink back to his normal 20-meter size, preparing to head home. Their objectives had all been accomplished. Xiaoling's evolution fruit had matured long ago, and Lin Xuan's monarch-level nether spirit squad was fully formed. In the past few days, other teams had not failed to notice their activities, but Lin Xuan had kindly persuaded them to leave. In truth, it was not so much persuasion as it was the monarch-level nether spirits greeting them, which prompted the others to flee in fright, showing a distinct lack of manners. Thus, a legend spread within the secret realm. Within the territories of elite and commander-level beasts lay many unique, numbered monarch-level nether spirits that did not attack, but would greet passers-by. It was imperative not to look back or respond. One should simply flee, or else, well, no one knew what would happen. Lin Xuan, thank you. Xiaosai expressed his gratitude solemnly on their way back. He believed Lin Xuan had made this journey solely to fulfill a prior promise. However, the imbalance was evident. He had only helped scout for a few days, while Lin Xuan had practically delivered the spoils to him. The disparity was clear. Even his own uncle had never treated him so well, merely leaving him to hunt in the underworld with occasional guidance. Lao Xia, there is no need for formalities. Hurry and level up. Once you reach gold, Lin Xuan paused. If there's anything I can assist you with, just let me know. Xiaosai thought Lin Xuan had a request. When you reach gold, I might just prepare to advance to diamond myself. Huh? Hey, but I do have something to ask. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before continuing. Do you know if the academy has any royal-level soul orbs? Royal-level soul orbs? Xiaosai's expression turned shocked. If the monarch-level crystals and soul orbs were strategic resources, then royal-level resources were of a deterrent nature. A single royal-level crystal signified the fall of a royal-level beast, representing the capability to slay such formidable creatures. Moreover, many monarch-level beastmasters required royal-level crystals to break through to royal status. While royal crystals were not the sole materials needed, they were certainly the most effective and direct. In the realm of beasts, it was unheard of for a monarch-level creature to hunt a royal-level one. They either fell naturally and passed their legacy to the next generation, or were birthed from even rarer materials that could give rise to royal-level beasts. Is there none? Lin Xuan observed the astonishment etched on Xiaosai's face, and his anticipation waned considerably. Absent any developments, his plans would be thwarted and delayed significantly. Not necessarily, Xiaosai countered. It is said that the Dean once vanquished a royal-level mingling, albeit at a great cost. The Dean? Lin Xuan mused, still having never laid eyes on this elusive figure, whose existence seemed almost mythical. Indeed, however, the Dean has seldom made an appearance in recent years, Xiaosai elaborated. Shifting the conversation, the opening ceremony is approaching, and the Dean is expected to attend. My uncle mentioned that the Dean has returned to the academy. Yes. I shall inquire then to see if it is possible for me to obtain one, Lin Xuan replied casually. Royal-level soul orbs are not so easily bestowed, Xiaosai warned. In many respects, they are far more valuable than royal-level crystal cores. In the realm of the Ming, a royal-level conflict is seldom instigated. Royal-level minglings rarely engage, and the human race avoids provoking them. Maintaining a balance by merely controlling the numbers of lower-tier Ming beasts suffices. And what of the Yu Ming army? Lin Chuan inquired nonchalantly. That remains uncertain. I can check the resource exchange list upon my return, Xiaosai responded. At present, Lin Chuan's 10 teams of monarch-level minglings were fully staffed. Furthermore, there were still a dozen unassigned minglings within the Ming domain, reserved as contingencies. Lin Chuan directed his teams to the monarch-level territories to hunt monarch-level Ming beasts, prioritizing the enhancement of the strength and combat experience of the 10 captains. Until he acquired a royal-level soul orb, Lin Chuan had no intention of venturing into the Ming realm. On one hand, Ming beasts below monarch level offered little tangible value beyond soul orbs. On the other, Lin Chuan had no desire to gamble with his life in monarch-level territories. It was not fear of the monarch-level Ming beasts, but rather the royal-level ones that provoked trepidation. From nearly a month of experience, Lin Chuan discerned that the territorial divisions of Ming beasts were not entirely accurate. Monarch-level beings could meander into elite territories, and it was entirely plausible for royal-level beings to emerge occasionally. Another reason was quite simple. Lin Chuan's propensity for laziness was resurfacing. After a lifetime of battles, was it not time to indulge? They say university life is splendid, yet he had scarcely experienced it. Boom, boom. Deep within the Ming realm, a temple trembled. A figure crowned and robed in a python cloak sat upon a throne. At that moment, the cold gray eyes, once indifferent, now glimmered with a hint of crimson. For 10 consecutive days, that elusive breath of life danced like a feather upon the tip of its nose, incessantly teasing it. Yet, each time it endeavored to perceive it closely, the essence vanished in an instant, driving it to the brink of madness, leaving no room for slumber. At this juncture, it had already discerned that the essence of life did not signify the fall of a Ming king, but rather indicated the presence of an object imbued with the breath of life being brought to the Ming realm. What could this be called? It transcended the metaphor of a meat bun being tossed to a dog. It more closely resembled a beautiful woman boldly entering a male prison. Countless monarch-level subordinates had been dispatched to investigate, and the moment any news arrived, even if it meant clashing with other Ming kings, it would be essential to seize it. However, its hopes were destined to be dashed, for Lin Chuan had embarked on a joyous return journey. Once minglings reached royal level, they became indistinguishable from ordinary beings, possessing a clear understanding of their existence. Amidst the endless decay, ruin, and death, they sought to wrest a slim chance at life. All their ambitions transformed into a singular desire, to be reborn as living beings. In the eyes of ordinary humans, the Ming realm may seem gray and desolate. However, if the perception of minglings mirrored this view, then here would be a veritable paradise. Here, only endless ashes, decay, and ruin prevailed. A gentle breeze, merely a whisper to humans, felt as sharp as a knife to minglings, stripping away their flesh and blood. The essence of life was the ultimate yearning of all minglings. Upon ascending to royal level, they would receive a fleeting gift, endowing them with a semblance of sensory perception and the hope of rebirth. Thereafter, to attain such essence, they must either devour royal-level beings or other treasures containing the breath of life. Ming kings seldom launch large-scale offensives. On one hand, there are minimal gains to be had, and on the other, the Ming realm is not a monolith. Each Ming king is ever prepared to consume another. Chapter 139. How was I expelled from humanity? Returning to the dormitory for a night's rest, the following morning, Lin Chuan fed the remaining energy fruits, just enough to elevate Xiao Ling to 9 stars. This little creature had clearly pilfered in abundance. For every time Lao He advanced, she would follow suit within days, not requiring Lin Chuan's deliberate feeding. The pantry was nearly bare. Lin Chuan gazed at the dwindling energy fruits, tears welling in his eyes. A few hundred energy fruits were hardly sufficient. It barely covered 2 meals for Lao He. Soon, these 2 gluttons would face starvation, which was quite distressing. If it came to that, he would have to begrudgingly allow Lao He to feast on fried rice for a few days. With Xiao Ling's eager gaze upon him, Lin Chuan offered her the advancement fruit. Instantly, a flurry of ethereal sword shadows enveloped her, forming a golden cocoon. Xiao Ling sat within, seemingly reveling in the experience. Afterward, Lin Chuan had little else to do but wait patiently. At this moment, his only thought was to amass wealth, to acquire spirit stones. Yet, it appeared he had scarcely earned any spirit stones since embarking on his journey. He had either been harvesting the spoils or en route to do so. The only spirit stones he had earned through his own efforts came from his initial venture outside the city, where he spent a month gathering low-tier materials. ultimately exchanging them for over 500 spirit stones. Since that time, Lin Chuan had entirely abandoned this method of acquiring spirit stones. Working was out of the question. Fortune does not favor the idle, and neither does it enrich the unambitious. If he were to pursue wealth, it would have to be a grand endeavor. Though Lin Chuan was constantly under the watchful eyes of the Yaoshan sect and the Wan Yao Hall, he too was keeping tabs on them. This was what one might call mutual pursuit. However, he would wait until Xiaoling's advancement was complete. Without her assistance, Lin Chuan's grand schemes would remain unfulfilled. As he contemplated his future plans, Lin Chuan stepped out of his room. "I'm awake," came the voice of Xia Yuan from the living room. "Uncle Xia." Lin Chuan turned to see Xia Yuan seated on the sofa, seemingly having been there for a while. The two shared a penchant for stealthy approaches. "Indeed. You've advanced to gold so swiftly. I truly did not misjudge you," Xia Yuan remarked, his astonishment palpable. He had learned of this development from Xia Sai, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He set aside his current tasks to come and check, intending to comfort his nephew, ensuring he was not discouraged by Lin Chuan's rapid progress. Yet, it appeared such reassurance was unnecessary. Xia Sai's transformation was even more astonishing, radiating an aura of sharpness and profound depth, as if he had reached the pinnacle of the elite level, leaving no room for concerns about a shaky foundation. Little did he know that Xia Sai had been under Lin Chuan's tutelage, having dispatched countless monarch-level Ming beasts. He was assured that all these changes were the result of Lin Chuan's influence. His discerning eye had proven exceptionally sharp. "Uncle Xia, I plan to take a stroll outside the school. I wonder how the situation has been lately?" Lin Chuan naturally inquired about the Yaoshan sect and Wan Yao Hall. "Alas, I trust you have noticed. While Xuanwu City appears tranquil on the surface, it is anything but. Not to mention forces like the Wan Yao Hall. Even the 9 great families are no longer a united front. Under the weight of conflicting interests, a violent clash could erupt at any moment. Moreover, there are signs of an impending beast tide. I believe it would be safer for you to remain within the school." Having circled around, Xia Yuan clearly did not wish for Lin Chuan to venture into danger. Well, surely it would be fine to stroll within the city, right? Lin Chuan reassured himself, knowing he would not leave the city unless he possessed means to confront royal-level beings. Regrettably, during the last examination in the GOK-OMJing, I was unable to acquire 2 death fruits. "Take a look for yourself," Xia Yuan said as he retrieved his mobile phone and opened a website. Displaying a certain interface: Lin Chuan, gender, male, under suspicion, race, human, under suspicion, age, 18, under suspicion, talent, level, under suspicion, rank, silver, bounty for elimination, 100. 000 spirit stones, bounty for capture, 200, 000 spirit stones. "Damn," Lin Chuan exclaimed, cursing vehemently. "See, you have already been placed on the hunting lists of countless organizations." Xia Yuan observed Lin Chuan's furious expression, believing he had achieved his objective. "What do you mean gender and race are under suspicion? Are those assassin organizations fools?" Lin Chuan seethed, infuriated by the thought of being stripped of his identity, questioning the very essence of his being. "Xia Yuan, are you not aware of your own actions? Your repeated reckless maneuvers have caused countless individuals to doubt their existence. However, it seems Lin Chuan's focus is somewhat misplaced. A mere golden rank has landed him at the forefront of the assassin bounty list. Shouldn't he be trembling in fear? Even Xia Yuan himself only ranks in the middle of the second page. Of course, this list does not rank by bounty amounts, but rather by cost effectiveness. Most people understand how to choose between hunting a king-level beast for 5 million or a silver level for 100,000 or 200,000. As long as Lin Chuan steps outside, he will be immediately targeted by numerous hidden eyes. "Uncle Xia, what is this website and how do I register?" Lin Chuan inquired casually. "Don't even think about it. I know what you're plotting. Don't truly believe those people are fools." Xia Yuan firmly rejected, retracting his phone. "All right then," Lin Chuan responded nonchalantly, feeling reassured that someone was keeping an eye on him. Tears of gratitude nearly flowed from the corners of his mouth. "You contribute 100,000. I'll contribute 100,000. And Lin Chuan can swiftly ascend to diamond rank. "Come on, let's step outside. I'll introduce you to a few big shots." Xia Yuan patted Lin Chuan's shoulder, signaling him to follow. "Big shots? Yes, your unreliable dean has returned. And as for the others, you'll find out when we arrive," Xia Yuan teased. Lin Chuan had no objections, as he had nothing better to do. Exiting the dormitory, they navigated through several twists and turns until they arrived at an old, somewhat dilapidated building. If left to his own devices, Lin Chuan would never have guessed that this shabby structure was the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Yuan rarely knocked on a door. Lin Chuan assumed it would be like his last visit to the principal's office, where he would simply push the door open and storm in. Ahem. Xia Yuan felt uneasy under Lin Chuan's gaze. "Be mindful, don't speak out of turn." Come in. A frail voice called from within. Upon entering, they found 3 individuals seated inside. An elderly man with a pale visage occupied the desk, undoubtedly the dean. 2 others sat to either side. A middle-aged man in black and an elder clad in a cloud-patterned robe. Dean Xiazun, Xia Yuan greeted, then saluted the 2 men beside him. No wonder even Xia Yuan treated this with caution. They were indeed notable figures. What? Not even going to call me grandfather? The middle-aged man in black boomed. Lin Chuan nearly burst out laughing, but managed to suppress it. Grandfather, Xia Yuan said helplessly, standing awkwardly to the side like a frostbitten eggplant. Who would have thought this man was Xia Yuan's grandfather? Xia Yuan appeared older than him. Reaching king rank and rejuvenating one's appearance were merely trivial functions. Isn't it just military merit? Haha. Xia Jing, why did you make yourself look so young? The elder opposite chuckled, stroking his beard. Just as Xia Jing was about to reply, the old dean interjected. Enough. We are all over 100 years old. Let the younger generation have a laugh. Then, addressing Lin Chuan, he stated, You are Lin Chuan, correct? I am Lung Hong, the dean of Yuming Academy. This gentleman is the commander-in-chief of the Yuming army. You may refer to him as Xia Zun. The other is Feng Zun, who oversees the majority of the entrances to various secret realms in Xuanwu City. Lin Chuan understood. One was in charge of the Yuming army's combat division, while the other controlled the entrances to secret realms, implying a certain mutual restraint. Lin Chuan greeted them accordingly, unaware of their purpose for summoning him. Young man, I hear you plan to refuse military service after graduation? Xia Jing suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Indeed, Lin Chuan acknowledged directly. Do you understand what that implies? It means I can classify you as a deserter and execute you on the spot. Xia Jing threatened, his killing intent palpable. However, Lin Chuan was not easily intimidated. If they truly intended to kill him, they would not have waited until now. Regarding this matter, I made it clear before arriving at Yuming Academy that I would not fall short of 10 times the kill count of my peers. If that is insufficient, then simply allow me to withdraw from the academy. It is not yet the start of the term. Lin Chuan replied calmly, neither servile nor arrogant. Very well. You have said it. As a golden beast master, the annual quota for military merit is 1,000 points, equivalent to 100 commander level or 1,000 elite level spirit beasts. If it is 10 times, that amounts to 10,000 military merits, starting from this year. Grandfather, Xia Yuan interjected hastily. Lin Chuan has only just recently advanced to golden rank, and our agreement was concerning matters after graduation. He has only just enrolled. Be silent. This is not your place to speak, Xia Jing rebuked, his authority evident. Xia Yuan refrained from arguing further, nearly voicing the blatant unfairness. Military merit, is it? Lin Chuan remarked, producing his insignia. Recently, my roommate and I formed a team to hunt some spirit beasts. But I am uncertain of how much military merit I have accrued. You have already hunted spirit beasts? Xia Jing mused inwardly, a glint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Outwardly, he remarked, let me check your results from the past half-month. I hope you haven't only hunted a few small cats, haha. With that, he took out a device and placed it against the insignia. Military merit, 132, 375 points. As the voice announced the total, the other 4 in the room could not resist rubbing their ears. Xia Jing meticulously examined the device, confirming that the numbers on the screen matched what he had heard. Damn, are you joking? The other 4 simultaneously exclaimed. Lin Chuan, however, was not surprised. During his second descent into the underworld, Xia Siyi had ensured that Lin Chuan would not have to share his military merit, discreetly storing the insignia in his ring for Lin Chuan to enjoy alone. Lin Chuan's military merit had surged by over 10,000 almost daily, and some of it was due to spirit beasts killing each other or being overwhelmed by spirits, which did not count towards military merit due to the distance, leading to significant waste. Xia Yuan, take out your insignia. Xia Jing urged, skeptical, wanting to test the results with Xia Yuan's. Xia Yuan hesitated. What are you stalling for? Are you looking to get beaten? Xia Jing pressed, invoking his grandfather's authority. Xia Yuan, I am a proud half-step king level, a robust man of 7 feet. With no choice, he reluctantly handed over his insignia. Military merit, 59, 697 points. Damn, how is it so little? Xia Jing exclaimed. Are you speaking human language? This over 50,000 is all from this year. Logically, a monarch level should only need 20,000 military merits annually. I have already exceeded the requirement by 2-fold, and I still have half the time to balance schoolwork. These excuses were left unsaid by Xia Yuan. There was no way to explain how Lin Chuan had amassed over 100,000 in less than a month. Ahem, Xia Zun, this military merit should suffice, right? Lin Chuan spoke softly. Good lad, where did you acquire such military merit? Did you happen to find a king-level bodyguard? At the mention of a king level, Everyone couldn't help but recall the towering behemoths in the secret realms. Were Lin Chuan's relations with such beings that intimate? Xia Jing, stop speculating wildly. No king-level beast could easily and unknowingly breach the seals to enter the secret realm, Feng Zun interjected, providing a reminder. That is indeed the case. These military achievements were all earned through my own efforts. If you doubt my words, Xia Zun may verify with Xia Siyi. I believe he would not dare to deceive you in my presence. Lin Chuan was no longer inclined to linger on this matter. If the other party had summoned him merely for such trivialities, he might as well return home to contemplate how to fish, as his household was in dire straits. Indeed, I still possess the demeanor of my youth. Do you have any desire to exchange these military merits? Today, I shall grant you the highest privilege as an exception. Alternatively, if you wish to exchange for a military rank, you could easily attain the position of a major general. Upon hearing the displeasure in Lin Chuan's tone, Xia Jing quickly altered his attitude, responding with a smile. Everything that transpired earlier was merely a test. A general? Lin Chuan was not particularly interested. The opportunity to exchange items of the highest privilege piqued Lin Chuan's curiosity. This chance was rare, and he did not wish to let it slip away. Xia Zun, do you happen to have a Wang-level soul pearl, and what is its worth in military merits? Lin Chuan inquired nonchalantly. Wang-level soul pearl? The crowd was once again taken aback. It felt quite incongruous to hear such a statement emerge from the lips of someone of golden rank. I do possess a few Wang-level soul pearls. Several, you say? Xia Zun, you are indeed impressive. Can they be exchanged? Lin Chuan inquired eagerly, no longer pretending to be composed. This lad, attempting to outmaneuver someone who has lived for centuries, is still rather naive, haha, having lived over 100 years. It was evident that Lin Chuan was genuinely interested in exchanging for the Wang-level soul pearl. They merely observed him in silence. The Wang-level soul pearl is worth 200,000 military merits each. You do not possess enough, Xia Jing remarked indifferently. Lin Chuan responded, is that true? So expensive? He then heard Xia Jing continue. However, if you answer one question of mine, I may allow you to exchange. What question is worth 70,000 military merits? Xia Zun, please proceed. I wish to inquire about your relationship with the Demon King within the secret realm. He is my elder brother and bears no animosity towards the human race. Lin Chuan replied decisively while gazing at Xia Jing. Very well, that puts my mind at ease. You truly are fortunate to be on such amicable terms with the great Demon King. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I hope you remain grounded and do not act recklessly. As he spoke, Xia Jing produced a soul pearl for Lin Chuan and simultaneously reset his military merits to 0. Just as Lin Chuan was about to take the Wang-level soul pearl, he felt an icy sensation pierce his soul, as if it were attempting to usurp him. Fortunately, the chilling aura was effortlessly dispelled by the golden tree. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Chuan realized he had merely brushed against the Wang-level soul pearl, which still remained mostly in Xia Jing's possession. It is indeed capable of resisting the encroachment of the Wang-level soul pearl. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xia Jing's eyes. He had anticipated intervening, but was surprised to find Lin Chuan entirely capable of handling it himself. Thank you, Xia Zun. Lin Chuan finally accepted the soul pearl completely. Chapter 141. I might as well let him take my position. To his astonishment, the Wang-level soul pearl was so easily acquired, and Lin Chuan couldn't help but display his delight. No one inquired about Lin Chuan's intentions for the Wang-level soul pearl. Even if he planned to gift it to his elder brother, what did it matter? No need for thanks. I still have 2 more. If you gather enough military merits, feel free to seek me out for an exchange, haha. Even if you fall short, I can always slay a few more creatures, Xia Jing boisterously declared. He then added, why not enlist directly? Forget about school. I can accept your previous terms, requiring only that you achieve 100,000 military merits annually. What do you say? Xia Jing. As Xia Jing grew increasingly enthusiastic, Dean Lung Hong had to intervene once more, stating, this child is only 18 years old. Let him enjoy a few years of peace. Such days are numbered. Indeed, Xia Jing nodded in agreement and fell silent. Lin Chuan, take this card. It grants you free access to most resource secret realms in Xuanwu City, as compensation for the unforeseen events that transpired during the college entrance examination secret realm. At this moment, Feng Zun spoke up. The college entrance examination secret realm evidently fell under Feng Zun's jurisdiction. Given such a generous offer, Lin Chuan graciously accepted. However, he couldn't help but wonder if he truly deserved such favor. Perhaps it was due to his elder brother's influence? Finally, Dean Lung Hong reminded Lin Chuan to attend the opening ceremony 3 days hence before allowing Lin Chuan and Xia Yuan to exit. Inside the room, Xia Jing remarked, 20,000 military merits for a Wang-level soul pearl? You are truly audacious. Lung Hong scoffed. What of it? The Wang-level soul pearl was never on the exchange list. The military merits are not for me to dictate, Xia Jing retorted nonchalantly. Furthermore, I suspect this lad possesses a unique knack for dealing with the underworld beasts. Capturing him for the underworld should be fortuitous. My goodness, accumulating over 130,000 military merits in less than a month. If this continues for a year, I might as well relinquish my position to him. At present, all that old hay can reveal has been exposed. A colossal physique, formidable defense, rapid speed, taunts, and counterattacks, all combining to form a war beast beyond imagination, completely unscathed and without consumption. Just lying there, it stands unwavering like a rock, automatically accumulating military merits. Even at the diamond or king level, slaying thousands in a single day would still drain stamina and mental resources. Moreover, achieving thousands in a day is not old hay's limit. It is merely the extent of Xia Ye's soul pearl collection. Eventually, he became nauseated from the effort. As for what old hay cannot reveal, the list is extensive, with each aspect being lethal. Perhaps old hay was simply too captivating, as 99% of people overlooked Xiaoling, unaware that she too was an indispensable force for Lin Chuan. Coughing, Leng Hong found himself rendered speechless by Xia Jing, nearly choking on his breath. His already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. Old Dean, how much longer do you have? Xia Jing inquired solemnly, abandoning his previous demeanor. Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps next year. Who can say for certain? Leng Hong replied softly, unperturbed by his own mortality. Damn it, is there truly no solution? Xia Jing exclaimed in anger. None. I have scoured the underworld of the secret realm and found nothing that could replenish the essence of life. Only at the moment of the Wang-level soul pearl's formation or shattering can a trace be produced. If not, we could use the Wang-level soul pearl. Upon converting it into a Yin spirit, I would seal you within a secret realm and devise a method slowly. Feng Zun interjected, this is a last resort. Haha. How am I any different from a Yin spirit now? As he spoke, Leng Hong's form began to fade, becoming semi-transparent. Old Dean, Xia Jing gasped in shock. At that moment, a silver bird appeared within the room, flapping its wings and enveloping Leng Hong in a radiant silver light. The luminescence swirled, and gradually, Leng Hong's form became more solid. Did I just enter a semi-Yin spirit state again? Xia Jing and Feng Zun remained silent. In truth, the process appeared more alarming than it was. It was rather pleasant, haha. Leng Hong chuckled before saying, I shall not waste the remaining Wang-level soul pearl. I will reserve it as a reward for that lad. Whether it be for being first in his grade or first in the entire school, any pretext will suffice. Xia Jing, I have one last request. Once I fully transform into a Yin spirit, please end my life. Old Dean, even as a 9 Zun. Xia Jing could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. This Dean had been a Wang-level figure since Xia Jing entered the academy, serving as both mentor and father figure. Alas, even a Wang-level beastmaster is not immune to death. Let us not be sentimental. We all understand that once I transform into a Yin spirit, even if I claim to be myself, I will no longer be me. I understand. Xia Jing could only comply. Unexpectedly, after the Dean's 6-month absence, he returned, yet they could only prepare for the worst. Upon exiting the small building, Xia Yuan and Lin Chuan parted ways. It was unclear whether he had pressing matters or was simply eager to accumulate military merits. Lin Chuan held the Wang Jihunju and the Secret Realm card, hesitating whether to venture into a secret realm for some exploration. Previously, Lin Chuan had seldom considered resource secret realms, primarily due to the exorbitant entry fees. The cost ranged from several hundred to tens of thousands of lingshi, which felt akin to robbery. He had always been the one robbing others. How could he possibly become a victim? However, free tickets could be pursued. He had no interest in commanding level beasts. They had to be sovereign level. Yet, he had to wait for Xiaoling's advancement to be completed. Moreover, there was the opening ceremony in 3 days, where Leng Hong had even instructed Lin Chuan, as the top scorer of the college entrance examination, to speak before all the students and share his insights on cultivation. Lin Chuan mused, what insights could he possibly share? He was utterly clueless about the essence of cultivation. Nevertheless, this did not deter Lin Chuan from engaging in antics. If they dared to put him on stage, he would certainly entertain them. Xia Si remained in seclusion, adopting an attitude of not emerging until achieving golden status. It was a pity. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would have genuinely wanted to inquire about any insights he could impart. This was what one might call a humble pursuit of knowledge. Whether it was shameful or not was uncertain, but it would likely infuriate Xia Si to the point of spitting blood. In recent days, the student population at the academy had steadily increased. Besides the new students, many returning students had also returned, dispelling much of the gloom and infusing the campus with the vibrant atmosphere that a normal school should possess. For ordinary students, entering Yuming Academy was truly a rare opportunity. Not only were resources more abundant, but there was also tailored education, and even guaranteed job placements upon graduation. Such good fortune was hard to come by. Even ordinary beast tamers, if they attended other schools with combat-related specialties, would inevitably have to hunt outside the city or in secret realms after graduation, where the danger levels were not significantly lower. Chapter 142, Shaoling's Advancement, Song Jianshu. The next day, within the Sea of Consciousness, the sword cocoon released myriad golden rays, and sword energy surged. Clearly, Shaoling was nearing the completion of its advancement. Suddenly, the sword cocoon shattered, and countless sword shadows retracted inward. Shaoling had grown noticeably larger and even fashioned a small dress for itself. Lin Chuan then realized he had scarcely paid attention to Shaoling's gender. Was there even a distinction previously? Beast, Jian Ling Ji Hun, Commander 1 star. Skills, Jian Kai Wu Zhuang 9, active. Su Shi Ji Jian 9, passive. Su Kong Ji Jian, active. Huan Jian Shu 9, active. Yang Jian Shu, unique passive. Exclusive to the immortal sword soul. Continuously absorbs any form of energy for storage, with no upper limit. Upon release, unleashes all stored energy, triggering the Su Shi Ji Jian effect at 100. Song Jian Shu 1, active, enters a state of complete concealment, undetectable by beings below the king level. Lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Usable when Jian Kai is manifested, can be voluntarily cancelled. Potential, unknown. In addition to a slight increase in size, it had acquired the skill Song Jian Shu. Concealment? Lin Chuan was uncertain of its exact effects. He could try it out when he went outside. Without hesitation, he fully upgraded it. Song Jian Shu 9, active, enters a state of complete concealment, lasting for 50 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Usable when Jian Kai is manifested. Almost, he could achieve complete invisibility, a specialty of the sixth brother. After the advancement, Shaoling was even more agile. Ordinarily, it wouldn't initiate a greeting unless necessary. Are you hungry? Would you like some fruit? Lin Chuan displayed a paternal smile, placing the remaining energy fruits before Shaoling. Old hey, egg fried rice is egg fried rice. I need 20 servings for each meal. On the day of the opening ceremony, Xia Si surprisingly emerged from seclusion, messaging that he was waiting for Lin Chuan at the playground to enter the secret realm together. Shaoling Jian Kai. Song Jian Shu. Su Kong Ji Jian. In a state of invisibility, Lin Chuan materialized in the playground. Glancing around, he spotted Xia Si leaning against a tree, striking a cool pose, drawing the attention of many girls who covered their mouths to sneak peeks. Upon sensing, he realized Xia Si had reached Elite 8 stars. Lin Chuan approached him, but Xia Si remained oblivious, not even fluttering an eyelash. Have you arrived? Suddenly, Xia Si spoke. Damn, how did you notice? Lin Chuan exclaimed in shock, wondering if Shaoling's skill was truly so ineffective. New skill? New beast? You stepped on my shadow. Xia Si coolly replied. And now? Lin Chuan quickly distanced himself and inquired aloud. Indiscernible, no breathing or heartbeat unless you speak. Xia Si addressed the air. That's more like it. If even you could break it, then this skill would be utterly useless. Xia Si, if it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you, I would definitely give you a few hits. Let us go. The new students are all waiting for you. It's not like they haven't seen me. I'm so famous now that I don't dare step outside. Liu Xiaomo had re-edited the live broadcast of Lin Chuan's college entrance examination. And throughout the summer, it had gone viral once more. One must admit, this invisibility skill had arrived at the perfect moment. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would have found it impossible to step outside. Xia Si, uninterested in Lin Chuan, strode directly towards the exit of the secret realm. Naturally, Lin Chuan followed him invisibly, eager to test whether his concealment truly worked in the presence of a diamond-level being. At Xianwu University, on the largest playground, thousands of new students stood in formation according to their respective academies. Yuming Academy was situated in the very center, with a sign displaying its name, attracting many students to observe, though they were unaware of the significance of occupying such a prominent position within the school. As Xia Si walked by, countless girls screamed in excitement. Typically, Xia Si was elusive, only making fleeting appearances in Lin Chuan's videos, shrouded in mystery. One must say, the combination of mystery, coolness, genius, and wealth made him irresistible to most girls. Old Xia, you seem quite popular with the ladies? Women only affect my speed of drawing my sword. How about you not turn invisible? Let us see who is more popular. Clearly, popularity was a negative aspect for Xia Si. Forget it. I have no interest in women. Xia Si. He silently increased the distance between them. What are you interested in then? That must be beast-eared girls. By the way, does our school have such a department? Unintentionally, Lin Chuan revealed his true thoughts. Oh, Xia Si finally felt relieved and replied. You mean the dance department, right? You know about that too? Lin Chuan was astonished, having thought Xia Si would be uninterested in such matters. Cough cough. The two arrived at the front of the Yuming Academy formation, facing the podium where the school's leaders would speak. "Siyi, where's Lin Chuan?" Xia Yuan noticed only Xia Siyi and immediately inquired. "He is here," Xia Siyi replied tersely, walking to one side. Xia Yuan, puzzled, scanned the area thoroughly, confirming there was no sign of Lin Chuan. "Uncle Xia, can you not sense me?" At this moment, Lin Chuan spoke up. "Damn, what the hell?" Xia Yuan jumped in surprise before realizing. "Lin Chuan, Uncle Xia, you haven't answered my question." Saying this, Lin Chuan revealed himself. "Damn, it really is you. You've improved." Xia Yuan gave Lin Chuan a hearty pat on the shoulder, then said, "The concealment effect is quite impressive. It's hard to detect using conventional methods. However, this is still a visual effect, not true intangibility. If you encounter someone with entity detection skills, you could easily be discovered, so don't let your guard down." "Understood. Uncle Xia, I will be cautious." Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Next came the tedious speeches from the leaders. Lin Chuan had heard enough of those to last a lifetime. With that time, they might as well arrange for the dance department girls to perform for some entertainment. By the way, where's the beast-eared girl brigade? Just as Lin Chuan was looking around, the host teacher on stage announced, "Next, let us welcome this year's top scorer of the Gaokao, Lin Chuan, to the stage to deliver a speech. I am certain that all students have watched his video, where, within the mysterious realm, he, despite being merely at the silver 5-star rank, managed to outperform numerous prodigies and even held his ground against formidable, commanding-level demon beasts. His tales of single-handedly battling an entire school during high school are nothing short of astonishing. As for his subsequent camaraderie with royal-level demon beasts, that matter shall not be broached in this setting." Following the teacher's introduction, Lin Chuan stepped onto the stage with measured strides. He took the microphone, appearing somewhat bashful, and then spoke. Greetings to all my fellow students. I apologize, but I have now attained the gold rank. Chapter 143. Why is the world suddenly facing annihilation? I am now at gold rank. Gold. Lin Chuan's opening remarks struck the audience like a massive stone hitting the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples throughout. Even the host had failed to notice Lin Chuan's rank. Laughter erupted from the audience, with Xia Sai chuckling heartily as if he had not encountered such amusement in a long time. Thousands of students bore astonished expressions. Each of them was a child of destiny, having emerged from a sea of hundreds of thousands, yet most remained merely at the black iron 9-star level. Those who entered silver before the university semester began were few and far between. Now, one of their contemporaries boldly declared, "I am at gold rank." One might wonder, are we playing the same game? I have just enrolled as an undergraduate, and you have already embarked on a combined master's and doctoral journey? Are we certain this is a freshman orientation and not a graduation ceremony? As the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, and the intended objective was achieved, Principal Wang Xuani finally interjected, "Silence." The aura of a royal-level figure swiftly subdued the crowd, plunging them into silence. Lin Chuan, who entered the school a month prior to commence intensive training, has finally achieved this remarkable feat. I hope all students take him as an exemplar, remain humble, and engage in diligent practice. Whether the struggles were real or not, it was essential for these students to comprehend the necessity of hardship. Now, let us invite Lin Chuan to share his insights on cultivation. The audience fell into an awkward silence, prompting the host to hastily initiate the next segment. "To be honest, I do not possess a complete interest in cultivation," Lin Chuan remarked, channeling the spirit of a certain tech mogul. The host replied, "You are entirely deviating from the norm." It was evident that Lin Chuan's intention was to convey that his achievements were accumulated through repeated practical experiences. He preferred real-world challenges over theoretical studies. Full marks for comprehension. He quipped, "Indeed, I find greater joy in hunting demon beasts. At the very least, it should involve inter-school competitions. Only by reaping benefits can I truly thrive." The host then inquired, "Lin Chuan, do you have any experiences to share regarding practical combat?" Reflecting on his past, he recounted, "I have faced life and death crises on 2 occasions, both against diamond-level adversaries, but fortunately, I emerged unscathed in the end. One was in the mysterious realm, and the other involved that incident with the demon god cult. If it weren't for my clone, it would indeed have been a life-and-death scenario." Lin Chuan implied that one must grow stronger when faced with strength, suggesting that only by dancing on the precipice of life and death can one achieve the greatest growth. "No, what I meant was that without a more powerful ally, do not take reckless risks. It is essential to remain grounded and pragmatic." With that, Lin Chuan exited the stage. Had he lingered any longer, the royal-level figures would have likely thrown him off. Laughter erupted among the students, who began to realize the wisdom behind Lin Chuan's words. Xia Sai led the applause from the Yu Ming Academy, and soon the entire audience erupted into thunderous applause to welcome Lin Chuan. "Dean Lung, now that Lin Chuan has joined your Yu Ming Academy, you must keep a close watch on him," remarked Wang Xuani with a smile. "As for my old bones, I cannot last many more years. The future, after all, belongs to the youth. We must strive to pave the way for them. After the opening ceremony concluded, Lin Xuan did not return to the academy's mysterious realm, but instead ventured to a secluded corner of the school. There, he found a familiar figure waiting for him, accompanied by a cat. Big brother, by you, Lin Xuan greeted with a smile. Brother, it has only been a month, and you have already advanced. Congratulations. Long Ming exclaimed as he embraced Lin Xuan warmly. Have you missed Bai Yu? Of course, I have missed her. With so many resources invested in you, I was beginning to suspect you had absconded with the funds. Lin Xuan had forgotten the terror of the fortune disaster demon spirit after a month apart, and began to act recklessly. Meow? How dare you question my feline qualities? Suddenly, a flower pot was knocked over, crashing perilously close to Lin Xuan. Whoa, that was close. With Lin Xuan's gold-level perception, he had received no warning, and even Long Ming had not noticed. How terrifying. No, what I meant to say is, I still owe you some gems. If you do not come, how can I repay you? Lin Xuan quickly rectified his statement. Now that is more like it. Rest assured, I have little use for your materials, Long Ming replied. Brother, due to my pressing schedule, I needed Bai Yu's assistance. And I brought her back from the east just now. She has been mentioning you frequently along the way. Just then, a flower pot fell directly onto Long Ming's head. It is hard to imagine that even a cat could wear an expression of embarrassment. Lin Xuan observed. Long Ming casually brushed off the dust and said, Brother, the east has undergone significant changes. The various demon kings of the sea have united to assault the land. Qinglong City has fallen to a great extent. It will not be long before the repercussions reach here. My clan has always shunned conflict, yet we have been drawn into this turmoil. Fortunately, I left early, otherwise. This time, even Xuanwu City would likely not escape unscathed. Why not accompany me to seek refuge in my clan's mysterious realm? Bringing along 3,000 to 5,000 of your friends and family would not pose a problem. Is it truly that severe? Lin Xuan found it hard to accept. As he was still in the midst of his development, how could the progress bar suddenly accelerate so drastically? Indeed, it is said that the entry to the underworld sea from the ocean has been thoroughly breached. The demon beasts of the sea are powerless to resist and can only flee to land. This time, it is not merely a war between demon beasts and humans. It is a conflict between land and sea, life and death, even if the sea beasts do not reach Xuanwu City. The chain reaction caused by the stampede of countless fleeing demon beasts would be sufficient to obliterate Xuanwu City. How much time do we have? Lin Xuan inquired. At best, a year, at worst, 3 years. Within no more than 3 years, a tide of beasts capable of annihilating Xuanwu City will arrive, and prior to that, there will be continuous warnings. You should have heard the news by now. The higher-ups of your human race must have sensed something. Unfortunately, it is beyond human capability to contend with. The fragile balance between humanity and the demon race has been violently disrupted by the forces of the underworld. It is an unavoidable reality. 1 to 3 years. Lin Xuan had anticipated this time frame. Even if Long Ming did not disclose the magnitude of the catastrophe, Lin Xuan was aware that a demon beast tide would inevitably erupt. He just did not expect it to escalate to an apocalyptic level. After contemplating, Lin Xuan ultimately declined. Brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but during this period, I still wish to remain here and see if I can do something. I cannot simply stand by and watch this place be destroyed. Very well, I anticipated you would make such a choice. However, my offer remains valid at any time. As he spoke, he handed Lin Xuan an object resembling a ring. This is the mysterious realm ring of the Deep Sea Sea Serpent clan. They invaded my clan, and I vanquished them. In case of emergencies, you may enter with your friends and family, and then have Bai Yu transport you to my clan's territory. Thank you, brother. Lin Xuan promptly accepted, recognizing its immense value for survival. We are brothers. There is no need for formality. Many royal-level members of my clan remain in slumber. The mysterious realm requires my guardianship, so I must take my leave. Be careful. Prioritize your own safety above all else. The tribulations facing humanity cannot be shouldered by one alone. I understand. If circumstances become untenable, I shall seek refuge with you. Good. With that, Long Ming transformed into a wisp of mist and vanished without a trace. Chapter 144. The Godly Reincarnation Master Bloodline and Contract. Bai Yu observed the cat lost in thought and called out. Huh, Lin Xuan, I wasn't mentioning you. It's just the others talking nonsense, Bai Yu retorted playfully. Lin Xuan replied, all right, I believe you. First, hand over my materials. I need to sell them quickly for some money. The pantry is nearly empty. Oh, subsequently, a pile of materials fell before Lin Xuan, even more than expected. He hastily stored them in his storage ring. Let us go buy some gemstones. Seeing Bai Yu's lack of enthusiasm, Lin Xuan quickly suggested, genuinely concerned. Gemstones aren't urgent. Do you not have any money? Well, that will change soon, he continued. This batch of materials should help recuperate some losses. Let us stroll out. Perhaps we could even do some fishing. As for future crises, if the sky were to fall, tall people would hold it up. For now, I can only focus on enhancing my own strength. Outside the school, various commercial streets made it quite convenient. Baiyu completely suppressed her aura, refusing to allow Lin Chuan to carry her, instead perching on his shoulder. The duo quickly became the center of attention on the street. Not to mention Lin Chuan's celebrity effect, Baiyu's beauty alone was enough to draw countless gazes. Detected the godly reincarnation master bloodline. Would you like to form a contract? At that moment, as Baiyu leaped onto Lin Chuan's shoulder, he received a long-awaited notification from the golden tree. Wow, is this lady truly someone I can contract? Furthermore, it seemed that as long as he agreed, the contract could be established directly. This was somewhat outrageous. Would it cause Baiyu to lose control on the spot? However, if she consented, Lin Chuan would wholeheartedly agree. He realized that the golden tree clearly overlooked bloodlines below the godly level. Although a forced contract could be imposed, Lin Chuan did not wish to treat Baiyu in that manner, considering she had saved him multiple times. Moreover, Baiyu possessed the lucky and unlucky body. Her emotions were not something he could manipulate. Could he really command her to be joyful? At the very least, he should buy her some gemstones to foster their relationship. Perhaps her mood would improve, leading her to agree. Lin Chuan, your smile looks rather lewd. Coughing, Lin Chuan acknowledged that Baiyu's mood might have improved. Or perhaps the quality of the materials was exceptional. Originally valued just over 3,000 spirit stones, the trading house offered to purchase them for 3,500. Naturally, Lin Chuan agreed without hesitation, estimating it was about the right amount. With these spirit stones, he could barely afford food for 2 hungry individuals, or even 3. As for upgrading stars, that could be set aside for now. Conservatively estimating, Old Hay would require over 200,000 spirit stones to reach the 9th star of a leader, which consumed even more than a typical monarch-level star upgrade. There was no way around it. That was the cost of being invincible. A 1-star monarch was still not enough for Old Hay to handle. Let us go buy gemstones. Actually, there's no need to rush, Baiyu hesitated. If Lin Chuan pays for the gemstones, I wouldn't have much reason to stay here, which is quite troublesome. My own fruits are nearly gone. No, I promised. We must buy them. Don't be polite with me, Lin Chuan asserted firmly. He had to boost his favorability. Humph, crack. The tempered glass door of the mall, perhaps due to years of neglect, suddenly cracked, shattering all over the floor, nearly falling on Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan thought, this cat-s mood is truly unpredictable, difficult to gauge. In the end, Baiyu was captivated by the various sparkling gemstones, insisting Lin Chuan buy her dozens. In total, it amounted to merely over 100 spirit stones. Lin Chuan, there are many bad people watching you, you know? Baiyu warned on their way back. Can you mark them? Don't worry. I've already marked all of them, Lin Chuan reassured with a grin. Humph. Lin Chuan silently mourned for those unfortunate souls. Today was not the time for fishing. He would not take unnecessary risks. Furthermore, being so close to the school, those individuals would not dare to act. Lin Chuan decided it best to return to the academy first. By the way, Baiyu, I reside in a secret realm connected to the underworld. Would you like to enter? I know. I visited with everyone the day before yesterday, but they wouldn't let me barge in, she replied. All right. My elder brother is more reliable. Why live in such a dangerous place as the underworld? Baiyu asked curiously. She probably could not comprehend why countless individuals would willingly sacrifice their lives to resist the underworld. However, for Lin Chuan, the underworld was not particularly dangerous. As long as he did not act recklessly. It's all right, not especially dangerous. As the entrance to the secret realm drew nearer, Lin Chuan suddenly inquired, by the way, Baiyu, would you be willing to form a contract with me? Huh, this is so sudden. I'm already 4 stars, and you're only 1 star. I would be at a disadvantage. There's potential. Hearing Baiyu ramble on without outright rejecting his proposal, Lin Chuan felt an exhilarating thrill. He never expected this cat to be so easily persuaded. Upgrading stars would not be difficult. There were plenty of fruits, enough to allow as much consumption as desired. And Xiaoling had already gained some weight. Lin Chuan quickly intensified his persuasion. Dear cat, you're struggling to make ends meet yourself. Cough. Spirit stones are just trivial matters. Lin Chuan instantly transformed into a charming rogue, willing to accept any conditions. The details could be addressed later. You said so, then fine. Wow, you really agreed? Of course, I will ensure you are well treated. Contract. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Chuan disregarded the setting and directly initiated the contract with the golden tree. In an instant, a golden light enveloped Baiyu before dissipating. Passers-by were oblivious to the event. Meow, so many fruits, I've struck it rich. Within the sea of consciousness, Baiyu rolled on the golden tree, occasionally catching a red or green fruit in her mouth. Whether it was Lin Chuan's imagination or not, the golden tree's radiance seemed even more brilliant at that moment. Baiyu, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Baiyu nodded repeatedly. I indeed did not misjudge, Lin Chuan possesses endless fruits. Hee, meow. One could only say that high-level hunters often appeared in the form of their prey. This is a high-level game. Lin Chuan. Your contract seems different from what I remember in the legacy, and it also doesn't appear to be a beast-taming space. But whatever, as long as there are fruits to eat. Baiyu muttered a few words before disregarding the matter. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Speaking of which, Baiyu was the first genuine demon beast to transform into a tamed beast. Old He and Xiao Ling were not even classified as demon beasts. Who knows what a standard beast-taming contract entails? Chapter 145, Soul Parasitism. Baiyu had a hearty meal before opting not to stay in the Sea of Consciousness, requesting Lin Chuan to let her out. It seemed that only within the Sea of Consciousness could she not directly traverse. Compared to the Sea of Consciousness, she preferred to be outside, exploring the world. Now that she was a tamed beast, she no longer had to worry about being hunted as a wild demon beast. Lin Chuan was not worried about Baiyu, but rather about the school. If the lucky and unlucky body erupted in full force at school, it would likely lead to disastrous consequences, and perhaps even Xuanwu City would face an early demise. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Yi looked at the cat on Lin Chuan's shoulder with surprise. Lin Chuan, when did you get a pet cat? It's quite beautiful. Fortunately, that last remark saved him. The curse mark is already primed and ready. This isn't pet. It's my third tamed beast partner. Lin Chuan hurriedly restrained Baiyu. If he were to mark Xiao Yi, it would probably lead to a permanent state of misfortune. Any short-term breakthroughs would be out of the question. Tamed beast? Xiao Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm Baiyu, foolish human. Xiao Yi? Originally a leader of 4 stars, he was dragged down to 1 star due to my influence. Lin Chuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Xiao remarked, your display of modesty lacks sophistication. What kind of character is it that one can contract a leader-level beast just by stepping outside? Moreover, its extraordinary beauty is evident, and it can even speak. Is this not exclusive to the king level? Goodness, I shall retreat into seclusion. I will not emerge until I reach the golden level. Unable to contain his frustration, Xiao retreated to his bedroom, fully intending to remain in seclusion until he attained the golden level. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Countless media accounts received news of Lin Chuan's ascension to golden status even before the graduation ceremony concluded, hastily preparing articles and editing videos to catch the wave of excitement. Any event related to Lin Chuan was guaranteed to become a sensational hit. The chubby Su Daji also entered the new university, promoting Lin Chuan's glorious deeds to his roommates. Despite Lin Chuan already being famous throughout the city, recounting it through personal anecdotes added a different flavor. Tales of his courageous battles against school bullies on the first day and his bold actions in the principal's office against the bully's father painted Lin Chuan as the undeniable prodigy of the age, overshadowing all others. Many questioned the true level of Lin Chuan's talent. Given his current momentum, it showed no signs of waning. Publicly, it was stated to be at a certain level, while Qin Yan adamantly affirmed that it was indeed at that level, issuing a stern warning that anyone daring to probe into Lin Chuan's abilities would be considered his enemy. Even prominent figures from Xuanwu University and the Xia family stepped forward to protect Lin Chuan, warding off numerous nuisances. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would have struggled to enjoy a few days of peace. Yet, while the obvious nuisances had been repelled, the hidden ones remained uncontainable. Regardless of whether it was talent or secret treasures, Lin Chuan undeniably harbored great secrets that attracted envious forces. Archbishop, Lin Chuan has left the campus today. We lack personnel and cannot act rashly, came the report. Very well, maintain close surveillance. I will dispatch a diamond-level operative. On the other end, the Archbishop was still giving instructions. What are you doing? The Archbishop demanded angrily. Apologies, my lord. I have fallen ill and have been bedridden all night, came the response. The Archbishop, enraged, shattered his phone, as if he could smell the misfortune through the screen. In a dark chamber, devoid of fixed light, only the sound of fingers tapping on the table echoed. Could Lin Chuan be a variable? A voice sneered from the shadows. Give him another 20 years. Perhaps the human race will gain another top-tier king. But what of it? Even if 10 more 9th-level powers emerge, it will not alter the tide. What is the stance of the other 3 families? The Xiao family appears somewhat wavering, while the Shi and Zi families may choose to remain aloof. Remaining aloof? As long as they are willing to hide in the secret realm forever, I do not mind allowing them to do so. Ultimately, this world will belong to my demon race. You should ensure you can resolve the crisis of the underworld first. My demon race has already received news of the life sources coveted by those kings of the underworld. By exchanging this information, we can negotiate the control of the underworld beasts and restrict the expansion of the underworld. What do you think? Thus, it is only natural that the human race must face such calamity. Are you certain you are still of the human race? Huh. Your prodigy should soon advance to golden level, Shall I select a promising young member from my clan to contract with him? No need, be gone. That night, Lin Chuan slept soundly, free from the usual disturbances of Old Hay waking him for breakfast. Xiao Ling and Bai Yu would actively climb trees for fruit, while Old Hay remained obedient. Naturally, breakfast for Old Hay was entrusted to Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu dared not treat Old Hay as carelessly as she did with Long Ming, feeding him a few hundred fruits until he was full. Bai Yu, are the targets you marked yesterday still around? Most are still here. Only 2 are gone. One was hit by a car, and the other drowned in a sewer. Lin Chuan mused. They must all be beast tamers. How unfortunate to die that way. Are they still near the school? A few remain. All right. Let us test the new skill on them. Lin Chuan adhered to the basic rules of the game. Do not offend unless provoked. Otherwise, with invisibility and teleportation, acquiring some spirit stones would be effortless. Since the other party harbored malice, he would not hold back. Blade armor. Clone. Invisibility. Subsequently, the clone directly passed through the secret realm entrance and transmitted outward. Bai Yu, teleport my clone to a nearby mark. All right. A wave of energy surged, and Lin Chuan found himself in a luxurious hotel room. However, the space was a mess, with decorations and appliances shattered everywhere. The occupant seemed to have gone through a tumultuous experience, having destroyed everything in sight. Perhaps exhausted from the chaos, a man lay snoring, while a leader-level tiger beast lounged in the living room. A golden one, Lin Chuan scoffed, feeling little desire to engage with such a minor character. Gray serpent. Soul parasite. An invisible gray wave swiftly infiltrated the golden beast tamer's mind. Under normal circumstances, parasitizing a golden level would take only half an hour to mature. However, Lin Chuan had no time to spare. Soul spike. The man received an extreme wake-up call. Who? The man, eyes flashing, clenched his teeth and shouted. The tiger in the living room smashed the door, peering into the room but perceiving nothing. Damn it, is this your doing? He roared at the black mark on his wrist. Since yesterday, he had been plagued by misfortune, even struggling to walk without mishap upon returning to the hotel. If something unclean had attached itself to him, it could only be this. Driven to madness, the man attempted to cut the mark from his wrist with scissors. Suddenly, he froze, staring blankly ahead. It's done. After Lin Chuan's violent hastening, the soul seed matured in just a minute. If that was insufficient, he would do it again. Master. The man immediately knelt, and the tiger was recalled. Speak. Is it the Wan Yao Palace or the Yao God sect? Master, I am Zhang Dali, the reconnaissance captain of the Demon Slayer Beast Tamer Corps. Demon Slayer Beast Tamer Corps? What do you do? Lin Chuan feigned ignorance of the name. We specialize in kidnapping, extortion, and assassination, maintaining a stellar reputation with no complaints from either clients or victims. Damn, you're even advertising now. What a waste of a name. What is the strength of your leader, and where is your headquarters? The leader is diamond level, reportedly 8 stars, with headquarters in District 3. Enough. Hand over your storage ring, and go hunt beasts outside the city. As for when you return, I did not specify. You are not to mention my existence. Yes, master. Though this man had not seen Lin Chuan's face, Lin Chuan ensured a safeguard was in place. Lin Chuan inspected the contents of the storage ring, finding approximately 2,000 spirit stones, which he took immediately. The rest did not interest him. He tossed it back, estimating it would grant the man a few more days of life and allow him to slay a few more beasts, thus serving a final purpose. Bai Yu continue. Yay. Upon encountering Lin Chuan, the effortless acquisition of 2,000 spirit stones invigorated Bai Yu. It remains uncertain whether her excitement stemmed from the spirit stones themselves or the act of plunder. Lin Chuan's sacrifices for the family are immense, and she feels compelled to strive harder. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell of luck upon him. Next, a wandering rogue, bring it forth, and claim 3,000 spirit stones. Next, a pauper, be gone. The morning yielded merely 4 or 5 small fish, netting them only 5 or 6,000 spirit stones. Thereafter, the opportunities dwindled, primarily because daytime activities kept people on the move. It was Lin Chuan's first experience, devoid of prior knowledge. Next time, he would surely choose a dark, stormy night to strike while his adversaries slumbered or were preoccupied, delivering a decisive blow. Such efficiency rendered labor unnecessary. Working was simply out of the question. At noon, Lin Chuan reclined in the dormitory, snacking while watching a series, simultaneously controlling his doppelganger to wander about the commercial district. Yet, these individuals displayed remarkable restraint. Even when Lin Chuan meandered into a secluded alley, none dared to act. At most, they surreptitiously placed tracking marks upon him. Were it not for the perceptive abilities of Hui Shi and Bai Yu, Lin Chuan would remain oblivious. Nevertheless, he welcomed their presence. Deciding to enter a nearby hotel, he slipped inside. As night descended, 2 figures appeared simultaneously atop the hotel where Lin Chuan was lodging. One bore a pallid visage, trembling limbs, and appeared on the verge of collapse. It was difficult to fathom that this individual was a golden beast master, whose physique was impervious to blades yet was bested by a bout of diarrhea. Elder, Lin Chuan resides in room 414 below, the feeble man uttered. I must be insane. Not a fool. Do you believe he would brazenly reveal himself and await our approach? A hoarse voice emerged from the figure cloaked in black. It was none other than the former high priest of the Yao Shenjiao. Now, he had attained the rank of diamond, yet whether he remained himself was uncertain. Clinging to the remnants of his sanity and memory, he felt an eerie familiarity with the scene. Elder, you will understand upon investigation. I have marked him. He has yet to realize my incapacitation. With that, the feeble man vanished. In that moment, not even the elder, nor the heavenly king himself, could deter him from addressing the pressing matter. The high priest's fists cracked ominously. Should this feeble man dare deceive him, he would undoubtedly force the traitor's head into his own rear. Arise, shadow leopard, corrupting blade spirit. The high priest was left with only two beasts, or rather, solely the shadow leopard. He was merely a temporary host for the corrupting blade spirit. Upon his death, he would be fully consumed. Countless tendrils of flesh extended from the hilt of the corrupting blade, enveloping the high priest's right hand completely. United as one, they were no weaker than any monarch-level beast. The bone blade's 5 eyes blinked, for fully opened, while the 5th was nearing completion. Upon full awakening, it would ascend to the royal tier. In a flash, the high priest melded into the shadows, appearing on the balcony of room 414. Lin Chuan, a terrifying presence approaches. I am aware, Lin Chuan replied, retracting by you into his consciousness. This adversary was beyond his current capacity to confront. Summoning Lao He was out of the question in such a bustling area. Moreover, Lin Chuan had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. He chose to cloak himself, illuminating the surroundings, eager to discern the identity of this formidable foe. Lin Chuan, reveal yourself. I can sense your presence. The high priest snarled. In an instant, a blade of energy sliced through the exact spot where Lin Chuan had just stood, splitting the wall asunder. Who dares to engage in such deadly combat? Lin Chuan had little recollection of this individual. After all, he had encountered many adversaries. However, the black robe sparked a flicker of recognition. I recall you. Who are you again? Lin Chuan struggled to remember, urgency creeping in. Show yourself. Are you too cowardly to speak? The high priest bellowed in fury, striking again. Lin Chuan's silence rendered him undetectable, which explained the audacity with which he roamed outside the school grounds. Very well. Huishi, make your appearance. The high priest swung once more, but struck only air. Huishi was entirely immune to physical attacks, merely a wisp of mist. Soul parasite. The attempt to parasitize failed. Lin Chuan was caught off guard, as it was his first encounter with such a scenario. Nonetheless, Huishi transmitted a faint thought back to him. It appears you are merely a shell. Your soul has long been claimed. Lin Chuan's understanding deepened. Just as he was a doppelganger in this moment, if the soul was absent, it must reside within Lin Chuan's contemplation. He then noticed the bone blade fused with the high priest's right hand. Its striking design was impossible to overlook. Soul parasite. This time, he succeeded. The high priest felt an onslaught of gray mist and lashed out, yet it elicited no response. This soul seed was too formidable for immediate maturation. Being of monarch level, the blade seemed temporarily bound to the individual before him. Lin Chuan's intuition urged him to bide his time, for unexpected rewards might await. Chapter 147. Increasingly challenging to manage. Pray tell, who are you? Faced with the inability to resolve the matter with the cloaked figure, Lin Chuan decided to withdraw, casually inquiring. Yao Shenjiao, District 81, the high priest ground out through clenched teeth. Ah, I see, Lin Chuan recalled upon hearing Yao Shenjiao mentioned. For now, farewell. Void sword. With that, Lin Chuan vanished. The high priest exclaimed, where are you? I shall slay you. His blade energy permeated the entire room, yet yielded no consequence. Ah. The commotion soon attracted the attention of hotel security. However, these guards were merely there to earn a living. They had no intention of risking their lives. By the time they broke down the door, the room was empty. The only relief was that no one had been harmed. The room 414 was unoccupied. Could it be haunted? Cloaking himself and teleporting, Lin Chuan reveled in his unparalleled prowess. He noted the impotent fury from above, realizing he had to prepare for the night's events and could not afford to waste time. The nearest marked location was an ordinary apartment building. Upon entering, he discovered decor reminiscent of a woman's abode. A woman appeared to be bathing. Could it be that Bai is testing me? Sensing the individual was merely a silver level, he estimated there was little profit to be gained. There was no need to wait for her to finish. A swift soul parasite would suffice as she emerged from the shower, likely maturing swiftly. Concealed, Lin Chuan took a seat on the sofa, awaiting her appearance. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, she emerged clad in a bathrobe. Her beauty was striking, especially fresh from her bath, likely in her early 20s, possibly a university student. Although marked, she seemed unharmed. Was it possible that the misfortune mark considered beauty as a factor? Master. She knelt before him. How brazen. Though Lin Chuan was not a paragon of virtue, he had no desire to resort to such tactics. He shifted slightly, adjusting his posture, and spoke indifferently, "Your attire," indicating she should hasten to dress. "Yes, master." With that, her bathrobe slipped to the floor. Upon donning her clothing, the young woman appeared serene, akin to a campus beauty in her previous life. Such an individual could not possibly harbor animosity towards Lin Chuan without reason. "Speak. To which faction do you belong?" Lin Chuan inquired coolly. "Master, my name is Long Qian, and I am a sophomore at Xuanwu University." "Your surname is Long? The Long family?" Lin Chuan probably guessed it. Having caused Long Chenhao to lose a significant amount of spiritual stones and publicly embarrassed the Long family. "How are you related to Long Chenhao?" "He is my cousin." "Do you share the same grandfather?" "Yes." At this point, it becomes quite evident, even if the Long family did not issue any directives, she would naturally harbor animosity towards Lin Chuan. This Long Qian, unexpectedly, is a direct descendant of the Long family. Her talent is decent. Perhaps she might uncover some useful information. What is Long Chenhao's talent? Level Dragon Clan Sovereign, which amplifies the growth rate and strength of dragon-type beasts by tenfold. Impressive. So where did his 2 dragons come from? Lin Chuan casually inquired. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that a royal-level beast willingly presented itself for a contract? Why hasn't such fortune ever come my way? Even when I managed to acquire a commander level by Yu Miao, it took significant effort. This detail is unclear. I only know that each time, the dragon sovereign personally took him out, and upon returning, the contract was already completed. Could it be that the dragon sovereign has some sort of transaction with the beast clan? Lin Chuan boldly hypothesized, then dismissed the thought. It was beyond his concern. All right. Do not mention my existence to anyone. If the Long family has any directives, call for me discreetly. Naturally, Lin Chuan could not eliminate this individual. It was better to keep her around than to have her vanish. Yes, master. With tonight's objective accomplished, Lin Chuan promptly dismissed his clone. Alas, I forgot to ask Long Qian for the spiritual stones. Inside the dormitory, Lin Chuan finally realized this, but was too late. However, upon reflection, it seemed inappropriate to rob a woman of her resources. When the opportunity arises, it would be quite enjoyable to explore the Long family's treasury. Long Qian was merely a casual pawn. Lin Chuan remained unaware of the potential gains. Today, after a long day, he managed to utilize several newly acquired auxiliary skills. The results were not merely satisfactory. They were, in fact, astonishingly effective. Especially the soul parasite skill, which seemed entirely out of place in this world, was disturbingly powerful. According to the current soul strength of the Gray Serpent, a sovereign-level soul type could exist in a maximum of 3 forms, below sovereign level. There appeared to be no significant restrictions, as long as one did not attempt to parasitize too many at once. With sufficient time, Lin Chuan could potentially parasitize every student in the entire school. Just the thought is quite unsettling. Fortunately, such an abnormal weapon is firmly in Lin Chuan's grasp. Otherwise, it would be a source of great unrest. As for Xiaoling's auxiliary skills, each one proved to be exceedingly useful, all tailored specifically for the veteran. Without Xiaoling, Lin Chuan might not even dare to venture outside the school gate. At the very least, he would need to train Lao He to sovereign level, just to withstand a few seconds against a royal-level foe. Otherwise, even Baiyu's spatial teleportation would likely be too late. Baiyu, come forth. The thought of spatial teleportation ignited Lin Chuan's irritation. Master, what is it? Baiyu mimicked Long Qian's tone deliberately. Seriously, are you doing this on purpose? Master, do you not like it? If you do this again, I shall punish you with 3 days without fruits. Humph, you are so contradictory. With that, Baiyu swiftly departed. Lin Chuan sighed, realizing it was becoming increasingly challenging to manage. Lao He was the most obedient, while Xiaoling only occasionally pilfered fruits. Baiyu, on the other hand, was a handful. Given this trend, if he were to contract another sovereign-level beast with divine bloodline, chaos would surely ensue. Lin Chuan dared not ponder such possibilities. It was still early. For several consecutive days, Lin Chuan engaged in fishing outdoors, though the results seemed to diminish increasingly. Following the markers, he encountered primarily bounty hunters attempting to take advantage, with little reward. Some were merely overly ambitious with no courage. If they were truly provoked, they would flee faster than rabbits. Currently, Lin Chuan's bounty had reached 500,000 spiritual stones, and it was evident that the Wanyao Palace had released this to vex him. 3 diamond-level individuals had been unable to capture Lin Chuan, rendering their efforts a farce. However, the Beast Clan seemed to no longer focus on the current situation in Xuanwu City, showing little interest in confidential information. This induced a sense of crisis among the higher-ups of the Wan Yao Palace, as it had always relied on the Beast clan for survival, thriving even outside the city. If they could not demonstrate their value, they risked being abandoned at any moment. Whispers had begun circulating that the Beast clan intended to utterly annihilate Xuanwu City. Regarding this news, the Wan Yao Palace remained silent. Although the Wan Yao Palace appeared to operate under the banner of destroying Xuanwu City, if Xuanwu City were truly to perish, would there even be a reason for the Wan Yao Palace to exist? Chapter 148. I'll give you a grand performance. 1 week after the semester began, Lin Xuan was finally dragged out of the dormitory by Xia Yuan. Despite the semester being well underway, the two had yet to attend a single class. Xia Xia's situation was somewhat understandable, as he was focused on advancing. But Lin Xuan, did he truly believe that having advanced to gold meant he could consider himself graduated? Uncle Xia, I genuinely do not require the theoretical course, Lin Xuan replied helplessly. Fine. Today is my practical class. Let me see how you accrue military merit. Lin Xuan, so you were waiting for this all along. Still unrepentant? This year, the Yumming Academy enrolled 100 students, without class divisions, but instead organized into 50 groups, with all subjects conducted simultaneously. Nearly every student possessed specialized talents, such as attack, defense, or speed, with elemental types being relatively rare. In addition to Xia Yuan, there were 3 other diamond-level instructors leading the group, heading towards the underworld in grand procession. Along the way, they continually witnessed injured soldiers being carried back to the military camp. On the roadside, severed limbs could occasionally be spotted. Many classmates were witnessing such scenes for the first time, their faces turning pale. The main force marched ahead on foot. Lin Xuan simply summoned Lao He, leisurely following behind. Reclining on Lao He's back, utterly bored. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Xia Yuan appeared directly atop Lao He's back. Uncle Xia, are you aware of the news regarding the beast tide? Lin Xuan asked directly. There are some rumors, but these are not matters you need to concern yourself with. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall individuals to hold it up. Just afraid they might not manage it. Lin Xuan chuckled wryly. Although he had his own plans, he decided to inform Xia Yuan. As for how the higher-ups responded, it was no longer Lin Xuan's concern. Nor would he entrust his life to them. Uncle Xia, this time, I fear they will not withstand it. Thus, Lin Xuan relayed the information he had obtained from Long Ming about the Eastern Front. The underworld sea beasts, Xia Yuan murmured. Over the years, many professors have speculated about the existence of the underworld sea. After all, there are far more sea beasts than those on land. It makes no sense for them not to transform into underworld beasts. Your news is likely true. Saying this, Xia Yuan regarded Lin Xuan once more with seriousness. An 18-year-old faced delivering such information, yet his expression remained utterly calm. In fact, he appeared even more composed than his peak diamond instructor. Regardless, I will protect you all. Promise Xia Yuan. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Lin Xuan smiled in gratitude, fully aware of the sincerity behind the words. Even if Xuanwu City were to fall, it would not be easy for the beasts to completely eradicate humanity, especially with so many royal-level powerhouses, each capable of carrying a secret realm space, which could comfortably accommodate tens of thousands of people. However, most ordinary individuals would likely struggle to survive. If humanity lost control of Xuanwu City, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. They would be forced to linger in secret realms. Moreover, secret realm spaces are not absolutely stable and carry the risk of annihilation. Additionally, should a royal level fall, the secret realm would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Beast clan, leading to dire consequences. I will relay this information to the higher-ups. Consider it a merit for you. Uncle Xia, perhaps the higher-ups are already aware of this before me, Lin Xuan retorted with a smirk. Do not make wild guesses. Now, let us proceed to slay the Ming beasts, he declared. Lifting Lin Xuan with a swift motion and vanishing into the domain of the elite Ming beasts in just a few flashes. The remaining classmates were left to observe from the periphery. Uncle Xia, are you underestimating my capabilities? Lin Xuan remarked disdainfully as he faced the familiar elite Ming beasts. I am well aware of your impenetrable defense and counterattack. Can you truly sweep through the ranks of the commanding level beasts? Xia Yuan laughed. Without further ado, Lin Xuan donned his sword armor and charged into the throng of Ming beasts, engaging them with unyielding force. Each beast fell before him, easily dispatched as if he were merely playing with children, though much of the credit belonged to his counterattacks. How exhilarating! Lin Xuan bellowed, reveling in this novel approach to battle. You must be some sort of humanoid beast, Xia Yuan exclaimed, astonished. He had encountered specialized beast tamers before, but none had exhibited such ferocity at Lin Xuan's stage. Uncle Xia, take me to the territory of the commanding level beasts. I shall handle a significant task, Lin Xuan said. Having effortlessly dealt with a few beneath him, too disinterested to collect their soul orbs. Do you think you can frighten me after 40 years of living? Xia Yuan retorted. Yet anticipation gleamed in his eyes. If Lin Chuan possessed the ability to confront commanding-level Ming beasts at the onset of his golden stage, who knows what he might achieve in a few years? Perhaps he could secure a region in the impending chaos, ensuring survival. Alas, time was not on their side. Given an additional 20 years, he could reach the level of Xia Zun, rendering the Ming Earth completely safe. As they pondered, they arrived at the territory of the commanding-level beasts. Old He, as usual, 500 meters. Instantly, a colossal creature loomed before Xia Yuan. Good heavens, that's enormous. Xia Yuan gasped, unable to deny that Lin Chuan had truly outdone himself. This is merely half its size. Lin Chuan dismissed nonchalantly. Sensing the locations of Ming Yi and Ming Shi, both were 50 kilometers away, with no signs of monarch-level beasts at present. He had established long-distance communication as soon as he entered the Ming Earth. Next, Lin Chuan produced a family heirloom mosquito repellent and sprayed it liberally on Old He's back. The familiar formula and scent filled the air. Xia Yuan was puzzled by Lin Chuan's actions. Boom. Instantly, the Ming Earth within a radius of hundreds of kilometers erupted into chaos. Countless commanding-level Ming beasts rushed frantically toward Old He. Even elite Ming beasts dared to cross the red line into the territory of the commanding level. Previously, Lin Chuan had only sprayed once or twice. This time, he had doubled the dosage in anticipation. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Good heavens, a king-level beast. Xia Yuan sprinted to Old He's back, rushing to Lin Chuan. Eager to escape. What on earth are you doing? Are you seeking death? Even a fool could recognize that the commotion was linked to Lin Chuan. Surrounding them, clouds of dust rose as thousands of commanding-level Ming beasts trampled over each other in a frenzied rush toward this direction. Uncle Xia, do not worry. Just be careful not to fall off, Lin Chuan replied, seemingly unconcerned, while genuinely worried about inadvertently harming Xia Yuan. Facing a multitude of commanding-level beasts, even those of diamond rank would be forced to retreat. Are you worried about me? You've stirred up a king-level beast. Do you understand? A king level. Yes. I am fully aware, Lin Chuan acknowledged. Ming Yi, any updates? My lord, the king-level Ming beasts in this area have ordered a full-scale search. They will arrive within half a day. Best to avoid the king-level beasts and reach the pinnacle of commanding level swiftly. Yes. Time was ample, even sufficient for the classmates to experience a vivid practical escape lesson. The rules of the Ming Earth State. In the event of a Ming beast riot, retreat immediately. Chapter 149. The grand scheme commences. Do you not take medicine for impotence? Rest assured, the king level will not arrive for the time being. I have yet to begin. Lin Chuan smiled at Xia Yuan. Shaoling, equip Old He with sword armor. Bai Yu cast luck on Old He. The two beast companions flashed past, and before Xia Yuan could discern what they were, they vanished. Both were averse to the atmosphere of the Ming Earth, preferring to remain hidden, while Old He appeared to relish the experience. Uncle Xia, now is the grand endeavor I wish to undertake, Lin Chuan declared, turning to Xia Yuan with arms outstretched. In an instant, the commanding-level Ming beasts were upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of Ming beasts collided with Old He, who did not even need to retaliate. They were instantly crushed by those behind them. One after another, they hurled themselves against Old He, vaporizing upon contact and transforming into soul orbs. With the enhancement of luck, the virtual and real sword nearly triggered at a 100 rate. All Ming beasts had their defenses nullified, enduring 180 points of counter damage, compounded by the relentless onslaught of their kin. Old He stood firm like a small island amidst a raging river, unyielding against the torrent. It was akin to a glowing iron block placed upon ice, gradually melting the surroundings into vapor. Caw-caw! Many flying Ming beasts flapped their tattered wings, circling above, awaiting their chance. Come down. Ultimate taunt. The aerial Ming beasts plummeted like dumplings, crashing onto Old He, resulting in a series of explosions. Xia Yuan surveyed the absurd scene around him, his expression a mix of complexity and shock. Mere astonishment could scarcely encapsulate the terror within him. The boy before him dismissed the myriad Ming beasts as if they were inconsequential. The tide of beasts that even he would avoid was trivial in Lin Chuan's presence. It was as if he were the sovereign of the Ming Earth. With a mere gesture, countless Ming beasts lay prostrate at his feet, sacrificing themselves and dissolving into ash. If he so desired, could he truly claim the Ming Earth for himself? In that moment, Xia Yuan felt a sense of confusion. Uncle Xia, how is this grand endeavor unfolding? Lin Chuan smiled. It is no wonder you accumulate military merits by the tens of thousands each month, given a year. You could easily become a marshal, Xia Yuan quipped, echoing sentiments similar to those of Xia Jing. Marshal? I have no interest, Lin Chuan scoffed. The reason for this spectacle was to avoid being constrained by the academy. ensuring Xia Yuan did not perceive him as an ordinary fledgling in the golden stage. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to linger on this matter. Furthermore, it was time to reveal a hint of his true abilities, lest he continuously startle others. If he could effortlessly dispatch thousands of commanding-level beasts, it would not be unreasonable to occasionally slay dozens of monarch-level beasts or provoke a king-level beast now and then. Uncle Xia, do you still believe the Academy's curriculum is beneficial to me? Lin Chuan chuckled. Goodness, you might as well graduate outright, Xia Yuan replied, resigned. The Academy could only guide students up to the commanding-level Ming beasts at best. No, this place provides meals, lodging, and even allowances. Why would I graduate? Lin Chuan firmly rejected. Originally, this had been his goal. Very well, from now on, you may act freely. What about the substance you used earlier? What substance? Lin Chuan inquired. The one you sprayed. Lin Chuan replied, Uncle Xia, this is a rare item. It is quite dangerous and not merely a toy. What are your conditions? If you assist me in collecting the soul orbs below, I shall surrender it, Lin Chuan suggested, a glint in his eye. Goodness. Xia Yuan and Xia Sai both possessed beast companions capable of shadow duplication. It was a shame they did not utilize them to collect the soul orbs. If Xia Yuan did not gather them, Lin Chuan would surely exhaust himself. In the future, he would refrain from hunting commanding-level beasts. It lacked excitement. He would instead pursue monarch-level beasts. After several minutes, Xia Yuan returned with over 2,000 commanding-level soul orbs, along with a few hundred elite ones, likely trampled to death. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Here you go. Lin Chuan took the soul pearl and then handed over the mosquito repellent. He still had more than half a bottle of mineral water, ready to refill at any moment. If that was insufficient, he had 6 life fruits and the ever-reliable Lao Hei. Abundant resources. Xia Yuan carefully accepted it, hesitant to try it directly in the underworld, and stored it in his storage ring. This item needed to be shown to the dean. Although the dean was nearing death and becoming increasingly unreliable, often mysteriously disappearing, his knowledge reservoir was undoubtedly among the top in Xuanwu City. We should head back. Xia Yuan, not daring to delay, immediately led Lin Chuan towards the secret realm. On the way back, they coincidentally met returning classmates and joined forces. Xia Director, how is the situation? A teacher inquired. The outbreak of the commander-level underworld beasts involved thousands. With even some king-level movements, Xia Yuan replied candidly. Damn, thousands of commander-level beasts, who can withstand that? The teacher exclaimed. Xia Yuan's expression was peculiar, and he could only respond vaguely. As for the instigator, Lin Chuan leisurely followed behind with Lao Hei. Lin Chuan had no interest in getting to know these classmates. They were not from the same world. They were merely fellow students, and he wished them well for their future survival. He hoped that their first practical experience in the underworld wouldn't leave them with psychological scars due to the beast outbreak. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Chuan directly controlled his clone to sneak out. Just now, the Gray Serpent had sent a message that the host of the first soul seed had perished. The captain of the demon-slaying beast-taming team had been torn to shreds after days of fighting with the beasts, a fitting end, one might say. This reminded Lin Chuan that he had yet to visit their lair. Seizing the day seemed better than waiting for an opportune moment. So he promptly decided to pay a visit. Zone 3, headquarters of the demon-slaying beast-taming team. It was a somewhat secluded villa, surrounded by high walls. At this moment, a grim-faced man sat in the main seat, listening to his subordinates report. Boss, Zhang Dali is dead, devoured by beasts outside the city. So what if he is dead? I want to know what happened. Why did he suddenly run outside to seek death? When they found him, he was single-mindedly killing beasts, refusing to listen to reason, and even attacked his comrades, forcing them to watch him charge into the beast horde. Recalling Zhang Dali's frenzied and obsessive behavior before his death sent shivers down their spines. They had wanted to save him and stop his slaughter of the beasts, but it felt like digging up his ancestral grave, and he pursued his brothers with weapons. Wasn't he supposed to keep an eye on Lin Chuan? Yes, he reported that we found the hen he called for. She said Zhang Dali was completely impotent, showing no reaction. Could it be that he was overly stimulated? Damn, if he's impotent, can't he take medicine? At worst, he could undergo surgery to change genders. Was it really necessary to commit suicide? The man bellowed. He then regained his composure. Continue to monitor Lin Chuan. Also, send out over 20 younger ones. Talent is not important. Youth is key. You know what to do. Understood, sir, the subordinate replied, trembling, unable to meet the man's gaze as he nodded in compliance. As the subordinates exited, a gray mark suddenly invaded their minds. Lin Chuan had been eavesdropping for a while, initially thinking this was merely a kidnapping and extortion organization. But it seemed there was more to it. They were not only kidnapping valuable beast tamers, but also sending ordinary people outside the city. What lay outside? Only beasts. Who? Inside, the grim man roared, sensing something amiss. Boss, what happened? The subordinate rushed back in, anxiously asking. Did you notice anything suspicious outside? The man queried. No, sir. I found nothing, the subordinate stammered. Useless, get out. The man was acutely aware that his perception was intact. Lin Chuan, holding his breath and concentrating, felt a chill. A diamond-level 8-star expert was indeed formidable. Even the slightest fluctuation could be detected. Unfortunately, the gray serpent could not become invisible, and using soul parasite caused faint gray fluctuations, which made things less convenient. Seizing the opportunity while the subordinates were leaving, Lin Chuan slipped inside. Just as he was about to attempt to implant a soul seed into the man suddenly turned his gaze in his direction. Got you, bug. Huh. Lin Chuan then realized that he had unknowingly gotten entangled in numerous transparent spider silk threads. Looking up, a black-furred spider, as large as the entire ceiling, dangled above. Its pitch-black eyes fixated on him. Even with complete invisibility, he could not escape its sensory web. Damn, such tactics are truly inescapable. The man had already fortified himself against soul parasite. Lin Chuan decided to have the gray serpent unleash a soul seed towards the spider. After all, the opponent was so large and needed to restrict his movements. There was no reason to withdraw. What is it? The man inquired of his beast. Receiving no abnormalities in response, he chose to disregard it and resolved to capture the sneaky bug first. He was confident that prey ensnared in spider silk could not escape. Will you come out willingly, or shall I shred you to pieces? The man spoke to the air. Fool. Subsequently, Lin Chuan dispelled his clone. The spider screeched, its 8 long legs flailing wildly in the room. Flee. How is that possible? The man expressed doubt and confirmed several times. An illusion or a clone? He realized instantly. Given Zhang Dali's inexplicable suicide and the recent bizarre occurrences, this outpost was no longer tenable. He then ordered an immediate evacuation. A diamond-level beast tamer was indeed extraordinary. In terms of methods, they were far more troublesome than mere beasts or underworld creatures. Fortunately, the soul seed had been planted. He could only wait patiently. In theory, beasts should not resist their master's commands, but it was not stated that they could not attack their master proactively. Although if the master died, they would perish together. As long as it was a command, anything was permissible. Lin Chuan eagerly anticipated the expression of the leader of this kidnapping organization when the time came. This organization seemed to have dealings outside the city. It could either be with the beasts or the Wan Yao Dian. Lin Chuan suspected the latter was more likely. If it were with the beasts, they would at least be of the Demon King level, and the Demon King's stature should not necessitate direct involvement. Ultimately, the task would fall upon the lackeys of Wan Yao Dian. Less than an hour later, the soul seed within the previous subordinate matured. As a golden level 9-star beast tamer, he took considerably longer than Zhang Dali. Lin Chuan sent by you to teleport the clone again. However, this time, Lin Chuan did not need to show himself. He simply had the gray serpent attach itself to the man, being able to enjoy the dual skills of soul parasite and mental distortion. This golden 9-star beast tamer named Huang Shan was indeed fortunate, for this was a super diamond-level treatment. The creature parasitized by the soul seed would temporarily be referred to as a soul slave. Lin Chuan could not directly communicate with the soul slave through thoughts at the moment. He had to use mediums like voice or text. However, if the gray serpent also attached itself to the soul slave, Lin Chuan could communicate via thoughts and issue commands. Although the soul slave could only respond verbally, it was still better than Lin Chuan needing to appear to inquire, and he could monitor at any time. Tell me about your dealings with the outside. Master. In the past, we sent people outside once a month, usually 20 to 30 at a time. Recently, it has become more frequent, now twice a month. Who are you trading with? Wan Yao Dian? Uncertain, but the other party should also be human. A minor character like Huang Shan likely had no access to core secrets. Let us see what goods you have and where they come from. Essentially, most of them were acquired from orphanages, while others were runaways who were conveniently captured. Huang Shan walked while explaining, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in his dealings. Brother Huang, Team Leader Huang. Upon arrival, numerous subordinates greeted Huang Shan, prompting Lin Chuan to refrain from further inquiries. In a tightly sealed room, over 20 children aged 15 or 16 were confined, crammed into a few square meters. The air was thick with an unpleasant odor. The children wore blank expressions, their faces gaunt and haggard, evidently having endured much suffering. You may leave. Proceed according to your original plan when the time comes. Lin Chuan was not a saint, yet upon witnessing the plight, he felt compelled to help. However, not at this moment. A plan quietly took shape in his mind. Lin Chuan entered the realm of the underworld, where more than 40 monarch-level spirits awaited his command. We humbly welcome you, my lord. Ming 11, present. This was a newly appointed squad leader, commanding a team of 10. While Lin Chuan had little interest in numbering the rest. Take a sip, Lin Chuan said, tossing the remaining 3/4 of a bottle of life water. Thud, thud, thud. I told you to take a sip, not to finish it. Lin Chuan seized the bottle back, finding a little less than half remaining. My subordinate could not restrain his instincts, Ming 11 remarked as his form gradually transformed. What had once been a lifeless gray body slowly regained a semblance of humanity. Indistinguishable from an ordinary person. What changes have occurred? My subordinate has gained 6 years of lifespan, Ming 11 exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his previously impassive face. Even if it were only a day or an hour, we would willingly sacrifice our lives for it, even to the point of complete annihilation. What abilities do you possess? I can walk among the living, without the need for the underworld's environment. I can also disguise myself. Indeed, I can alter my appearance at will, concealing my presence without being detected by those below the monarch level. The fundamental characteristics of a normal monarch-level spirit had been largely retained. My lord, you may regard us as humanoid beasts. Within the same tier, I could vanquish them. However, we have lost the combat power enhancement inherent to spirits. Otherwise, I could easily contend with 4 adversaries simultaneously. With this clarification, Lin Chuan gained a clearer understanding. The only regret was the loss of the 4-fold enhancement against living beings that monarch-level spirits possessed. Yet, this was reasonable. One cannot gain without sacrifice. If they could not traverse the realm of the living, even the highest combat power could only be summoned in the underworld. Conceal your presence and disguise yourself as a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Understood. Ming 11's form twisted, and he instantly transformed from a middle-aged man into a high school student. His youthful aura remarkably vivid. Even his clothing morphed to resemble Lin Chuan's style. Impressive, were it not for prior knowledge of the disguise. Lin Chuan would have been unable to discern the ruse. Chapter 151, The Secret Realm of the Sea Dragon. Dare to usurp my Bai Yumiao's position? Having tested Ming 11's abilities, Lin Chuan felt assured. He then retrieved the realm ring gifted by Long Ming. He had yet to utilize this item since acquiring it. With a mere thought, a small portal to the secret realm opened, instantly drawing Lin Chuan within. Long Ming had mentioned that this was the secret realm of the deep-sea sea dragon, and Lin Chuan had feared it would be filled with water. To his surprise, he landed on a stretch of land. Old Hey ascend. As the altitude increased, the layout of the entire secret realm came into view. This realm spanned approximately 100,000 square kilometers, with 70 to 80% submerged in water and the remaining area scattered with dozens of small islands. Should it be fully developed for habitation, it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. However, considering the need for agricultural cultivation, the actual number might be significantly lower. It remained uncertain if there were fish or beasts in the sea. Old Hey, investigate that island. Lin Chuan pointed to the largest island, where remnants of structures could be vaguely discerned. Towering stone pillars and statues of sea beasts resembled a shrine. However, everything lay in ruins. Long Ming had stated that he had annihilated this clan, and he was not jesting. It was possible that all life on the island had been extinguished, leaving no trace behind. Regardless, Lin Chuan found no signs of beasts, whether in the sky or on the island. Through the fragmented sculptures, he gleaned a rough idea of what the sea dragon resembled. It appeared fearsome and likely reigned supreme in the ocean, explaining why it dared to provoke the Long Ming clan. With their divine beast lineage, why would one provoke them? After a thorough inspection and finding nothing of interest, Lin Chuan decided to depart. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from within the remnants of the shrine. An array? Lin Chuan commanded Old Hey to crash into it, and instantly, the entire structure of the Great Hall crumbled into ruins, devoid of any intact form. At the center of the hall, a concealed formation gradually dissipated, revealing its original state. It appeared that something was hidden beneath. Lin Chuan remained cautious, ready to flee at any moment. By rights, the items left by my elder brother should not pose a threat, should they? Lin Chuan pondered. Bai Yu, see what is concealed within. All right. Bai Yu, unafraid of anything, approached directly. A single egg. With Bai Yu's exclamation, an egg flew into Lin Chuan's hand. Beast, deep-sea sea dragon, transcendent 1 star, unhatched. Skills, bloodthirsty bite 1, active. Delivers a powerful bite attack, inflicting 200 damage with a bleeding effect. Deep-sea strangulation 1, active. Instantly teleports to a target within 10 meters, ensnaring them. Effect against non-aquatic creatures is tripled. Ocean Sovereign 1, passive, automatically condenses seawater within a 3-meter radius, creating a marine environment that suppresses non-aquatic beings. Over Sea Dragon, passive, race exclusive. The greater the controlled sea area, the more potential increases. Potential, Diamond 9 stars. The attributes are quite commendable. From Lin Chuan's discerning perspective, this one could be considered exceptional. It did not seem like an oversight on his elder brother's part. After all, they had exterminated everything. So it was illogical that an egg of a beast would go unnoticed. Instead, it felt as if it had been deliberately left for him. Now that the concealment array had vanished and the egg was on the verge of hatching, Had Lin Chuan not contracted by you and lacked a suitable beast at that moment, this would not have been a poor option. After all, it possessed royal-level potential. Provided the dragon entered the sea, let us depart. This egg should not remain here. I must take it with me. This item needed to be dealt with promptly. Fortunately, Bai Yu seemed oblivious to anything amiss. Otherwise, it would likely have been cooked. A mere sea dragon dares to vie for Bai Yu Miao's position? After much consideration, only Yi Yao seemed perfectly suited for this beast egg. What is the lovely Yi doing? Lin Chuan sent a message. Taking a shower. Lin Chuan, the goddess has 3 treasures. What's up? Haha, going to shower. I truly am showering. Do you live off campus? I need to discuss something with you. What is it at this late hour? Is it already evening? I hadn't noticed. Naturally, it's good news. Then let us talk tomorrow. Lin Chuan had not finished typing. Then come over. I'll send you the location link. Lin Chuan prepared for her to be inconvenient. Checking the time. A normal one-way trip would take an hour, and it was already past 8. This girl isn't thinking of having me stay over, is she? With that thought, Lin Chuan discreetly concealed the sea dragon beast egg and left without arousing suspicion. In fact, Lin Chuan rarely appeared in public unless he was plotting against someone. Given this, whenever he made an appearance, it was either to scheme against someone or on the path to doing so. This time, Lin Chuan intentionally provided Bai Yu with only a rough location. Otherwise, she might directly send him to Yi Yao's bathtub. I have arrived. You may now open the door. Lin Chuan materialized, making his way to Yi Yao's doorstep. What? So soon? I haven't even finished my bath, Yi Yao exclaimed. Lin Chuan responded. This is the second girl who has said she is quick. No matter, you can wash up after we conclude our matters. Lin Chuan retorted, leaving her speechless for a moment. After 5 minutes, the door creaked open. Yi Yao appeared in her nightwear, her hair still damp, her cheeks flushed. Lin Chuan surveyed her with an appreciative gaze. Indeed, her beauty and figure had significantly improved. To his surprise, Yi Yao had ascended to a level exceeding 90 points, indicating room for further enhancement. It seems that girls blossom beautifully when transitioning from high school to university. Lin Chuan, what brings you here? Yi Yao feigned ignorance. How goes your second beast companion? Lin Chuan inquired, recalling that Yi Yao had mentioned it briefly during their last encounter, but he had not heard anything since. The teacher is still exploring options, attempting to utilize hybrid mutation techniques. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Yao's face, indicating her waning hope. Let us speak of something else. It has been over a month since we last met, and you have reached the golden level. Congratulations. Shall we celebrate with a drink? She stood to prepare. Lin Chuan sensed that Yi Yao had already attained silver 9 stars, nearing golden. And yet she had not formed a contract for her second beast companion. What a predicament. Her rapid cultivation speed was a source of amusement for her peers. Regardless of how swift her progress, even reaching diamond level merely secured her a decorative beast companion. Soon, Yi Yao returned with 2 glasses. However, they did not contain the spiritual wine Lin Chuan had provided. Instead, they were filled with a potent white spirit, the aroma wafting through the air. Clearly, this girl had been harboring something troubling in her heart. Naturally, anyone would feel distressed in her situation. With this thought, Lin Chuan wasted no time and produced the Hai Jiao egg, offering it to her. This beast egg was gifted to me by my elder brother. I have already contracted 3 beasts and have no use for it. After much contemplation, I believe you are more suited for it. Is this truly for me? Yi Yao's voice trembled. Upon touching the eggshell, she felt a warm resonance, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. The beast egg radiated a deep blue glow the moment it came into contact with Yi Yao's palm, exuding a sense of urgency. Crack, crack. Tiny fissures began to appear on the eggshell. It would not be long before it hatched. Quickly, form the contract, Lin Chuan urged. Although he had never formally contracted a beast egg, he understood that this was the optimal moment. Yet, Yi Yao's mind was clouded with confusion. Unsure of how to respond. There can be no hesitation. If you miss this prime opportunity to form a contract, I will have no choice but to eliminate it should it resist, Lin Chuan warned. Though his threat was largely empty, given the eagerness displayed by the egg, it was unlikely it would flee. Yi Yao was startled. If that were the case, she might as well leap into the river. Thus, she resolved to act without delay. Biting her finger, she inscribed the contract formation. The instant the array was completed, the creature inside the egg accepted it without hesitation. Now, all that remained was to wait. All right, you watch over it. I must take my leave now, Lin Chuan said, knowing he had other matters to attend to. What? You are leaving already? Yi Yao asked in surprise. Indeed, what else would I do? Lin Chuan replied, puzzled. You have yet to do anything. Yi Yao's voice dwindled to a whisper. What is there to do? Lin Chuan observed her expression, surmising her thoughts. However, now was certainly not the right moment. One had to wait for the egg to hatch, while the other needed to engage in pressing affairs. Thus, Lin Chuan spoke. Yi Yao, in the coming 1 to 3 years, a large-scale beast invasion is imminent. This time, Xuanwu City may not hold its ground. Do your utmost to enhance your strength. How can that be? Yi Yao exclaimed in disbelief, shocked by his proclamation. Remember what I have said, do not doubt. I have matters to attend to and must depart. With that, Lin Chuan rose and exited. Hey, Yi Yao called. But Lin Chuan had already vanished. Yet, one should seize the moment to indulge in joy. The moment Lin Chuan stepped outside, he activated his invisibility. As he ventured forth, he exercised utmost caution. In mere flashes, he transported himself to the room where the children were imprisoned during the day. These children were either faint from hunger or had been struck unconscious. Regardless, they were all asleep. Outside, not a single guard was present. Leaving Lin Chuan to work late into the night, he promptly opened the secret realm entrance and cast all 20-odd children inside, placing them on a small island. Subsequently, Lin Chuan entered the secret realm himself. Within this realm, daylight persisted perpetually. Lin Chuan glanced around. Most were still unconscious, while those who were not had succumbed to their falls. Then, a startling scene unfolded. Lin Chuan was suddenly surrounded by over 20 individuals. These beings were creations born from 2 life fruits and a small vial of life water that Lin Chuan had transformed. Each possessed the strength of a monarch. Though aside from Ming Shi, the rest had merely a year of lifespan. Once their time was up, they would revert to their spirit forms. Let us commence. One for one, change faces and disguise. As you command. Then, an even more astonishing spectacle occurred. The standing individuals mirrored the reclining children perfectly, each corresponding to one another. No wonder Lin Chuan had chosen to render them unconscious. He did not want his well-meaning rescue to result in sheer terror. Saving lives was secondary. The primary goal was to refine his plan. Once these arrangements were complete, Lin Chuan instructed the 20 or so replicas to act convincingly before departing. On the island, he left several boxes of water and food. Once he dealt with the leader of the demonic beast elimination team, he would release them. For the time being, Lin Chuan had no leisure to attend to them. He must first tackle the formidable challenge posed by the Wanyao Temple. No one who dared to provoke Lin Chuan would do so without facing consequences. The following day, under Huang Shan's supervision alongside a dozen or so subordinates, the 20-odd monarch-level children were loaded onto a vehicle en route to the outskirts of the city. 20-odd monarchs. Escorted by a throng of golden and silver-level individuals, this might very well be the pinnacle of their lives. With 2 to 3 days left until their destination, Lin Chuan saw no need to monitor them closely. They could not escape. On the island, some of the children had begun to awaken, ravenously consuming the provisions. Lin Chuan, having observed them briefly, turned his attention elsewhere. The supplies were sufficient for a week. The island posed no significant danger. Should they choose to venture into the water, they could only blame themselves. Before engaging the Wanyao Temple, Lin Chuan intended to gather intelligence on this organization. However, it seemed that Lao Qin and Xia Yuan possessed little knowledge. They had only occasionally mentioned it in passing. The Wanyao Temple deserves to perish. Dean, are you present? Xia Yuan knocked on the door. Xia Yuan, come in, a voice from within called. Thank goodness you are here, or I would have thought you had gone missing again. Xia Yuan exclaimed as he entered. Yesterday, he had received no response. If I were to go missing again, it would surely mean my demise outside. You may take my position as dean, the dean lamented. When this lad had come yesterday, the dean had been present, but regrettably, he had become entirely translucent, making it inconvenient to interact. How could I accept that? Xia Yuan scratched his head. At least let me ascend to the king level first. Now what brings you here? The dean's voice was feeble, like a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to hold on. Dean, take a look at this, Xia Yuan said, producing a bottle of mosquito repellent. Yesterday, he had tried it himself. Aside from a faint scent of the repellent, there was nothing else. Quite pleasant, indeed. Mosquito repellent? The dean took it, then sprayed it into the air. Hiss. The dean's eyes widened. He inhaled deeply, nearly creating a vacuum in the office, causing the doors and windows to creak under the pressure from the outside air. Is it truly that exaggerated? Shi Yuan was utterly astonished by Ling Heng's actions. What do you know? Ling Heng's voice resonated with vigor, his hands trembling as he confronted the reality that the essence of life he had sought for years had been confined within a mosquito repellent bottle. Where did this come from? Greed, uncontrollable, flickered in Ling Heng's eyes. Director, please remain calm. I cannot speak under these circumstances, Shi Yuan said in a low voice. After a moment, Ling Heng gradually regained his composure. I have lost my composure. At this juncture, I shall not deceive you. I am on the brink of death, and I shall transform directly into Ling. Ling Heng's revelation left Shi Yuan in shock. The director, who had battled Ngs his entire life, was now facing the prospect of becoming one himself. Although it is true that the death of a living being gives rise to Ling Heng's words implied something far more profound. For years, I have been researching MNLNGS, even conducting experiments with a royal-grade soul pearl, resulting in this half-human, half-MNLing form. As time passes, I can distinctly feel my vitality waning at an accelerated pace. The essence of life is the ultimate pursuit of all MNT beings. However, it cannot be replenished simply by consuming living beings. It is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Chapter 153. Director, are you MNLing? Is this the essence of life? Shi Yuan indicated the mosquito repellent, incredulous. Indeed, I am not mistaken. Otherwise, I would not have lost my composure just now. Ling replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. No wonder, Shi Yuan realized. Understanding that N was likely a bait to lure MNLNGS. Now, you may disclose the origins of this substance. If I had intended to seize it, I would have plotted in secrecy, revealing nothing. Having lived for so many years, I have had my fill. I only wish to die as a human, not as MNLing. I confiscated this from a student, Shi Yuan admitted. N. Upon hearing the name, Ling made an immediate connection. Even if Shi Yuan had not mentioned it, he could easily investigate. Could he be using this to incite SHU uprising? Ling recalled that for over a month, N had been present during every SHU upheaval, emerging unscathed. The chaos of the SHU was inherently unpredictable. Without this mosquito repellent, no one would have suspected any connection to N. He found the density of SHU insufficient for his needs. Shi Yuan explained. Damn, I want to thrash him. Ling exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation. Director, please calm down. This substance originally belongs to him, and he can use it as he pleases. Besides, it may have been a gift from his elder brother, Shi Yuan advised. His elder brother might be a formidable demon king with a divine bloodline. It is only natural for him to receive valuable gifts. At your age, who knows who will thrash whom? Enough. This old man's composure has been shattered multiple times by this boy. It is truly strange. Ling took a deep breath and continued, have him come over, if he has any to spare. Help me extend my life for 3 to 5 more years, and I shall be content. Even in death, I wish to perish at the hands of a demon beast. Director, is the higher-ups aware of the impending SHU outbreak? Shi Yuan had yet to report N.'s news. From L.'s tone, it seemed the higher authorities were already informed. Yes, there are some whispers. The S family has connections with the BIH and ZHU cities, and recently, trade routes have been entirely severed. It is said that these 2 cities are currently under siege by SHU. Has it already begun? It appears that Su-NW City has been fortunate, only facing the SHU at the last. Subsequently, Shi Yuan relayed the information he had received from N. Thus, everything makes sense. Ling mused. At this point, we shall meet force with force. As for this old body, if I can slay a few MNWNGS before I die, I shall be satisfied. Bring that boy here. N was just about to seek out the old director when he received a call from Shi Yuan. The director is looking for me? The mosquito repellent? N listened to Shi Yuan's somewhat awkward ramblings, finally piecing things together. He had not anticipated that this item would hold such significance for the director, leading him to seek it from a student. Originally, they had 10 essences of life. N, Shi-O-Ling, and Hu-Sh had each consumed 1, and 3 had been steeped in water, leaving 4 remaining. Although N had no immediate use for this item, he certainly could not hand it over directly. After contemplating, N steeped another, and then divided half into another bottle before heading towards the director's small building. Upon knocking and entering, both Shi Yuan and Ling were present. Director, you called for me? Although Shi Yuan had already provided some context, N feigned ignorance. Do you still have this substance? Ling inquired, shaking the mosquito repellent in his hand. Do you know what this is? N asked with curiosity. Logically, the essence of life diluted to this extent should hold no appeal for humans. Of course I know, Ling replied, releasing his restraint and transforming into a gray-white, translucent form. Wow. Both Shi Yuan and N were taken aback. At that moment, Ling appeared almost indistinguishable from Ling. Gradually, he reverted to his human form, smiling at N. Since you know the effects of this substance on MNLNGS, you should understand my reaction, yes? Director, are you Ling? N asked, though he felt no fear. If the other harbored any ill intentions, there would be no escape for him. I have transformed significantly. With only a few months of life remaining, Ling remarked nonchalantly. I had already prepared for my demise. But unexpectedly discovering the essence of life may be fate's design. I still possess some of this substance, Chu stated, producing half a bottle. You have so much left. Your elder brother must treat you well. Shi Yuan expressed enviously. Elder brother? Chu was taken aback. With a divine bloodline. These are mere trifles. Chu boasted, as it cost him nothing. Is he truly of divine lineage? Both Shi Yuan and Ing were astonished. Yes, he possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, but advancing to a divine level is quite challenging. Chu spoke honestly this time. Your luck is truly remarkable, Shi Yuan remarked, unable to hide his envy. Director, I am only 18. This is of little use to me. If you have anything valuable, we can simply exchange. Chu said nonchalantly. Damn you. Ing laughed and scolded, surprised by Chu's forthrightness. However, upon reflection, it made sense. When you reach my age, I hope you do not regret it. 3 or 5 years may be the final hope for advancement. Ing sighed. Having spent my life in MT, I possess little of value, save for this royal-grade soul pearl, which may prove useful to you. He handed a royal-grade soul pearl to Chu. I cannot accept this, Chu protested. Yet he accepted the royal-grade soul pearl and pushed the half bottle of essence of life forward. Ing was taken aback by Chu's eagerness. Unsure if he could trust that the bottle contained the real deal, he opened the bottle and took a large gulp. Instantly, an invisible force erupted, sending everything on the desk crashing to the ground. The aura that had been at royal grade 8 stars surged, elevating to royal grade 9 stars. Wow. Shi Yuan was utterly dumbfounded, questioning the nature of this miraculous liquid and its extraordinary effects. The effect surpasses my expectations, Ing marveled. Initially, I believed it would merely extend my life, but I never anticipated it could entirely counteract the encroachment of LNGS, fully restoring my human form. However, upon reaching the end of my life, I shall instantaneously transform into Ling. This outcome is far superior to merely prolonging my existence for 3 to 5 years. Originally possessing the strength of a Wang level 8 star, had to allocate most of his 5 to resist the encroachment of the mingling, rendering him unable to unleash even half of his true power. Now, however, he was free to fully express his abilities, which brought him immense joy. In this ebb and flow, he unexpectedly ascended to 9-star status. The increase in his lifespan was significantly greater than the boost provided by the sip of he had just consumed. Chapter 154, Secrets of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. True Kings and False Kings. Cold Hong's words went unnoticed by Lin Chuan, who stood by, grinning foolishly. He was preoccupied with the thought that he seemed to possess 2 Wang-level soul orbs, wondering if that meant he could elevate 2 Wang-level mingling subordinates. Lin Chuan, you have saved my life, Cold Hong exclaimed. There is no need for such formality, Headmaster. It would be even better if you could give me another Wang-level soul orb. Lin Chuan replied casually. Very well, when I next see Xia Jing, I shall ask him for another one for you. Cold Hong agreed without a second thought. Is that truly possible? Lin Chuan was taken aback, realizing he should have asked for more, perhaps 10 or 8, without hesitation. However, Lin Chuan ultimately refrained from being so brazen. Instead, he remembered his purpose and inquired, Headmaster, do you know the details of the 10,000 Beasts Hall? The 10,000 Beasts Hall. I know a little. This organization has existed longer than Xuanwu City itself, having emerged during the early stages of the beast invasion, and has continued to exist through generations. Why, have you crossed paths with them? I have yet to settle the score with them regarding the examination secret realm. Recently, I've caught wind of some information, so I wanted to gather some insights beforehand. Knowing your enemy and yourself is paramount. Moreover, a great upheaval is on the horizon, and the 10,000 Beasts Hall will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Indeed, Cold Hong confirmed. Strictly speaking, the outposts within Xuanwu City that you have encountered are merely the periphery and do not represent the true core of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. They operate using a method of taming beasts to control humans. Controlling humans with beasts? Both Lin Chuan and Xia Yuan were astonished. Xia Yuan focused solely on attacking and dismantling their outposts, never considering such tactics, nor had he encountered them before. This method was too insidious to have been widely disseminated, and its propagation was forbidden. It is said that they select exceptionally gifted beast cubs, forcibly binding them to humans under a different type of contract, utilizing human taming spaces and soul power to accelerate their growth. Once their growth rate slows and they no longer meet the beast's demands, they will immediately devour the human and seek a new host. These beasts, once matured, will protect the 10,000 Beasts Hall without the need for contracts. This seems quite similar to the methods of the Yashenjiao. You have indeed offended quite a few powers, Cold Hong chuckled. One cannot truly comprehend these matters without direct contact with the core. The Yashenjiao merely relies on the special cultivation method of the which cannot be compared to the 10,000 Beasts Hall. The beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Hall can freely change their masters, and even ordinary individuals without talent can activate their potential through life expenditure, albeit their lifespans rarely exceed 20 years. Humans are merely their expendables. Damn, Xia Yuan cursed. No wonder I found so many children in their lair. Furthermore, there is another theory. They select well-prepared, exceptional beast eggs and send them into the city. Once contracted, these beasts subtly influence their masters, ultimately guiding them entirely towards the beast side. Is it really so? Lin Chuan shuddered. This was exceedingly perilous and nearly impossible to guard against. This is merely a rumor. It surely has many restrictions and is not worth delving into, lest we cause everyone to live in fear. Indeed, Lin Chuan contemplated this, recognizing the truth in it. Then why doesn't Tishuanwu City eradicate them completely? The forests outside the city stretch endlessly. Where would one even begin to look? As he spoke, Cold Hong glanced at the ring on Lin Chuan's hand. A secret realm? Indeed, aside from serving as a base, they must be nurturing some humans within the secret realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't suffice for their consumption. These scoundrels truly deserve their fate. Xia Yuan cursed. The 4 rings around the city should all bear their traces. However, their sentiments must be quite complex at this moment. If the human race were to be completely annihilated, even if they were to become beasts, their existence would hardly be as comfortable as it is now. Being a lackey is no easy task. As Lin Chuan stepped out of the headmaster's small building, it was already afternoon, and he was filled with newfound knowledge. Not only had he acquired a Wang-level soul orb, but he had also gathered invaluable information about the 10,000 Beasts Hall. To his astonishment, Xia Zun and Xing Zun had both once loved the same woman, a fact even Xia Yuan was unaware of. The wealthiest in Xuanwu City was not the Long family, but rather the Su family, one of the 9 lords, who had expanded their business even to other surrounding cities. As for Lin Chuan's curiosity about this, it was simply out of pure intrigue. Among the 9 lords' prominent families today, the Long, Xia, Feng, and Xing families were relatively strong. The remaining 5 families, with the Su family primarily focused on commerce, were financially robust. The Shi, Zi, Gong, and Shao families were on the brink of decline. If the older generation were to fall, they would immediately wither. The patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Xian, was advanced in years and no longer involved in family affairs. The Gong family had nearly become a vassal of the Long family. These families had thrived for centuries, seemingly destined to decline alongside Xuanwu City. Lin Chuan, thank you, Xia Yuan remarked as he walked alongside Lin Chuan on their way back. Uncle Xia, it's nothing, merely a fair exchange. Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Xia Yuan understood Lin Chuan's sincerity and ceased his formalities. He had come to grasp Lin Chuan's temperament, knowing he would accept anything offered, for he sought no loss. Damn. But now my position as headmaster is left vacant, Xia Yuan joked. Uncle Xia, as long as you advance to Wang level, would you still care about such trivialities? Lin Chuan replied, indicating he did not even care about his own principal position. Advancing to Wang level is no easy feat. Moreover, even if I were to ascend, I would merely be a false Wang level. False Wang level? Lin Chuan was puzzled, having never heard of such a term. A Wang level without a Wang level is considered a false Wang. How many Wang level beast masters remain stuck at this stage? Just because one reaches Wang level does not mean their beasts do as well. Indeed, you don't believe that a Wang level beast master automatically possesses Wang level beasts, do you? Xia Yuan gazed at Lin Chuan in surprise, astonished he lacked such basic knowledge. Lin Chuan pondered briefly and then understood. Most beast masters' first beast would ideally possess the potential to reach the commander level. Those capable of reaching the monarch level are exceptionally rare. As for having a first beast with Wang level potential, that is exceedingly difficult. Some Wang level beast masters may contract only 4 beasts in their lifetime, waiting for one with Wang level potential. The highest combat strength for many Wang level beast masters is merely at the monarch level. The reason the 9 lords are deemed as such is that each possesses at least 3 Wang level high star beasts, rather than simply being Wang level 9 stars themselves. For an ordinary Wang level beast master, having a single beast reach Wang level is already commendable, as it signifies true kingship rather than false. In retrospect, Lin Chuan seemed to have overestimated the strength of Wang level beast masters, thinking they all began with an average of 5 Wang level beasts. Uncle Xia, your beasts must possess Wang level potential, right? Lin Chuan inquired with curiosity. Only 2, nothing worth mentioning, Xia Yuan replied dismissively. Damn. Chapter 155, The Strength of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. 2 days later, a transport vehicle filled with children was already en route outside the city. Brother Huang, this shipment is quite cooperative, not making a fuss at all. Everything has gone smoothly. Yes, be cautious. Once we finish this trip, I'll find some fun for you all, Huang Shan chuckled. Brother Huang is generous, haha. Within a 20-kilometer radius of the city walls lay desolate land. Further out were dense forests. The delivery point was always at the intersection of the forest and wasteland, and this time was no exception. The handoff was the simplest part. The most troublesome aspect was navigating through various districts and stealthily exiting the city. The vehicle halted at a narrow path, surrounded by abandoned vehicles, where no one would pay attention. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe revealed himself. Huangshan promptly approached him, saying, "Elder Wu, I apologize for the delay." "Not at all, Huang Laodi. You are always punctual," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. He then entered the vehicle to inspect the cargo. "You flatter me." "It's merely what I ought to do," Huangshan said with a smile, providing introductions. "This batch is all fresh, without any defects. They appear a bit thin, but it is simply due to a lack of feeding recently." Quite commendable. I can certainly perceive that," the man remarked, a smile finally appearing on his face. He was surprised, thinking Huangshan was perhaps being overly modest, for this batch was not just fresh, it was exceptional, brimming with vitality, comparable to that of a robust young man. It seemed that the disguising skills of Ming Shi and his companions had room for improvement. "Glad to hear you're satisfied. I shall take my leave now," Huangshan said with a grin. "Very well, go ahead. I will ensure the final payment is settled. Additionally, you may begin preparing for next month's cargo," the man replied. "Certainly, rest assured," Huangshan responded before departing with his companions in another vehicle, leaving the transport vehicle for the middle-aged man. As he prepared to take the driver's seat and drive elsewhere, a group of children suddenly stood up beside him, staring intently. "Damn little brats." The man was startled and instinctively raised his hand to strike. "Don't kill them," a voice called out from the rear of the vehicle. The man, puzzled as to who spoke, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if struck by a locomotive. "Damn," he cried out. Almost immediately, he felt his arms and legs restrained, unable to move, followed by an onslaught of punches and kicks akin to a torrential storm. "Come out, Gui Mian Xiong Wang. Jin Gang Tu Jiao, Shi Shui Meng, Shui Bao Zhu Zi." With the last vestiges of his consciousness, the man summoned all 4 of his lord-level beasts, resulting in the transport vehicle being utterly destroyed. "For lord-level beasts? Impressive, but don't kill them just yet," the voice remarked again. The man felt the blows against him cease and thought he might have been saved. However, upon opening his eyes, he was nearly taken aback. His 4 beasts were being mercilessly pummeled by a group of children as if they were mere toys. The Xiong Wang and Tu Jiao were left battered and bruised, unrecognizable. The Shi Shui Meng was being yanked by one child by its tail, swung like a whip, occasionally striking the Zhuzi. The Shui Bao Zhuzi fared the worst. Its limbs dismembered, as several children held it in their hands, gnawing at it, blood spurting forth. "Delicious, is this what food tastes like?" In the blink of an eye, all of his beasts were annihilated. Were these really children? They were all humanoid monster beasts. The man wished to act, but his hands and feet were firmly restrained. Today marked his downfall. "Aren't you going to recall your beasts? Are you waiting to be made in a hot pot?" The voice echoed again, with no other choice. The man complied. If he delayed any longer, they would truly perish. The speaker was none other than Lin Chuan's doppelganger. This grand performance could not proceed without the main character. He had already concealed himself in the vehicle early on, conveniently retrieving the gray serpent from Huangshan. Soul parasitism. The last lord-level soul seed was directly handed over to this elder of Wan Yao Dian, as keeping it would be a waste. However, time was of the essence, so he could only hasten its maturation. Soul spike. In moments of indecision, it was best to unleash one. The man screamed as if his very essence had shattered, thrashing about in a futile attempt to escape. "Will you speak?" he was asked. As he continued to wail, gasping for breath, it resembled a silent struggle. Still defiant? A minute later, soul spike. The man convulsed as if electrocuted. "Will you speak?" After half a minute, the man finally ceased his thrashing and cried out, "I will speak. I will say whatever you wish. Do you dare to question me?" Soul spike. "I will say, my name is Wu Chong. I am 48 years old. An external affairs elder of Wan Yao Dian, primarily responsible for procuring meat tickets. So you've learned to answer promptly?" Soul spike. "If you do not willingly divulge the information. Are you waiting for me to ask?" Soul spike. 20 minutes later, after enduring over 20 soul spike assaults, his will to resist was utterly shattered. Even without the soul seed, his obedience to Lin Chuan had nearly reached 100%. Even if ordered to die at that moment, he would likely do so without hesitation. However, Lin Chuan would not take even the slightest risk. He would not conclude the interrogation until the soul seed was fully matured. "Now, lead us to the secret realm." "Yes, master." He had just disclosed that the entrance to the secret realm was in another location. Upon arrival, special equipment would be required to send an accurate signal. Only then would those inside respond to open the entrance. "What is the strength of Wan Yao Dian?" Lin Chuan inquired. "In Xuanwu City, There are a total of 7 Vice Hall Masters, and recently a Snake King has returned, making it 8. All of whom are King-level Beast Masters. The strongest among them is said to be no weaker than the 9 Sovereigns. Additionally, there are over 20 King-level Guardian Beasts, and nearly 200 Diamond-level Beast Masters, although they are mostly scattered throughout Xuanwu City. My goodness, does that mean there are 4 or 5 dozen King-level beasts? Lin Xuan felt that his 20-some Lord-level beasts were essentially heading to deliver vegetables. Within the secret realm, only 1 Vice Hall Master is stationed year-round, and the Snake King is present as well. Guardian beasts generally do not remain in the secret realm for long, occasionally entering to enjoy a meal. So lax, aren't they afraid their lair will be raided? If a king-level beast were to intrude, the Vice Hall Masters would receive a warning. Moreover, unless all 9 sovereigns were to act simultaneously, no one possesses the strength to shake Wan Yaodian. Indeed, Lin Xuan had not anticipated that Wan Yaodian would possess such strength, having grown powerful enough to contend with the 9 sovereigns, yet they had remained largely inactive. At most, they engaged in minor skirmishes to assert their presence. When actual monster beasts launched an attack on cities, their figures were almost never seen. Furthermore, this was merely the situation in Xuanwu City. From his tone, it appeared that other regions surrounding the city might have similar conditions. If united, 1 or 200 king-level beasts could rival the strength of the entire Xuanwu City. Chapter 156. Can it be called theft when monster beasts take human possessions? On the other side, as Lin Xuan and his companions were rendering the transport vehicle inoperable, Huangshan's subordinates in their vehicle caught sight of the commotion through the rear window. Brother Huang, what is going on over there? Is there a situation? Elder Wu is a diamond level. Do you still wish to involve yourself? No, a subordinate replied with an awkward smile. Brother Huang, where are we off to for some fun? Another subordinate chimed in. We will arrive shortly. Brother Huang, isn't your direction reversed? If we keep going forward, we'll run into a monster beast nest. A subordinate exclaimed. Huang Shan pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging into the dense forest. I'm taking you all to hunt monster beasts. Isn't that fun enough? Huang Shan grinned ominously. Damn, I want to go home. One subordinate could no longer bear it and attempted to leave. Fortunately, this was merely an ordinary elite-level nest. With caution, there was no real danger. Whoosh. His head split open as a leader-level Li Ji Mo slowly retracted its handblade. Didn't I say we're hunting monster beasts? Can't you understand? In an instant, Huang Shan's 3 leader-level beasts surrounded a dozen or so subordinates. Now we're going to hunt monster beasts, got it? Understood, Brother Huang. I'm on it. The group of subordinates, no longer daring to protest, promptly summoned their beasts and began to clear the monster beast nest. Master, please hold on. Once inside, everything was as usual. Yes. With that, Wu Chang retrieved a black box the size of a smartphone from his ring. The box opened, revealing a series of incomprehensible symbols as buttons. After a series of operations, the black box emitted a beep, then returned to its original state. 5 minutes later, a portal to the secret realm slowly opened. A figure emerged from within, and upon seeing Wu Chang, cheerfully remarked, Old Wu, why are you late today? Don't mention it. My vehicle broke down midway, so I walked here. Please, do not speak of this to the higher-ups. It is a trivial matter, as long as the goods arrive. Everything is fine. Come in, replied the newcomer, who after a brief inspection, found no issues and led the way into the secret realm. At this end of the secret realm stood a stone hall, nestled on the mountainside. The mountain bore numerous signs of excavation. Old Zhang, I have received the goods. I shall take my leave now, Wu Chang said, making his way outside. He left Old Zhang and several guards to confine the 20 or so children into separate cells, instructing Ming Shi and the others not to act rashly unless faced with life-threatening danger and to await further orders. Lin Xuan followed Wu Chang out. From the mountainside, looking down revealed a city encircling the peak. The densely packed buildings resembled a pilgrimage surrounding the entire mountain. Take me to the city, Lin Xuan requested, as his time of invisibility was nearing its end, and he wished to personally experience the local customs and culture. Certainly. Soon, the bruised and battered King Kong vulture was summoned, carrying the 2 as it soared down the mountain. Master, the humans within this secret realm, aside from those captured as livestock, are mostly descendants of generations of Wan Yaodian members, having never known what lies beyond. Will these individuals also serve as sustenance or hosts for the demon beasts? To devote oneself to the demon beasts is their honor. Wu Chang replied earnestly. Despite having recognized Lin Xuan as his master, this mindset remained deeply entrenched. How unfortunate, Lin Xuan thought, fully aware of the indoctrination these humans had undergone, suspecting they were beyond redemption. What is your opinion of Xuanwu City? Lin Xuan inquired curiously. Xuanwu City is our sworn enemy. The humans there are merely livestock. As long as they serve the demon beasts well, they may have the chance to transform into demons, Wu Chang recited blankly. To hell with that. Lin Chuan exclaimed in frustration, delivering a kick that sent Wu Chang flying. Had it not been for the vulture's valiant rescue, Wu Chang would have met a dire fate. The entire layout of the secret realm resembled an inverted nail, with the primary strength of Wan Yao Jian concentrated atop the peak. Below lived hundreds of thousands, leading a half-modern, half-agricultural existence. Through generations of development, the area was relatively well planned. Further out, several villages were sporadically distributed. The upper echelons of Wan Yao Jian had simple demands, self-sufficiency, and procreation. However, for reasons unknown, human reproductive capabilities within the secret realm were exceedingly poor. It was a common occurrence for a couple to have but a single child. Thus, apart from those in Wan Yao Jian, few normal humans were willing to remain in the secret realm for long. Lin Chuan revealed himself, trailing behind Wu Chang as they navigated through the small town. The area was predominantly residential, lacking commercial activity, save for a few places exchanging goods for food. The locals toiled from dawn to dusk, were it not for witnessing a large bird descend from the sky to seize a passerby, tearing them apart in mere moments. Lin Chuan might have thought he had stumbled upon a paradise. The other townsfolk exhibited little reaction, numbly observing the scene, with some even prostrating themselves. The mountainside resembled a self-service buffet for demon beasts, and its continued existence suggested some restraint from Wan Yao Jian. Otherwise, it would have been devoured long ago. Lin Chuan meandered aimlessly, soon losing interest, and requested Wu Chang to arrange a quiet lodging. The storeroom was atop the mountain, and Wu Chang could not approach it. Lin Chuan needed to investigate thoroughly before making any plans. Bai Yu, come out for a moment. What is it, Lin Chuan? Bai Yu, having been well-fed and cared for, had plumped up considerably. In this secret realm, can you traverse freely? We wouldn't want your doppelganger to be destroyed and leave you stranded. Indeed, but I cannot send others out. They would be shattered into 8 pieces. Bai Yu gestured with her paw. What are the spatial restrictions in the storeroom? That poses a bit of a challenge. At least a fissure must be created first, or else one might truly become trapped. Moreover, such attempts should not be taken lightly, or one would be discovered instantly. How do you know so much? Oh, you humans are truly vexing, always setting up spatial restrictions. What is there to guard against? I merely wish to observe, not to steal. Is it considered stealing if a demon beast takes a human's belongings? Lin Chuan retorted. How could you assume the Ancient One is older than me? Bai Yu replied, astonishing Lin Chuan. What did I just say? He thought, realizing he had perhaps said something inappropriate. I must take my leave. We shall speak later. With that, Bai Yu vanished. In Chapter 157, how will this acting fare in the underworld? Lin Chuan regained consciousness in the dormitory and glanced at the time. The flow of time here was approximately 3 times that of the outside world, he calculated silently. This secret realm was of medium size, considerably smaller than the one for the college entrance exams, yet more stable, having been managed by Wan Yao Jian for an unknown number of years. Time within the secret realm had almost reached evening, while it was only midday here. Thus, Lin Chuan descended to the dining hall for a meal. Making an appearance in such a public setting was essential. Otherwise, many would likely lose sleep over his absence, whether they were concerned for him or harboring animosity. Even within the Yuming Academy, Lin Chuan did not believe there were no spies from other factions. After dining and strolling around, Lin Chuan returned to his dormitory. Ming-Yi, what is the progress? My lord, the soul orbs have been sufficiently absorbed. After a few more days of desperate combat, I shall reach a breakthrough. Good. Exercise caution. There is no need to rush. Understood. In recent days, Lin Chuan had ordered other squads to consolidate all the soul orbs they hunted for Ming-Yi, striving for a rapid breakthrough. Ming-Yi absorbed dozens to hundreds of sovereign-level soul orbs daily, yielding immediate results. The next step in enhancing battle experience would depend solely on him, which was crucial. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had numerous contingency plans. With this concentrated supply method, Ming-Er was also nearing readiness. Currently, Lin Chuan possessed 2 sovereign-level soul orbs. If he could cultivate 2 sovereign-level spirits, he would be free to act without restraint. Without sovereign protection, Lao He could not roam freely in sovereign territory. Over the past half-month, Lao He's strength had stagnated, which was intolerable. Yet, Lao He seemed content, indulging in food and sleep, and his lifespan had notably increased, a situation he relished. Alas, I am the only one burdened with toil. After dealing with these matters, I shall take a break. Lin Chuan inwardly cursed, then directed his awareness into his doppelganger. In the Wan Yao Jian secret realm, as night fell, the sky would darken, but never fully. Even at midnight, a faint light lingered. Bai Yu, take me to the mountainside. I wish to see what those people are up to. Of course, eager to cause some mischief, Bai Yu complied. At the mountainside, within the stone hall, much of the mountain had been hollowed out. A stone hall stood outside, with individual cells inside, surrounded by ample space. At the center of this space lay a blood-stained stone platform, with shackles affixed at each corner, their purpose obvious. At this moment, old Zhang, who was responsible for receiving guests during the day, was preparing with several subordinates. This batch of goods looks promising. We should be able to succeed with a few. Lao Zhang cast a sinister smile at the children in the cell. Once you enter my domain, do not entertain thoughts of leaving. Who will step forward first? Do not make me come in to fetch you. I will. Lao Zhang. Little brother? What the hell? What is wrong with these kids? Are they rushing to be reincarnated? Mingxi, are you joking? The boss is watching from the side. Can't you perform properly? Lin Chuan rubbed his forehead, his face dark with frustration. How will such acting serve them in the underworld? They might as well start over. You, the loudest one. Lao Zhang pointed decisively at Mingxi. All right. Then, the youthful Mingxi scampered over and obediently lay down, even putting on shackles by himself. Damn it. This is truly bizarre. Let us get this over with. Suddenly, Lao Zhang felt a chilling wind rush to the back of his head. Open your mouth and drink this. A bowl of crimson liquid was poured directly into Mingxi's stomach. Soon, Mingxi's body flushed red, and steam began to rise from his forehead. This was the effect of the potion, not merely an enthusiastic performance by Mingxi. Hang in there. Lao Zhang, surprised by the initial success, encouraged from the sidelines. He had already positioned himself behind his subordinates to avoid getting splattered with blood. However, with Mingxi's robust physique as a monarch-level beast, it was nearly impossible for him to burst apart. After a few futile struggles, Mingxi succeeded. The last few convulsions were feigned. How is it? Have you awakened? Lao Zhang asked eagerly. Yes. What talent? Accelerated growth at the level of 20. Mingxi replied, having been secretly coached by Lin Chuan. Though he had succeeded, there was no talent enhancement. It merely forced open the beast-raising space. After all, it was just the rebirth of a mingling. Not bad. At least a 50 increase in growth speed, barely sufficient. You'd better not deceive me, or you won't survive the night, Lao Zhang warned, quite satisfied. This universal talent was the most valuable to the Wan Yao Hall, without any restrictive conditions. If they could successfully acquire one, it would be a considerable profit. Usable for a year and a half without issue. Go fetch the descendant of the Eagle King. This time, it should satisfy him. Lao Zhang commanded. Yes, elder. They were only halfway through. Signing the enslavement contract would mark the completion. They were already quite adept at this procedure. Legend has it that the enslavement contract was derived from the beast-raising contract, though this remains unproven. Soon, a giant eagle flapped its wings and flew in, clutching a severed arm in its beak, that of the little brother who had just delivered the message. Lin Chuan recognized this giant eagle. It was the one that had been feeding on humans down in the valley during the day. Elder Zhang, your subordinate disturbed my rest. It should be no problem for me to eat him, right? The giant eagle surprisingly spoke in human language, its tone menacing. No, this is his honor. Lao Zhang dared not object. Good to hear. I've been informed there is a suitable enslavement opportunity. If I am satisfied, I will request a reward from my father. Thank you. Please proceed. Lao Zhang said, stepping aside to allow the giant eagle to inspect. Not bad. Steady aura, robust vitality. Too bad I can't eat him. The giant eagle said, saliva dripping. Then, the giant eagle transformed, morphing into an eagle-headed humanoid. What the hell? Lin Chuan, hidden in the corner, was astonished. The aura of the giant eagle was merely that of a monarch-level beast. He never expected it could shape-shift, albeit only partially. A descendant of the royal lineage? Could it be a hybrid of human and beast? Quite likely. The eagle-headed being quickly drew a contract formation in the air, which was subsequently imprinted on Mingxi's forehead. Mingxi, any issues? If this truly was an enslavement contract, Lin Chuan would have to resort to force. No, the strong listen to the strong. Mingxi responded telepathically. Accepting the contract. Contract successful. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eagle-headed being's face, and just as it was about to speak, it was swiftly drawn into the beast-raising space by Mingxi. My master is a bit tired. I will take him back to rest. Very well. Lao Zhang naturally would not dare to obstruct them and allowed Mingxi to leave. Chapter 158. One should not, at least should not. Continue. Lao Zhang commanded. However, this time, the children showed no eagerness to compete. With the boss gone, they might as well relax. Ah, so you finally learned to fear, Lao Zhang scoffed. If luck is on your side, you might live comfortably for a while. If not, you may not see tomorrow's sun. Our luck has always been good. The speaker was another squad leader, Ming Shire. Having lost the first opportunity to Mingxi, he felt quite resentful, wishing to strangle him outright. However, Lin Chuan's orders took precedence. Let us see how many descendants of the Beast Kings come to offer themselves. It's you this time. I want to see if you can keep your mouth shut. Next, they repeated the process. Minutes later, Ming Shire calmed down. I told you. My luck has always been good. Ming Shire chuckled. What talent do you possess? Fire type at level 20. Is that true? Deceiving me will result in your immediate demise. Lao Zhang threatened. Let us find out. I can't wait to become a beast master, even if only for a day. Ming Shire performed with great zeal. Very well. Beastmaster, I shall fulfill your wish. Go, bring me the descendant of the Flame Mouse King. Yes, soon. A flame mouse the size of a yellow cow was brought in. The eagle-headed being was merely an exception. Most monarch-level beasts could only maintain their beast forms and required assistance from these individuals to complete contracts. As before, the contract proceeded smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. This is absurd. Usually, 1 success in 10 attempts, and today we have 2 in a row. Lao Zhang mused as he watched Ming Shire leave. Next, the 3rd, success. The 4th, success. The 5th, also successful. Wait a moment. Lao Zhang could no longer contain himself, instructing the recently contracted child to release the beast. These were all royal descendants and the finest batch, with royal potential. Lao Zhang had to proceed with caution. However, he could not fathom what issues might arise. This is troublesome. The child's lips curled in annoyance. Then, a monarch-level ice wolf was released. Howl. The ice wolf howled to the heavens, surveyed the surroundings, and strode straight out of the hall. Is there a problem? Go on. Lao Zhang had no choice but to let it pass. From the wolf's howl, Lao Zhang sensed anger and dared not offend further. It seems I was overthinking. Could it be that even a mere mortal like me has moments of fortune? Lao Zhang shook his head, signaling his subordinates to continue. By the time the 10th success was achieved, Lao Zhang felt utterly numb. Elder. Could it be that we overinvested previously, and now our luck has exploded? One of the underlings chuckled awkwardly. Overinvested my ass. Do you think this is a game? Lao Zhang exploded. Something must have gone wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. Who would have thought that a group of monarch-level beasts could disguise themselves as ordinary people so convincingly? Only a royal could see through their disguise. However, Lao Zhang certainly did not dare to alarm the royals. With so many royal offspring, the very thought of a problem sent chills down his spine. Even the possibility of an issue could not be leaked. He was an indigenous beast master of the secret realm, though diligent. It did not mean he didn't care for his own life. Come here and drink this. Lao Zhang pointed at the underling who had just suggested overinvesting. Elder, no. People will die from this. The underling protested, his face filled with refusal, ready to flee. Not drinking means you want to die? Without the need to summon his beasts. Lao Zhang effortlessly seized his subordinate and administered a potion. Subsequently, he tossed him aside. The subordinate began to swell like a balloon, expanding until a sudden explosion sent flesh and blood flying. Lao Zhang pushed aside the other subordinates who obstructed him, laughing as he exclaimed, Did you see that? The potion is flawless, absolutely flawless. Let us continue. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan followed Ming Shi to the dwelling of the eagle-headed man. To call it a dwelling was an understatement. It was merely a cave, permeated with a lingering scent of blood. Release him, Lin Chuan commanded. The eagle-headed man was unceremoniously thrown to the ground like a lifeless dog. No speaking, no movement, no communication allowed. This was the terror of the contract. What is the current situation? My lord. He is entirely under my control and unable to resist. However, due to the contract's influence, his vitality is being drained by me at any moment. Within a month, he will be completely depleted. Such a contract is indeed tyrannical. This was primarily due to Ming Shi's transformation into a spirit, which inherently craved vitality. This fool was truly remarkable, not only bound by a monarch-level contract, but also being a spirit himself, a true rarity. Inquire about his origins. How was he conceived? Ming Shi responded with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't we first ask how he entered the storeroom and whether there are any guards? Purely out of curiosity. Is that unacceptable? Hurry and ask. Oh, Ming Shi promptly agreed, reflecting on his audacity to question his superior's orders, a significant workplace taboo. My lord. He claims his father is the Vice Hall Master, referred to as the Eagle King, and his mother is a monarch-level beast, the Tianyu Eagle. Indeed, a hybrid breed. However, is it not contradictory? His father is human, and his mother is a monarch-level beast. She should not be able to transform. Lin Chuan was astonished, utterly shocked. He had initially presumed both parents would be royal level or, at the very least, humanoid. Humans should not, or rather, must not possess such traits. His father fused with a royal-level beast, thus qualifying as a half-beast, capable of transforming. The Vice Hall Masters of the Wan Yao Hall were generally of this nature. As for the fusion of royal-level Vice Hall Masters and beast kind, it no longer astonished Lin Chuan. His threshold for shock had drastically increased. Inquire about the storeroom. The storeroom is currently guarded by the recently returned Snake King, who has taken over the responsibilities formerly held by the Eagle King, much to the latter's displeasure. Additionally, another royal-level guardian beast and a Vice Hall Master have just returned. What? That amounts to at least 4 royal-level beings. Wu Chang's information was not entirely reliable, and the difficulty had doubled. In that case, we must reassess our strategy, Lin Chuan pondered, subsequently instructing the Gray Serpent to sense Wu Chang's location and directing Bai Yu to teleport him there. Wu Chang's residence was a solitary villa at the foot of the mountain, nestled in a tranquil environment. Master. Yes, summon all your beasts. Understood. Fortune technique. Doom mark. No resistance. Lin Chuan then conjured a blade from his sword armor and pierced Wu Chang's heart with a swift strike. He felt no remorse for killing Wu Chang. Such a person was unworthy of pity, likely having harmed countless innocent children, although many had died due to Lin Chuan. This marked his first direct involvement in such an act. Initially, he intended to let Wu Chang expend his remaining energy by slaying some beasts or causing chaos. However, before 4 royal-level beings, even a diamond-level individual posed little threat, necessitating a change in plans. Wu Chang's soul seed needed to be reclaimed, so he had to be eliminated first. Chapter 159, A Grand Burial. Take everything. The moment Wu Chang perished, his 4 beasts simultaneously met their demise. Instantly, a visible aura of darkness was absorbed by Lin Chuan. Upon ascending to gold rank, the upper limit of Death Fruit increased to 3. The originally 50% mature Death Fruit fully matured. The second possessed 30% maturity, while the third was still in its nascent stage. Naturally, the bodies of the 4 monarch-level beasts could not be overlooked and were all absorbed, along with several hundred enhancement fruits. There was also a monarch-level tier fruit with a maturity of 21. Thus, Lin Chuan was entirely exempt from the tier suppression imposed by monarch-level beings, even gaining 1 additional tier, though it could not exceed a maximum of 100. At last, Lin Chuan's obsessive tendencies were alleviated. Moreover, the final ultimate skill he had previously forgotten had also reached level 9. Ultimate will 9, passive, all-time control reduced by 90%, immunity to poison, burning, and other abnormal states. This resilient skill had often been overlooked by Lin Chuan. Firstly, he lacked sufficient skill fruits, always short by a few hundred. Secondly, Lao Hei's combat style emphasized immobility, rendering control seemingly irrelevant. I lie here. You may proceed with your efforts. Although monarch-level beings no longer posed any significant threat to Lao Hei, this often required external assistance. For Lao Hei to advance, he still needed to engage in real combat. Even the peak of monarch-level beasts could pose a minor threat. After all, even royal-level beings fought fiercely to attain their status, let alone gold or diamond ranks. The bad news: advancement necessitates battle. The good news: advancement simply requires combat. Unlike other beasts, the materials for advancement were diverse and often unheard of. After dealing with Wu Chang's beasts, Lin Chuan removed his ring, effectively stripping this diamond 7-star elder of the Wan Yao sect bare. Upon inspection, excluding other items, he found approximately 10,000 spirit stones, equivalent to a small stronghold of the Yaoshin sect's spirit stone reserves. Truly, a testament to his procurement prowess. Bai Yu, handle this. All right, do not forget my remuneration. Noted, the fruits will suffice. Good. This silly cat. The fruits are all ready for her consumption. Lin Chuan, you fool. Even without benefits, I shall still work. In an instant, Wu Chang's corpse, along with the blood on the ground, vanished without a trace. Shortly after, Bai Yu returned. Where did you take him? You seem quite adept at it. I gave him a grand burial, 1,000 meters underground in a rock crevice. Lin Chuan remarked. Indeed, a grand burial. Wu Chang's life was worth it. Subsequently, Lin Chuan returned to Ming Shi's side. This entire endeavor had taken less than 10 minutes, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Soul parasite. The eagle-headed man lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, offering no resistance. Although Ming Shi could issue commands to him, the loopholes were too numerous for precise control. For absolute assurance, reliance on the soul seed was essential. In this light, the importance of the Gray Serpent increased significantly. Without it, many plans could not be executed, leaving them defensively vulnerable. Upon returning, Lin Chuan resolved to enhance the Gray Serpent. A mere monarch-level soul pearl would suffice. He contemplated this while instructing Ming Shi to compel the eagle-headed man to relinquish any thoughts of resistance. The eagle-headed man had never anticipated such a fate. He had merely been going about his usual task of enslavement under the contract, only to inexplicably become another's thrall. Despite his inner fury and desire to resist, he could only obey the commands given, rendered incapable of any action contrary to those directives. As soon as I see my father, I shall regain my freedom. With a single glance, he will understand, and I shall flay you alive. The eagle-headed man seethed inwardly, entirely unaware of the presence of another individual. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. No resistance, completely accept. Resist what? Accept what? He then felt as if he had encountered a deity. He would willingly embrace any directive from this divine presence, even if it meant death. The process was far simpler than Lin Chuan had anticipated. If that is not feasible, then I shall resort to Linghun Jianxi. What is this called? Etiquette before conflict. He should be grateful for the suffering he has avoided. Release him. Very well. Ming Shi promptly lifted the restrictions on the eagle-headed man. Master. The eagle-headed man did not rise immediately, but knelt in the direction of Lin Chuan. Tomorrow. Assist me in procuring the storeroom. Yes, master. What is the strength of the 4 royal-level beings? My father, the Eagle King, possesses a royal-level 3-star Guiyan Eagle, along with a royal-level 2-star Tiu Jin Diao, whose innate talent lies in the flying category. Another Deputy Hall Master is slightly weaker than my father, possessing 2 royal-level 2-star beasts. The Guardian Beast is a royal-level 4-star Jinshan Wang. As for the Snake King, I am unaware of his strength, but it should not be inferior to my father's. And the main battle beast is at least a royal-level 3-star Giant Python. Master, the Guiyan Eagle possesses the skill to see through all illusions, rendering your invisibility ineffective before him. Moreover, he can easily detect my abnormalities. The eagle-headed man cautioned. Understood. Lin Chuan did not expect his invisibility to be effective against royal-level beings. Tomorrow, I can only ask you to make a sacrifice. Before your father arrives, put on a good show. Lin Chuan stated calmly. I am willing to face death. The eagle-headed man prostrated on the ground. Meanwhile, within the slave stone hall, over 20 slave contracts, all successful. Old Zhang gazed at the empty prison and began to question his existence. Completing half a year's performance targets in just half a night. Who would not be bewildered? Elder Zhang, we have newly acquired royal-level bloodlines. What shall we do in the second half of the year? His junior inquired. Royal-level bloodlines? What royal-level bloodlines? Old Zhang was feeling a bit dazed, as if the sky were about to fall. He did not know what would happen, but he felt an impending disaster. Soon, he regained his senses and said, since the tasks have been completed, let us take a break. I too deserve some rest. Saying this, he stepped out of the stone hall, intending to lay low for a while. If there are no issues, the credit will not escape. I can return to claim it at any time. If problems arise, I shall make my escape early. Within the secret realm, there are so many remote mountains and wilds. Slipping away is quite easy. From the 5th slave contract onward, it became a gamble. Lin Chuan inquired about the subsequent events and nearly laughed aloud. Over 20 children had all contracted with a royal-level potential beast. Although not all were sovereign level, they were at least commanding level. The most crucial aspect was the royal-level potential. This batch, in essence, comprised the future candidates for the new generation of Yao Wang in the Wanyao Temple. Consequently, they were directly taken away by Lin Chuan. And most were descendants of the guardian Yao Wang. Once they discover their children are missing, who knows what will ensue. Chapter 160. I want you to pay with your life. Fond of human trafficking, are you? Allow me to give you something even harsher. Royal-level potential beasts, they are mine. Keep striving. Perhaps you can produce a few hundred more. If news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. One must understand how many pseudo-kings have desperately sought a royal-level potential beast without success. Just from this batch of beasts, Lin Chuan has reaped considerable rewards. He instructed the children to suppress their life force absorption from these beasts to avoid harming them. Then, one by one, Lin Chuan returned them to the Mingyu space. Originally, Lin Chuan's plan was to let over 20 sovereign-level beings create chaos within the secret realm, luring the royal-level beasts away while he seized the storeroom. However, with 4 royal-level beings and 7 or 8 royal-level beasts combined, even 200 sovereign-level beings would not stir much of a tempest. The Snake King guarding the storeroom would likely not even blink. Tomorrow's plan. They would be of no assistance. It was better to secure them in advance to avoid any last-minute rush. While this might cause some disturbances, they would be trivial compared to tomorrow's upheaval. Even if tomorrow's plan changes, Lin Chuan could still profit immensely. In the secret realm, the next day, as dawn broke, a figure stumbled into view atop the mountain. The eagle-headed man reeked of alcohol, staggering toward the storeroom. Your Highness, is there something you require? A managing golden beast master approached discreetly, inquiring softly. I have come to inspect my territory. Is that not permissible? The eagle-headed man growled. This. The manager was immediately at a loss for words. Anything he said would be wrong. Previously, this could indeed be considered the territory of the Eagle King family, with resources in the storeroom available at will. However, now, he could not afford to offend either side. The Snake King, capable of overpowering the Eagle King, naturally possessed both strength and backing. Get out of my way. The eagle-headed man slapped the manager, sending him flying several meters. The manager did not struggle and fell to the ground without resistance. The entire storeroom was embedded in the mountains, with the entrance being 2 iron doors weighing several tons. The inner walls and the iron doors were inscribed with spatial restrictions. Unless the iron doors or the mountain were physically destroyed, the restrictions would remain intact. Above the storeroom, a new pavilion had been constructed, serving as the residence of the Snake King. Since his return, the Snake King rarely ventured out and had been in seclusion to cultivate. "Open the door for me. I wish to enter." A commotion from below interrupted the man's quiet meditation. "Humph." The man grunted in annoyance and rose to exit. "The offspring of the Eagle King? This is not a place for you to act recklessly." The man spoke coldly. "This is my territory. You should scram." The eagle-headed man roared. The man? The surrounding attendants? Has this eagle prince gone mad? Daring to speak to the Snake King in such a manner? Royal-level beings are not to be insulted. Not even his father would dare to act so brazenly. Seeking death, the man bellowed, unleashing a 200-meter-long phantom serpent. With a sweep of its tail, the eagle-headed man was sent flying. With a roar, the eagle-headed man transformed into a giant eagle over 40 meters long. Two wind blades sliced toward the Snake King, but missed, carving two deep intersecting gashes into the iron door. Still daring to strike. Huh. The man laughed with rage and transformed completely into his beast form. A massive devouring serpent appeared in an instant. The Snake King's true form stretched 500 to 600 meters long, and a single serpent head could easily swallow the giant eagle. With a roar, Tunshin Jishur unleashed an irresistible gale that entirely engulfed the giant eagle. Today, he intended to teach this boy a lesson and simultaneously establish his authority, ensuring that no one would dare to defy him. This defiant individual naturally referred to the Eagle King. Without his instigation, this boy would not dare to provoke so boldly. "Oh no, the Eagle Prince has been swallowed? Quickly report to the Eagle King." "Don't go, you fool. Do you still need to report? You are now on the side of the Snake King." Right. With such a commotion, the Eagle King cannot possibly be unaware." "Incredible," Lin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. This one skill could easily withstand dozens of sovereign-level beings. It was sufficient for a single meal. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Snake King had held back considerably, merely intending to teach the eagle-headed man a lesson. Bai Yu, who provided Lin Chuan with live updates, had Gray Snake attached to her. Lin Chuan's avatar could not reveal itself, otherwise, all would be in vain. Upon witnessing the Snake King swallow the eagle-headed man, Lin Chuan lamented that it was unfortunate. Had the eagle-headed man been given a death fruit beforehand, the Snake King would have met his demise. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's objective was not this. It primarily revolved around the storeroom. The recent gashes had already damaged the spatial restrictions slightly, allowing entry, but detection would occur immediately. Now, it was time to observe the eagle-headed man's performance. The giant eagle struggled within the Snake King's belly, continuously employing skills such as wind blades and claw strikes to no avail, as if trapped in another dimension. The Snake King could easily twist his body and crush it. "Since this is the case, Master, I shall take my leave first." The great eagle transformed once more into the visage of a man with an eagle's head. Then, with both hands cradling his own head, he forcefully twisted it, resulting in his immediate demise. After death, the eagle-headed man reverted to the form of a colossal eagle. The lifeless body of the 40-meter-long giant eagle now floated within the body of the Snake King. Was there no more commotion? That is not the case. The Snake King, about to investigate, sensed an approaching aura that rivaled his own. A titanic eagle, now less than a kilometer away, prepared to launch an attack. The eagle's eyes shimmered with swirling black vortices, as if seeking to ensnare souls. "What have you done to my son?" the great eagle inquired coldly. "This matter was instigated by your son," the Snake King replied solemnly, yet his voice lacked conviction. "I understand. I shall keep a close watch on him." "Thank you for teaching him a lesson," he continued. "Now, may I request his release?" The Snake King hesitated, then stated, "This matter requires explanation." With that, he expelled the corpse of the eagle-headed man. "Son." A mournful roar erupted as the Eagle King transformed into a robust figure, catching the body of the giant eagle. "How could this happen? This is disastrous." Many Diamond-tier elders who had rushed over stood in shock, wishing they could bury themselves on the spot. "I demand your life." The Eagle King bellowed, transforming into the form of the great eagle once again. Shortly thereafter, a dark golden figure appeared in the air, a golden eagle, slightly smaller than the giant eagle. "Eagle King, why such fury? How could my nephew?" The golden eagle then emitted a sorrowful cry, scattering countless metallic feathers to the ground, shredding many ground-dwelling minions into pieces. Chapter 161. A feigned injury? Emptying the vault. "Eagle King, Eagle Monarch, something is amiss here." The Snake King evaded the Eagle King's strike and continued, "Do you truly wish to engage in a death struggle with me? You have killed my son. What more is there to discuss? Prepare to die." The Eagle King glared with ghostly eyes, emanating an invisible wave that enveloped the Snake King. The Snake King appeared to fall into a trance, his movements sluggish. Then, the golden eagle flapped its wings, unleashing two enormous blades. Each hundreds of meters long and composed of countless radiant feathers, aimed directly at the Snake King, intending to cleave him in twain. Suddenly, a chorus of cicadas filled the air. As their song resonated, the Snake King snapped back to awareness, narrowly dodging the deadly strikes. The two strikes cleaved the mountaintop of the vault, showcasing their immense power. The Eagle King and Eagle Monarch had intended to deliver a lethal blow, settling old scores alongside new grievances. A chill surged through the Snake King. Were it not for the Golden Cicada King, he would have faced severe injury or even death today. Any lingering guilt dissipated, replaced by an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Regardless of past transgressions, these two sought to end his life, and he must now prepare for the consequences. "Thank you, Golden Cicada King," the Snake King expressed solemnly. Soon after, two enormous serpents, one blue and one red, appeared in an instant. Remarkably, they were both royal tier beasts. The strength of the Snake King was astonishing. 3 royal tier beasts, yet it remained uncertain whether their potential exceeded 7 stars. If so, they would possess the potential of 9. During his time in Xuanwu City, he had only exhibited the capabilities of an ordinary true king, but he had concealed his true strength remarkably well. "Golden Cicada King, why do you side with him?" the Eagle King inquired icily. "Eagle King, this matter is indeed peculiar." As he spoke, a bald, portly old man clad in golden cicada scales materialized in the air. "So many witnesses have seen my son swallowed whole, only to be regurgitated as a corpse. How can this not be suspicious?" The Eagle King shouted. "Your son was perfectly fine until he chose to end his own life. I suspect you orchestrated a feigned injury." The Snake King retorted coldly. "Damn it! You think this is a feigned injury? I will tear you apart." The Eagle King could no longer restrain himself and attacked once more. "Who fears whom? If necessary, I shall consume you as well. I have yet to savor the taste of royal blood." With that, the Snake King and the 2 other royal serpents charged forward. This time, the Snake King would not be caught off guard easily. He even contemplated eliminating the Eagle King entirely. The Golden Cicada King was at a loss for words regarding the Snake King's statement. That wasn't the kind of suspicion he meant. Who would use their own royal tier offspring to stage a feigned injury? The key point was that it had led to the child's demise, far too tragic. As the fierce battle raged above, Lin Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably from within the vault. At the moment the Eagle Monarch cleaved the mountainside, Baiyu seized the opportunity to traverse space and enter the vault unnoticed. The task of looting the vault was entrusted to Baiyu. There was no need to expose Lin Xuan to unnecessary risks. Lin Xuan could simply command her remotely through the gray serpent. Furthermore, judging by Baiyu's tone, she seemed quite adept at this. "Haha, I've struck gold. I am the luckiest cat." The luck spell had already reached explosive levels. Baiyu dashed toward the shimmering objects, unaware of their mineral nature. "Baiyu, focus on the valuable items first." "Spirit stones, crystal cores," Lin Xuan urged anxiously. The entire vault was filled with countless minerals, herbs, and spirit stones. The accumulation of the myriad demon palace over several centuries, though not entirely contained within, certainly exceeded half. Especially the spirit stones, they were vital, serving as hard currency. Each beast master had limited demand for spirit stones at each stage, making excess largely unnecessary, thus allowing them to be utilized as currency or stored. Lin Xuan, however, was different. His star level was solely linked to spirit stones. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, he could elevate all 3 of his commanders to 9 stars immediately. However, this required a vast quantity of spirit stones, conservatively estimated at around 7 to 800,000. Yet, he currently possessed only 20 to 30,000. The consumption of 70 to 80,000 spirit stones by a golden tier beastmaster would surely terrify many royal tier beastmasters. Under normal circumstances, consuming a few hundred spirit stones monthly was considered rapid absorption. It took 10 or 20 years to gradually cultivate to diamond tier, costing only a few thousand spirit stones in total. Lin Xuan was utilizing resources to buy time, which was entirely reasonable. Not to mention, his beasts were transcending their ranks, all cultivated from accumulated resources. "I understand. Stop nagging," Baiyu retorted, her form flickering as she cleared areas wherever she landed. The vault's capacity was far greater than it appeared. Upon entering through the main gate, a considerable portion of the interior mountain had been hollowed out. Upon reaching the innermost depths, both Baiyu and Lin Xuan were awestruck by the sea of spirit stones before them. It was unclear how many meters the mountain had been excavated downward, but it was entirely filled with spirit stones. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of white. The concentration of spiritual energy surpassed even the highest grade cultivation chambers. Quick! Without needing Lin Xuan's urging, Baiyu had already commenced her actions. In just 2 minutes, the entire vault had been emptied by Baiyu. "Well done, Baiyu." Upon her return, Lin Xuan couldn't help but embrace Baiyu and plant a kiss on her cheek. Humph, this cat is now a super wealthy lady. You better treat me well, or my fur might start turning pink again. Lin Chuan silently breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding becoming overly smug. You go inside first. I want to enjoy the show for a bit longer. Roar. The Eagle King found himself at a disadvantage in a 2-on-3 battle. Stop. Cease fighting. The Golden Cicada King, acting as a mediator, rushed to assist the Eagle King in fending off the Snake King's assault. On the mountainside, boulders rolled down. Countless rocks the size of houses were hurled down like meteors. A residual wave from a wind blade reduced a street at the mountain's foot to ruins. When divine beings clash, mortals suffer. Countless ordinary people fled in desperation. Tree King, with such chaos, do you still have the luxury to sleep? The Golden Cicada King casually blocked a strike from a red serpent's tail for the Eagle King, shouting loudly. I knew returning would bring trouble, Golden Cicada King. Let them fight it out. If they kill each other, we can feast on the spoils. It has been years since we tasted royal blood. Amidst the conversation, a man with an otherworldly appearance materialized in the air. It seemed that upon reaching the Wong level, individuals possessed the ability to hover in the air. However, what stood out the most was the man's long, emerald green hair. Lin Chuan, concealed nearby, nearly erupted in laughter. This Tree King certainly led a rather extravagant life. Who dares to spy? The green-haired man suddenly sensed something amiss. At this point, only a handful of Wong-level beings remained atop the mountain, and that gaze from earlier was undoubtedly filled with malice. Chapter 162, A Gift of Fruit, The Fall of the Wong Level. Stop fighting. We have an intruder. The man bellowed in a voice akin to a duck's quack. Following his command, numerous emerald vines emerged, forcibly separating the two sides. An intruder? Tree King. What do you mean? They were urged to investigate their surroundings thoroughly. There was no escape. The storeroom, this is bad. The Shi Wang and Jinshan Wang hastened to inspect the storeroom, while the Ying Wang remained engulfed in fury, yet ceased his pursuit. Only the green-haired man continued to probe around. That earlier gaze was undeniably filled with malicious intent. Lin Chuan thought, what malice could I possibly harbor? I merely complimented your enviable lifestyle. It seemed the fight would not resume, which Lin Chuan lamented. Nevertheless, he had witnessed the might of the Wong level. The disparity between Wong and Junju levels could not merely be described as suppression. The Junju had no room for resistance. If one were to speak of suppression, it was an overwhelming hundredfold. The Junju level inflicted zero harm upon the Wong level, while the Wong level's power against the Junju was infinitely vast. I have found you, little insect. Before Lin Chuan could react, a hand clasped around his neck. The green-haired man wore a sinister smile. Quite the concealment skill you possess. Yet, are you unaware that plants can speak? The grass beneath your feet is in pain from your trampling. The man's voice, a peculiar blend of masculine and feminine tones, made Lin Chuan feel nauseous. Dare to approach me? I shall dub you the bravest. With a thought, Lin Chuan produced a black fruit in his hand. What is this? Before he could act further, the green-haired man snatched it away. The green-haired man felt an irresistible allure emanating from the fruit, sensing it as a beacon of hope for ascending to the divine level and awakening his bloodline. He thought, no, I cannot let this be known. I must consume it at once, as countless desires surged within him. Even his companion, the Vine King, must remain oblivious. With a gulp, the green-haired man devoured the death fruit. Lin Chuan was unceremoniously cast aside. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, shaking the very mountain. The storeroom's cavern exploded completely. The storeroom has been robbed. Seal off the secret realm. Quickly notify the other deputy hall masters and summon the guarding demon kings with spatial tracking abilities. There was no escape. Any form of spatial traversal would leave traces behind in a short time. The Shi Wang and Jinshan Wang rapidly issued commands. At that moment, a towering tree, 1,000 meters high, suddenly revealed itself, nearly obscuring the entire peak. A piercing scream resonated, shattering the clouds. Tree King, what has happened? The remaining kings ascended into the air, their expressions filled with horror. The events of the day unfolded one after another, each surpassing their understanding. The Ying Wang's descendant was slain, the storeroom was robbed, and now the Tree King appeared to be gravely injured. The Tree King did not respond, only letting out agonized cries, desperately trying to expel whatever he had ingested. A colossal human face emerged from the trunk, black blood oozing from its 7 orifices. Thousands of branches thrashed the ground, launching indiscriminate attacks. Soon, the blackness spread, and the once verdant giant tree was rapidly engulfed by darkness. The once vibrant tree transformed into a lifeless husk, decaying and withering. The Tree King wished to speak, but words eluded him. His body deteriorated swiftly, and his spirit had long been eroded. All the kings transformed into human form, their faces pale, oblivious to the cause of the calamity, yet acutely aware that the Tree King was on the brink of demise. Suddenly, a woman clad in a dark green skirt, with a voluptuous figure, spat out a mouthful of green blood, her demeanor listless. Vine King, what ails you? The Tree King has fallen. I forcibly severed our pact. Her expression was somber, a mixture of sorrow, anger, and a hint of liberation. Should the master express any reluctance, the beast could not forcibly break the bond. It was only in the final moments, as the Tree King's consciousness faded entirely, that she made her resolution. She had ascended to the Wong level with great difficulty and could not simply perish alongside him. She sought vengeance for the Tree King. The one who plotted against him would suffer 1,000-fold retribution. Lin Chuan, confirming the Tree King's demise, quietly dispelled his clone, unnoticed by anyone. His objective was naturally to capture the death aura of the fallen Wong level. Initially, he had no intention of leaving even the Tree King's corpse untouched, but regrettably, the Tree King's final struggles had shattered the mountain, sending Lin Chuan flying several hundred meters and nearly to his death. With 7 Wong-level beings guarding above, Lin Chuan surmised that any movement would lead to detection. Thus, he opted to feign death, allowing the rubble to cover him. The Tree King's fall provided a bounty of death aura, rapidly ripening 2 death fruits and more. This venture was undoubtedly profitable. However, Lin Chuan understood that the next time he sought to eliminate a Wong level, he might not be so fortunate. Just as the first death fruit required only a few hundred elite-level beings, now even slaying leader-level beings proved insufficient. The death fruits must be used judiciously. High-quality steel should be reserved for the blade's edge. As for why he had acted earlier, it was merely an inability to resist. A Wong level had approached, practically inviting confrontation. Who could withstand such a temptation? The Wong level crystal core would have to wait for another opportunity to acquire. At this moment, the secret realm's peak lay in ruins. The palace atop the mountain had suffered considerable damage, the storeroom lay in shambles, and the slave stone hall had collapsed. In just 2 short days, the once proud Wanyao Hall had devolved into this wretched state. The Tree King's remains were collected by the beautiful Vine King. And while others coveted the Wong-level crystal cores, no one dared to voice objections. After all, she was family, and in mourning. Moreover, the Tree King's cause of death was evident. He had succumbed to a potent toxin. Even with his natural toxin resistance, he had been poisoned. Thus, they dared not approach carelessly. Now, a multitude of matters awaited their attention within the secret realm. Even the Ying Wang had to temporarily set aside his hatred for the greater good. Soon, they discovered the bad news did not end there. The Yin Shu Wang, Bing Lang Wang, and over 20 descendants of the Bao Wang had all vanished. They had disappeared as if into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The residual aura indicated that these young beasts had not left the mountain at all. Who could have done this? Even the usually mild-mannered Jin Chan Wang could not help but curse. This is catastrophic. Regret washed over Jin Chan Wang. He had merely returned to rest and stumbled upon such a calamity. Had he known, he would never have returned. Now, such a monumental burden was too heavy for anyone to bear. The Shi Wang and Ying Wang beside him were equally distressed. It would not be long before the other deputy hall masters returned. Although not all the guarding demon kings would return, once news of the missing offspring leaked, they would undoubtedly flock back. At that point, the fury of over 20 demon kings would be unbearable for these deputy hall masters. Chapter 163. Who will bear the responsibility? We need someone to take the blame, the Shi Wang said coldly. Who will take the blame? This is all due to your actions that led to my son's death. The Ying Wang roared. They had come to realize that the enemy had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to empty the storeroom. As for the Tree King's death and the disappearance of the Demon King's offspring, they were utterly at a loss. Fools. The Serpent King, disinterested in quarreling with the Eagle King, had initially intended to return and quietly cultivate his skills, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Little did he anticipate the emergence of this predicament. Who shall bear the blame? Serpent King. The Golden Cicada King's eyes shimmered with a hint of revelation. Naturally, it shall be the deceased, replied the Serpent King ominously. The secret realm is now completely sealed off, and the other palace lords and demon kings will not be arriving anytime soon. We still have time, the Golden Cicada King added. What are you two talking about? I cannot comprehend. The burly Eagle King scratched his head in confusion. The Serpent King cast a sidelong glance at him, lamenting silently that had he been quick to eliminate the Eagle King, he would have made for the perfect scapegoat. The Tree King has colluded with outsiders, plotting to seize the treasury along with the royal offspring, and has already been dealt with. Now, we must eradicate the remaining faction led by the Vine King. Eagle King, will you join us? The Serpent King's words were sharp as blades, his gaze fixed intently on the Eagle King. The Golden Cicada King regarded him with a smile. By the heavens, the Eagle King, having lived for centuries, felt the hairs on his body stand on end for the first time. He had previously contemplated battling such a cunning old fox, completely unaware of the peril he was in. Will they believe us? the treasures in the treasury might still be recoverable. Moreover, 2 royal-grade crystal cores could allow us to recruit 2 deputy lords to our side. At that point, we could withstand the wrath of the demon kings together. The life of a deputy lord would suffice as an explanation for them. The Wan Yao Palace ultimately belongs to us, the palace lords. We may serve the demons, but not the beasts, declared the Serpent King with an air of indifference. Had the Tree King been alive, he would not have easily accepted blame. Alas, he is dead. Indeed, the Tree King deceived my son, instigated conflict with the Serpent King, and then seized the royal offspring in collusion with outsiders to plunder the treasury, a crime deserving of 1,000 deaths. The remaining faction led by the Vine King is equally culpable. Let us eliminate him together. With that, the Golden Cicada King transformed into a flash of golden light and sped towards the Vine King's abode. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, the subsequent events within the secret realm unfolded. Otherwise, he would surely have been astonished. The Serpent King's swift strategizing revealed him to be a remarkable talent. Surprisingly, Lin Xuan's seemingly casual actions inadvertently assisted the Serpent King and his allies. However, Lin Xuan remained blissfully unaware, for he had already gained enough. By you. Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lin Xuan, you fool, there isn't enough space here, Bai Yu protested, reluctant to yield so soon, as she had yet to indulge fully in her lavish lifestyle. Give me some spirit stones. You consume so much that the pot is nearly empty. Lin Xuan, well aware of her intentions, complied. Very well. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xuan found himself buried beneath a pile of spirit stones. Blast it, he exclaimed, waving his hand to absorb all the spirit stones. Conservatively estimating, he had nearly 100,000 spirit stones. This was indeed the first time he had absorbed such a vast quantity. At that moment, the golden tree shimmered with golden light, its trunk swelling as if nourished by an immense source. Rather than transforming the 100,000 spirit stones into 300,000 energy fruits, it instead became 100 deep green energy crystal fruits. Energy crystal fruit. 1,000 spirit stones can hasten the ripening of 1 fruit. Suitable for consumption by commander-level beast tamers. Consuming it at levels below commander will result in instant death. The moment the energy crystal fruits ripened, the little spirit within Lin Xuan's consciousness eagerly snatched one and offered another to Old He. As they consumed them, Lin Xuan felt a surge of power course through his body. 2 stars now. How exhilarating. It feels wonderful to regain strength. Wait, why did you suddenly level up? Bai Yu inquired curiously, noticing Lin Xuan's transformation. Bai Yu, do you wish to level up too? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Humph. You said you would help me level up, deceiver. I am still at 1 star. Tell me how many spirit stones you have, and I will level you up. How about that? Lin Xuan leisurely took a sip from his teacup. Not much, just a few million, perhaps. Bai Yu waved her paw uncertainly. How much? A few million? Lin Xuan nearly choked. Well, I lost count of my claws. By the heavens, I have struck gold. Lin Xuan was on the verge of excitement and nearly offered Bai Yu another bite, but he restrained himself. He then produced a handful of energy crystal fruits and handed them over. Here, enjoy them, haha. Wow, these new fruits are even more aromatic. Bai Yu eagerly snatched one, consuming it and instantly leveling up to 2 stars. She then devoured 2 more, achieving 3 stars. Burp. Bai Yu was already in a daze, intoxicated by her feast. This silly cat. Lin Xuan chuckled and stored her away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan had ascended from 2 stars to 3 stars. As long as Old He and the others could endure, they could rapidly elevate to 9 stars. This was indeed Lin Xuan's intention. He would now dedicate himself fully to enhancement. Although an entire day had passed within the secret realm, it was merely 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening back at the academy. Lin Xuan had been busy from dawn till dusk, all for these few million spirit stones, which had proven quite the endeavor. After consuming a light meal, Lin Xuan decided to take a brief nap to alleviate his mental fatigue. When Bai Yu awoke, there remained one final matter to address. At 2 in the morning, Lin Xuan stirred. Bai Yu had long since awakened, swinging on a swing with the little spirit in the sea of consciousness. As for the energy crystal fruits, she dared not consume any more at once. Having leveled up to 3 stars in one go was sufficient for her to digest for several days. In terms of consumption, Old He was the true champion. Old He, it's time to eat. Lin Xuan fed Old He over a dozen energy crystal fruits before he showed signs of awakening from his slumber. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan reached 5 stars. From here on, the pace would slow, primarily depending on Old He's digestion. Bai Yu, let us go and eliminate threats to the people. Having slain the tiger, we cannot leave the flies behind. The leader of the extermination demon beast team truly possessed impressive skills. They had initially departed from District 3, only to circle back and stealthily return. However, they were now hiding within the underground secret chamber of a villa. Was this not the epitome of the saying that the most dangerous place is the safest? With his spider acting as a traitor, Lin Chuan found it difficult to show mercy. After all, the soul seed needed to be reclaimed. A monarch-level demon beast held little value for Lin Chuan. The quota for monarch-level soul seeds, if utilized correctly, could rival royal-level combat power. Furthermore, the last trace of evidence pointing towards Lin Chuan must be extinguished. The others within the villa had been dispatched by the leader to various locations, which conveniently facilitated Lin Chuan's plan. Otherwise, dealing with so many bodies would have been quite a hassle for Baiyu. Chapter 164. I am going to advance to Diamond. Would you like to join me? With a wave of his hand, over 10 figures materialized before Lin Chuan. Ming 11, bring him out. Yes, my lord. At that moment, Ming 11 and the others resumed their normal forms, no longer disguising themselves as children. The mobilization of 10 monarch-level beings was indeed a show of respect. 2 minutes later, a cacophony of noise erupted from beneath the villa. Soon thereafter, silence fell once more. Before long, a man was dragged into the courtyard like a lifeless dog. We meet again. Lin Chuan concealed himself, smiling as he spoke. It's you. Upon hearing this voice, the man instantly recalled the illusionary clone ensnared in webs within the office. I never anticipated my own cleverness would lead to my downfall, he muttered wryly. You are clever, but it is of no use. Lin Chuan continued. Will you confess willingly, or shall I employ some methods? Who are you? Xuanwu Guard or the Inspection Division? You are not in a position to ask questions. With that, he unleashed a soul spike to teach him a lesson. Ugh. The man endured the excruciating pain. Suppressing his cries. I am Wu Xiao, the leader of the Extermination Demon Beast team, involved in numerous kidnapping incidents. Since you found your way here, what more do I need to confess? Soul Spike. Oh, what is your relationship with Wu Chong? A minute later, Soul Spike. The silence of Wu Xiao has already revealed much. It appears that he is indeed affiliated with the Wan Yao Dian. The infiltration of Wan Yao Dian into Xianwu City is undeniably profound. By the way, Wu Chong is dead. I took his life, Lin Chuan stated indifferently. I will kill you. Wu Xiao erupted in fury, summoning several severely beaten beast companions once more. Even if it were merely a clone, he was determined to fight to the death to vent his rage. Leave the spider. Eliminate the others, Lin Chuan commanded. The few subordinates of Ming Shi acted without hesitation, swiftly dispatching the 3 nearly lifeless beasts, leaving only a battered spider. The 3 beasts fell lifeless, dealing a heavy blow to Wu Xiao's soul, leaving him on the brink of death. Now, you may attempt to command your spider to attack me. Lin Chuan materialized before Wu Xiao. Lin Chuan, how could it be you? A mere gold-ranked individual wielding such power? Why not me? Your Wan Yao Dian has persistently targeted me. Am I not permitted to retaliate? Lin Chuan scoffed. Since you are aware of my affiliation, prepare to meet your demise. Wu Xiao, realizing his fate, seemed to regain some vigor upon seeing Lin Chuan. Our Wan Yao Dian boasts hundreds of diamond-ranked members and several king-ranked individuals, including 7 vice presidents and 20 to 30 guardian beast kings, correct? Since you know, I shall await you in hell. Wu Xiao declared menacingly. You will not reach hell. At worst, you will become a spirit, and perhaps I shall slay you once more, Lin Chuan reiterated. I grant you the opportunity to command your spider to attack me. After a brief moment, Lin Chuan suddenly remarked, so you have been issuing commands to it all along. How amusing. Monster, you are a monster. Wu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been commanding the spider to attack, yet it had persistently resisted him. Monster? At the very least, I resemble a human more than your Wan Yao Dian does. No, it seems that your organization takes pride in its inhumanity. It is truly disgusting. Sooner or later, I shall eradicate you all. Now, allow me to show you what true despair looks like. With that, Lin Chuan issued his final command. The last beast, the spider, turned to face its master, its eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. Wu Xiao could command the spider to refrain from attacking or recall it. But now it was unnecessary. He sought only death. In an instant, Wu Xiao was decapitated, and the spider perished simultaneously. Baiyu, give him a grand burial. TCH. Baiyu rolled her eyes and discarded Wu Xiao's lifeless body 1,000 meters underground. As for the bodies of the 4 beasts, Lin Chuan instructed Ming Shi to extract their cores and absorb the flesh and blood. The cores of the 5 or 6-star monarchs are worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The presence of over 100 diamond-ranked members lurking in Xianwu City certainly poses a significant threat. However, what does it matter to Lin Chuan? Such troublesome matters are best left to the regular army. Hence, Lin Chuan had no interest in interrogating Wu Xiao about the other diamond-ranked members in Xianwu City. He had no intention of doing so. As for Wu Chong, who likely knew more, Lin Chuan was equally disinterested in inquiring. As a champion of justice, let those who wish to take on that mantle do so. Having concluded matters here, Lin Chuan retired to rest, marking the end of this chapter. The Wan Yao Jian would hardly anticipate that a mere act of peering would bring about such calamity. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Lin Chuan's financial difficulties. When funds are lacking, it is only reasonable to employ entrapment. The next day, Lin Chuan awoke around noon. After casually eating a bit in the cafeteria, he became invisible and ventured outside the academy's secret realm, teleporting to an ordinary residential area devoid of people. He activated the Hai Jiao secret realm and instructed Ming Shi to bring the 20 or so children out. After several days of ample sustenance, each had recovered quite well. Soon, I will seek assistance. Your organization still lurks within Xianwu City, so refrain from speaking carelessly if you wish to survive. With that, Ming Shi vanished in an instant, leaving a group of children exchanging puzzled glances. Having done this much, Lin Chuan felt he had shown sufficient benevolence. He then returned to his dormitory. Lao Xia, I am about to ascend to diamond rank. Care to join me? Get lost. TCH, how did a once mysterious and aloof man become like this? If anyone asks for me, tell them I have gone to the underworld. Go ahead. After I seclude myself for a month, I will surely rise to gold rank. Then I shall seek you out. By then, Lin Chuan would likely be tormenting king-ranked spirits. Hopefully, he would not frighten Xia Si Ye's tender heart. He checked his supplies, various foods, drinks, sleeping gear, charging equipment, barbecue grill, and seasonings. Nothing seems to be missing. After so much toil, from acquiring king-ranked soul orbs to gathering spirit stones, it was time to indulge. This time, Lin Chuan intended to enjoy a proper vacation. The vacation destination was the territory of the monarch-ranked spirits. By you let us depart. With 2 spatial flickers, Lin Chuan arrived at the heart of the sovereign-level territory. He summoned Lao He, standing atop, awaiting patiently. After several minutes, in the distance, dust clouds billowed. Numerous sovereign-level spirit beasts were fleeing in desperation, not towards Lin Chuan, but genuinely escaping for their lives. Soon, 10 teams gradually converged. Over 100 individuals, all clad in identical black attire. The 10 leaders bore marks from 1 to 10 upon their chests. They halted 10 meters from Lao He and knelt upon one knee. We pay homage to our master. They bowed to both Lin Chuan and Lao He. Strictly speaking, Lao He was also their master. Rise. Ming Air, what news? The 2 team leaders, Ming Yi and Ming Air, exuded the strongest aura, having faintly approached the threshold of king rank, but still lacking something. Master, Ming Air and I must separate from the team to engage in battle. Within 3 days, we shall surely meet the standards for ascension to king rank. Very well. How many king-ranked spirits dwell in this region? Have you encountered any? In this area, I have sensed only 1 king-ranked spirit. Deeper within the underworld, there should be more. Go forth. The king-ranked soul orbs are prepared, awaiting your victorious return. As you command. With that, Ming Yi and Ming Air departed, each heading in a different direction. Within a 50-kilometer radius, conduct patrols to prevent the emergence of king-ranked spirits. Yes, master. Subsequently, the remaining 90 or so sovereign-ranked spirits quickly dispersed. Their task was no longer hunting, but patrolling. Lao He, let us proceed. Along the way, not a single spirit beast was sighted. They had likely all been driven away by the recent sovereign-ranked army. However, Lin Chuan's objective was not these minor leaders, so the absence of interference was preferable. This spared him the trouble of collecting soul orbs. Collecting them was tedious, neglecting them was wasteful. Thus, they meandered leisurely, gradually making their way toward the monarch-level territory. Lin Chuan was genuinely serious about his vacation. Meanwhile, within the Wan Yao Jian secret realm, tensions ran high. The plans of the Snake King and others had not fully succeeded. Long before the Tree King met his demise, the Vine King had prepared to flee. Even without bearing the blame, a severely injured king-ranked beast, coupled with a king-ranked core, was enough to tempt anyone. The public display of decorum was merely a facade. Each party held its own concerns. Although the Vine King could not escape the secret realm, he could delve deep underground or hide within the foliage, remaining undetected for the time being. Moreover, the Snake King and his allies lacked the time to search thoroughly. Ultimately, the remaining vice presidents decided to place the blame entirely on the Tree King, confronting a group of bereaved beast kings. Snake King, Eagle King, we serve the Wan Yao Jian with unwavering loyalty, even sacrificing our closest bloodlines. Is this how you protect us? A diminutive man with a shock of red hair shouted angrily. Indeed, we demand an explanation. Gentlemen, I have said all that needs to be said. This time, the Wan Yao Jian suffered considerable losses. Now is not the moment for internal strife. We should unite and uncover the mastermind behind this. Perhaps we can even rescue your progeny. Who knows whether they were willingly handed over to Xuanwu City. Ultimately, you and the demon beasts are not of one mind. Yin Shu Wang, I urge you to choose your words carefully. We have transformed ourselves into demons. Is that not sufficient? The Snake King said with a grim expression. So what do you propose? Provide us with an explanation. Ultimately, it must be the machinations of Xuanwu City. The Snake King ceased speaking at this point. Are you suggesting we storm Xuanwu City and demand their return? The Snake King fell silent, implying agreement. That may not be wise. We have received strict orders from above not to act recklessly. Another royal demon beast interjected. Your offspring are within Xuanwu City. Whether you choose to act is your concern. The Eagle King shouted. Regardless of their presence, we shall bite the bullet, someone declared. Then let us assault the city. Yes, unleash the beast tide. With someone taking the lead, this furious assembly of demon kings ignited like a powder keg, roaring their intent to flatten Xuanwu City. The Snake King, witnessing the unfolding scene, narrowed his eyes and quietly observed. Demon beasts are, after all, still beasts. Silence. At that moment, a man clad in black suddenly appeared between the two factions. Heilong Wang. The deputy leaders of Wanyao Dian, along with numerous demon kings, promptly paid their respects. I am aware of the situation here. I have been monitoring Xuanwu City closely, and there have been no significant movements recently. Furthermore, there are no traces of any spatial traversal secrets. The man in black spoke in a deep tone. What does this mean, Heilong Wang? Are you defending Xuanwu City? The Snake King responded coldly. I have located Tung Wang. You and I both understand the reasons behind this. Snake King, it would be wise not to waste your efforts. Heilong Wang communicated telepathically. What conditions do you propose, Heilong Wang? I shall assist you in resolving your troubles. And this group of demon kings will subsequently sever ties with Wanyao Dian and return to the demon race. Heilong Wang's calculations were not solely within my control. The Snake King surveyed the other deputy leaders, each harboring their own hidden agendas. Rest assured, Heilong Wang then proclaimed loudly, the ruler of the demon race. The ancient Dragon King has decreed that you are not to initiate an unwarranted beast-tide assault on the city. All demon kings are to head east and intercept the sea beasts. Those who succeed will be rewarded with the opportunity to awaken their ancient bloodlines. Moreover, the true beast tide is already en route. Within a year, Xuanwu City will surely fall. To attack now would only result in needless casualties and complicate matters for our king. Presently, the plans within the city are nearing fruition, and I certainly cannot allow Wanyao Dian to disrupt them at this juncture. Awakening the ancient bloodline. Could I have the chance to awaken the Xiao Yu Tianlang bloodline? What was the ancient bloodline of my Yin Shu clan again? In an instant, the attention of these demon kings shifted from seeking their offspring to contemplating their own potential for awakening ancient bloodlines. If the offspring are lost, they can be sown again. There is nothing more significant than the awakening of an ancient bloodline. Deputy leaders, if you are interested, you may also proceed, Heilong Wang continued. Snake King, your ancient bloodline is the Wan Kai Tun Tian Mang. While speaking, Heilong Wang opened a portal, stating, pass through this door, and you will arrive at the outskirts of the battlefield. Please, step forth. The demon kings glanced at the deputy leaders of Wanyao Dian and then proceeded to enter the portal one by one. Some deputy leaders clenched their fists, scanning their surroundings, but ultimately dared not defy the orders from above. It appears the deputy leaders lack interest. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Lastly, I would like to remind everyone that we are all part of the demon race. Serving under our king, if one wishes to gain recognition, it ultimately requires genuine effort and sacrifice. After finishing, Heilong Wang vanished without a trace. Cursed, the Eagle King roared, venting his dissatisfaction. Awakening an ancient bloodline. I wonder how that is achieved. The Snake King pondered, revealing no visible signs of joy or anger, unconsciously flicking his tongue. What is there to be angry about? Soon, Xuanwu City will be annihilated, and we will eventually merge with the demon race, a deputy leader remarked. Those fools truly believe that awakening an ancient bloodline is so simple? They would merely become cannon fodder. I had originally intended to utilize Xuanwu City to elevate our status within the demon race, but it seems Xuanwu City has long since exhausted its fate. This is the will of heaven. What is lost is lost. The truly valuable royal resources lie within your rings. Within the demon race, power is the ultimate currency. Everyone should hasten their cultivation, the Snake King sighed softly. You speak the truth. Many royal beings from Xuanwu City have covertly aligned themselves with the demon race. These individuals will be our competitors in the future. The Lord has been absent for too long, and those demon kings no longer regard Wanyao Dian with any respect. The strongest among the leaders, Bai Wang, spoke solemnly. Is there still no news of the Lord? None yet, but he has certainly not perished. Chapter 166. What is university life like? The ascension to royal level begins. Boom, boom, boom. In a rocky depression, the sound of pounding resonated incessantly. In reality, it was not far from that description. A giant, monarch-level mingling was providing comprehensive massage services for Lao He. Lao He presently maintained a diameter of 100 meters and a height of approximately 20 meters. Meanwhile, This giant mingling stood a full 100 meters tall, delivering powerful blows to Lao Hei's shell. On a nearby hillside, Lin Chuan lay in a chair, engrossed in a game while munching on snacks, utterly oblivious to the commotion. Lin Chuan, are you renovating over there? Lu Xiaoma inquired curiously while tending to her shield. Yes, just some renovations next door, Lin Chuan replied casually. Lao Hei's shell keeps breaking and regenerating, so I suppose that counts as renovation. Lin Chuan, how is university life treating you? I wouldn't know. I haven't experienced it yet, Lin Chuan answered nonchalantly, already familiar with Lu Xiaoma's personality. Lu Xiaoma blushed, realizing she had merely asked out of curiosity. After finishing a game, Lin Chuan decided to take a break. After lying around for 3 days, it was time to stretch his legs. In fact, he had encountered this giant mingling the day before and had been hammering away for the entire day. Lin Chuan estimated that its star rating was around 5 or 6 stars, and that it was defensive in nature, boasting 4 times the defense of a normal monarch-level demon beast. Otherwise, the two sides wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. Were it an offensive type, Lao Hei would not have withstood many blows, and the opponent would have likely fared worse. The outcome could have been decided within minutes, either resulting in it being killed by Lao Hei's counterattack or beaten to death by the Ming 11 team. To prolong the service of this oversized technician, Lin Chuan deliberately refrained from equipping Lao Hei. Otherwise, the technician would be incapacitated in no time. This was akin to a 5-star golden Lao Hei engaging in a duel with a 5-star monarch mingling. Even so, after a night had passed, the giant mingling was nearing its end. Its once vibrant essence had dwindled, leaving it merely a shell, instinctively continuing its relentless hammering. Roar! Lao Hei let out a rare cry. Put in more effort. Bang! 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 The giant mingling struck several more times before it finally exploded. To describe it, it was akin to a strong man repeatedly striking themselves, ultimately leading to their own demise. Lao Hei's condition had also deteriorated significantly, with his carapace pockmarked and still stained with blood. However, it was healing at a visibly rapid pace. The primary toll was on his mental state. Although it appeared that Lao Hei had not moved much, he had to ensure that the stress was evenly distributed across his body, preventing the mingling from hammering one spot excessively. Otherwise, it would not be training, but rather pure self-infliction. The perception of attacks and muscle control both drained mental energy. After feeding Lao Hei a few Enhancement Fruits, he allowed him to enter a meditative state. When he awoke, he would be fed again, and it was likely he would reach 6 stars. As for Bai Yu, she had initially been vocal about wanting to ascend, but when presented with the opportunity to elevate like Lao Hei, she resolutely refused. Although the Enhancement Fruit is delectable, its energy content is overwhelming. Consuming one in a single meal leaves no room for anything else. She prefers the smaller, candy-like Enhancement Fruits. One Enhancement Fruit is equivalent to 3,000 Enhancement Fruits. How long must one consume them to ascend to the next star? Nevertheless, Lin Chuan indulged her whims. At the very least, Lao Hei is reliable. Lin Chuan rose and tidied up the lounge chair, coffee table, and fruit platter, even taking down a sunshade. Soon after, 2 figures rushed toward him from a distance. In a matter of moments, they stood before Lin Chuan. My lord, we have fulfilled our mission. Ming Yi and Ming Er knelt on one knee to report back. The 2 Ming spirits radiated an aura far exceeding that of typical monarch-level spirits, and despite the numerous battles they had faced, they bore no injuries. Battles among Ming spirits conclude only when one is consumed by the other. The victor is rewarded with a swift restoration of their state and enhancements. Excellent, Lin Chuan exclaimed with joy, producing 2 royal-grade soul orbs. Now, let us see what you can achieve. Thank you, my lord. Ming Yi and Ming Er gratefully accepted the soul orbs. My lord, ascending to royal grade can only occur within the Ming soil. Any disturbance may attract the attention of the royal-level spirits in this area. For your safety, Ming Yi advised Lin Chuan to leave first. No need, I can handle 1 or 2 royal grades. Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. If a Ming Wang dares to approach, I shall ensure his demise. Yes, my subordinates will protect you at all costs. Subsequently, Ming Yi and Ming Er each consumed a royal-grade soul orb, commencing their ascension. Like 2 pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, they rippled the surface with expanding waves. The ethereal mist in the air was instantly dispelled by an invisible force. Lin Chuan stood 100 meters away, observing quietly. In the sky, low-hanging clouds gradually formed 2 massive whirlpools, with surrounding clouds being shredded and drawn into them. Yet, even so, the sun remained unseen. Perhaps there is no sun in this realm of Ming soil. This scene reminded Lin Chuan of the time when Long Ming ascended in the college entrance examination secret realm. Unfortunately, he had no desire to broadcast live, and it would be restricted. Moreover, while it was acceptable to be on friendly terms with demon kings, as many stood with Xuanwu City, the behavior of the Ming Wang was indeed absurd. The prominent figures he had encountered previously would not let him off easily. They would likely capture him for thorough examination. While he could not broadcast live, he could still record videos. Once all his underlings ascended to royal grade, he would revel in the moment. Thunder suddenly echoed through the Ming soil, without lightning, just the resounding thunderclaps. The booming sounds reverberated, as if the heavens themselves were about to tear apart. Lin Xuan looked up, noticing shadows of light flickering above the clouds, resembling electric sparks. However, they were completely obscured by the clouds, revealing nothing. Perhaps, in this realm of Ming soil, thunder was not permitted to enter. Your external thunder cannot interfere with my world of Ming soil. Before the thunder even reached their ears, those beast masters above diamond grade within the secret realm felt a sense of foreboding. Upon hearing the thunder, they all silently acknowledged. Indeed, anyone who has spent time in the Ming soil secret realm understands what this thunder signifies. The birth of a royal level shakes the heavens and the earth. However, this time, the thunder seemed even louder than before. Director, another royal level is being born, Xia Yuan remarked. Indeed, apart from the relentless Ming spirits, there is no rare material in the Ming soil, and yet royal levels continue to emerge. Where's the logic in that? When it comes to understanding the Ming soil, Leng Hong would claim second place, for no one dared to contest his knowledge. After all, this individual had nearly transformed into a Ming spirit himself. Director, will you not intervene? It would be best to eliminate it during the ascension, Xia Yuan suggested. Chapter 167. Is it a scam? Forget it. If I were still in my former state, I would certainly seize this opportunity. After all, ascending to royal level generates a trace of life essence. However, I currently lack such a need. Let the demon race handle those Ming Wangs instead. Upon reflection, Ming spirits are not so bad. At least they do not indiscriminately attack cities and annihilate clans. Leng Hong waved his hand, enjoying a sip of tea. It was difficult to imagine that the director, who had spent a lifetime battling the Ming soil, would display such languor. Director, is there truly no hope of salvaging the situation? Aside from the Xia clan, the Xing clan, and the Xuanwu Guard, who have resolutely decided to hold their ground, other families and organizations are rather ambiguous. The Feng clan, Su clan, and some large organizations have clearly stated they will abandon the city and retreat into the secret realm. Damn, how can they be so cowardly? Xia Yuan exclaimed. Retreating into the secret realm is merely prolonging the inevitable. Within 2 generations, the population will plummet by 80. What difference does that make to annihilation? You are still young. Truth be told, such crises have occurred before. Even before the establishment of Xuanwu City, it was not unlike this. Leng Hong reassured. I will not retreat. Haha, suit yourself. I know I cannot persuade you. Leng Hong chuckled, then grew serious and said, actually, the Feng clan and Su clan are among the better ones. What I truly fear is, turning to the demons? They dare. It is too soon to say. We must prepare for the worst. The reason the demon race has not attacked is that they are wary of the several significant entrances to the Ming soil within Xuanwu City. Once they devise a solution, they will undoubtedly act without hesitation. Thus, they will be prepared for both scenarios, either dealing with the Ming soil or diminishing Xuanwu City's resistance. As long as the number of demon beasts killed by Xuanwu City remains manageable, the Ming soil will pose no threat. The fleeing faction's actions play right into the hands of the demon race, who would love for most people to hide within the secret realm, allowing them to peacefully take over the entrances to the Ming soil in Xuanwu City. Regardless of whether it is the human race or demon beasts, a sudden surge in deaths will trigger a cataclysmic outbreak of Ming soil creatures. Damn it, having fought Ming spirits my entire life, I find myself relying on the very Ming soil I despise. Xia Yuan cursed repeatedly. Calm down. How can you ascend to royal grade in such a state? If you wish to accomplish something, at least reach royal grade first. And do not keep coming to my humble abode. I am not dying anytime soon. And the director's position is unlikely to be passed down. Damn it. Then I should visit more often to indulge. In the Ming soil, half a day passed. Lin Xuan had already distanced himself from Ming Yi by over 1,000 meters. Any closer, and he would be drawn into the vortex above. Ming air was similarly situated, albeit at a greater distance. With a roar, both individuals simultaneously let out a mighty cry, their forms expanding to heights of 300 to 400 meters. Their bodies radiating with Ming Qi, subtly forming a colossal silhouette of 1,000 meters. They then launched themselves into the swirling clouds above. Grasping the thunder, they stirred the winds and clouds, their forms embodying the essence of the heavens, thus achieving royal grade. My lord, I sense the pressure of royal grade drawing nearer. At that moment, a team member, 50 kilometers away, suddenly transmitted a message. Continue advancing for reconnaissance. If necessary, obstruct with your lives. Lin Xuan issued the command. Understood. At this critical juncture of Ming Yi and Ming Air's ascension, Interruption was not an option. Lin Chuan had already expended both soul orbs. The failure of either would result in a tremendous loss. Even if he ultimately used the death fruit to eliminate the opponent, it would still be a significant drawback. In an instant, over 90 monarch-level Ming spirits resolutely charged toward the royal level. Hundreds of kilometers away, a figure entirely shrouded in gray mist was moving at supersonic speed, daring to ascend to royal level right under my nose. The Ming Wang's eyes glowed crimson, on the brink of eruption. Previously, Lin Chuan had been incessantly teased by Lin Chuan with mosquito repellent, causing him to suffer from sleepless nights for over half a month. After finally taking matters into his own hands and identifying the target area, he still came up empty, leaving him immensely frustrated. At this crucial moment, someone dared to provoke him? Perhaps the advanced Wang level was granted a fleeting chance due to the breath of life. After all, as the ruler of this realm, it was unreasonable for him to be unaware of his subordinates suddenly advancing. If that were the case, he would simply consume the soul gem he had just generated, achieving the same effect. With that thought, the king of the underworld unconsciously licked his grayish-white lips. Unbeknownst to him, his speed had increased yet again. Suddenly, with a loud bang, it seemed as if he had collided with something, causing him to momentarily halt. What was that? Was his Wang level pressure ineffective? How dare a mingling stand in his path? Was this a case of bumping for profit? He did collide, but the entity was shattered upon impact. Upon sensing the aura, he discovered it was a mingling nearing the pinnacle of the monarch level. Losing such a subordinate would indeed be regrettable. After a brief lament, he continued on his way. Just as the king of the underworld reached his maximum speed, within a minute, he was struck again. Damn it! The king of the underworld roared in fury, causing all the Ming beasts within 1,000 kilometers to flee in terror. He then accelerated once more. Wang level here, 190 kilometers away. Wang level here, 180 kilometers away. Lin Chuan received continuous messages from his team members, almost every 2 or 3 minutes, followed by the grim realization of their deaths. At this pace, it was estimated that within an hour, the king of the underworld would arrive. Without the team's obstruction, he might only need 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the king of the underworld had become desensitized, utterly numb. What on earth was happening? This was already the 10th monarch-level mingling he had shattered. Shockingly, he had no idea when so many unfamiliar minglings had appeared in his territory. Some of these minglings felt close to touching the threshold of Wang level. And as long as they possessed the potential for Wang level or had Wang level soul gems, they could ascend. Yet such talents were self-destructing one after another before him. The king of the underworld was completely bewildered. He had no idea who was orchestrating this, but was certain it was related to the advancing Wang level. He had a premonition that disaster was imminent unless he swiftly thwarted the ascension. However, as the distance closed, he felt an increasing proximity to his own demise. Was it merely a newly advanced Wang level? The only possible way to survive was to turn back immediately, abandon this territory, and hide away forever. This was his instinct as a Wang level. Yet, the dignity of being a Wang level forbade him from doing so. At the very least, he had to see what was happening. Half an hour later, the sky erupted with a final deafening roar. 2 whirlpools exploded simultaneously, revealing 2 figures. Ming Yi and Ming Air soared through the air, kneeling before Lin Chuan. "Thank you, my lord, for your support. Rise, it is good to see you have succeeded. Does this thing hold any utility for you?" Lin Chuan inquired, producing the remaining half bottle of the water of life. "My subordinates feel that just a little would help stabilize the soul gem and counteract some of the erosion from the Ming soil's aura. If taken in sufficient quantity, it could transform into a living being." As he spoke, the fervent desire in Ming Yi's eyes was unmistakable. "Take it. Each consume a bit to stabilize your realms. Your combat power is crucial. Do not transform into living beings for now." With that, Lin Chuan handed it over directly. "Yes, we understand." Ming Yi opened the bottle, took a small sip, and then passed it to Ming Air. Ming Air did the same, merely sipping a small amount before returning the bottle. Even as an overwhelming thirst arose within them, they resisted the innate urges of being minglings. The higher the rank, the greater the desire to become a living being. Nonetheless, as Wang levels, they could withstand the temptation of rebirth, prioritizing Lin Chuan's commands above all. Very well, Lin Chuan conducted a small test and was exceedingly pleased with the results. "Now, let us welcome our guests and collect some interest." In just half an hour, Lin Chuan had lost over 20 team members. As they drew closer, the team fought with increasing desperation, resulting in nearly every minute seeing a member sacrificed. Among them were even 4 squad leaders, each on the cusp of becoming Wang-level reserves. Lin Chuan felt his heart bleed. Blood debts must be repaid. "Understood. We shall ensure he returns empty-handed." Ming Yi and Ming Air declared coldly, aware of the team's sacrifices. While minglings did not possess camaraderie, the losses of the team were Lin Chuan's losses, and they intended to make the opponent pay a hefty price. Truth be told, the king of the underworld merely wanted to catch a glimpse, to see who was so formidable, even before ascending to Wang level, that they could compel monarch-level minglings to sacrifice themselves to obstruct him. Could it be that some descendants of divine bloodlines had minglings protecting them even in death? Yet, such figures should not be present here. He had met with failure, quite literally covered in dust. All he wanted was to take a glance, and yet, that glance led to chaos. He sensed that his opponent had completed their ascension and slowed his speed. Suddenly, two figures appeared, one in front and one behind, seemingly surrounding him. Who are you? The king of the underworld was bewildered. How could there be two Wang levels here? You traveled thousands of miles, rampaging along the way, merely to disrupt our ascension, did you not? Now, as you wish. Before the king of the underworld could respond, Ming Yi launched an attack. Damn, two simultaneous ascensions? As the king of the underworld defended against their assault, he pondered in confusion. What merit had he earned to witness such double happiness? Could this barren land truly sustain two Wang levels at once? Yet, the evidence lay before him, and he had no choice but to believe. As the battle intensified, the king of the underworld grew increasingly alarmed. He had remained in a state of slumber, barely managing to stabilize his realm. Otherwise, the breath of life would have continued to wane. What was the situation with these two? Their breath of life was overwhelmingly abundant, entirely unlike those who had just ascended. Realizing this, the king of the underworld became ever more convinced that these two had certainly acquired treasures from this place earlier. Damn, those rightfully belonged to him. It must be said, while the process was flawed, the conclusion was accurate. He was adept at filling in the blanks. Regardless of what the king of the underworld said, Ming Yi and Ming Air offered no response, focusing solely on their assault. Gradually, the three figures expanded to a size of over 1,000 meters. The earth shook with the violent clashes of their fists, as mountains crumbled and the ground split. A single kick would leave fissures in the rocky terrain, reminiscent of an earthquake. A wave of their hands would part the clouds above, only for them to slowly mend. Now this is what divine beings battling looks like, Lin Xuan exclaimed, capturing the moment on video. However, after a while, it all seemed rather ordinary. The combat either consisted of rapid movements akin to teleportation, eluding the camera's grasp, or fierce, life-or-death struggles in place. The king of the underworld, since his ascension, had likely not engaged in combat himself, remaining entrenched in slumber. Meanwhile, Ming Yi and Ming Air, though newly born, had been battling ceaselessly until the eve of their ascension. Gradually, fueled by their freshly acquired momentum and the overwhelming advantage of a 2-to-1 ratio, Ming Yi and Ming Air effectively suppressed the king of the underworld. His robe was torn, his crown fell to the ground, and his aura dwindled, rendering him a pitiable sight. However, the robe, being a manifestation of the Ming mist, quickly restored itself. As for the crown, it is indeed genuine, though its material remains a mystery, possessing the remarkable ability to expand and contract with its wearer's physique. Following the conclusion of the battle, Lin Xuan's clone appeared before the opponent. Oh, what a grandiose display you put on. What has caused you to wilt? The underworld king, restrained by Ming Yi and Ming Air, raised his gaze to Lin Xuan and retorted angrily. Who are you? Lurking in the shadows? Do you dare to reveal your true self? Of course not, Lin Xuan replied with a chuckle. After all, I am merely a humble golden being. Engaging with you cunning individuals requires caution. Humph, a golden level? Must you belittle me so? A golden level commanding 2 king-level souls? What nonsense! The underworld king scoffed. Enough of this nonsense. Speak plainly, and I shall send you on your way. Do you have a name? Silence ensued. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? You fear not even death, and ordinary punishments hold no sway over you. With that, Lin Xuan vanished momentarily, returning with a mobile device. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This man is known as Xiao Shuai, a veritable king, yet now reduced to a state akin to a dead dog. As Lin Xuan described him, Xiao Shuai, or rather, the underworld king, felt his face grow increasingly flushed, gradually displaying a hint of humanity. If you remain silent, I shall upload this to the internet. Do you comprehend what it means to go online? Millions will witness your current predicament. The underworld king exclaimed, though I am not human, you are truly a dog. Ming Shuo, what a splendid name. Such a pity it is wasted. Pray tell, what purpose does this serve? Lin Xuan gestured towards the crown on the ground. Are you unwilling to speak? This is the insignia of the underworld temple. Possessing it grants dominion over this realm and enhances your power. The souls birthed in this area will, to some degree, heed your command. Realizing he was doomed, Ming Shuo finally relented. Chapter 169, The Underworld Temple? Shimingard, the Underworld Temple? Do elaborate, Lin Xuan said, intrigued. I am not well versed in its origins, but the Underworld Temple appears indestructible, seemingly bound to the realm itself, as is the temple's crown. Lin Xuan pondered briefly before responding. then it stands to reason that there must be more than one such temple. It is illogical for one as feeble as you to dominate the entire underworld. Ming Shuo, filled with shame and fury, gritted his teeth and confessed, "Indeed, there are multiple temples. They can sense one another through the crown. Once you wear it, you will understand. Do you think I am foolish enough to play your games? I would not even touch it," Lin Chuan retorted. "Believe it or not, through the crown, one can locate the temple's address." Ming Shuo, clearly desperate, relinquished all remaining value. "One final question. What occurs upon wearing the crown? It matters not to me. It binds you directly to the temple, preventing you from straying far from the realm's jurisdiction," Ming Shuo answered. This outcome aligned closely with Lin Chuan's suspicions. Thus, it seemed that Ming Shuo was not yet destined to perish. Lin Chuan believed that the secrets of this crown were far from exhausted, undoubtedly concealing numerous revelations. For now, it was best to maintain the status quo and not alter it hastily. "Lead me to your underworld temple. You want to kill me?" Ming Shuo was taken aback, recalling Lin Chuan's earlier murderous intent. Had he discerned something? What gave it away? "You are young, but possess quite the cunning. Do you wish to die?" Lin Chuan merely regarded him with a cold smile. "Very well, just follow my direction and fly straight ahead. At king-level speed, it will take merely an hour," Ming Shuo instructed. "Ming Yi, you shall escort him. I will proceed ahead." With that, Lin Chuan vanished in an instant. Ming Shuo did not lie. His temple was less than 2,000 kilometers away. Baiyu teleported several times, pausing midway to consume a fair share of fruits, before finally delivering him, thoroughly exhausted. The temple exuded a grandiose aura, seemingly sculpted from a single block of obsidian. Surrounding the temple was an emptiness devoid of other structures, not even a single soul. In the desolation of the underworld, this temple appeared remarkably out of place. Lin Chuan strode inside. Within the temple, save for some abstract carvings, there was little embellishment. An obsidian throne and a stone sarcophagus stood prominently. The sarcophagus appeared to be a later addition, clashing with the grandeur of the hall. "This fellow truly knows how to indulge," Lin Chuan mused, advancing to collect all the soul orbs contained within. Over 3,000 commander-level orbs served as a foundation, alongside more than 100 monarch-level orbs. However, they were not entirely full, having lost considerable energy. Beyond that, there seemed to be little of value remaining. How impoverished! Had it not been for the ominous nature of the coffin, I would have been tempted to take it, for the material appears quite fine. The throne, fused with the temple, was impossible to remove. Lin Chuan seated himself upon the throne, contemplating how to deal with Ming Shuo. Releasing him was out of the question. Without clarifying the functions of the crown and the underworld temple, execution was also not an option. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chuan's gaze fell upon the gray serpent. Devour them all. Summoning the gray serpent, he tossed over 100 shattered monarch-level soul orbs. The serpent emitted a delighted sound, enveloping all the orbs in a cloud of gray mist, consuming and digesting them in an instant. The gray serpent's form solidified considerably, not growing larger, but rather elongating. It even manifested a pair of slender snake eyes, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Chuan sighed. "You do not rely on sight." Its aura surged, nearly exceeding the limits of the commander level, as if on the verge of explosion. Soon after, it gradually reined itself in, becoming inconspicuous once more. A commander-level gray serpent could manipulate the myriad beings of the myriad beasts hall. Lin Chuan eagerly anticipated the monarch level. Soul fruit maturity at 58. Such a pity, Lin Chuan thought. Had these soul orbs been freshly harvested, they would have been far more potent. However, it mattered not. In this realm, while many things were scarce, underworld beasts were certainly not in short supply. Within the underworld space, over 3,000 commander-level soul orbs transformed into slightly weaker commander-level souls, which then consumed one another. Ultimately, only about 20 monarch-level souls emerged. Nevertheless, the newly formed monarchs displayed robust vitality, indistinguishable from the previous team members, thus compensating for prior losses. With a wave of his hand, aside from Ming Shi and Ming Air, who had transformed into living beings, over 120 monarch-level souls materialized. Aligning in formation within the hall, clad in unified dark azure garb, they presented the appearance of a mysterious organization. "From this day forth, you shall be known as the Xianming Guard." Lin Chuan languidly reclined upon the throne, speaking indifferently. "We shall obey our lord's command." In unison, over 100 monarch-level Xianming guards knelt on one knee. "Rise." Lin Chuan instructed them to form two lines, waiting quietly for Ming Yi to return with Ming Shuo in custody. Inside the hall, silence reigned. How dreadfully dull. No wonder this fellow crafted a coffin to sleep in. Mere minutes passed before Lin Chuan could no longer endure the tedium. It was no wonder that those behind the scenes constantly schemed, treating the heavens as a chessboard to manipulate others. Perhaps they were simply too bored. Surely, as the world's foremost villain of the dark arts. One could not spend leisure time playing games or cards. That would simply be absurd. Ming Yi and the others arrived sooner than expected. Within mere minutes, they reappeared. Ming Shua, still akin to a dead dog, was dragged inside. It seemed Ming Yi had taken precautions, delivering a few extra blows along the way. Upon seeing the over 100 Xianming guards lining the hall, Ming Shua was filled with astonishment. When had such a formidable force emerged within his domain? Today, he learned the truth. He had indeed lost this battle without grievance. His initial intuition had been correct. He should have hidden away without even glancing back. With just a fleeting glance, calamity ensued. What kind of formidable force could manipulate the mingling like an extension of its own will, compelling them to willingly embrace death? Even though Ming Shua held the title of the king of this realm, he could merely issue a few directives. Once he departed, those mingling would vanish without a trace. Ming Shua, what do you think of my Xianming guard? Unfortunately, this power could only be wielded within the realm of Ming Tu. Merely a display in front of Ming Shua, akin to donning splendid attire for a nocturnal stroll. The aura was overwhelming, impossible to resist. Ming Shua expressed his admiration. You truly possess discernment. Subsequently, Lin Chuan addressed Ming Yi and Ming Er. You two, being of royal caliber, would you care for a name change? My lord, this is your first bestowed name, a great honor. There is no need for alteration. However, I do have a request, Ming Yi replied solemnly. Upon ascending to royal status, our intellect is akin to that of ordinary humans. Oh, pray, elaborate, Lin Chuan remarked with keen interest. I hope that all future designations of the Xianming Guard will continue in this numerical sequence. Chapter 170. Are you still recruiting younger brothers, the ordinary royal kind? Very well, let it be so. With a mere utterance, the naming convention for the future Xianming Guard was established. Lin Chuan, without a second thought, understood Ming Yi's intentions. Although both were of royal status, he was Ming Yi, while you are Ming 6, which was rather amusing. 10 would form a squad, reorganizing them into teams. You, and you shall inherit the names and leadership of the previous Ming San, Ming Wu, Ming Lu, and Ming Jiu. Understood. Subsequently, the four mingling manifested their respective numbers on their chests. They were all members of their former squads, their presence slightly more potent than the others. 2 additional captains, Ming Shi San and Ming Shi Si, were appointed. Thus, the reorganization of the over 140 Xianming guards was complete. From this point forth, only captains would possess numbers, with captains prioritized for promotions. Ming Shua watched this scene quietly, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that the mingling would ever become so systematically structured. If it were this simple, he would not still be a mere figurehead. Although the monarch level did not significantly enhance royal combat strength, it was undeniably gratifying to witness. Should he perhaps aspire to be a squad leader himself? Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. The inherent brutality and desire for destruction within the mingling could never willingly submit to human authority. Ming Shua, may I inquire as to how many monarchs remain within your territory? Monarchs are constantly appearing and vanishing. I estimate there are still several thousand, Ming Shua replied uncertainly. Could you coax them to converge here? Would that facilitate your slaughter? Why not just kill me and issue commands with your crown? Ming Shua scoffed. This time, he genuinely felt no fear of Lin Chuan's threats. At worst, he would die. What else mattered? Alas, this is troublesome. It seems I must resort to old methods. Lin Chuan then produced a vial of specially crafted mosquito repellent, a concoction he had created that would last a considerable duration. With a hiss, all the mingling in the hall turned their attention to the mist that had just been released, their eyes reflecting an involuntary fervor. However, the Xianming Guard remained under strict control. Ming Shua, in a fit of madness, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Do you even know what this is?" The breath of life. Watching the coveted breath of life being frivolously dispensed by Lin Chuan drove Ming Shua to the brink of insanity. Ming 11 cast a contemptuous glance at Ming Shua, unimpressed by his ignorance. Even as a royal, what significance did that hold? I could hardly bear it. I have already indulged in half a bottle myself. It smells divine. Ming Shua, sensing the situation, glanced at Ming 11, unable to look away. You, Xianming Guard, are a mingling? No. Wait, you are human? No. You are the rebirth of a mingling? Ming Shua's pupils dilated in shock. And then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Surrounding Ming 11 were over 20, all reborn mingling. Ming Shua felt as if he were losing his mind. The very thing he had longed for was being squandered as if it were mere weeds. The rebirth he had desperately sought appeared on the diminutive forms of over 20 monarch-level Karami. The fact that such power was wielded by a human of golden caliber did not seem trivial at all. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan continued to spray with abandon. Stop spraying. Can't I do it myself? Ming Shua shouted. Even if he could not possess it, Witnessing such waste was unbearable. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of his insomnia over the past days. This very youth before him. Is this truly a human? Ming Shuo felt as though he were an innocent lamb in comparison. Oh, it would have been better to comply earlier. Such a hassle. Gather all monarchs within 100 kilometers of the temple, but do not cluster them too closely to avoid conflict, Lin Chuan requested, approaching him. This is simple. Ming Shuo adjusted his crown and, 3 seconds later, declared, done. Well then, leave squad 11 and 12 behind. The remaining squads may proceed to hunt. Each squad must return with 10 monarch-level soul orbs before sending someone back. Off you go. Yes. Soon, the Xianming guards exited the hall, dispersing in all directions. Ming Shuo gazed upon the scene with immense envy. This fellow resembled a true king of the underworld far more than he did. As he pondered, the irritating hissing sound continued. Yet, soon he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. This is for you. Lin Chuan sprayed a few bursts toward Ming Shuo's face before turning to return to the throne. Taking a deep breath, Ming Shuo savored the droplets on his face, musing that if such treatment occurred daily, enduring a couple of beatings would be worth it. What a wretched soul I am. Lin Chuan remained indifferent to Ming Shuo's thoughts, reclining on the throne in serene expectation. Observing Lin Chuan's calm demeanor only heightened Ming Shuo's anxiety, causing him to fidget. Are you still accepting younger brothers? The ordinary royal type? Ming Shuo surmised that Lin Chuan spared his life due to some interest in him, or rather, a desire to recruit him as a subordinate. Under circumstances where rebellion was not an option, perhaps it was feasible, as long as he occasionally bestowed some breath of life. Would you be willing? After all, you are the king of the underworld. Lin Chuan inquired with a smile. What king of the underworld? I am merely an ordinary royal mingling. With you here, who would dare claim kingship? Ming Shuo exhausted every expression and talent for flattery. Indeed, Lin Chuan was fully aware of the other's thoughts. However, he had never trusted loyalty acquired solely through intimidation and self-interest. The most stable allegiance must be forged through soul and contract. No rush. We shall verify the authenticity soon enough. For now, let me observe the true power of your crown, to see if it is indeed as significant as claimed. Rest assured, feel free to kill. Even if you were to eradicate them all, they would fully restore within a year and a half. Lin Chuan interjected. But these are thousands of monarch-level beings, not mere sheep. No wonder even the demon beasts keep their distance. Once unleashed, whether human or beast, they would all return to the embrace of Ming-Tu. Then why is there only you as a royal here? This doesn't seem right. If the monarchs here ascended to royal status, would they still heed your commands? Lin Chuan idly chatted. I have indeed heard, yet cannot issue commands like you. Ming Shuo glanced at Ming Yi and Ming Er beside him. Lin Chuan understood. They would heed orders, but not commands. There were originally 2 other royal demon beasts, but one attempted to breach Ming-Tu and was slain, while the other deemed it too perilous and fled. Ming Shuo lamented. Lin Chuan could not help but chuckle, suspecting it was either Xia Jing or the dean's doing. As for why Ming Shuo remained, it likely had to do with his tendency to sleep and avoid trouble. How many Ming gods remain? Lin Chuan inquired. Conservatively estimated, no fewer than 3,000. What? 3,000 temples of the nether gods. At the very least, 3,000 royal-level nether spirits or beasts. How on earth can one engage in battle against such overwhelming odds? Initially, Lin Chuan believed that conquering a portion of the nether realm would be a commendable feat, however, in comparison to the entirety of the nether domain. His efforts seemed utterly trivial. The figure of 3,000 was merely a conservative estimate. As per Ming Shuo's account, this area was notably barren, making the birth of royal-level entities a rare occurrence. In certain regions, it was even possible for dozens of royal-level beings to emerge. Exhausted, Lin Chuan contemplated annihilation. Yet, on a second thought, he realized he had no reason to worry about the scarcity of royal-level soul orbs, chuckling to himself. Unbeknownst to him, nearly an hour had passed. Although Ming Shuo was on the verge of bowing before Lin Chuan, the latter remained noncommittal. Gradually, the dispatch teams began to return, each squad of Xianming Wei bringing back no fewer than 10 royal-level soul orbs. Over 100 fresh royal-level soul orbs were at Lin Chuan's disposal, all of which he promptly fed to the gray serpent. The moment the gray serpent manifested, Ming Shuo trembled as if confronted with a formidable adversary, a mere leader-level creature. And yet it instilled such fear. Lin Chuan chuckled and remarked, a leader-level creature? Which leader could consume over 100 royal-level soul orbs like candy without fear of bursting? It was not merely a matter of exploding. This was absurd. One dared to consume, while the other dared to feed. And astonishingly, nothing untoward occurred. Originally, the existence of the gray serpent was an anomaly, a distortion, an entity that should not exist. Lin Chuan's ability to nurture it to this point had not been an easy task. At last, the time had come for fruition. the soul fruit, had matured. Consume it. A grayish-white fruit was tossed into the gray serpent's mouth. Instantly, the gray serpent erupted into a cloud of gray mist. See, I told you it would explode. Ming Shuo mused, though he dared not mock. At this moment, he had no desire for death. However, the gray serpent was, after all, composed of gray mist, thus, its current state was merely a revelation of its true form. The temple was swept by a tempest, continuously drawing in nether mist from the outside, merging it into the gray serpent's body. Do you require nether mist? All teams, capture some nether beasts alive. Lin Chuan commanded. Ming Yi, are you too? Yes. In the temple. Only Ming Yi, Lin Chuan, and Ming Shuo remained, while Ming 11 and the others patrolled the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen incidents. What exactly is this? Ming Shuo inquired, gazing at the gray mist with an unsettling sense of soul-deep trepidation. You will soon find out, Lin Chuan replied, sharing a similar sensation, which was why he generally avoided direct contact with the gray serpent's true form. Though he was playing with fire, the presence of the golden tree afforded him some measure of calm. Moments later, Ming Yi was the first to return, clutching two nether beasts in his hands. Upon entering the temple, he clasped his hands together, and the two nether beasts transformed into a swirling cloud of mist, drifting toward the gray serpent, while two royal-level soul orbs fell to the ground. Soon, one by one, the teams returned. Each duo brought back a nether beast or spirit, all of royal level. With a grand gesture, Lin Chuan ordered them all to be slain within the temple. The nether mist surged, enveloping the entire temple, and was subsequently absorbed by the gray serpent. At last, the gray serpent's form began to solidify. Its size remained unchanged, but its body became adorned with countless intricate symbols, resembling incantations and rendering it difficult to behold directly. Lin Chuan surmised that the attributes of the gray serpent would undergo significant transformation this time. Accompanying trait, soul distortion body, rank, royal level. Skills, soul invasion, active, occupies the body of a beast below royal level, stripped of its soul. Soul devour, active, consumes the souls of deceased beings below royal level. Soul transformation, active, converts devoured souls into nether spirits, retaining their memories. Soul whip, active, unleashes a mental attack that lashes at the soul, lasting 3 minutes, terminable at will. Soul distortion, active, possesses the target, causing distortion and disarray, preventing control over thoughts and actions. The distortion effect can be cancelled at any time. Soul resonance, active, the host shares visual and auditory perception with the master, allowing for remote telepathic communication. Physical immunity, passive, immune to physical attack damage. Mental immunity, passive, immune to mental control and illusion skills up to royal level. Shared immunity with the host. Soul parasite, active, generates a soul seed, capable of parasitizing royal level beings' souls. Upon maturity, the target will be wholly obedient to the master. Soul desecration, passive, continuously desecrates and corrupts the souls of the host and master until complete assimilation and distortion occur. Those of lower rank than itself who gaze upon it will gradually distort their own souls, already immune. A friendly reminder, those who toy with souls shall ultimately suffer repercussions. Ah, Amitba, how amusing a backlash is it? Lin Chuan remained unfazed. Upon casually sensing the bounty hunters he had previously encountered, he noted that many bore leader-level soul seeds. He plundered them and then allowed them to roam free. Observing this circle, he found they were largely engaged in their original trades. A few, burdened by grave sins. Lin Chuan decided to send outside the city to slay nether beasts. The only ones warranting Lin Chuan's attention were two, a royal-level bone dagger from the demon god sect and Long Qian. Had it not been for this current ability, Lin Chuan would have forgotten her, despite having seen everything. Master, do we have any news from the Long clan? No directives have arrived. Only that Long Chenhao has advanced to gold and reportedly contracted a royal-level potential beast. Long Qian responded in her heart. It seemed that her prior espionage of Lin Chuan was merely her own volition, devoid of the Long clan's vengeance. However, Long Chenhao contracting a beast of royal-level potential? Lin Chuan could no longer contain himself. Who was the true protagonist here? Was it truly you, the destined child? Seizing an opportunity, Lin Chuan resolved to investigate further. The Long clan could not possibly be entangled with the demonic kings beyond the city, could they? This matter was not one Lin Chuan needed to concern himself with. Yet it irked him. He was not envious in the slightest. What were royal-level potential beasts to him? He had a plethora at his disposal. It was time to address this before it became a regrettable loss. As for the bone dagger from the demon god sect, it was no longer in the possession of the black-robed high priest. It lay upon an altar, its purpose unknown, and Lin Chuan currently lacked the time to attend to it. Ming Shuo, did you not promise allegiance to me? Allow me to verify the truth of your words. Lin Chuan said with a smile. How shall I prove it? Ming Shua gulped, involuntarily recalling the gray serpent. A mere glance made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. It is quite simple. With that, the gray serpent expelled a gray seed, which swiftly struck Ming Shua's brow. As Ming Shua attempted to evade, Ming Yi firmly held him in place, rendering him immobile. What have you done to me? Ming Shua demanded angrily, sensing that an ill fate was about to unfold. Chapter 172, The Power of Soul Whip. Ming Shua sensed nothing out of the ordinary. Yet he heard Lin Chuan say, I have done nothing. If your loyalty is genuine, all shall be well. If it is false, then it matters not. Lin Chuan waited in silence. Ming Shua felt an alien thought enter his mind, urging him not to resist, but to wholeheartedly accept. Yet, to pledge complete loyalty? To the point of self-sacrifice at the slightest command? This was indeed a daunting task. 2 minutes passed. Time is up. Unfortunately, it appears your loyalty is not genuine. Lin Chuan had not anticipated the soul seed would mature instantaneously. What have you done to me? Do not rush. We have yet to begin. Soul distortion. Ming Shua watched helplessly as the gray serpent burrowed into his mind. Soul whip. Ming Shua felt as though someone was stirring a bundle of thorny brambles within his mind, relentlessly agitating for an interminable 3 minutes. So, how stands your loyalty? Loyalty? I am uncertain, master. Damn it, do not drive me to madness. Lin Chuan hastily summoned the gray serpent, employing soul distortion to render Ming Shua incapable of articulating his thoughts. Fortunately, the gray serpent reported that the soul seed had already matured. Remarkably, a single skill would suffice. Lin Chuan rejoiced. In truth, he had significantly underestimated the potency of Soul Whip. In comparison to the previous Soul Spike, it was exponentially more powerful. Was 3 minutes the limit of the skill? No, 3 minutes was merely the threshold for an ordinary human or demon beast. Most, lacking any means of resistance, would likely succumb within that time frame. As a royal-level spirit, Ming Shua barely endured the 3 minutes. In reality, the soul seed matured in just over 2 minutes. And Lin Chuan, engrossed in his thoughts, had intended to employ Soul Whip once more. Rise, Lin Chuan stated calmly. Ming Yi had long since released Ming Shua, allowing him to convulse on the ground. Yes, master. How does the sensation of Soul Whip feel? Lin Chuan inquired with a semblance of amusement, seeking to interview the subject regarding his experience. It is akin to a fate worse than death, Ming Shua replied candidly. Splendid indeed. The more bizarre the skill, the more satisfied Lin Chuan became. Now, enlighten me about the crown and the Ming Xindian. Yes, master. As for the information regarding the Ming Xindian, my knowledge is rather limited. The crown not only commands the spirits within this region, but also augments one's own power to a certain extent, with the degree of amplification and area of expansion being interrelated, and it can even alter the terrain of the region. However, there are restrictions. One must be a royal-level spirit, or else donning it would result in immediate death. Damn, I knew you had ulterior motives, Lin Chuan scolded. Forgive me, master. Please continue. Certainly. Furthermore, this region lies on the periphery of the Ming Tu, classified as a primary area. Theoretically, primary areas fall under the jurisdiction of intermediate areas. However, typically, no commands are issued. Yet, should the crown's master fall, the intermediate area will dispatch a royal-level spirit to take command. The subordinate primary area also provides amplification to the Ming Wang of the intermediate area's temple. Were you dispatched here as well? Lin Chuan inquired with curiosity. Yes. It is said that the royal-level fall rate in this region is quite high. Does the higher authority not intervene regarding your royal-level casualties? As long as the crown is not lost, there will be no further inquiries. In truth, the wars among the Ming Wang within the Ming Tu are far more brutal than you might imagine, with royal-level spirits falling daily. However, the demise of a royal in a primary area may attract royal-level spirits from different intermediate areas vying for dominance. The Ming Tu is certainly not a monolithic entity. Otherwise, neither humans nor demon races would have any chance of survival. Can one voluntarily relinquish the crown once donned? No, it can only change hands upon death. Ming Shua replied with a wry smile. Very well. Lin Chuan decided to set aside some of his more whimsical thoughts for the time being. Are you familiar with the surrounding territories and their strengths? Not very well, my subordinate replied awkwardly, having remained dormant. Lin Chuan, damn it. You are merely a reclusive royal spirit with no ambitions? In the coming days, you and Ming Yi and Ming Air are tasked with investigating the strength of the surrounding territories. Understood. Additionally, do not allow lower-level demon beasts to assault the secret realm entrance. Let them devour one another to accelerate the emergence of monarch-level beings. Understood. With that, the 3 royal spirits departed. Lin Chuan stretched, feeling the discomfort of the throne. Finally, the matters of this region had reached a conclusion. Initially, he had merely intended to bring Ming Yi and Ming Air here for ascension, but unexpected surprises had arisen. Yet, The surprise was largely outweighed by the shock of it all. This world is becoming increasingly intricate. Originally, Lin Xuan merely sought to secure a university spot with provisions and allowances. Ming Shi and Ming Air, summon your pets. We must ensure they are not starving. Lin Xuan suddenly recalled that these royal offspring had seemingly gone without sustenance. Ming Shi and the others had not considered this at all. Moments later, over 20 royal-level offspring appeared in the Grand Hall, each appearing lethargic and weak. However, it was not due to hunger, but rather a depletion of vitality. Soul parasite. More than 20 soul seeds were at their service, lacking any capacity for resistance. Currently, the Grey Serpent imposed no restrictions on soul seeds below royal level. As for those above royal level, it seemingly could only manage 3. However, royal beings possess numerous means, unless they are first subdued. Attempting to ambush with soul seeds would be sheer folly. Fortunately, Lin Xuan did not require ambush tactics. He typically won over others through benevolence, leading them to obediently comply. For instance, Ming Shua could attest that it was he who first expressed a desire to be a subordinate. Let us dissolve the enslavement contracts. In just 3 or 4 days, you have nearly drained them dry. Lin Xuan scolded, having clearly instructed them to exercise restraint. Ming Shi awkwardly scratched his head, offering no rebuttal. Despite having exerted full effort to suppress them, the disparity in strength was too great, rendering these demon beasts too weak. Nevertheless, when the master reprimands, how could one dare to retort? Taking the initiative to shoulder the blame was the only recourse. Lin Xuan approached to inspect each one. Some leaders were on the brink of collapse, and he even stuffed a few energy fruits into their mouths to prolong their lives. These could fetch a handsome price. Moments later, Baiyu transmitted the secret realm ring. Everyone, please enter. Subsequently, Lin Xuan directly opened the entrance to the Hai Jiao secret realm, allowing the multitude of Demon King offspring to enter and await. Afterward, he dismissed all the Xianming guards from the hall. 12 squads of Xianming guards remained outside to hunt monarch-level demon beasts, collect soul orbs, and hone their combat experience. Whoever first touched the threshold of royal level would be the first to ascend. Were it not for Lao He needing to rest, Lin Xuan would have considered leaving him in this battle, as there were currently no significant threats at the royal level. Chapter 173, A Small Business Deal. By the time Lin Xuan returned to the academy, it was nearly evening. He finally noticed the message from Xia Yuan, warning him not to venture into Ming Tu due to royal ascensions. Lin Xuan scoffed, contemplating whether to show him the high-definition video he had recorded. Ultimately, he refrained, as he did not wish to sever his ties to humanity just yet. After resting for the night in his dormitory, the following day, Lin Xuan directly visited the dean's office. Lin Xuan, what brings you to my office? Lung Hong inquired with a smile. I have a small business deal that requires the dean's insight. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Dean, you shall see for yourself. With that, Lin Xuan opened the entrance to the Hai Jiao secret realm. Lung Hong had long since suspected that Lin Xuan possessed a secret realm and was not surprised. He stepped inside without hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Xuan followed him into the secret realm. Lin Xuan, this secret realm is quite impressive. The spatial stability is remarkable, almost indistinguishable from the outside world. Hee, it is rather average, Lin Xuan replied, gesturing towards a group of demon beasts. Dean, these are the goods. Demon beasts? And they are all monarch level and commander level? Lung Hong momentarily failed to grasp Lin Xuan's meaning. Did he intend to slaughter them for consumption? Dean, these are demon king offspring with royal level potential. Lin Xuan stated matter-of-factly. Lung Hong, demon king offspring, royal bloodlines? More than 20? How can you speak of such matters with such calmness? Moreover, you guarantee a successful contract? Lin Xuan then proceeded to drop further bombshells. Now, Lung Hong truly found himself flustered. You can contract even commander-level demon beasts? It is well known that the stronger the being, the more resistant they are to beast-taming contracts. Any hint of resistance results in contract failure. For a commander-level being to lack any inclination to resist, there must be some means at play. Lin Xuan, there are no issues with these demon beasts, are there? Lung Hong questioned skeptically. The dean remarked that there was no significant issue. As long as he did not oppose him, everything would remain fine. Lin Xuan honestly confessed there was no need for concealment. Relying solely on Lin Xuan would not yield substantial results, hence the necessity for the formidable endorsement of the dean. Is there truly a problem? Lung Hong exclaimed in surprise. Cough. Otherwise, how could one easily acquire a king-level potential beast? The dean inquired whether this business could be pursued. If not, Lin Xuan would have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Do not rush, let me ponder. Within Xuanwu City, there are indeed numerous pseudo-king-level beasts. They yearn for a king-level potential tamer. If you disseminate this information, it will undoubtedly incite frenzy among them. However, we must not appear personally. You should enlist a few trustworthy individuals to represent us, and I will introduce you to someone from the Su family. That's simple enough. But what about the origins of this beast? Rest assured, the Su family will provide a reasonable explanation. As long as there are profits to be made, they would dare to trade even king-level beasts. Lin Chuan then mentioned, by the way, there has been a disturbance with the underworld beasts on Xiaojing's side. I haven't seen him in days. Once he is available, I will assist you in retrieving a soul pearl. Leng Hong's mention reminded Lin Chuan of the situation, and he expressed his gratitude profusely, then casually inquired about the locations of other entrances to the underworld, wondering why there had been no disturbances in their vicinity. Naturally, they are located in the inner city. Our area experiences the least pressure. With my constant vigilance, we permit at most 1 or 2 underworld kings to exist simultaneously. In recent years, the underworld king has been relatively docile, merely sleeping. However, it seems a new underworld king has emerged as of yesterday. Lin Chuan instinctively touched his nose. Dean, I advise against meddling in affairs outside your jurisdiction. In other regions, the least powerful beasts are at the commander level, with nearly 10 king-level beasts. Lin Chuan speculated that this could pertain to the intermediate zones. If Leng Hong were to learn that such areas numbered in the thousands, his reaction would be curious. Dean, I shall take my leave for now. We can arrange a meeting at an off-campus location, and I will send someone. Very well, go ahead. It shouldn't take too long. After Lin Chuan departed, Leng Hong promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Old Leng, you are still alive? Came the voice of an elder from the other end. Damn, Su Yuntian, I wouldn't die even if you did. Leng Hong retorted. Both were of similar age, and while the other possessed 4 king-level beasts of 8 or 9 stars, Leng Hong was not far behind. Speak, what do you need from me? If it's merely to act as an intermediary, spare me. Su Yuntian replied nonchalantly. Recently, he had been berated by Xing Yin incessantly, wishing to avoid confrontation. I have a business proposition for you. Oh, what kind of business? Those underworld spirits are not easy to sell. Su Yuntian's interest was piqued. Not difficult to sell, but rather challenging. What about a king-level potential beast? That sounds promising. What are its attributes and species? 20 or so, Leng Hong interrupted before Su Yuntian could finish. Old Leng, that seems rather inappropriate. Offering over 200,000 spirit stones without knowing the attributes is a bit steep. At this moment, Su Yuntian was not a peak king-level individual, but rather a pure businessman. 20 or so, all with king-level potential, Leng Hong stated casually. A sound of choking came from the other side, followed by coughs. What did you just say? You heard me correctly. Leng Hong remained composed, secretly reveling in his triumph. Is it true there are over 20 king-level potential? Indeed. Are you not worried about provoking the Beast clan? That old wretch, I dare not cross him. Not my doing. I am merely a middleman. As for the rest, I cannot interfere. Will you take this deal or not? Leng Hong asked. Of course, I will take it. However, I cannot manage it alone. It would be best if the Su family spearheaded an auction. You are merely concerned about the Beast clan's retaliation and wish to involve more parties. Leng Hong scoffed. Business must always prioritize maximizing profit. As long as it does not become common knowledge, the Beast clan will remain quiet. This period is likely our safest. Su Yuntian sighed. You send someone to discuss this. I'll act as the intermediary, but do not create any complications. 20 or so king-level potentials amount to a considerable business deal. Naturally, do you not trust me? The Su family is known for its integrity in business. Very well, when chaos ensues, I shall see where you conduct your business. After hanging up, Leng Hong chuckled. Su Yuntian smiled, unfazed, and began issuing commands. In the dead of night, Lin Chuan was preparing to sleep when he was suddenly disturbed by a faint calling. Damn it! Who is so inconsiderate at this hour? Lin Chuan grumbled, certain it was not the Xianming guard, as there were few others left. Delving into his consciousness, he discovered it was the bone dagger of the Yaoshan sect. Lin Chuan had previously neglected it, but now he was curious about their activities. Within the underground palace, candles flickered, releasing an enigmatic fragrance. The bone dagger rested upon an altar, for eyes wide open, with a fifth about to awaken. Surprisingly, these eyes were not mere decorations. They provided Lin Chuan with a panoramic view. Surrounding the altar were dozens of cloaked figures, and several large iron cages contained beasts. At the forefront stood the black-robed high priest, bound and struggling. The time has come, let us begin. A refined man in a red robe emerged from the shadows, appearing quite dignified. My lord bishop, I cannot die yet. I have not yet killed Lin Chuan. The black-robed high priest howled. I granted you an opportunity. Yet you are inadequate, the red-robed bishop replied apathetically. A group of devotees wielding sharp blades approached, systematically slaughtering the prostrate black-clad figures. Blood flowed into the crevices around the altar, though they did not yet harm the high priest, as if saving the main course for last. If you grant me the chance to ascend to king level, I am certain I can kill him, the high priest raved. King level, huh? You shall see that soon enough, the red-robed bishop remarked, then continued. However, I am quite curious as to why you are so determined to kill Lin Xuan. What has he done to you? Lin Xuan could not help but wonder, did I disturb your ancestors' graves or something? It was merely a matter of seizing some spirit stones, crystal cores, and Yaoshan pills. Those resources are hardly sufficient for the current old Hayes meal. What Lin Xuan did not realize was that had he not acted first, raiding the treasury and delaying the high priest's plans, even inflicting a soul spear upon him, the high priest would not be in such a dire situation now. At least when fleeing, he would not have lost 2 tamed beasts so easily. Everything was a chain reaction. The high priest fell silent, his spirit shattered. His only remaining belief was to kill Lin Xuan. Perhaps, upon seeing Lin Xuan alive and thriving on the screen, he had already perished, leaving behind a mere shell. Well, in your current state, you are the perfect sacrificial offering. If you succeed, your soul will lose some flavor. With that, the red-robed bishop gestured, casting the high priest onto the altar. Spirit of the dagger. The offering has been presented. Begin your feast. The bone dagger shot upward, plunging directly into the high priest's heart. Lin Xuan was taken aback, witnessing the dagger act on its own accord, driven by instinct. This was his first encounter with a true beast devouring its master. Subsequently, the main priest's body gradually withered, consumed by the bone dagger. In his final moments, he gazed at the 5 eyes embedded in the dagger and offered a strange smile, as if through those eyes he perceived Lin Xuan behind him. What a twisted sight. This eerie scene sent shivers down Lin Xuan's spine. The bone dagger, having just devoured its master, clearly would not accompany him to the grave. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with blood, as the lifeblood from dozens of corpses pooled across the altar. With billowing clouds of blood, mist being absorbed into the dagger, thunder rumbled above the ground, yet it could not affect the underground palace in the slightest. Could it be another ascension to the king level? Lin Xuan was taken aback. The frequency of such occurrences left him numb. Why did he always encounter such events? However, a thought crossed his mind. Now that the bone dagger was his sole servant, its ascension to the king level would undoubtedly add another powerful card to his hand. How exhilarating. Lin Xuan felt immensely relieved that the gray serpent had advanced first. Otherwise, once the bone dagger ascended, its soul seed would become ineffective, leaving him with no way to retrieve it. This item was an exclusive beast of the Yaoshan Jiao, and its attributes remained unknown. While pondering, he guided his clone to transmit into the secret realm. Such a valuable item could not be overlooked, especially since it rightfully belonged to Lin Xuan. Doubt it. Just call its name, and it will respond. After sensing its position, he instructed Bai Yu to send his clone over. These minor antagonists chose increasingly obscure locations. Success. The red-clad bishop could not contain his excitement. Originally, this dagger spirit would have required another 2 to 3 years for advancement, but unexpectedly, with the peculiar black-clad priest presenting it on a silver platter, it felt like divine providence. On the altar, the king-level bone dagger spirit radiated waves of blood light, poised for slaughter at any moment. Yet, despite its elevation to king level, it showed no inclination to transform into human form, retaining its dagger shape, albeit with an intensified aura of violence. The 5 crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, and except for the red-clad bishop, no one dared to meet its gaze. Congratulations, dagger spirit. The red-clad bishop then opened the cage containing the monstrous beasts and hurled them into the fray. Enjoy your meal. Even before the beasts hit the ground, they were sliced into a crimson rain by a flurry of blade light, the dagger spirit reveling in its sinister allure. Having feasted well, it was time to depart. The red-clad bishop chuckled lightly. Huh. Lin Xuan was startled. What kind of divine twist was this? The painstakingly nurtured king level seemed destined for immediate slaughter. Why would it be killed? There was hardly any meat on the bone dagger. At that moment, Lin Xuan's clone had reached the surface of the underground palace, multitasking and observing the red-clad bishop's every move. Suddenly, another bone dagger appeared before the bishop, larger, longer, and more sinister. The moment the 2 daggers met, an invisible blade aura sliced through the ground with a creaking sound. Both parties could not suppress their desire to consume each other, launching attacks in mutual aggression. Damn it. What a fool. Lin Xuan cursed in the dagger spirit's consciousness, urging it to flee. The opponent was larger. Why confront it head-on? Just as the 2 king-level bone daggers were about to clash, the newly emerged dagger executed a sharp 90-degree turn, breaking through the earth above. The red-clad bishop. The disciples. What on earth happened? The pants are off, yet there's nothing below? Bishop, don't just stand there. Chase it. A disciple kindly reminded. Bishop, this sounds strange. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Chapter 175. Could it be a man-made beast? Although the bishop was puzzled by the fledgling dagger spirit's escape, he remained unperturbed. He summoned another beast, instantly arriving at the surface, even faster than the bone dagger. Just as he prepared to intercept, he noticed a sneaky figure hiding nearby, seemingly up to no good. Xiaoling, transmit the bone dagger. Don't mind me, hurry. Got it. The moment the bone dagger burst forth from the ground, a flash of light appeared, vanishing right before the bishop's eyes. What kind of trickery is this? The bishop instantly confronted Lin Xuan, reaching out to seize him. The king-level dagger spirit is mine. Lin Xuan greeted him with a smile, before promptly dissolving his clone. Damn it, Lin Xuan, I recognize you. Oh. The red-clad bishop instantly went berserk, losing all semblance of composure. In that moment, he finally understood the black-clad priest's feelings. Lin Xuan was truly a force of chaos. He had snatched away a decade's worth of effort. I know where you are. Isn't it the Yumming Academy's underworld? You can't escape. As long as the dagger spirit was not in the beast space, he could locate it precisely. Indeed, every bishop could easily track it down. Although he was unsure how Lin Xuan had controlled the dagger spirit, he did not believe Lin Xuan dared to contract it directly. That would only make things easier for him. Even if the dagger spirit were to regress to the commander level, it would still be worth it if Lin Xuan had to pay a price. At that moment, the bishop finally grasped the black-clad priest's resolve to eliminate Lin Xuan. Alas, it was already too late. The dagger spirit had not been directly transmitted into the academy's secret realm. Instead, it had ended up at a hotel outside the academy. Ming Shi was resting there. Lin Xuan had dispatched him to coordinate with the Su family, giving him the secret realm ring. Now, he needed to use the ring to transport the dagger spirit into the secret realm. Otherwise, if the king level entered directly, it would be discovered. This Yao Shunjiao's corrupting dagger spirit was not something that could be exposed, especially not at the king level. Lin Xuan felt helpless. He always seemed to acquire some underworld artifacts, making it impossible to flaunt them publicly. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan was satisfied with his recent acquisition. Currently, the underworld was in dire need of combat power. 2 or 3 king levels were still insufficient. He casually tossed the dagger spirit into the underworld and returned the secret realm ring to Ming Shi. It was still night. Everything could wait until dawn. A night passed without incident. The Su family had already sent representatives to negotiate, reportedly in air. Lin Xuan was indifferent, leaving everything to Ming Shi. Regardless of the selling price, it would be a windfall. With the dean mediating, there should be no losses. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, re-entered the underworld. His time spent in the underworld was longer than that spent outside, making him quite the workhorse. First, he arrived at the dagger spirit's location. After placing the dagger spirit in a lord-level territory yesterday, it had not moved an inch. When Lin Xuan saw it, it had just slain a lord-level ghost with a single strike, allowing its soul pearl to drop to the ground. Over the course of the night, dozens had fallen. This could not be wasted. Lin Xuan hastened to collect them. Master, the dagger spirit transmitted a thought. Lin Xuan, now that you're at king level, can't you articulate better? Lin Xuan quickly touched the dagger spirit, probing its attributes. Time was of the essence. If he delayed, even slightly, the tentacles on the dagger spirit would begin to attach themselves, sending shivers down Lin Xuan's spine. Monster, corrupting dagger spirit, king level 1 star. Skills, soul capture, active. Releases a wave of mental energy, causing the target to enter a killing illusion. Passive effect. Those who make eye contact with the dagger spirit will be influenced by its murderous intent. Bone Devourer, passive, when gripping the dagger's handle. It connects with the user's bones, providing a full attribute enhancement and can grow stronger through slaughter. Attacks carry corrosive effects. Master Eater, passive, race exclusive, when the master dies. The master's soul and body are entirely sacrificed to the dagger spirit, enhancing the probability of advancement. The more insane the soul, the better the enhancement effect. 7 kills, passive, exclusive to divine bloodlines. Transformed from fragments of the bones of the divine 7 kills tiger, it will not die completely. Consuming blood and flesh can restore the dagger's blade. Devouring a royal grade counterpart can enhance 1's potential. Potential, royal grade, 3 stars. This is perhaps the least skilled royal grade entity Lin Xuan has encountered, possessing even fewer abilities than some elite grade demon beasts. It remains uncertain whether this is a common trait among such apparatus-type beast tamers, or if this particular specimen is indeed exceptional. Notably, it appears that Xiaoling also possesses relatively few skills. To Lin Xuan's astonishment, this entity is, in fact, of divine bloodline. There is even a faint possibility of ascending to the divine level. Particularly intriguing is the final passive skill, 7 kill. Lin Xuan speculates that this may not be a man-made beast. Considering the nature of the Yu Xinjiao, the likelihood seems significant. Regardless, Lin Xuan is unconcerned, for it now belongs to him. However, he does not intend to utilize it himself. He shall entrust it to Ming Yi. After all, Ming Yi is a Ming Ling and, regardless of having bones or not, is impervious to corrosion. Lao He has fully recovered and has indulged in a hearty meal. He is now at 6 stars. Lin Chuan releases Lao He, allowing him to seek out a monarch-level Ming Ling to train with. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan takes the knife spirit a bit further away to avoid disturbing Lao He's leveling. Although Lao He cannot intervene in battles between royal grades, he is the bedrock of everything. Without him, there would be no Ming-Yu space, no Hui Shi, no life fruit, and no means of self-preservation for Lin Chuan. Like an anchor stabilizing the sea, he lays a solid foundation for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan eagerly anticipates the overall enhancement that will come when Lao He ascends to the monarch or even royal level. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Ming Yi, Ming Er, and Ming Shua, 3 royal-grade Ming Lings, arrive in succession. Greetings, my lord. Rise. What is the situation, master? This primary area is adjacent to 3 other primary areas. Among them, the eastern and western primary areas each contain 4 royal grades, while the southern area has only 3. Lin Chuan had underestimated the Ming Tuesday. Just one primary area casually possesses 3 or 4 royal grades. Does that not imply there are tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, across the entire Ming Tu? However, it matters little. One cannot expect to consume an entire feast in one bite. Presently, Lin Chuan's goal is to enhance his strength as much as possible before the demon beast tide arrives. If feasible, he still hopes to protect Xianwu City. Ming Shuo, are these primary Ming Shrine Masters related to you? Indeed, a middle-grade area can dominate over 10 primary areas. Calculating thus, the power of the middle-grade Ming Shrine Master is truly formidable. He is certainly not a mere homebody like Ming Shuo, who spends his days idly at work. He may well be capable of commanding all the combat power within his domain. Fortunately, Lin Chuan does not intend to provoke the middle-grade Ming Shrine for the time being. Ming-Yi, see if this knife is usable? He gestures towards the bone knife nearby. Ming-Yi remains silent, stepping forward to grasp the knife's hilt. Countless bloody tendrils wrap around his right hand, entwining and gradually twisting into a single entity. How does it feel, my lord? These tendrils have penetrated my arm and continue to writhe. I will do my best not to harm them. Occasionally feeding them a few soul orbs should suffice. Ming-Yi replies calmly. Lin Chuan is taken aback. How are you able to describe it entirely from an observer's perspective? Well, I hope you two enjoy each other's company. Chapter 176. Just working, what has life to play with? Lin Chuan's main body remains here to accompany Lao He in leveling up, while his avatar is entrusted to Ming Yi and Ming Er to hunt royal grades in the southern primary area. Ming Shua stays behind temporarily to ensure Lin Chuan's safety and to avoid revealing any affiliations. Ming Yi, Ming Er, and the bone knife together equate to 3 royal-grade combatants, which should suffice for handling one. Along the way, Lin Chuan remains curious about how the Ming Tu's environment is delineated, as it appears quite similar throughout. It is not until he steps into another area that he realizes how straightforward it is. Between 2 regions, there exists a distinct boundary, clear and unambiguous. This is not a line drawn by human hands. The subtle differences in the ground's color, the direction of the wind, and the texture of the rocks create a stark contrast. It feels as if one is transitioning from one world to another. More accurately, it resembles entering one small secret realm from another. Considering the continuous expansion of the Ming Tu devouring the Academy's secret realms, Lin Chuan surmises that these thousands of large and small areas are likely the result of the Ming Tu's relentless growth, assimilating worlds or secret realms. It is even possible that this extends beyond the confines of this planetary world. Perhaps other worlds could also belong to the same Ming Tu, given that demon beasts originate from other realms. Contemplating this, the idea of tens of thousands of royal-grade Ming beasts does not seem so exaggerated. If it were only 1,000 Ming Wang poised to invade the world, Lin Chuan might feel a tinge of anxiety. However, with several tens of thousands at play, there is no cause for alarm. More lice do not equate to more bites, and more deaths do not weigh down the soul. 2 days later, halfway along the reconnaissance route, Ming Yi suddenly halts. Master, ahead lies a royal grade battle. There appear to be 6 or 7 royal grades. 6 or 7? Lin Chuan queries. Puzzled. Were there not only 3? Conceal our presence. Let us sneak in. If it were merely 2 royal grades battling, perhaps they could eliminate them all at once. With 6 or 7 now, caution is paramount. The Ming Tu world indeed mirrors Ming Shua's description. One can never predict when a royal battle will erupt. The primary reason remains boredom, with no entertainment to expend their energy on. In the distance lies a vast canyon, unfathomably deep. Across the canyon appears to be another area, its color differing from this side. Lin Chuan and his companions crouch behind a rocky slope, spying on the battlefield. On one side are 2 humans and 2 beasts. On the other, 2 humans and 1 beast. One scene features a Ming wolf against a barbaric bull, human against human. Ultimately, a single human and a Ming tiger confront another human. The 2-on-1 clearly puts the latter at a disadvantage. Evidently, the one in trouble is the target Lin Chuan initially intended to hunt. Ming Luo, do you dare to provoke this king again? The opposing Ming Wang's expression is arrogant. Provoke? How is patrolling my territory a provocation? Yu Hong, do you dare to face me in single combat? Ming Luo. The Ming Wang bellows in anger, sending the Ming tiger hurtling away, only to be kicked back by Yu Hong. This kick is particularly fierce, knocking Ming Luo against the canyon wall, creating a massive dent as rocks tumble down. Lin Chuan has reason to suspect that this canyon may have been formed from battles. However, Yu Hong does not pursue further. He clearly does not intend to kill. Instead, he laughs heartily. Single combat? 2 of us against 1 of you is quite fair. Haha, who told you that no other royal grade emerges from your territory? Ultimately, you are the waste. Damn it, I will fight you. Ming Luo roars, charging forward again. How shameless, I can match you. Lin Chuan curses. He then instructs Ming Yi and Ming Er, you go now. First do this, then that. Understood, my lord. Seeing Ming Luo recklessly attacking him, Yu Hong sneers, allowing the Ming tiger to take the hit while he retreats. His goal for today has been achieved. The fight has been exhilarating. Although he desires to eliminate Ming Luo, he cannot instigate conflict between the middle-grade Ming shrines, lest he ultimately pay the price. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly fly in from a distance, heading straight towards them. There is an order, cease fighting. TCH, Ming Luo. How long has it been since you called for reinforcements? Yu Hong scoffs. Such behavior is akin to calling a teacher during a fight. It is contemptible. Who are you? Who called for reinforcements? Ming Luo questions, bewildered. Since your allies have arrived, let us end it here, Yu Hong states, bowing slightly to Ming Yi and Ming Er before preparing to turn away. You dare to provoke? Just as he finishes speaking, Ming Yi and Ming Er charge at Yu Hong. What the heck? What have I provoked? Yu Hong exclaims, bewildered. At this moment, Yu Hong comprehended the sentiments of Ming Luo. Initially, Yu Hong assumed that these 2 individuals merely intended to assist Ming Luo in casually finding a venue to teach him a lesson. However, after exchanging a few moves, it became evident that their techniques were rather ruthless. What are you waiting for? Assist me, Yu Hong exclaimed, realizing that his underlings were merely spectating. They were not unwilling to help, but were still being restrained by Ming Luo, and after suffering indignities themselves, they felt it necessary to witness Yu Hong endure a beating first. Ming Luo pondered whether the higher-ups had dispatched individuals specifically for this confrontation when suddenly, a horrifying scream from Yu Hong shattered his thoughts. A figure wielding a blood-soaked bone blade struck unexpectedly, cleaving Yu Hong in half. With a swift motion, he seized Yu Hong's soul, orb, and crown. This is the consequence of provoking the Ming family, he declared, and the 2 of them swiftly departed. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. What transpired? How could Yu Hong be dispatched so swiftly? It appeared that someone from the Ming clan's intermediate temple had intervened. Damn it, they are not from the Ming clan. We cannot let them escape, Ming Luo shouted. Regardless of whether it was a command from above, these 2 could not be allowed to flee, as it would spell disaster for him. Yet, after searching, there was no trace of the 2. Ming Yi and Ming Er had long been retrieved back to the Ming domain, dispersing their avatars. Their presence had merely served this purpose. After stealing what they needed, they vanished, a thrilling act indeed. Unexpectedly, you possess such means, Ming Luo. I admire you, said one of the remaining humanoid Ming spirits, a smile gracing his lips, as if Yu Hong's demise mattered little to him. Indeed, it was merely a job. What value was life in such a context? In his eyes, both Ming Luo and Yu Hong were fools, with the rest merely offering their camaraderie while the 2 of them fought with genuine fervor. Where on earth can I find the temple crown? Ming Luo yelled in frustration. One is at home while the pot falls from the sky. He had initially come out to inspect reports of other royal-level beings in the territory, only to encounter Yu Hong, who had unwittingly dragged him into a brawl. The crux of the matter was that Yu Hong had met his demise, and the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lao He expanded his form to its utmost limit. After reaching 6 stars, his physique had significantly strengthened, standing at approximately 25 to 26 meters in his normal form. Enlarged 50-fold, he now boasted a diameter of 1,002 to 300 meters, roughly equivalent to the area of 180 football fields. One of his turtle legs was akin to a skyscraper. Lao He grew weary of merely enduring blows, occasionally using his legs to crush the monarch-level Ming beasts beneath him. While a single stomp might not kill them, it would embed them within rocky pits, rendering them immobile. At times, he would unleash his signature move, Taishan Press, trapping numerous Ming beasts beneath him, unable to move. A formidable roar sent shivers through the ranks of monarch-level Ming beasts. It was hard to fathom that even the fearless Ming beasts would be subdued by a commander-level beast. It was as if they had encountered a true sovereign. Lao He rose, allowing the Ming beasts to scatter in panic. Just as they were about to escape, he issued a taunt, driving countless Ming beasts into a frenzy. Instead of launching another attack, they knelt in submission, allowing Lao He to tread upon their backs. Paralyzed with fear. Thus, Lao He advanced step by step towards Lin Xuan, walking upon a carpet of monarch-level Ming beasts. As he drew closer, he gradually diminished in size, ultimately shrinking to a mere few dozen centimeters upon reaching Lin Xuan, resembling a domesticated turtle resting beside him. "Have you had enough fun?" "Haha," Lin Xuan remarked, rising from his recliner. Upon inspecting Lao He's evolution fruit, he found it to be ripe. If it had not matured soon, Lin Xuan would have had no choice but to let Lao He face a royal-level foe alone, which would have been unmanageable. As for Xiaoling's, there was still no sign of progress. It remained nearly non-existent. To Lin Xuan's astonishment, Baiyu's evolution fruit had matured significantly. "Baiyu, do you know how to advance to the monarch level?" he inquired. "I have no idea," Baiyu replied confidently. "Wait, aren't you a legitimate beast?" Lin Xuan expressed his confusion. "Yes, but I truly don't know. Moreover, it seems I have never advanced to the monarch level in my memories," Baiyu admitted, feeling somewhat despondent. The lifespan of a commander-level beast was not long. The consequences of not advancing would inevitably lead to cycles of reincarnation. Even if her potential increased, she would be unable to break through to the monarch level. "Lin Xuan, you don't despise me, do you?" she asked, on the verge of tears. "Of course not." Lin Xuan reassured her, breaking into a cold sweat. Her mood was as unpredictable as a storm. Surveying the surroundings, he found no immediate dangers. "I will ensure your advancement. Rest assured," he promised, feeling the need to placate her to avoid being pursued by a horde of royal-level beasts later. "Really?" Baiyu's spirits lifted instantly. "Absolutely. All right," she exclaimed, her joy palpable. Lin Xuan sighed in relief. "By the way, Baiyu, you haven't been secretly hunting Ming beasts, have you?" he asked, puzzled. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain the maturity of the evolution fruit. "No, I've just been napping in the tree. I haven't done anything particularly special. Let me think," Baiyu said, counting on her pause. "Every day, the first thing I do is cast a luck spell for you. Then for myself, for Lao He, and for Xiaoling." Lin Xuan, sweating profusely. "Anything else?" "During the remaining time, I've been fertilizing the fruit trees." "Fertilizing? You can't be serious," Lin Xuan exclaimed in shock. Lao He was astonished. Xiaoling was taken aback. "The golden tree? What are you thinking?" "I meant the luck spell metaphorically, do you understand?" Baiyu retorted angrily before storming off. Thank goodness, Lin Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It appeared that Baiyu, bored, had been continuously casting luck spells on the golden tree. Whether it had any effect remained uncertain, but the maturity of the evolution fruit had surged dramatically. However, the logic behind her reasoning was something Lin Xuan could never have envisioned. Having resolved matters on this side, Lin Xuan summoned Mingyi and Ming'er. "My lord." Mingyi presented Yohong's soul orb. "Excellent." With spirits high, Lin Xuan felt invigorated. Slowly but surely, he would carve out a domain for himself in this realm of the dead. In that situation, attacking Yuhong had provided an opportunity. Had he targeted Mingluo instead, Yuhong would not have aided in restraining Mingluo's subordinates. Rather, he would have intervened against Mingyi. Faced with such circumstances, he would have confronted 7 royal-level foes. Yuhong had been overly careless, completely unprepared for such a direct assault. What appeared to be a 1-on-2 confrontation had actually been a 1-on-3. "My lord, there is one matter," Mingyi continued. "What is it?" Mingyi extended his left hand, revealing the same temple crown that adorned Ming Shua's head, now fitting snugly on his middle finger like a ring. "Lin Xuan, you cannot be suggesting that you are bound to this object, are you?" he asked, intrigued. "My lord, forgive me, it is indeed so. I merely grasped this item, and it recognized me as its master." "Is that so?" Lin Xuan understood. Previously, Mingyi had also interacted with Ming Shua's crown, but had experienced no such effects. It seemed that this recognition occurred only after the original owner's demise. Does it make any difference? Lin Xuan was not particularly concerned. As he continued to engage with these items, he would eventually have the royal-level beings test their effects. Now, it seems we might as well embrace this mistake and make the most of it. There is not much difference, as each temple operates independently, allowing its subordinates to sense the position of every nether beast born within that area and issue subtle commands. However, I cannot stray too far from the temple's confines. I must return at least once every 7 days. Ultimately, I possess the ability to relocate the nether temple into the nether domain. The prospect of moving the nether temple into the nether domain left Lin Xuan utterly astonished. Even Mei Shua appeared perplexed. What is the nether domain? Can the nether temple actually be relocated? Indeed, Mei affirmed. Wait a moment, let me collect my thoughts. Lin Xuan urged Mei not to rush into any attempts, as he had a foreboding sense that this could lead to catastrophic consequences. This was not merely about eliminating a couple of nether kings. If the Nether Temple is bound to this small area, relocating it might very well merge the entire region into the Nether domain. This is extraordinarily audacious. It is akin to uprooting the very essence of the Netherland. Should Lin Xuan dare to take action, countless Nether Kings would surely flock to investigate. By then, there would be no need to wait for demon beasts to assault. We would all be doomed together. Mei, are you certain that no other Nether Kings can perceive your location through the crown? Lin Xuan sought confirmation once more. Yes. The crown can only detect the locations of each Nether Temple and the Nether creatures belonging to this region. We, belonging to the Master's Nether domain, cannot be sensed by any Nether King. Excellent. Upon hearing Mei's assurance, Lin Xuan felt relieved. From here on, they merely needed to observe the infighting among the Nether Kings, for he harbored no doubts that these rulers would be unable to restrain themselves. Even if they managed to hold back, Lin Xuan would return for another round. In the following days, Lin Xuan instructed Mei Shua to remain within the Nether Temple, anticipating that several regions would soon be investigated by other royal-level beings. At that time, he should adapt accordingly. Additionally, he should gather information about the Yu clan in the vicinity. Mei Shua acknowledged his orders. Mei, you shall stay here to support Mei Shua, pretending to be a local Nether spirit. Take this soul orb. If any squad leader reaches the royal-level threshold, assist them in their ascension. Do not allow any incoming royal-level beings to become too presumptuous. Understood. In a primary region, having only one royal-level entity would be exceedingly meager. Once hostilities commence, they may be retaliated against by the royal-level beings of the Yu clan. It is fortunate for Mei Shua that the surrounding areas belong to the Mei clan, as they are essentially working under the same master, apart from one royal-level soul orb. There is little of interest to attract the attention of other colleagues. Mei's presence in the Nether domain is currently not feasible. He will rest for the time being. After issuing these instructions, Lin Xuan withdrew Mei into the Nether domain. When the bone dagger fused with Mei, it could be stored, but if separated, it would be impossible. For the time being, he planned to refrain from entering the Netherland, preferring to observe the unfolding situation. He would wait until the responses from the two Nether clans arrived before devising a strategy. Moreover, the conditions for Lao He to advance to the monarch level were now ripe. He merely needed to consume the Ningjing fruit to ascend. However, the requirement for Ningjing fruit would increase with each advancement. It was not a lack of spiritual stones. Rather, it was constrained by Lao He's digestion speed, which had reached a point where he could practically consume spiritual stones as if they were meals. In terms of conversion, each meal required thousands of spiritual stones. A typical monarch-level being would likely be overwhelmed. Currently, Lao He was estimated to need around 200 Ningjing fruits to reach the 9-star level. At the current pace, it should only take about 20 days, and with the elevation in rank, the time might even shorten. By then, it was likely that Xia Si Yi would also have reached the golden level. When Lin Xuan said that by the time Xia Si Yi reached the golden level, he would be at the diamond level, he was not jesting. 3 days later, thunderous roars echoed through the Academy's secret realm once more. Curse it! Is this incessant? Another royal-level nether beast is advancing? The teachers at the Academy muttered in frustration. In the span of just a week, there had been 2 royal-level advancements. Such anomalies had not occurred in years. Lin Xuan emerged from his room to find Xia Si Yi in the living room. Have you emerged from seclusion? Lin Xuan greeted with a smile. Yes, my state was interrupted. There was no choice. The commotion outside was too great, Xia Si Yi replied helplessly. I had originally planned to attempt breaking through to the golden level in the next couple of days, but it seems I must wait another week or so. Lin Xuan chuckled awkwardly. He knew better than anyone what caused the uproar outside. The individual advancing this time was Mei San. The previous Mei San had perished while confronting Mei Shua, and this was merely a squad leader promoted from the ranks, trailing behind the other leaders significantly. Unexpectedly, he had made a desperate comeback, fighting recklessly in every battle, often facing multiple foes alone, vowing to defend the honor of his number at all costs. It seemed that ever since Mei proposed the naming convention, the squad had transformed. The results were evident, as the first 3 squad leaders to ascend to the royal level were precisely those with the lowest numbers. The remaining squad leaders were also nearing the threshold of the royal level, merely lacking the royal level soul orbs. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Before Lin Xuan could rise to open it, a figure appeared directly in the living room. Who else but Xia Yuan? Lin Xuan remarked. Oh, you are all here? Lin Xuan, why haven't you ventured into the Netherland? Another royal level advancement has occurred. Xia Yuan grinned mischievously. This Lin Xuan, fearless as he was, finally seemed hesitant in the face of a royal level nether beast's ascension. Lin Xuan, fully aware of Xia Yuan's insinuations, pulled out a video to frighten him. Si, we need to step out shortly to attend an auction. An auction? Xia Si queried, puzzled. Indeed, there has been quite the buzz within the inner city lately. as the Su family seems to have procured a batch of nether beasts with royal-level potential, inviting numerous families to participate. Xia Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who could resist the allure of being able to contract a royal-level potential nether beast immediately upon ascension? He was likely not far from achieving the royal level himself. Soon, Xia Si Yi would be advancing to the golden level, making this the perfect time to select his beasts. Ahem. Lin Chuan nearly choked. These beasts were all released by him. In recent days, Mei Shi had become a guest of the Su family, treated lavishly and comfortably. The Su family was utterly astonished, having thoroughly examined over 20 nether beasts for days before confirming their royal-level potential. To ensure safety, they even overpaid, randomly purchasing 3 to contract with their compatible offspring. All contracts were successful without any discrepancies found. As for their attributes, they were all of the highest quality. This left the Su family increasingly wary of the power behind Mei Shi, as such maneuvers had previously gone unnoticed. Could it be that these creatures had wandered in from other cities? Initially, the Su family intended to invite only a select few families, particularly those with pseudo-royal or peak monarch levels. However, this news spread like wildfire among the higher-ups of Xuanwu City. Consequently, the Su family decided to sell tickets, as befits a business family. In addition to the invited guests, anyone wishing to attend would need to pay 1,000 spiritual stones for a ticket, effectively filtering out a significant portion of the crowd. Of course, the ticket proceeds would also be shared. Thus, an auction covering a considerable portion of the elite forces in Xuanwu City was set to unfold tomorrow evening. Lin Chuan, what expression is that? Do you wish to attend? Xia Yuan inquired with a smile. However, it seems you have already contracted 3 beasts, so you are quite close to the monarch level. Just as Xia Yuan was about to say that Lin Chuan was still far from the monarch level, he accidentally probed Lin Chuan's level. 6 stars in golden? What the hell? This has barely been a month. Isn't the ascent to higher stars supposed to become increasingly arduous? Why does it seem utterly unreasonable in Lin Chuan's case? You have reached 6 stars? Xia Yuan could not help but inquire further. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. The ascension to Xingxing was merely a tad swifter than usual, hardly warranting such astonishment. But weren't you just promoted to Huangjin? Xia Yuan pressed on, incredulous. This defies logic. Moreover, beside him, Xia Sai appeared remarkably composed, as if he were the only one at the pinnacle of diamond making a fuss. Little did he know, Xia Sai had witnessed firsthand Lin Chuan's effortless rise from silver 6 stars to Huangjin in just a week, unlike himself, who required seclusion to achieve even Huangjin. It had been a month already. If he did not ascend to diamond soon, the demon beasts would be upon them. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. What a load of nonsense. Finally, Xia Yuan grew weary and ceased his inquiries. Observing Xia Sai calmly sipping tea, it seemed he had long since grown accustomed to the situation. Are you going or not? Xia Yuan asked as he prepared to depart. Of course, why wouldn't I go? Lin Chuan initially intended to refuse, but reconsidered, deciding to engage with these naive patrons, or rather, these affluent magnates. It would serve as a reconnaissance mission. What if there are threats to Xuanwu City? I ought to eliminate such malignant influences beforehand. Chapter 179, The auction commences. The following evening, the Su family, known for their immense wealth, hosted the auction within their medium-sized resource-type secret realm. What defines a resource-type secret realm? It is one that boasts at least a renewable large mine or medicinal mountain, serving not only as a resource-gathering site, but also as a sanctuary. Whether it be crops yielding 4 to 5 harvests annually or unending supplies of spirit stones, it is entirely self-sufficient. The secret realms Lin Chuan had previously entered could hardly be deemed resource type, particularly the smaller realms during the district competition, where growing food was a luxury. Ordinary individuals could survive a few days by bringing their own food and water, otherwise, they would have to resort to foraging. Upon entering the Su family's secret realm, Lin Chuan immediately felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, energy fruit ripened instantaneously on the Huangjin tree. Wow! Lin Chuan exclaimed, astonished. The concentration of spiritual energy exceeded even that of the Wan Yao Palace's storeroom. How does it feel? Exhilarating, isn't it? Xia Yuan inquired with a grin, observing Lin Chuan and Xia Sai's stunned expressions. If I could cultivate here for a year, I would surely ascend to diamond. Xia Sai marveled. A year? Dream on. A night would suffice, Xia Yuan chuckled. Here, every breath is akin to money. Without the Su family standing, I would have to pay to enter, especially during the auction. Under normal circumstances, that would be out of the question. However, Lin Chuan contemplated, granting himself a year. He could drain this place dry. Arriving at the accommodations arranged by the Su family, Lin Chuan summoned Bai Yu. Lin Chuan, where is this? I feel unwell. Bai Yu complained. How can you feel unwell in such abundant spiritual energy? Lin Chuan retorted, promptly retracting Bai Yu. This realm was riddled with spatial restrictions. Not only was teleportation in and out impossible, even internal teleportation would be detected and suppressed. If you wished to engage in nefarious activities, it would be futile. Baiyu was well aware of Lin Chuan's intentions. Ahem, what ill will could I possibly harbor? Is even breathing a crime? Lin Chuan was speechless. It was merely that witnessing such a bountiful secret realm had stirred a bit of mischief within him. I apologize. I'm accustomed to reaping benefits. It was evident that the Su family had operated here for many years, undoubtedly implementing numerous precautionary measures and various restrictions. While they may not possess as many royal-level individuals as the Wanyao Palace, their wealth allowed them to attract a plethora of talent. Perhaps even an ancient master was involved. Even if a royal were present, they would likely have to remain idle. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuan dismissed some of his earlier ambitions and decided to freely absorb the spiritual energy. In a single night, he could amass 1,000 or so spirit stones. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction commenced punctually. The brightness of the secret realm's space was not dim. The venue was a large outdoor arena, with a raised platform at its center and 4 colossal display screens surrounding it, ensuring that every attendee could view the details without obstruction. Such a grand event would be rare in the future, and the Su family placed great importance on it. Accompanied by Xia Yuan, Lin Chuan settled into a front-row seat, with Baiyu perched on his shoulder. Even if uncomfortable, Baiyu was keen to observe the lively proceedings, especially since it could automatically identify many ill-intentioned gazes. Lin Chuan was curious to see how many high-level beast tamers harbored designs against him. After a while, a strikingly beautiful woman stepped onto the stage. Good evening, everyone. I am Su Ying from the Su Commercial Association, overseeing this auction. As Su Ying concluded her opening remarks, the atmosphere gradually became lively. The next generation heir of the Su family would be a boon to whoever won her hand. A diamond level in her early 20s. Are there really royal-level potential demon beasts? Let's see them. Yes, we've already paid our spirit stones. Let us hurry. Before the auction officially commenced, the Su family declared that the origins of these demon beasts could not be disclosed, but they were indeed genuine royal-level potentials, having undergone rigorous inspection. They even randomly selected 3 demon beasts for contract demonstration. Attendees were invited to view the screens. Subsequently, the attributes of the 3 demon beasts were displayed. Feitian Xinglang Potential, Royal Level 3 stars. Qixing Zhizhu Potential, Royal Level 4 stars. Tianlei Jiao Mang Potential, Royal Level 7 stars. Boom. The audience erupted into an uproar. Enthusiasm igniting instantaneously. Wow, a Royal Level 7 stars potential just like that. Indeed, only a dozen exist, and now 3 have been taken. All Royal Level potentials. Did they clear out the nests of dozens of Royal Demon beasts? Will we face retaliation for contracting Royal Level demon offspring? This remark caused a noticeable drop in the crowd's volume. Haha, Su Ying chuckled lightly before adding. The Su family guarantees with centuries of credibility that these 3 were indeed randomly selected. Perhaps the remaining demon beasts could possess Royal Level 9 stars potential as well. As for the concern about revenge from the demon kings, I ask you, if Royal Level potential demon beasts cannot be obtained through the offspring of demon kings, do you expect to find them in the vast sea outside the city? Those with doubts are welcome to leave. The Su family will refund your ticket. Exactly. If not through the offspring of demon kings, how would one acquire Royal Level potential demon beasts? If you're afraid, simply contract a Monarch Level 1 and be done with it. Most attendees were eager for fewer competitors. What of royal offspring? As long as the contract was successful, their fate would be in their own hands, at worst. It could be a simple exchange. If they could nurture it to royal status, perhaps a dramatic tale of father and son turning against each other would unfold. Many gazes sparkled with fervor. In the audience, whispers circulated among several individuals. Old Lu, it's confirmed. These are the lost offspring of the guardian demon kings. Who could possibly have done this? Such ruthlessness. No news. It's rumored to be the work of the Baihu or Zhuke city's people, who have fled here. Their city is nearly in ruins, yet they still harbor such intentions. They deserve their fate. What do the deputy hall masters say? Should we intervene? The demon kings have already distanced themselves from our Wanyao palace. Why should we concern ourselves? Besides, the opportunity to contract a demon king's offspring is exceedingly rare. If the price is right, I wouldn't mind acquiring one myself. Indeed, you have a point. Your mind certainly works well. As long as one contracts a royal level potential demon beast, there lies the chance for demonization. Returning home, one could even secure a position as a deputy hall master, no longer needing to live in fear within the city. Under the expectant gazes of countless eyes, the auction officially began. Now, let us unveil the first item for bid. A royal-level potential demon beast, the Bai-Ying leopard. According to current records, this species has produced a royal-level 7 stars beast. The audience erupted into excitement. Chapter 180, Regretful Days. As Suing introduced, a slender leopard with a lightning pattern on its brow was pushed out in a cage. Soon after, questions arose. What level is it? How can it be a commander level? Indeed, nearing adulthood, how could it be contracted? Are we being toyed with? As the murmurs gradually subsided, Su-ing stated, whether you can contract it, you will know once you bid. I reiterate, if you do not wish to participate, please leave. This is your final opportunity. Once the auction begins, no refunds will be allowed. Su Ying's tone was so resolute that even the many Wong-level beast masters in the audience felt a stir. There were at least 100 Wong-level masters present. However, most of them were pseudo-Wong, not significantly different from Diamond-level combatants. As Su Ying finished speaking, a few individuals indeed rose to leave. The venue then returned to silence. Su Ying couldn't be bothered to glance at those departing. Given their caliber, even 10 opportunities would not suffice for them to seize this chance. The starting price for the buying bow was set at 100,000 spirit stones, with each increment at least 2,000. The auction now commences. 105,000. 110,000. Many voiced their concerns, yet were quite honest in their actions, continuously raising their paddles. See, are you interested in this leopard? Though it's not of the dark element, it belongs to the speed category and could greatly benefit you. Xia Yuan inquired. Forget it, uncle. I only desire pure dark element creatures. Xia Siyi refused. Xia Yuan realized further persuasion was futile and ceased to press the matter. As for Lin Chuan, Xia Yuan discerned that this lad was merely here to observe, fidgeting about, and even standing up, as if to declare his presence in this human spirit stone mine. Presently, Lin Chuan's bid had increased significantly, likely due to a command from the Yaoshin Jiao. However, no bounty hunter dared to take it on. To provoke Lin Chuan meant preparing for a lifetime of living beyond the city with the monsters. Diamond level would be of no use, and Wong level would indeed look down upon such trivialities. The value and the cost were completely disproportionate. The auction continued. 200,000 for the third time. Congratulations to this gentleman at number 180. Please come on stage. Su Ying struck the gavel, inviting the winner to inspect the goods. Subsequently, a masked figure fully cloaked in black robes ascended the stage. No one found this peculiar. After all, one must wear a hood when claiming lottery winnings. Given the uniqueness of the items today, a payment upon delivery was required. The Su family promised that if a contract was not successfully established within 3 attempts, 1/3 of the spirit stones would be returned without charge. Su Ying said with a faint smile. Boom. Incredible. The Su family is quite bold. No wonder they are one of the 9 sovereigns. Their enduring prosperity is well-founded. The Su family significantly bolstered their reputation through this auction, and Su Ying took this opportunity to firmly establish her position. After all promises were decided by her. Indeed, the Su family. It seems my gamble was correct. The black-robed figure laughed. He then produced a spirit stone card and handed it to Su Ying. After verification, she found no issues and gestured to the masked man. Please. The black-robed figure opened the cage without a hint of concern that the creature within would attack, evidently possessing confidence. He then sliced his finger, allowing blood to form a contract array in the air, which instantly imprinted upon the Bai Ing Bao's forehead. 3 seconds later, the contract array gradually entered the creature's mind and ultimately vanished. It's done. The hundreds in the audience were astonished. It succeeded on the first try? So easily. Could there be any issues? Someone remarked with envy. Indeed, that was a possibility. Some might intentionally damage the creature's consciousness to lower the difficulty of contracting it. However, such actions are easily detected. The Su family would hardly stoop to such tactics. Ha ha ha, Wong level. I finally got one. The black-robed man laughed uncontrollably. What potential does it possess? Someone mused, scratching their head. It appears there are no issues. Damn, this luck is extraordinary. Had I known, I would have raised my bid by 2,000 earlier. The black-robed man chuckled. A Wong-level beast with 5-star potential for 200,000 is merely a fair price. And it could even only acquire an average attribute. I've struck it big this time. The black-robed man declared. Since the Su family is so generous, I shall reciprocate. He continued. The beast is fine. Its consciousness is undoubtedly intact. And as for its potential, it is 5 stars at the Wong level. If you doubt it, I can showcase its panel, but only to one individual. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement. Especially those who had just participated in the bidding and backed out at the last moment felt regretful. Damn it, a 5-star Wong level potential. I would pay 300,000 for it. One shouted, and it perfectly matches my talent. Then it is you, my good sir. The black-robed man then transmitted the Bai Ing Bao's attribute panel telepathically. Wong level 5-star potential, with 8 skills exclusive to the species. Following this, the individual fell into a stupor, fainting on the spot. The crowd had never witnessed someone regretting to such an extent. This black-robed figure was indeed quite cunning. targeting precisely the one who had just competed with him, striking at the heart. It was likely that this individual would have restless nights for the remainder of his life. With this little interlude, no one harbored doubts regarding the creature. They feared becoming the next unfortunate soul. If one were unaware or lacked funds, it would be understandable. But to have the opportunity and means yet fail to seize, it would be truly heartbreaking. The most disheartening part was having a competitor stab you in the back. The next auction item was a Wong-level potential beast, the Qi Yin Shu, a species that has previously produced Wong-level 6-star beasts. This particular one, aged no more than 20 years, had already reached Junju 5 stars. Junju 5 stars. This is absurd. Commander level is one thing, but Junju level? Is it even possible to contract directly? There is nothing impossible. Consider the earlier case. A wild beast could reach Junju 5 stars within 20 years. Is that the key point? The crucial aspect is the time saved if successful. Additionally, this represents ready combat power. Amidst the discussions, the Junju level Qi Yin Shu was brought forth. The starting price remained at 100,000 spirit stones. This time, the competition was evidently more intense, given the popularity of the fire attribute. Ultimately, a young man with red hair won the bid at 310,000. If it were purely Wong-level potential, that would be a significant markup. However, he valued the Junju 5-star level. Time was of the essence. There was no luxury of slowly nurturing a beast. The red-haired youth strode confidently onto the stage and declared, "I am Xingzhua. If any beast kings seek revenge, feel free to come." With that, he casually handed over the spirit stone card and proceeded towards the Qi Yin Shu. Blood was shed, arrays were formed, and contracts were established seamlessly. As the Qi Yin Shu was secured into his beast space, it signified the success of the contract. Wong-level 4-star potential, not too shabby. After speaking, the youth did not linger and promptly exited the auction venue. Chapter 181. How awkward. Damn, I can't believe Xingzhu got there before me. No wonder this kid looks so youthful. Just like his grandfather, such a show-off, Xia Yuan incessantly chided. Uncle Xia, who is he? Lin Chuan inquired curiously. He is the grandson of Xing Zun, with a fire attribute talent. He must have just broken through and caught a lucky break. Damn. Why can't I have such good fortune? Lin Chuan sighed, thinking, you might as well give up on these beasts, lest you find yourself needing to ask Hui Shi to erase your soul seed. That would be quite the hassle. Otherwise, your teacher's beast could end up being your sole slave? How utterly embarrassing. As the auction proceeded, aside from a few, like Xia Yuan, who were on the verge of promotion and lacked a contracting position, needing temporary storage, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. The remainder was successfully contracted, with not a single buyer leaving negative feedback. The demon beasts were continuously purchased, and the fervent excitement consistently soared higher and higher. Each time, Suing claimed it would be the last few. Yet, after a few more, there were always a few more. No one knew whether that few referred to 9 or 2. In any case, the prices escalated with each transaction. How abundant the wealthy truly are. Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. However, when he considered that all these spirit stones belonged to him, he nearly lost control of his expression, conservatively estimating that amounted to 5 million. Had he known demon beasts were so valuable, why had he bothered with fishing and netting? He could have simply excavated the demon beast nests. With Bayu's teleportation and his own identification skills, he would undoubtedly walk away with a fortune, each excavation yielding precise results. It was indeed a splendid idea. The more Lin Chuan pondered, the more feasible it appeared. With such a lucrative venture, why would Bayu still be concerned about the vaults within the city? The largest treasure trove lay just outside the city. Hee. Hey, don't laugh like that. It frightens me. Xia Yuan shifted uncomfortably, then continued to focus on the auction on stage, still hoping to encounter something suitable. Nearly 20 had already been sold, so there couldn't be much left. On stage, Suing tossed the introduction card behind her and smiled, stating, these last 3, each of their races has recorded a king-level 8-star potential. As for the rest, I shan't elaborate. I leave the remaining time to everyone. After speaking, she handed the microphone to her assistant and walked directly off the stage. There was no need for her to further stir the bidder's emotions. The last 3 were a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Below, hundreds of attendees were nearly all essential clients. The flames of desire had been ignited, a fire that could not be extinguished. As Suing descended, she exchanged a few pleasantries with Xia Yuan before turning her gaze toward Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, hello? Her greeting interrupted Lin Chuan's reverie. Sister Su, hello. Lin Chuan hadn't paid attention to Su Ying's introduction on stage and could only respond casually. Hee. Suing chuckled lightly, then remarked. It seems younger brother Lin Chuan has little interest in the king-level potential beasts. My contract slots are full. I mainly followed Uncle Xia to broaden my horizons. These were all brought here for auction by me, so it would be strange to have any interest. I see. Your progress is truly remarkable. Haha, Sister Su flatters me. I can hardly compare to you. Su-ing appeared to be merely 21 or 2 years old, yet had already achieved diamond status, destined to surpass the vast majority present in future accomplishments. However, internally, Su-ing was even more astonished. Lin Chuan had officially risen to prominence during the college entrance examinations. She recalled seeing a video where she remembered having met this young man once during her inspection of District 81. She remembered that at that time, Lin Chuan had just successfully awakened, possessing only a black iron 1-star rank. Now, in a mere 4 to 5 months, he had attained a golden 6-star rank? Such speed, was it truly achievable by a human? Lin Chuan undoubtedly harbored a significant secret. Unfortunately, the opportunity for exploration had been missed. She could only seek to foster a good relationship. Who knows, there may be opportunities for collaboration. Here is my business card. If you have any items to acquire or sell, feel free to contact me anytime. Thank you, Sister Su. Lin Chuan accepted and stored it away. Speaking of business, he actually had a substantial amount of material resources still stored with Bai Yu, which he had yet to find an opportunity to utilize. However, now was certainly not the time. Then he casually inquired, by the way, Sister Su, do you have any king-level crystal cores for sale? Xia Yuan nearly choked on his breath beside him. Su-ing. Xia Si? Had Lin Chuan not spoken so earnestly, Su-ing might have thought he was intentionally being provocative. After contemplating, she decided to respond. We do have king-level crystal cores, but they are not sold lightly. They are generally exchanged for king-level materials. I understand. Thank you, Sister Su. As the auction was about to conclude, she said, Sister will go attend to some matters now. Remember to reach out. Su-ing raised her delicate brows and smiled. Sure. Lin Chuan stood to see her off. The moment he stood, he immediately felt at least dozens of gazes converge upon him. As the main attraction of the auction, Su-ing naturally attracted the attention of everyone present, particularly the youthful talents from various families. Shock, envy, jealousy, hostility, various emotions flickered across their faces. Lin Chuan scanned the surroundings, though most people quickly averted their gazes. Humph. Lin Chuan sneered disdainfully before sitting back down. Such characters were not worthy of Bai Yu bestowing upon them a mark of misfortune. Of course, if anyone were to forcefully offer him money, Lin Chuan wouldn't mind accepting it all. Ultimately, the final demon beast was claimed by a cloaked figure for a staggering 47,000, followed by an immediate contract. This also signified the conclusion of the auction. The buyer, after contracting, displayed a face of sheer joy, attempting to suppress his laughter, which genuinely amused Lin Chuan. He thought this was the most interesting aspect of the auction. Just a king-level 8-star potential. Was it worth such excitement? A classic case of the satiated not understanding the hunger of the starving. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Chuan communicated with Ming Shi through thought. So, did the Su family make any moves? My lord, the Su family showed no abnormalities. They promptly sent over the auction share, amounting to 632,000 spirit stones after deducting the agreed-upon handling fee, along with 3 king-level 1-star crystal cores. Ming Shi replied. The 3 king-level crystal cores were to be exchanged for 3 king-level potential demon beasts, a price previously discussed. Since these 3 cores were of no use to the Su family, their unit price was approximately 300,000, sufficient for the exchange, and both parties were satisfied. Now, after the auction, it was the most perilous time for Ming Shi. A mere monarch-level figure possessed such a substantial sum. While the Su family outwardly refrained from acting against him due to concerns over Lung Hong, they might secretly employ cunning tactics. Naturally, Lin Chuan hoped they wouldn't act foolishly. Otherwise, it would lead to enmity. Lin Chuan's enemies would not have a pleasant outcome. Business people should focus on conducting business, not plotting robbery. Such matters were best left to Lin Chuan. After all, he was well versed in it. Chapter 182, Hunting King-Level Ming Beasts. The next day, they returned. Although Xia Yuan and Xia Si did not encounter suitable demon beasts, they were not disappointed but rather invigorated. It was inevitable. They had been stimulated. They clamored to enter seclusion and break through. Lin Chuan was speechless. What was this seclusion? If staying cooped up in a room counted as seclusion, then he, Lin Chuan, could easily do it too. As long as there was air conditioning, some watermelons, and perhaps a beast-eared girl, cough cough. The journey back was uneventful, and they smoothly returned to the Academy's secret realm. Given the security conditions in the inner city, numerous king-level figures could arrive within a minute, and no one dared to intercept Lin Chuan along the way. Ming Shi had remained in the Su family's secret realm for another 2 days before emerging. He primarily wished to convert all the spirit stones on the card into cash, which required the Su family a little time to prepare. However, it was no significant issue. In fact, the Su family generously gifted him a storage ring specifically for holding spirit stones, which he did not need to return. Until Ming Shi smoothly returned to the Academy district, there were no unusual occurrences. The Su family might have been keeping an eye on him. but they had shown no intention of taking action. Most likely, it was merely a form of reconnaissance. Lin Chuan utilized a clone to bring Ming Shi back, marking the conclusion of this matter. It seemed the Su family was indeed solely focused on conducting business. What a pity. Suddenly possessing over 600,000 spirit stones, yet unable to procure king-level demon beast crystal cores, Lin Chuan found himself in the awkward predicament of having wealth without a place to spend it. He could only feed old He more, urging him to eat quickly. Increase the dosage, aiming for 7 stars. As for the 3 king-level crystal cores, uncertain of their attributes, Lin Chuan found them of no use to himself and decided to absorb them directly. A radiant and resplendent fruit was generated, a royal-level, tiered fruit. With an effect of 3, this singular fruit is valued at nearly 1 million. Lin Chuan consumed it directly, albeit with little expectation. Master, have the royal-level beings sent by Ming clan and Yu clan withdrawn? At that moment, Ming Shua suddenly conveyed news. Withdrawn? Did they not engage in battle? Lin Chuan queried. Perplexed. No, it appears that the royal-level beings from both mid-tier shrines have resolved their misunderstanding, Ming Shua replied. I will head over. Understood. Lin Chuan had anticipated the 2 factions clashing, allowing him to reap the benefits, so he was taken aback by the sudden cessation of hostilities. With his plans thwarted, Lin Chuan was compelled to devise a new strategy. Reluctantly working overtime, he was decidedly displeased. Within the Ming shrine, Lin Chuan sat upon the throne. Below him, Ming Yi held a bone knife, standing at the forefront, with Ming Er and Ming San following in succession. Ming Shua stood alone in a separate line. Ming Shua. Elaborate further. Certainly, Ming Shua bowed. Initially, there was a tendency for conflict between the 2 factions, and several royal beings from the surrounding shrines received instructions to prepare in secrecy. However, after the mid-tier shrine royal beings encountered each other, it seemingly resolved their misunderstanding. Is Yu clan so easygoing? They simply conceded? Not quite. It is my conjecture that there are several reasons. Firstly, the mid-tier royal from Yu clan likely did not perceive a significant increase in strength from the mid-tier royal of Ming clan. After all, acquiring a new territory would undoubtedly yield a considerable enhancement. Secondly, Yu clan is currently engaged in offensives in other regions and cannot spare their forces. Otherwise, they would not have retreated so easily, as their overall strength still surpasses that of Ming clan. Other regions? Other royal beings? Lin Chuan inquired. It is said to be a secret realm connected to the human world. Could it be Xuanwu City? I heard from the academy head that Xia Zun seems to be dealing with the chaos caused by the Ming beasts, Lin Chuan pondered. However, overthinking would yield little benefit. It was more pressing to address the matters at hand. Ming Yi, the area you control previously had 3 royal-level beasts remaining. Where are they now? 2 royal-level Ming beasts are still within the territory, but the humanoid Ming spirit has escaped, Ming Yi responded after sensing. As expected of a royal-level Ming spirit, its intellect surpasses that of the Ming beasts. Let us eliminate the 2 royal-level Ming beasts first. Having said this, Lin Chuan summoned the 3 royal-level Xian Ming guards and instructed Bai Yu to teleport him to the previous territory of Yuhong. As for Ming Shua, he would remain to guard the area. Since they would pass through Ming Luo's territory, it was best not to reveal themselves prematurely. With Ming Shua, the insider, stationed here, the secret realm of Yuming Academy would be much safer. In the valley, a gigantic Ming wolf, towering 100 meters high, patrolled its territory. Without Yuhong dragging it into battles, it now roamed freely and leisurely. It was uncertain whether the culprit who killed Yuhong had been found. In any case, it was of no concern to it. Whoever controls the Ming shrine, I shall submit to them. Unlike that coward who fled, the Ming wolf mused. Shortly thereafter, it sensed several powerful auras approaching. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Leading the group was the Ming king who had slain Yuhong, who had surprisingly evaded detection by Yu clan. Given this, should it submit or not? The Ming wolf was bewildered. It had not anticipated Yu clan to be so inept. It thought at least another royal from Yu clan would be dispatched. After contemplating for 3 seconds, it swiftly made a decision. I submit. Attack. Ming Yi, Ming Er, and Ming San unleashed their most potent strikes simultaneously, particularly Ming Yi, whose might was amplified by the shrine crown and bone knife, rendering it several times more formidable than Ming Er. Even with just Ming Yi alone, it could likely slay the Ming wolf within 3 moves. Without any suspense, the Ming wolf was instantly vanquished. What did it just say? Lin Chuan, who had materialized behind, inquired, puzzled. My lord, I did not catch it. But it seemed to say something akin to what the hell, Ming San replied. Indeed, it is reasonable for Ming beasts to curse. My lord, that Ming tiger seems to have sensed something and is fleeing, Ming Yi alerted. It cannot escape. Which direction? After Ming Yi indicated the direction, Lin Chuan summoned the 3 and urged Bai Yu to teleport them onward. At this moment, the Ming tiger was filled with regret for having rejected the invitation to depart with that royal-level Ming spirit. Just moments ago, the aura of the Ming wolf had erupted and then vanished. It had been instantaneously slain. Regardless of who had struck, it knew it would be next. At this moment, it raced toward Ming Luo's territory. Despite having previously assaulted him, it now prioritized self-preservation. Ever since the slaying of Yu Hong, an eerie atmosphere had permeated everything. Surely, Ming Luo could sense this as well. Drawing ever closer, it approached the gorge, ready to leap across. As it thought this, the Ming tiger leaped into the air. Mid-flight, it glimpsed a flash of blade light before losing consciousness. In under 10 minutes, 2 royal-level Ming beasts had perished. Excellent. 2 royal-level soul orbs secured. Lin Chuan beamed with delight. The remaining squad leaders were already on the cusp of royal level, merely lacking the soul orbs. Chapter 183. I shall ascend to gold. Even the Ming king cannot stand in my way. Within the Ming shrine, 12 squads of Xian Ming guards were arrayed in the grand hall, exuding an impressive aura and a palpable sense of menace. Though slaying Ming spirits would not result in a gory spectacle, Lin Chuan perceived a surging tide of bloodlust emanating from these 100-plus monarch-level Ming spirits. He wondered whether the effects of the tiered fruit could apply to the Xian Ming guards. If feasible, these monarch-level beings could also potentially slay royals. With Ming Shua's assistance, the squads had nearly eradicated the monarch-level beings within this region over the past few days. 5,000 to 6,000 monarch-level soul orbs had been consumed by the remaining 9 monarch-level captains, leaving only 2,000 to 3,000. Lin Chuan directly deposited all of them into the Ming domain space. In an instant, the mist within the Ming domain space churned restlessly, and the once dense fog in the distance seemed to thin significantly, all drawn toward him. Before long, the originally sparse 20 or so occupants in the Ming domain space surged to over 100. More than 2,000 monarch-level Ming spirits automatically formed into ranks. Kneeling on one knee, we pay homage to our master. Rise, form teams of 10, and be on standby, Lin Chuan instructed calmly. As you command. Upon exiting the Ming domain space, Lin Chuan contemplated his next course of action. The monarch-level Ming spirits would not greatly enhance his overall strength. For now, their numbers were sufficient. If deployed entirely, they would lack enough Ming spirits in the surrounding early regions for hunting. Calculating, a region's monarch-level Ming beasts could, at most, suffice to cultivate 20 or more royal-level thresholds at a time. Afterward, he would need to wait for new beings to regenerate or for the subordinates to ascend, which required time. A mid-tier shrine Ming king would typically possess control over about 20 royal-level beings, including those in subordinate early regions, with perhaps 20 to 30 harboring ulterior motives. Lin Chuan's short-term goal was to attain comparability with a mid-tier region, thus ensuring ample confidence for swift expansion. Lin Chuan did not intend to disturb the 4 regions of Ming clan. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. These 4 regions happened to serve as the finest protective shield for Yu Ming Academy. Conversely, the early shrine of Yu clan was Lin Chuan's true target. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Chuan waved his hand, and 2 royal-level soul orbs fell into the hands of Ming Si and Ming Wu. Go and ascend. Thank you, my lord. You 4 royal-level beings shall protect them. Understood. Following this, the 6 departed the shrine sequentially. Subsequently, Lin Chuan collected the remaining over 100 into the Ming domain space. You 12 squads are hereby disbanded. Each shall lead their own team. From today forth, only those who reach the royal-level threshold shall be granted names. As you command. After addressing these matters, Lin Chuan awaited quietly. What was he waiting for? For thunder. Of course. Otherwise, the suddenness would be quite alarming. It is far better to be mentally prepared. Boom. Boom. A resounding clap of thunder echoed through the ears of everyone within the Academy's secret realm once more. Director, are you certain you do not wish to take a look? This marks the 3rd occurrence, murmured Xia Yuan. Do you really think the other 3 are mere decorations? It's spiraling out of control. Damn it. Cold Hong retorted vehemently. However, if this continues, the secret realm's resources will be at stake. Why not negotiate with that king of the underworld and persuade him to continue his slumber and cease this turmoil? Striving so desperately for achievements yields no rewards. If you wish for my demise, just say so directly. There's no need for circumlocution. Isn't it simply a matter of passing the position of director to you? That would be splendid. Ahem. I mean, my qualifications are still insufficient. At the very least, I must attain true king status. If you understand, then hurry and cultivate. Depart. Understood. With that, Xia Yuan turned and left. You are forbidden from seeking Xia Jing. He has more pressing matters at hand. Cold Hong suddenly called out from behind. Xia Yuan paused, then replied in a low voice, understood. The entire secret realm, whether in the military camp or the academy, was shrouded in an atmosphere of grimness. In less than 2 weeks, There had been 3 consecutive ascensions to king level from the underworld spirits. Everyone felt numb. A sense of despair permeated the secret realm. Knock, knock. Lin Chuan heard someone knocking at the door and returned to his senses. Damn, you actually decided to emerge? Without needing to open the door, he knew it could only be Xia Si. Damn it, I have ascended to gold. Even the king of the underworld cannot stop me. Xia Si boasted boastfully. What does this have to do with the king of the underworld? Lin Chuan inquired curiously. That thunderclap nearly drove me crazy. Don't you think it has something to do with it? Fortunately, I managed to maintain my composure and turn misfortune into fortune. I suspect these kings of the underworld have conspired to ascend precisely when I do. Damn it. Xia Si cursed, completely shedding his former aloof and noble demeanor. Ahem. The kings of the underworld have their own struggles. It is not easy for them to ascend to king level. Lin Chuan continued to ramble. However, he was interrupted by Xia Si. Come, let us go out for a drink. It's on me. All right. With nothing better to do, Lin Chuan did not refuse. The two arrived at the largest tavern in the school district. Before they even entered, they noticed a throng of people emerging. Passers-by quickly moved aside. Leading the group was Long Chun-hao, whom they had not seen in a long while. Surrounded by a cadre of followers, he exuded an air of authority. Oh, isn't this the perennial second place, Xia Si? You've ascended to gold, but regrettably, you were still a step behind me, haha. Long Chun-hao, slightly inebriated, still recognized Xia Si at first glance. Old Xia, you still hold such a title? Lin Chuan laughed from the side. It seemed Long Chun-hao was comparing the speed of their ascensions. Second place? I wouldn't dare to claim such a title. The one who ascended to gold the fastest this time seems to be Lin Chuan. So you are the real second place, Long Chun-hao. Xia Si replied with a blank expression. Lin Chuan. Damn. Long Chun-hao's attention was piqued by the mention of that name, and his inebriation began to fade. Turning his head, he saw that annoying figure right before him. Now fully sober, he seethed. Damn it. How dare you appear before me? Long Chun-hao had not forgotten the grievances he bore. Whether from the extortion in the college entrance examination's secret realm or from losing his title of first place to Lin Chuan. Old grudges and new resentments were etched deeply in his heart. Why should I fear? Did you bring enough spirit stones today? Lin Chuan said with a wicked grin. Damn. Long Chun-hao instinctively touched the storage ring on his finger. Fortunately, it was still there and intact. How dare you speak to young Master Long like that? You must be seeking death. A few of his subordinates could no longer contain themselves and approached, ready to strike. Are you going to fight? Everyone is watching. It was he who struck first. Saying this, Lin Chuan casually extended his fist to block a blow. With a loud crack, the assailant's arm snapped, and he crumpled to the ground, wailing in agony. This display of strength stunned most of the subordinates. I barely exerted any force. Are you trying to provoke me? Lin Chuan stared directly at Long Chun-hao, as if it were he who was provoking him. Chapter 184. Is he threatening me? Long Chun-hao was furious. With so many of his men, did he need to provoke anyone? However, with so many eyes upon them, he had to tread carefully. Just wait. Don't think you can hide in the secret realm and be safe. After saying this, Long Chun-hao had no intention of lingering with Lin Chuan and walked away, deliberately bumping into him on his way out. Threatening me? Am I the kind of person who fears threats? Lin Chuan certainly was not. Soul parasite. If Long Chun-hao had not bumped into him, Lin Chuan would not have had such a perfect opportunity to strike. Let us go, old Xia. Don't let this affect your mood. It's fine. Just now, he was threatening me, wasn't he? Does he plan to send 10 king-level warriors to the academy to eliminate me? Lin Chuan pondered aloud. Not 10, but perhaps 1 or 2, Xia Si replied, exasperated. You're insane. Are you suffering from paranoia? I suspect he was referring to the annual competition between schools. Every year, there's a decisive battle between Xuanwu University and Elemental University. He probably intends to defeat you in that contest. Xia Si awkwardly remarked. School competition? What a distant concept. Lin Chuan recalled that the last one had been several months ago. Is that what this commotion is about? Long Chun-hao, how could you speak of pursuing me to the ends of the earth and then reduce it to such trivial matters? Lin Chuan was constantly faced with formidable foes. Be they demon lords or kings of the underworld, or at the very least, high-ranking figures of the demon sect. Who has time to play childish games? If Lin Chuan were to say such things, the consequences would be annihilation without hesitation. However, as the soul parasites had already been deployed, there was no retraction. After all, they were all human. If Lin Chuan posed no threat, he would not deliberately interfere with another's soul. He could simply pretend it didn't happen. Long Chun-hao was unfortunately out of luck, having walked right into the line of fire. Lin Chuan held no interest in him, but was quite intrigued by the Long family's Dragon Lord. What a family, providing king-level potential demon beasts in abundance. Hadn't he seen the direct descendants of the Xia and Xing families participating obediently in the auction? If all went as expected, Long Chunhao's third contracted beast would still be of king-level potential from the dragon lineage. At the tavern, Lin Chuan took a sip of the provided beverage and promptly spat it out. He then retrieved his own unique spirit wine, which had increased in concentration several times with his rising level, making it quite flavorful. Xia Si had a drink and reached a 2-star level. What kind of wine is this? Xia Si exclaimed in astonishment. Just ordinary wine. Haven't you seen me drink this often? It's refreshing and perfect for quenching thirst. I invited you before, but you refused. With that, Lin Chuan downed another cup. Refreshing. Damn, if I had drunk this a month ago, I would have ascended to gold. Xia Si cursed. It's all right. You level up quickly anyway, Lin Chuan consoled, noting that Xia Si still needed to build a solid foundation. You're right. Xia Si reflected, no longer dwelling on it, and consciously controlling his intake to avoid drinking like Lin Chuan. Otherwise, rapid ascension would lead to an unstable foundation. By the way, have you found a candidate for your third contracted beast? Lin Chuan casually inquired. Not yet. I plan to venture outside the city for a stroke of luck. Luck? I'll send you a bit of luck when the time comes. Haha. Lin Chuan said with a hint of drunkenness. That can be sent? Xia Si thought, enviously considering Lin Chuan's luck, which seemed to guarantee success. After just one outing, Lin Chuan had contracted a suitable beast. Little did he know, Lin Chuan was not contracting a beast, but rather luck itself. In the dormitory, Lin Chuan awoke the next day. After chatting and drinking with Xia Si late into the night, he had no recollection of how he returned. After sensing, he discovered that Ming Si and Ming Wu had successfully ascended to king level. After a quick wash and tidy up, Lin Chuan headed outside the academy. The teams of Ming Shi and Ming Shire, along with over 20 resurrected Ming spirits, were all released. My lord, what are your orders? You shall spread out along the perimeter of Xuanwu City, gathering intelligence on the beast tide. Exercise caution, avoid royal-level beings, and preserve yourselves. Understood. With that, more than 20 individuals disguised themselves as various ages and genders, dispersing in different directions. They were all resurrected Ming spirits, and it was inappropriate for them to remain confined in the Ming domain. Their limited lifespans should be spent in the human realm. Moreover, the information about the beast tide was of utmost importance to Lin Chuan. After attending to this matter, Lin Chuan returned to the Ming soil. The 5 Ming kings, Ming Yi to Ming Wu, were already poised for action. This force was not weaker than any primary region. Even in a direct confrontation, they would not falter, especially since Lin Chuan, the 6th, favored ambush tactics. During these days, Ming Shua had not been idle either, seizing the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Ming Luo, showering him with praises about shared lineage, neighborly goodwill, and mutual assistance, nearly to the point of blood oath. This yielded a wealth of useful information. Ming Luo's territory bordered not only with Yuhong, but also with a primary region belonging to the Mo clan. Ultimately, there was the Ming clan's intermediate region. By traversing Ming Luo's territory, one could reach it directly. As for Yuhong, it seemed that 4 primary regions surrounded it. Unfortunately, Ming Shua was rather unlucky. Being adjacent to Yuhong, naturally, Yuhong felt emboldened, often seeking him out for a fight whenever boredom struck. Given this, it would be prudent to target the territory of the Yu clan. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan reached a decision. He then summoned 5 royal-level Xianming guards into the Ming domain, instructing Bai Yu to teleport him to Yuhong, or rather, the territory of Ming Yi. With a wave of his hand, 50 squads of 10 appeared. You shall hunt sovereign-level Ming beasts in this area, with each squad operating independently, prioritizing soul orbs for the squad leader. Understood. These were newly formed Xianming guards, yet to undergo the baptism of battle. If a few could be cultivated to reach the royal-level threshold, it would be a significant gain. Lin Chuan's strategy was to foster warfare through combat. Subsequently, he flickered and arrived at the edge of this region. A river? Lin Chuan was astonished to find a river atop the Ming soil. This river was merely several dozen meters wide, yet stretched endlessly, serving as the boundary between the 2 regions. The water was as black as ink. Evidently not ordinary river water. Lin Chuan instructed Ming Yi to casually toss a few Ming beasts into it, and in an instant, the beasts were completely engulfed by the river's waters, not sinking to the bottom, but rather being corroded, as if devoured by the liquid. By the heavens, this is quite formidable. Lin Chuan naturally did not underestimate it, and directed Bai Yu to teleport him to the opposite primary region. He wondered whether any creatures resided within this black river. This reminded him of the Ming Sea mentioned by Long Ming. If the sea's waters were similar, then it would connect directly with the oceans of reality. Those oceanic creatures, aside from those with long legs, could hardly escape. Regrettably, Lin Chuan had yet to see the oceans of this world. A few shrimp soldiers or crab generals would be quite welcome. Ming Yi, investigate the location of the Ming shrine here. There is no use pondering these matters now. I must focus on what is presently significant. to the northwest, approximately 1,500 kilometers away. Let us proceed. Chapter 185. Accompanying my two subordinates to their doom. Lin Xuan's plan was clear. Capture the king first, executing a decapitation strike to swiftly take down the Ming king of this region's shrine. From there, he could proceed to devise his strategy. Whether to kill or to control was entirely at his discretion. After all, the royal-level soul seed of the Grey Serpent still had one remaining slot. However, upon Lin Xuan's arrival at the Ming shrine, he found it to be utterly vacant. What on earth is this? Has he fled? Lin Xuan pondered. Simultaneously, he inquired of Ming Shua. My lord, I speculate that he may have been summoned back by the royal of the Yu clan's intermediate shrine to participate in another battle. Ming Shua replied. Is that so? Lin Xuan murmured, then asked, by the way, has the Ming clan ever summoned you? They have, but I remained in a deep slumber, feigning ignorance. Eventually, it seemed to come to nothing. Lin Xuan retorted, is it truly wise to be so lackadaisical? Although he could not execute a decapitation, Lin Xuan would not return empty-handed. You 5, disperse and scout for royal-level Ming beasts in this area. Upon discovery, do not engage alone. Work together to ensure a swift kill. Understood. Lin Xuan then dispatched another 50 squads of 10, instructing them to hunt Ming beasts freely. Although the Ming king of this region was absent, it did not hinder Lin Xuan from devouring this territory, leaving behind a mere shell when he was done. Subsequently, Lin Xuan concealed himself, instructing Bai Yu to teleport his doppelganger as deep into the Ming soil as possible. He wished to ascertain whether the forces battling the Yu clan were indeed the Yu Ming army. Within a military camp, Xia Jing leisurely polished the long blade in his hands. After days of fierce combat, he felt somewhat fatigued, using this method to restore his vigor. It seemed that the beast tamers of the Xia clan favored possession-type beasts, personally engaging in battle. At that moment, the camp gate swung open, and two figures entered. One, with striking red hair, was particularly eye-catching, Xing Zun, Xing Yan. The other wore a light yellow robe, exuding an imposing aura, vaguely hinting at nobility. Brother Xing, Long Xiao, you have arrived. Xia Jing did not rise, greeting them coolly. If we hadn't come, would you have intended to fight to the death here? Xing Yan poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one go. The Xia clan has held this position for hundreds of years. It serves well as my burial ground. Xia Jing chuckled before inquiring. How about the other entrances? The other entrances are of no concern. They are merely cowardly and fear to approach. They are likely already prepared to flee at any moment. Xing Yan retorted angrily, his red hair dancing like flames. What of Long Xiao's side? Your territory in the Ming soil should not be inferior to mine. For now, there should be no issues. Since we all belong to Xuanwu City, we rise and fall together. Thus we cannot allow the Ming soil to breach here easily. Long Xiao replied with a faint smile. He continued, there is no time to waste. We must first resolve the crisis here. It is not easy. The spawning rate of low-level Ming spirits and beasts has increased over 100-fold lately, and the Ming fog is encroaching upon my stronghold. Even if those Ming kings did not intend to launch a large-scale offensive before, they will not miss this opportunity. In recent days, the number of Ming kings has surged from a mere dozen to over 20. Xia Jing smiled wryly. Over 20. Xing Yan and Long Xiao exclaimed simultaneously, clearly taken aback. Over 20 Ming kings would require nearly 3 times the number of royal-level beasts to contain, not to mention the need for caution against being slain. The Yu Ming army numbers in the millions, yet there are only about 20 true royal-level beast tamers. The number of royal-level beasts is fewer than 40. Having sustained until now without collapse, it was almost entirely thanks to Xia Jing's support. What are we waiting for? I'll take down a few Ming kings first. We cannot allow the Ming soil to seize Xuanwu City before the beast tide arrives. Damn it, the Feng and Su clans are plotting just that. They are already trying to relocate the populace, and when the beast tide arrives, they will fully open the Ming soil entrance, letting them tear each other apart. Xing Yan exclaimed. A glimmer of insight flashed in Long Zhao's eyes as he vanished. Rising, he said, since we are here, we will certainly not allow this place to fall. Without further ado, I will first investigate the situation. With that, his figure disappeared in an instant, evidently heading to the Ming soil. Brother Xing, what are your thoughts? Xia Jing rose and sheathed his long blade. Currently, there is no substantial evidence. But even if there were, we would be powerless against him. In this colossal situation, we cannot afford internal strife. Each going their separate ways is already a commendable outcome. At the very least, for now, his objectives align temporarily with ours. Alas, to hell with it. I shall first slay a couple of Ming Wang before anything else. With that, Xing Yan shimmered with a radiant red light and instantly departed from the camp. Aligned, are we? I hope, when the time comes, you shall not find yourself standing opposite me. A cold glimmer flickered in Xia Jing's eyes. Long Zhao's figure streaked across the sky of Ming 2 like a shooting star. Such blatant audacity instantly captured the attention of Tu Ming Wang, who then pursued him relentlessly. Humans truly possess audacity, one of the Ming Wang hissed. In his view, Long Zhao's actions were tantamount to courting death. Take me to your temple's master, Long Zhao stated indifferently. What makes you think you can see the boss? How troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 colossal 9-star dragons, each measuring 1,000 meters in length, appeared before Long Zhao. Wind blade storm, endless thunder abyss, heavenly fire meteor. A continuous barrage of dragon language skills tormented the Tu Ming Wang to the brink of despair. Roar. The Tu Ming Wang transformed into towering giants, yet they remained suppressed, albeit not to the point of death. However, should Long Zhao wish it, he could undoubtedly bring about their demise. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, Long Zhao conjured a portal to a secret realm, revealing that he too possessed an item akin to a secret realm ring. Shortly after, a figure clad in black emerged. The Black Dragon King. Ah, Long Zhao, seem to be enjoying yourself. Do hurry along with your business. Long Zhao chose to ignore him. Very well, take your time. However, do not kill them just yet. Once our king's grand plan is set, you may slay as many as you wish. With that, the Black Dragon King vanished in a blink. Long Zhao regarded the Tu Ming Wang below with indifference, remaining silent as the 3 dragons continued their relentless assault. The Ming temple in this area was evidently much larger than that of the lower-level regions. Upon arriving at the temple, the Black Dragon King proclaimed loudly, Dragon Clan Envoy. Black Dragon requests an audience with the master of the Ming temple. He sensed an aura far stronger than his own within the temple. Enter. A commanding male voice resonated from within. In the realm of Ming, there exist only Ming beasts and Ming spirits, unlike your world, which is filled with various races. It is indeed enviable. What of the clans? You, Ming, Night, Ink, Burial, Silence, Abyss. From my perspective, the realm of Ming is also a spectacle. I wonder, to which clan do you belong? As he spoke, the Black Dragon King stepped into the temple. I am Yu Qi, the voice replied. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about the realm of Ming. I dare not claim such, however, as an envoy. I have interacted with numerous temple masters and have heard some tidings. The Black Dragon King humbly responded. Speak, what business do you have with me? If I am dissatisfied, do not expect to leave. You shall accompany my 2 subordinates in death. Yu Qi's voice turned frigid. The Black Dragon King. Chapter 186. Terms of Exchange. The Black Dragon King felt an overwhelming urge to scream internally. Surely, one would not betray their allies in such a manner. Regaining his composure, he reluctantly produced a vial of pale green liquid and said, You wouldn't believe that I am not of the same ilk as him. This vial of life water shall serve as my apology. It contains the essence of life. Before he could finish, a chilling wind swept through, snatching the vial from his grasp. Yu Qi stood beside him, uncapping the vial and inhaling deeply. After a lengthy pause, Yu Qi finally opened his eyes. Returning to his throne, he naturally accepted the life water. Where did you acquire such life water? This, he replied. Answer me, and I shall no longer pursue the matter of your 2 subordinates. Yu Qi spoke calmly. This was obtained by my king within a ruined secret realm, where it is said a towering giant tree once stood, now deceased. The life water is but a remnant from the spring beneath the tree's remains. The Black Dragon King recounted truthfully. Almost every Ming Wang's first inquiry revolves around this. The tree of life, the spring of life. A glimmer of greed flashed in Yu Qi's eyes, mingled with profound regret. Very well, speak of your true business. Master Yu Qi, my king hopes that the realm of Ming shall refrain from invading this world for the time being. In exchange, I can provide a certain quantity of life water. The Black Dragon King articulated slowly. If I am not mistaken, the opposing side comprises the human race. Are you aligned with them? Yu Qi queried, puzzled. On the contrary, the humans in this world are on the brink of extinction at the hands of the demon race. Before the demon army, humanity is as insignificant as ants, merely clinging to life. However, this will result in significant loss of life, leading to an outburst of Ming spirits. Therefore, I hope the master can restrain the spirits below. They may engage in battle with the humans, but should not fully invade. I see. I surmise that many Ming Wang would accept your conditions, Yu Qi responded, enlightened. The allure of life water is nearly irresistible to any Ming Wang. Indeed, were it not for this, given the current rate of Ming spirit outburst, the multitude of entrances to the realm of Ming would be impossible to defend against either the humans or demons, the Black Dragon King replied. Heaven knows how long he has toiled to fulfill this task. Subsequently, the Black Dragon King continued, in fact, the Ming Sea is invading this world, causing countless sea beasts to ascend the shores in search of limited living space. Should you conquer the opposing side, you may directly border the Ming Sea, becoming the front line between the Ming Sea and the realm of Ming. The information provided by the Black Dragon King was a mix of truth and deception. After all, Yuqi was unaware of how far Xuanwu City lay from the coastline. However, if one were to extend outward, such a possibility existed. The Ming Sea? Yuqi exclaimed in shock. Indeed. As he spoke, the Black Dragon King produced a mobile device and played a video. The once deep blue ocean was gradually transforming into an inky black. Suddenly, a gigantic octopus, measuring several thousand meters, leapt from the water, its 8 colossal tentacles appearing pockmarked. Black slime corroding its body like maggots. Soon after, countless sea beasts sprang from the surface, yet none escaped unscathed. Ultimately, the bodies of countless sea beasts blanketed the ocean, dissolving and vanishing at a visible pace. It truly is the Ming Sea. Yuqi swallowed hard and remarked. In truth, the Ming Sea not only devours the ocean but also the land, and even the realm of Ming is not spared. The Ming Sea can also give rise to king-level Ming spirits. Once a Ming Wang from the Ming Sea seizes control of the Ming Temple, they will utilize the temple's power to reshape the terrain, introducing Ming Sea waters and engulfing the entire area, expanding the Ming Sea's reach with little hope of reclamation. Thus, the Ming Sea stands as a common enemy to the entire realm of Ming. At this moment, Yuqi could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. What had seemed to be a delectable morsel had instantaneously transformed into a lethal poison. No wonder Ming Tong and Mou displayed such indifference towards invading the outside world. They likely were already privy to this information, while he remained blissfully ignorant. With this realization, Yuqi regarded the Black Dragon King with a flicker of inexplicable anger. Why did you not mention this sooner? Arriving last to seek me out. Do you hold me in contempt? Then how much life water do you intend to offer? Yuqi queried coldly. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, after several teleportations, finally caught sight of figures. Upon witnessing tens of thousands of the Yu Ming army forming lines to repel the Ming beasts, he confirmed that this area was indeed where Xia Jing was stationed. Countless Ming beasts were being slain every moment, while humans were being torn to shreds. Blood stained the grayish-white earth, forming dark red rivers. In the distance, earth-shattering roars echoed, with towering figures moving among the clouds. This was the battlefield of the kings, the decisive arena for the ultimate victor. Lin Chuan felt an impulse to unleash his Xianming guards to intercept the Ming beasts, potentially saving some lives. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The meager forces at hand bear no significance to the greater scheme, and instead, they merely expose the presence of this power. The emergence of Xianming Wei will likely render both sides displeased, potentially making them targets of a collective assault. Presently, Lin Chuan must seize the opportunity while the defenses in the lower regions under the Yu clan remain vulnerable. Swiftly devouring the enemy's resources is the paramount strategy. How goes it with Ming-Yi? Lin Chuan inquired. My lord, we have slain 2, but 1 has escaped, and we are in pursuit. If it has fled, do not pursue further. You and Ming Heir should return to your territory with the soul beads. Ming San, Ming Si, and Ming Wu. Proceed to the other 3 regions to discreetly investigate the locations of the royal-level Ming beasts. 1 per area will suffice, and do not draw attention to yourselves. Understood. Subsequently, Lin Chuan dismissed his doppelganger. Time was of the essence. The sudden mass deaths of royal-level Ming beasts in his territory would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the mid-tier divine Hall Ming King, who might retaliate against him. Lin Chuan needed to eliminate as many as possible before they could react. Upon exiting the Ming Shrine, the Black Dragon King wore a grim expression. Unexpectedly, at the critical juncture, Yuqi had undergone a sudden transformation, extorting double the share. This venture had resulted in significant losses, and he would need to settle accounts with Long Xiao. Initially, he had anticipated retaining a considerable amount of vitality water, but all had been squandered. However, just as he was about to initiate the teleportation, the Black Dragon King abruptly interrupted his skill, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No, I cannot proceed. After persuading Yuqi, the task assigned to him by the ancient Dragon King was deemed complete. This meant that even if Long Xiao were to slay him, the ancient Dragon King would not regard it with much concern. The reality of the situation rested solely on Long Xiao's words, who could easily shift the blame onto the other 2. By the heavens, the Black Dragon King thought, a chill running down his spine as he realized. Long Xiao has likely been anticipating this day for quite some time. How cunning. At that moment, he had to concede that compared to the demons, Long Xiao's human side was far more treacherous. He promptly decided to navigate through the Ming land cautiously, returning through other entrances leading to the demon clan for safety. Chapter 187. Grasping a sheep and pulling vigorously. Is it? Have you sensed something? Long Xiao murmured, observing the 2 freshly acquired royal-level soul beads in his possession. In truth, the Black Dragon King's suspicions were entirely accurate. Long Xiao had indeed planned this. Even though he had recently slain a Ming Ling, consuming significant energy, dispatching another black dragon would still be a trivial task. How audacious for a mere fledgling black dragon to behave so brazenly before him. Truly, it was a matter of ignorance towards their own mortality. Even as an ally of the ancient Dragon King, his standing would not be diminished. He would remain a figure of authority. The Black Dragon King was merely an ordinary royal-level black dragon, inferior to any royal-level giant dragon under Long Zhao's command, relying solely on the ancient Dragon King's reputation to act. While his abilities may be lackluster, his cunning is noteworthy. Long Zhao chuckled softly. With his plot failing, he was unperturbed, retracting the two giant dragons and allowing the last one to carry him back to the main camp. The two royal-level Ming spirits would suffice to provide an explanation to Xia Jing. Xia Jing possessed the capability to unleash a devastating strike against the Ming King, but could not do so without risking total collapse of the situation, which must be incredibly frustrating. On the battlefield, Xing Yin had just assisted Xia Jing in slaying a royal-level Ming spirit when he saw all the royal-level entities simultaneously retreating from the battlefield, heading back into the depths of the Ming land. What is happening? Are we not fighting anymore? Xing Yin questioned, perplexed. He had only just begun to relish the battle. Xia Jing needed to conserve strength to guard the central army, which was not a concern for Xing Yin. He was eager to engage. There must be some unforeseen development. Xia Jing replied calmly. Regardless, the crisis here seemed averted. With the addition of two pinnacle royal-level Jiuzuan, they might gradually eradicate this group of royal-level Ming spirits. Upon returning to the military camp, Xia Jing noticed the two royal-level soul beads on the table, indicating that Long Zhao had indeed returned and exited the secret realm. Xing, you should head back as well. The crisis here has been resolved. Damn, what gives? I wasn't finished with my slaughter. Xing Yin complained. The immediate threat of the Ming land had been temporarily alleviated, but the real crisis was yet to come, one ample enough for slaughter. Xia Jing sighed. Are you referring to the demon beast tide? Indeed. Although the land's demon beasts are currently holding off the sea beasts, I doubt they can sustain it for long. They will ultimately relax their defenses and not engage in feudal battles with the sea beasts. Your Xing family army and Xuan Wu Wei must remain on high alert. If the situation becomes untenable, preserve your life and avoid a reckless fight. Damn, why are you bringing this up now? I speak seriously. The current landscape is too convoluted. Ming Sea, Ming land, demon beasts, sea beasts, and our human race. All factions are players on this chessboard, far beyond the previous back-and-forth skirmishes between humans and demon beasts. While the human race may be the weakest, with careful strategizing, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet, I have yet to identify the means to break the impasse. Xia Jing spoke earnestly. All right, you seem to be more astute than I. I shall heed your counsel. However, don't just put the blame on me. Don't you also intend to perish here? Haha, not a chance. Hasn't the situation been resolved? Xia Jing replied with a light chuckle, glancing at the soul beads on the table. He then fell into contemplative silence. Within the temple of Ming Yi, Lin Chuan rose from the throne and exited the hall. In the distance, the ascension of Ming Lu and Ming Qi was nearing completion. A resounding boom echoed through the air, followed by dissipating clouds of thunder. With the protection of Ming Yi and Ming Air, no unexpected incidents had occurred. Ming Luo, observing from afar, quickly slipped away upon seeing the murderous aura emanating from Ming Yi, who stood ready to eliminate any suspicious targets. By heavens, how terrifying! Ming Luo patted his chest. How could this harbinger of death dare to appear so brazenly here? Did he truly hold you clan in such low regard? If he were to learn that the soul beads utilized by the newly ascended were also procured from you territory, one could only imagine his reaction. Truly, grasping a sheep and pulling with all one's might. Are we? My lord, we have fulfilled our duty. Ming Lu and Ming Qi reported back. In keeping with tradition, Lin Chuan took out a small vial of vitality water, allowing each to take a sip to stabilize their realms. Very well, now prepare for battle alongside me. As you command. The other three royal-level Xianming Wei had already identified the locations of royal-level Ming beasts and were covertly tracking them. As these three regions were adjacent, it did not take long to reach them. Bai Yu teleported several times and soon arrived. With the rise in her star level, Bai Yu's teleportation range had also expanded. Though it had left her quite exhausted, primarily due to the vastness of the Ming land, where even a primary region resembled a small secret realm spanning several thousand kilometers, comparable to Xuanwu City. Lin Chuan needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Such matters could wait. For now, the priority was to hunt royal-level Ming beasts. Ming Lu and Ming Qi's ascension had consumed most of the day. If the divine Hall Ming Kings were to react, they would likely be en route, and perhaps even returning swiftly. A few here, and there would merely be a gift. But if the entire army mobilized, Lin Chuan would need to tread carefully. Not far away, a crane-shaped Ming beast was preying. It snapped its beak shut, and, like an arrow released from a bow, darted through the throng of monarch-level Ming beasts. Like a bullet piercing a balloon, The monarch-level soul beasts erupted instantaneously, and before the soul beads could touch the ground, they were swallowed by the Ming crane. Attack! Lin Xuan commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the 5 royal-level Xianming Wei swiftly surrounded the Ming crane. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a brutal assault. Gah! The Ming crane felt a jolt of terror, its feathers standing on end. What have I done to deserve this? In quick succession, and without any suspense, the Ming crane exploded, transforming into a cloud of ash along with a soul bead, akin to the prey it had once consumed. Continue. Retrieving the soul orb, Lin Xuan wasted no time and headed directly towards the next nearby location where Ming Si was observing. Lin Xuan sensed that Ming Si was in motion and subsequently teleported to a location ahead of his trajectory to await his arrival. In less than a minute, a colossal serpent, over 1,000 meters long, was seen tearing through the mountains in flight. Soon after, he spotted 5 men clad in black rushing towards him with sinister grins. Ming Mang thought to himself, truly, I find myself trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There is no escape. The fate of Ming Mang was now all too clear. Ming Wu, what is the situation on your end? My lord, the target is fleeing towards other regions, and it appears multiple presences are converging. There is no need for you to keep watch, return, and regroup. Be cautious not to be surrounded. As you command. Lin Xuan's suspicions were confirmed. Earlier, after Ming Yi and the others had hunted 2 Ming beasts, the local temple Ming Wang had sensed the disturbance and hurriedly reported to Yu Qi. Damn it. I came out for nothing, and now my home has been ransacked. Yu Qi was naturally vigilant regarding matters concerning his subordinates' territories. The assailant who had slain Yu Hong had not yet been apprehended, and now there was another issue at hand. He understood well that a rat had entered his home, and someone was scheming against him. He immediately ordered the temple Ming Wang to swiftly gather the kings of their respective areas to avoid isolation while he conducted an investigation. The entire situation stemmed from the assassination of Yu Hong. The Ming Wang who had seized Yu Hong's temple crown could not leave his jurisdiction for more than 7 days. Otherwise, he would be forcibly summoned back to the temple. All that was required was to lay a trap and wait for the prey to arrive. Upon returning to the territory of Ming Shua, Lin Xuan presented 2 king-level soul orbs to Ming Ba and Ming Jiao, instructing them to upgrade. 10 king-level beings were Lin Xuan's minimum objective, and he was nearing that goal. Even when faced with 4 or 5 king-level Ming beasts simultaneously, he would be able to overpower them. This way, he wouldn't have to resort to petty theft for a change of location. Lin Xuan had always adhered to a philosophy of reaping the full benefits in one fell swoop. Next, he needed to contemplate the retaliation from the Yu clan's intermediate temple Ming Wang. Ming Yi was already bound to the Ming temple and would need to return to his territory when the time came. Lin Xuan could almost foresee the methods the opponent would employ against Ming Yi, unless absolutely necessary. Lin Xuan did not wish for Ming Yi to relocate the Ming temple into the Ming domain. Such an action would be cataclysmic for the entire Ming territory, far beyond the mere death of a few Ming Wang. The optimal solution would undoubtedly be to eliminate this intermediate temple Ming Wang entirely. Boom. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, Lin Xuan reclined upon his throne, organizing his thoughts. Damn it, when will this end? Xia Yuan muttered towards the distant sky. This is the 4th occurrence in over half a month. Can there truly be this many Ming Wang manifesting? Xia Yuan expressed profound skepticism. In previous years, not a single Ming Wang had appeared, and now they were claiming 4 in such a short span? Even pigs don't give birth this extravagantly. No, if the director is unreliable, I must investigate myself. Xia Yuan, confident in his concealment skills, believed he would not be discovered. Even if he were, he could escape. It was merely a glance. Nothing would explode. Xia Yuan stealthily concealed himself within the shadows, making his way towards the direction of the thunderstorm. The closer he got to his destination, the more apprehensive he became. The atmosphere was even more terrifying than a typical king-level ascension. Having witnessed king-level ascensions before, Xia Yuan found this pressure incomparably more daunting. A flicker of regret gnawed at him. Had he acted too impulsively? However, having come this far, he could not turn back without seeing what transpired. Thus, in a state of inner turmoil, Xia Yuan drew closer to his goal. Finally, he beheld 2 colossal tornadoes tearing the sky apart before him. What the hell? Xia Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, his skin crawling. This was certainly not a single king-level Ming beast ascending. No, it was 2. Moreover, they were at the final stage of ascension, on the verge of success. Director, if you don't call for reinforcements soon, we truly won't be able to withstand this. With that thought, Xia Yuan resolved to retreat and seek help. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 6 Ming Wang in this small area, nearly matching the strength of 100,000 troops guarding the entrance to the Ming territory. What made him think he could contend with such power? Just as Xia Yuan turned to leave, he sensed something was amiss. The air around him felt as if it had solidified, rendering him utterly immobile. This was the pressure of a king-level being. Cautiously, he turned to glance and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Haha, how peculiar. Why display such obvious numbers on their chests? 7 king-level beings. My life is forfeit. When Lin Chuan received the report from Ming Yi, he felt utterly speechless. Well, I still have messages from Xia Yuan on my phone, one after another, repeatedly advising me not to enter the Ming territory during this period. And here he is, alone, watching the ascension of the Ming Wang. To make matters worse, he had been caught. It was impossible to kill him, yet he could not simply release him either. On the other side, are you part of the same unit? A regular army? Seeing that his captors merely observed him without attacking, Xia Yuan grew bolder and initiated a conversation. My lord wishes to see you. Follow without any rash movements, Ming Yi declared, seizing Xia Yuan and flying towards the Ming temple, followed closely by the other 8. Before long, they arrived. This was Xia Yuan's first glimpse of the Ming temple. Previously, he had only dared to operate within the territory of the lord level. Entering the Ming temple alongside Ming Yi, Xia Yuan was like a curious child, glancing left and right. He began to fathom that perhaps he still had a chance at survival. When he met the king of the opposing side, should he feign surrender and speak pleasant words? Or then, Xia Yuan laid eyes upon Lin Chuan reclining on the throne. Beside him stood another figure, seemingly a Ming Wang as well. What the hell, Lin Chuan? How did you end up here? You were captured too? Xia Yuan exclaimed. My lord, I have not failed in my duties. Before Lin Chuan could respond, Ming Yi and Ming Jiao knelt in unison to report. Rise, Ming Ba and Ming Jiao, take this. Lin Chuan descended from his throne and presented the life water. There was just enough left for the two of them. You, Xia Yuan pointed at Lin Chuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Who exactly are you? I am Lin Chuan, he replied, pulling out his phone and displaying a series of messages to Xia Yuan. Uncle Xia, did you not say I must absolutely avoid entering the Ming territory? This is purely out of curiosity. Even in such a bizarre environment, Xia Yuan felt his face flush. Are you truly Lin Chuan? He asked for confirmation once more. Indeed. Damn it. Have you truly exiled yourself from humanity? Xia Yuan cursed. Seeing Lin Chuan, he finally let go of all restraint. Even if Lin Chuan were to kill him to silence him, he would accept it. Lin Chuan replied, what a damnation to be exiled from humanity. Uncle Xia, I am of the human race, without a doubt. It's merely that my abilities are somewhat extraordinary. Lin Chuan stated with a hint of exasperation. Extraordinary abilities? An incredibly rapid cultivation speed? 1 against 1,000? Controlling king-level Ming spirits is no longer adequate to describe it. Could it be level 9? Xia Yuan remarked, speechless. Lin Chuan replied, I won't disclose this to anyone, or you may choose to imprison me or silence me. And I wouldn't express a single complaint. Uncle Xia, you jest. If I were concerned about such matters, why would I have brought you here? Lin Chuan responded awkwardly. Really no killing? Xia Yuan sought confirmation. Indeed. Damn, you nearly scared me to death. With that, Xia Yuan disregarded his image and plopped down on the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. Lin Chuan remained silent. Are you saying that all the recent commotion over the past month is due to your actions? Xia Yuan inquired curiously. Indeed, Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Goodness. I truly do not know whether bringing you into the realm of the dead is a blessing or a curse for me, Xia Yuan confessed, bewildered, having never encountered such an extraordinary situation in his lifetime. It must be a good thing. After all, you tasked me with resisting the realm of the dead. Lin Chuan retorted. Uncle Xia, take a look. No infernal beasts are currently assaulting the secret realm. All the low-tier infernal beasts are engaged in mutual slaughter. Once I ascend to the monarch level, I will eradicate them, facilitating the harmless and automated recycling of resources from the realm of the dead. Listening to Lin Chuan's impeccable plan for this area, Xia Yuan fell silent. Heavens, even the most ruthless capitalist would shed tears upon hearing this. Chapter 189. You tasked me with resisting the realm of the dead, yet here you are, proclaiming yourself as the king of the dead? What of the other infernal kings? Xia Yuan pressed. You claim to have trampled thousands of commander-level infernal beasts, but what about the multitude of infernal kings? That, my friend, is a matter entwined with my secrets. I can only assure you that I will not engage in actions that would harm Xuanwu City. On the contrary, this region is entirely under my control. It will not pose a threat to Xuanwu City. Rather, it will serve as my stronghold to counterattack the realm of the dead. Wow. Xia Yuan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Lin Chuan's bold declarations. You were meant to resist the realm of the dead. Yet you come here to claim the throne of the dead? I am truly eager to witness that day. If that day indeed arrives, it would be worth any sacrifice. Lin Chuan remarked with a wry smile. Uncle Xia, do you have any idea how many of these temples exist in the realm of the dead? How many royal-level infernal beasts and spirits are there? 1 or 200? As for the number of infernal kings, perhaps over 1,000? Xia Yuan speculated, offering a figure he considered lofty. Conservatively speaking, the number of temples is no less than 3,000. The number of infernal kings is at least in the tens of thousands. Are you jesting? Xia Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I do not jest. I have completely taken control of this infernal temple. From here, I can ascertain the total number of temples across the entire realm of the dead. We are still in the most primitive area. Xia Zun's domain lies in the intermediate region, where the number of infernal kings likely exceeds 10. As for deeper territories, there may be even higher level areas. Xia Yuan fell into silence. Minutes later, he rose and regarded Lin Chuan seriously. What do you intend to do, Uncle Xia? As you have observed, I am quietly gathering strength, continuously encroaching upon the realm of the dead. My immediate goal is to eliminate the threats posed by the realm of the dead to Xuanwu City, Lin Chuan replied earnestly. With your words, I am reassured, Uncle Xia. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to speak. Upon my return, I truly must enter seclusion. Even your subordinates surpass me, rendering me utterly useless, Xia Yuan exclaimed. Uncle Xia, if you do not ascend to the monarch level soon, you will not only be unable to contend with my subordinates, but also with me, Lin Chuan added, delivering a sharp reminder. I do have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Lin Chuan contemplated before speaking again. What is it? I wish for you to take me to meet Xia Zun. He is currently engaged in battle with a group of infernal kings. Why go there now when the conflict is intense? I know, which is precisely why I wish to go, Lin Chuan stated. You mean? Xia Yuan nearly forgot about the strength of Lin Chuan's subordinates. Yes, if we can completely eliminate the threat from Xia Zun's side, the overall strength of Xuanwu City will undoubtedly rise significantly, Lin Chuan affirmed. Furthermore, Lin Chuan urgently needed to enhance his mobility. Currently, his method of traversing through the Academy's secret realm and spatial transitions felt excessively slow. The entrances to the realm of the dead across various regions of Xuanwu City differed, primarily accessed through secret realms, akin to spatial wormholes, which were considerably faster. The intermediate-level infernal kings of the Yu clan sought to deal with Lin Chuan, and Lin Chuan also intended to raid their stronghold. With Xia Jing's assistance, the endeavor would yield far greater results with less effort. However, the success of this plan ultimately hinged on Xia Jing's response. To be cautious, he would send a clone. Without lingering on the decision for too long, Xia Yuan acquiesced to Lin Chuan's request. Nonetheless, along the way, he continuously cautioned Lin Chuan. For now, do not reveal yourself. After all, I cannot gauge my grandfather's intentions. One misstep, and he may mistake you for an infernal spirit and strike you down. The Xia family had fought against the realm of the dead for generations. To suddenly inform him of an alliance with infernal spirits against others? One could never predict the outcome. Uncle Xia, do not worry. I trust that Xia Zun will make the right choice, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. Countless soldiers of the Yu Ming army fell victim to the jaws of infernal beasts every moment, and Lin Chuan could not believe that Xia Jing would remain indifferent. Moreover, should circumstances prove dire, he could always retreat, as this was merely a clone. However, it seemed that remaining at the academy would no longer be feasible. Under Xia Yuan's guidance, Lin Chuan finally entered the secret realm of the dead where Xia Yuan resided, having passed through numerous checkpoints. For an ordinary person, not only would they be unable to breach this place, but they would also struggle to locate it. This secret realm was significantly larger than the academy's, and as far as the eye could see, it was almost entirely a military camp, stretching endlessly. The conflict appeared to have temporarily subsided, with numerous injured soldiers recuperating. The visible wounded still possessed a degree of combat capability, while the unseen were either severely injured and hospitalized or had lost all their contracted beasts in battle, rendering them utterly incapable. As Xia Yuan led Lin Chuan, they found Xia Jing in the main camp, casually enjoying hot pot and sipping a drink, seemingly in good spirits. Marshal, Xia Zun, come join us for a meal. Xia Jing beckoned. Xia Yuan and Lin Chuan took their seats. I've heard that there has been quite a stir on your end, with infernal kings ascending one after another. Is that true? Xia Jing inquired. Indeed it is. Xia Yuan glanced at Lin Chuan before nodding. So, you have come seeking aid? I have consulted the dean, and he assured me that he can manage, Xia Jing expressed. Puzzled, Xia Yuan interjected, he can manage, but at the cost of his life. Upon reflection, it did seem that there was no immediate danger, and the dean truly could endure. We are not here to seek aid. Lin Chuan has a matter to discuss with you. Xia Yuan decided it best to let Lin Chuan speak for himself. Seeking aid? More like coming for a rescue. Oh, what matter do you have? Xia Jing inquired with a smile, as he held a favorable opinion of Lin Chuan. Xia Zun, do you still have any monarch-level soul orbs? I have come to exchange for military merit, Lin Chuan replied, smiling. Xia Yuan was taken aback. This is not what we agreed upon. Have you changed your mind? Is that all? There are plenty of monarch-level soul orbs, Xia Jing remarked, producing a handful, estimating 5 or 6. Have you amassed another 200,000 military merit already? He chuckled. To be honest, 200,000 military merit was rather excessive. Slaying a single monarch-level infernal beast only counted for a mere 100,000 military merit. Lin Chuan was uncertain of the exact amount of military merit he had accumulated, but during large-scale hunts or slayings of monarch-level infernal beasts, he had ensured that the Ming-Yi general carried the insignia, and he had only recently retrieved it. Bring the insignia here, let me take a look. He casually retrieved a device. Military merit, 117,941. Xia Jing spat out his drink in disbelief. Unfazed, he retrieved his own insignia. Military merit, 87,000. He quickly stowed it away, deeming it unnecessary to continue. Of course, the majority of his 87,000 had been accrued from slaying monarch-level infernal beasts over the years. Are you certain you are not seeking to exchange for the position of marshal? Chapter 190. Capture the thief before capturing the king? Xia Jing was genuinely astonished. He had initially thought that granting Lin Chuan a year might yield 1,000,000 military merit. Yet, here he was, achieving over 1,000,000 in just 1 month. Last time, he had only managed 13,000 in a month, and this time, it exceeded 100,000. Next month, let us directly aim for 10 million. Even a Junju level only requires 100 military merits, which translates to over 1,000,000. One would need to slay more than 10,000 beasts to achieve that. It is only upon reaching the Wang level that one's military merits leap to a staggering 100,000. After all, in the entirety of Xuanwu City, the number of individuals capable of independently slaying Wang-level Ming beasts is few and far between, aside from the 9 esteemed ones. One could count them on one hand. Predominantly comprising leaders from various major organizations. What purpose would my position as marshal serve? Lin Chuan chuckled, and then remarked, if I were to become marshal, my first order would be to send you to slay a few Wang-level Ming beasts to seize their soul orbs. Haha. Curse it, you rascal. If possible, I would prefer to be a mere foot soldier, charging forward to vanquish the Ming beasts, he retorted, gesturing towards the hot pot. Stop just drinking. Eat some vegetables too. Xia Yuan, Lin Chuan, having been scolded thoroughly, what is left to eat? Xia Zun, could we exchange? Lin Chuan inquired, eyeing the soul orb in Xia Jing's possession. Take it, take it. By the way, what do you need so many soul orbs for? You can't eat them, nor can you use them. Surely, you're not intending to use them to cultivate Ming beasts? Cough, cough. Xia Yuan nearly choked. For heaven's sake, how old are you? Eating like that. No one is competing with you. Xia Jing admonished Xia Yuan like a grandson, which, in fact, he truly was. Lin Chuan joyfully accepted the soul orb and stowed it away. Instead of responding to Xia Jing's words, he asked, Xia Zun, wasn't it said that the situation on your side was tense? How does it seem like it has already calmed down? The crisis has been temporarily averted. At one point, over 20 Ming kings arrived, and we almost collapsed. However, after Xingxuan and Longzuan made an appearance and slew a few, they retreated. Of course, it might also be due to other reasons, Xia Jing explained. I see. Then can Xia Zun sense how many Wang levels remain in this area? When I returned, it seemed that the group of Ming kings had vacated this region, leaving only one formidable one to guard it. That particular Ming king is considered an old adversary of mine. I cannot overcome him, not even with a siege. Oh, just as Lin Chuan had anticipated. Not only had the Ming kings from various primary regions returned, but they had also brought along about 10 Wang levels to surround Lin Chuan. Presently, they are likely stationed near the original Yuhang area, awaiting the appearance of Ming-Yi. However, little do they know that Lin Chuan can swiftly traverse through numerous regions to reach their stronghold. As for those left behind, they are certainly the mid-level Ming kings. Bolstered by their crowns, their combat prowess likely several times that of ordinary Ming kings. Xia Zun, to be frank, my purpose in this journey is to confront that Ming king. Lin Chuan stated earnestly. What? Xia Jing doubted his own ears. This feeling was akin to telling a child a mythological tale, only for one of them to suddenly rise and declare, I want to slay the gods. Turning to see his grandson still indulging in food and drink. Curse it, how can you be so calm at such a moment? You mean you wish to add a dish to the Ming King's menu? Haha, Xia Jing laughed. No, I mean I intend to eradicate the threat of the Ming territory in this region. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze upon Xia Jing's eyes and asserted solemnly. Observing the seriousness in Lin Chuan's demeanor, Xia Jing retracted his playful expression and stated, it seems you are well prepared. He then stood up and said, let me see what your confidence truly entails. Let us proceed. With that, he led the way outside the camp. Xia Jing grasped both of them and ascended into the Ming territory. This location was merely a few dozen kilometers from the entrance. Below, countless Ming beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands, were densely packed, the majority being commanding levels. Although the Wang level had retreated, the lower-tier Ming beasts continued to spawn incessantly, persistently assaulting the boundary between the secret realm and the Ming territory. Come now, tell me how you intend to resolve this Ming territory threat, Xia Jing chuckled. All right, my plan is to capture the leader before subduing the minions. As Lin Chuan spoke, Ming Yi to Ming Jiao, the 9 Ming kings swiftly surrounded Xia Jing. Whoa! Xia Jing could no longer maintain his composure, immediately splitting into 3 and breaking free from the encirclement. With Lin Chuan's perception, he could not discern which was the real one. Xia Zun, you actually possess the ability to create doppelgangers? And one more than Lin Chuan. Impressive. Xia Zun, why are you running? I haven't finished speaking. Lin Chuan remarked helplessly. You said to capture the leader first, didn't you? What kind of entity are you to conspire with the Ming spirits against me? Xia Jing retorted angrily. Capture the leader first? Isn't that referring to me? Lin Chuan exclaimed. Fortunately, I did not delve deeper into the Ming territory. Otherwise, I would have truly been in peril. Among them, that fellow wielding a knife possesses an aura even stronger than my full beast spirit state. Grandfather, do you think it's possible that these Ming kings are on our side? As the situation grew increasingly awkward, Xia Yuan felt compelled to speak. Calm down. Xia Jing did not rush to conclusions, but surveyed the area. These Ming kings displayed no intent to kill and showed no inclination to attack. Battles among Wang levels are typically resolved in an instant, unlike the protracted skirmishes of lower tiers. A strike is a lethal maneuver. Hearing his grandson's words, Xia Jing couldn't help but believe him somewhat. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. After all, after a century of battling various demons and monsters, one must always be on guard. Seeing Xia Jing momentarily retract his hostility, Lin Chuan knew he had succeeded in a significant aspect. He then stated, Xia Zun, these Ming kings are under my command and pose no threat to the human race. If you still do not believe me, then consider today as if I never came. Is this your beast-taming skill? Xia Jing asked curiously, pinpointing the crux of the matter. After all, this is the realm of beast-taming. Lin Chuan did not respond, tacitly acknowledging it. He then asked, with these Ming kings and you, Xia Zun, can we retain that Temple Ming king? Temple Ming king? Lin Chuan, your knowledge of the Ming territory appears to surpass even mine. After this matter, I hope to discuss it with you in detail. Then Xia Jing replied, if he dares come here, we have enough strength to pursue him to the death. If we catch him unawares, we might even strike a fatal blow. He glanced at Ming Yi and affirmed, all right, but it's too close here, with too many eyes watching. Xia Zun, please take me to the Junju level territory. With that, Lin Chuan collected all 9 Ming kings. Very well, I'll trust you this once, Xia Jing said, leading them further inward, flying several hundred kilometers to land atop a high slope. True to its status, the density of Junju level Ming beasts in the mid-level region is several times that of the primary region. Upon sensing Xia Jing's aura, these Junju level Ming beasts were terrified and fled in disarray. This place is rather agreeable, Lin Chuan remarked with admiration. As Xia Jing and Xia Yuan pondered the meaning behind Lin Chuan's remark, they suddenly heard him calmly say, come forth. Subsequently, over 1,000 Xianming guards materialized within the Ming domain, instantly covering the entire slope. Xia Jing, Xia Yuan, disperse and hunt the Junju level beasts, strive for early advancement. Ming 10, Ming 13, and Ming 14 remain for promotion. Understood. Over 1,000 Xianming guards responded in unison, their voices harmonizing and shattering the clouds above. You know this too? Xia Jing observed his grandson stunned into silence, realizing there was no point in asking further. However, he restrained his gaze and reassessed the youth before him, no longer underestimating him due to his age. Now, the power Lin Chuan commanded was nearly on par with any of the 9 esteemed ones, perhaps even surpassing them by a considerable margin. After all, no one would reveal all their trump cards at once. How intriguing. Xia Jing felt a surge of excitement. The long-awaited change, the key to breaking the deadlock, had finally emerged. A force that is completely detached from the Yao clan, the netherworld, and even humanity. He no longer cared how Lin Chuan had acquired this power, for it held no significance. Since Lin Chuan boldly displayed it, it signified that he possessed absolute confidence, unperturbed by the prospect of a confrontation with a pinnacle king-level being. Observing Lin Chuan as he distributed 3 king-level soul orbs to 3 pinnacle monarch-level beings, Xia Jing and Xia Yuan surmised what was about to unfold. So that's it. Xia Jing realized. No wonder Lin Chuan was so fixated on the king-level soul orbs. Remarkably, Lin Chuan had begun gathering these orbs a month prior. Yet no one could have anticipated such a purpose behind them. A month ago, Lin Chuan had barely entered the academy, newly arrived in the netherworld, and had just ascended to gold tier. Xia Jing continuously arranged and combined various pieces of information regarding Lin Chuan in his mind. Xia Zun, may I borrow your hunting grounds for my ascension? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Chuan asked with a deliberate smile. Go ahead and kill them all. I don't mind. Thank you. I have too few monarch-level beings on my end, and they'll be gone in a few days. It's simply isn't enough. Lin Chuan expressed with disdain. Xia Jing and Xia Yuan exchanged glances. Lin Chuan, do you intend to use the commotion from these 3 ascensions to draw out that Nether King? Xia Jing inquired. Indeed, even if he doesn't emerge, it matters not. By then, I shall have 12 Nether Kings, and with your assistance, Xia Zun, a strong assault will suffice, Lin Chuan affirmed with a nod. Presently, Lin Chuan's sole concern was that the cautious individual might recall all his subordinates, which would necessitate a temporary retreat. However, even in such a scenario, Lin Chuan would not lose. Not only would he have newly ascended 3 Nether Kings, but he would also have established a direct passage to Xia Jing's location. Should this mid-tier Divine Temple Nether King dare to summon his subordinates back, Lin Chuan would immediately eliminate all of their initial territories, unless they chose to remain clustered together indefinitely. Yet, that was evidently implausible. A Divine Temple Nether King could not remain away from his territory for long. A limitation that applied not only to the first Nether King, but to all Nether Kings. They would inevitably find themselves isolated at some point. Yu Qi had not ventured alongside his subordinates into his territory, fearing that he might reach the forced return deadline simultaneously with the Nether King, who seized the Yuhong Divine Temple crown, which would indeed be embarrassing. He decided to let his subordinates encircle for a few days, ensuring absolute safety before he made his move. That Nether King had swiftly hunted 3 or 4 Nether beasts, likely in preparation for the ascension of his subordinates, in addition to the 2 he already possessed. This indicated that the opposing force had at least 6 Nether Kings. Targeted by such a force, Yu Qi felt a lump in his throat, unable to recall any offense he had committed. The surrounding mid-tier Divine Temple Nether Kings had not engaged in any significant actions recently, rendering it impossible for him to find a worthy opponent for a skirmish. Yet, Yu Qi could never imagine that the enemy's numbers were about to double his expectations and that they had arrived directly in his territory. Meanwhile, the ascension of the 3 Nether Kings had commenced. I had no idea the ascension of a Nether King was so straightforward, Xia Yuan exclaimed. Reflecting on his own stagnation at the pinnacle of the Diamond Tier for several years, he noted that he had only recently begun to show signs of breaking through. Likely largely due to Lin Chuan's provocation. Uncle Xia, is it really that simple? Each of them absorbed hundreds of Monarch-level soul orbs and honed their combat experience through numerous battles. Ultimately, they must possess a King-level soul orb to ascend. Lin Chuan explained indifferently. Such conditions would be nearly impossible to achieve in the wilds of the Netherworld. Only Lin Chuan could provide both Monarch-level and King-level soul orbs. The rest merely required continuous combat and slaughter. Each of these subordinates had emerged as elite warriors through fierce battles. So, you truly are an anomaly, creating such a commotion without a word, Xia Yuan remarked. Damn it, not only can he not contend with Lin Chuan's King-level subordinates, but he even lacks the confidence to face those 3 Monarch-level beings before their ascension. And yet you dare to say that if you don't ascend to King level before next month, I shall break your legs, Xia Jing retorted disdainfully. Xia Yuan could only remain silent. At that moment, within Yu Qi's temple, he held a vial of pale green life essence, occasionally uncapping it to take a deep breath, only to quickly seal it again, fearful of wasting a single drop. Life was indeed exquisite. His face radiated enjoyment, utterly intoxicated. If he could indulge in such a substance daily, who would venture out to fight and kill? Suddenly, he sensed a powerful wave emanating from the vicinity of the human secret realm entrance. Ascending there? Wasn't he that courting death? Yu Qi's first reaction was to wonder which of his foolish Monarch-level subordinates had ventured so close to the human territory to ascend. After all, there was a formidable character on the human side. Having clashed with Xia Jing several times, Yu Qi was well aware of the danger he posed. If he did not take action, he would undoubtedly be struck down by the humans. Although losing a battle mattered little, he had just suffered the loss of 3 King-level beings and needed to replenish his ranks. Cursing under his breath, Yu Qi begrudgingly rose to protect his subordinates. They're coming. Xia Jing suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Very well, I ask that you, Xia Zun, engage him in combat while I prepare to unleash my subordinates to encircle him. Understood, Xia Jing replied. Subsequently, the surrounding light and shadows flickered. Unbeknownst to Wen, 2 additional figures resembling Xia Jing appeared beside him. One swiftly transformed into a shadow and vanished into the distance. The other merged with Xia Jing's form, becoming one. Then, a suit of blood-red armor abruptly materialized, radiating bloodlight and manifesting a towering blood-red silhouette. Without Xia Jing needing to make any move, the armor assembled itself around him. Fully armed, Xia Jing cast a deep glance at Lin Chuan and declared, "I shall take my leave." He vanished in an instant. Are those two his avatars? Lin Chuan inquired curiously of Xia Yuan after Xia Jing departed. Not quite. They are likely his summoned beasts. Perhaps he thinks he looks impressive? Xia Yuan awkwardly explained. Lin Chuan could not help but recall the scene when Long Ming had taken on his appearance during his transformation. Chapter 192. Since you can withstand it, then bear a few more hits. Suddenly, Xia Yuan felt an invisible force strike him. Then, a sharp pain surged through his rear, as if he had been kicked with great force, sending him flying several thousand meters. What business do you have here in a king-level battle? Scram! Xia Jing's cold voice rang out, evidently having not strayed far, but merely concealed himself. Lin Chuan, are you alright? Do you need to retreat for now? After all, Lin Chuan's own realm was merely gold 7 stars. Rest assured, Xia Zun, I will be fine, Lin Chuan replied with a faint smile. Yu Qi moved with astonishing speed, several times faster than the average king-level being, covering nearly 10,000 kilometers in just over 10 minutes. However, as he approached, his confusion deepened. How could he not sense the presence of the individual who was evidently ascending within his territory? Ordinarily, the aura of a king-level being in the midst of ascension would differ greatly from that of a typical monarch-level being. Was it possible that another monarch-level being from a different region had come to hunt within his territory and then ascended on the spot? Damn, there was no need to go to such lengths for a death wish. With this, he no longer had to worry about the human side slaying this audacious fool. He could directly consume his soul orbs. Even with the life essence, he held some disdain for these soul orbs, but a mosquito's leg is still meat, and they would at least provide a slight boost to his strength. As he pondered this, a flash of blinding light suddenly struck. Unable to resist, Yu Qi sidestepped effortlessly to evade it. You couldn't hold back, could you? Yu Qi remarked calmly. Human, I haven't sought you out for trouble. Yet you come seeking me out? Are you also here for the Nether King ahead? Yu Qi inquired nonchalantly. A resplendent crown adorned the head, and a deep blue python robe draped elegantly, exuding an imposing aura. It seems your excellency is in a rather good mood today. In the past, you were often taciturn and quick to act, yet now you appear inclined to engage in conversation. Xia Jing revealed his form, standing opposite Yu Qi. It is not particularly pleasant. Rather, upon learning that you, my long-standing adversary, are on the brink of annihilation, I cannot help but feel a pang of melancholy. Yu Qi replied indifferently. It appears that you are also aware of the impending assault by the demon clan on our human race. Is this not a cause for celebration in your eyes? The demise of living beings is akin to a grand feast for the realm of the dead, allowing for further expansion of the underworld. Fear not, I harbor no immediate interest in your world. Haha. Xia Jing's gaze flickered, seemingly unfazed. As their brief exchange concluded, the two figures instantly engaged in battle. The clash of blades and the shadows of Yu Qi's fists collided in a fervent display. In a mere 10 seconds, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Yu Qi remained steadfast, effortlessly countering from his position. Suddenly, a slender black shadow erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yu Qi's legs. It was a king-level shadow serpent, designed primarily for binding and control. Futile. Just as Yu Qi attempted to break free, he sensed several formidable presences erupting from the air. All at once, 9 shadows appeared, charging directly at Yu Qi. Humans? No, the underworld kings. Yu Qi exclaimed in astonishment. He had sensed the presence of king-level humans within this secret realm, and had deemed them largely ineffective, save for the formidable Xia Jing before him. Therefore, he had never considered the possibility of the underworld kings allying with humans to besiege him. This was something he had never contemplated. A sheep and a wolf teaming up to hunt a fierce tiger? Regardless of Yu Qi's shock, the unfolding events stood as undeniable truth. The underworld king wielded a bone knife, leading the charge and striking down with a force that rivaled Xia Jing's. The other 8 underworld kings maintained external pressure, ready to intercept should Yu Qi show any inclination to flee. Which intermediate temple underworld king's subordinates are you, daring to plot against me, engaging in unannounced warfare? Completely disregarding the 7-clan alliance? Yu Qi threatened with a fierce tone, realizing he could not escape in the immediate moment. The 7-clan alliance? Here. It seems only Yu Qi is aware of its significance. The assembly of underworld kings and Xia Jing paid him no mind, continuing their relentless assault. Yu Qi felt immense frustration as the 9 underworld kings operated like war machines, demonstrating remarkable synergy. They advanced and retreated with precision, undaunted by death. After enduring the attacks of 3 underworld kings, he finally broke free from the encirclement. Damn, just wait. The higher-ups will surely investigate this matter. With that, he attempted to make his escape. Want to leave? Come back. At that moment, another Xia Jing materialized. Shadow shift. In an instant, Yu Qi found himself ensnared once more within the formidable encirclement of 10 kings. Seizing the opportunity, the Underworld King dealt Yu Qi a vicious blow. Yu Qi roared in fury, feeling a corrosive energy infiltrating his body, the mist of the underworld swirling around him, his vitality waning. More critically, he sensed something burrowing into his mind. To flee? To not flee? To the left? To the right? Yu Qi was already disoriented, spinning aimlessly in the air. Xiajing, what is wrong with this fellow, suddenly having a fit? Moments ago, he had vaguely observed something emerging from the knife-wielding figure, penetrating the body of this Underworld King. Realizing this, Xiajing felt a chill run down his spine. Soul parasite. Soul whip. Such an opportunity could not be squandered on Lin Chuan, the old sixth. Ugh! You could see Yu Qi plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily onto the rocky ground, creating a human-shaped pit over 100 meters long. Xia Zun, wait a moment. Just as Xiajing was about to pursue, he was halted by the Underworld King. This was, of course, Lin Chuan's command. Soon after, Lin Chuan revealed himself, approaching Xiajing's side. Xia Zun, hold on, he won't escape. But don't let his desperation lead him to bite back. Lin Chuan cautioned. His words rang true. The soul seed was not yet mature, making this the most perilous moment, as the opponent could resort to anything. Xiajing shot Lin Chuan a glance, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The sudden change in the Underworld King was undoubtedly the result of some tactic employed by Lin Chuan. He had not anticipated that even in the realm of king-level combat, Lin Chuan could play a decisive role in determining the outcome. Initially believing that Lin Chuan's revelation of these Underworld King's subordinates was a significant trump card, he was astonished to discover even more. Furthermore, each revelation was more shocking than the last. 3 minutes later, Yu Qi erupted from the pit, shouting maniacally, "Ha ha ha, I have endured. Ha ha, you think it will be so easy for me, Yu Qi, to submit?" Lin Chuan. In terms of sheer endurance, Lin Chuan would gladly proclaim him the strongest. After all, the Underworld King had succumbed after only 2.5 minutes. While the soul seed matured in 3 minutes, leaving the human nearly lifeless. Yet, Yu Qi could still act freely. Impressive, truly impressive. Lin Chuan silently marveled. Subsequently, another strike came. Soul whip. If you can endure, then endure some more. This skill is known as soul whip, not soul nuke. Its consumption is negligible. The sole drawback may be its difficulty in approaching king-level bodies. Under such precautions, it becomes quite challenging to succeed.